Good Tuesday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Glad you could join us, and we got a great baseball game to talk. I mean, that was fun last night. Get a big lead in the fourth inning and then just hold on and get an outing from Jason Alexander. I mean, I know that they're the Marlins. They've been playing really well lately, though. They've been playing pretty damn good for a month or so. And here they are. The Astros go in, they're reeling, and they go in, and Jason Alexander shuts them down, which was awfully nice to see, especially after the pitching that you got from Framber the day before. So Astros pick up the win. They're 3 games ahead of Seattle now. Actually, they're closer to first place in the American League than they are from second place in their own division. So, nice win yesterday. I got to tell you, Jesus Sanchez can hit.
Yeah, that's going to be
nice.
That's going to be a sneaky good pickup. It's going to fly way under the radar. I mean, it already has because of Carlos, but that's that one could really end up paying dividends because you got a legit. I'm not sure. You think Jake gets back in the lineup in general?
Yeah, because
I think
Trammell is still out there. Trammell is still out there, so. You know, he's starting every day, so you can Jake just moves into Trammell's spot.
You think Jake's still alive?
Yeah, we haven't heard from Jake. I mean, this is the
Remember
Kyle
when he was just
Tucker
sitting there in the
injury
outfield
of the
and got hurt standing out there?
Yeah, he just walked out there and he was on the ground.
That felt familiar for me. I'm like, hey, I've been there before.
He's the Kyle Tucker of 2025. Is that what we're
Yeah. Well, and Jordan's also the Kyle Tucker of 2025.
Yeah.
And Arrighetti is the Kyle Tucker of 2025.
Yeah.
He's been out for 4 months, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, but we knew he had broken his.
We knew it was 16 weeks.
We had a
I'm sorry. We knew it was 16 weeks.
Yeah.
We've got like 3 Kyle Tuckers of 2025.
Yeah, we got plenty of Kyle Tuckers.
We've got a lot of Kyle Tuckers.
Yeah, I wish they'd hit like Kyle Tucker.
Yeah.
Although Jake was hitting very nicely. Jake was doing a very nice job.
He was doing he was having a career year.
Yeah, he was doing all he could for the people.
I've never ever in my life thought I'd ever say, hey, man, we really need Jake Myers to get back.
You know who is really nice? Right away when he got back, Jeremy Pena, he looks like he hasn't missed a day, and he at the top of that order. He looks so good. He's playing great shortstop. I mean, Carlos Correa can't even take over his position. He is and he's so confident at the top of that order. Remember when he was hitting so well in the 2-hole, and then Dusty took him out for whatever reason, and then he put him back in there, and he's for whatever reason, Jeremy really loves to hit at the top of the order. But boy. It's like he didn't miss a day. Didn't he have 3 hits in his first game back?
3 hits in his first game back. This is just he said he's basically telling you stop saying rust. There's no such thing as rust. I'm perfect. Some guys get rusty. I don't get rusty.
No,
he ain't rusty, and he's also just a good hitter. I mean, this is what we were promised in 2022, and this is what we're getting now.
Well, we just got to enjoy him while he's here, because
listen, this Scott Boras client, I'm sure he's going to take a reasonable deal, and he'll be back with the Astros.
He goes away for 2-3 years, comes back.
Yeah, he'll be back.
He'll be back.
Justin Verlander, apparently reading reports the other day, the Astros tried to make another run at Verlander. Did you see that?
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Yeah, I didn't like that they offered Christian Walker in the.
Well, what are they? Come on now, Jim. Let's not get too emotional here. And they may run it back with Ryan Presley. Presley stunk the last time he was an Astro, and he stinks now. Let's not do this thing where we just let people feel good about old Astros who are.
Well, look what happened with Carlos. Now, if you bring Verlander back, what?
And if you can get George Springer back, and if you can get Charlie Morton back, I mean, he's got a ERA in the 5s.
Where's Montero? Remember how good
get
he
Montero
was in the
back.
postseason?
We've got Neris back.
Yeah. Where's Jose Abreu? We can need him back.
Well, he wasn't good. No, but what about Yuli?
Is
Yuli available?
What about Jordan? Is he available?
Yeah. What about Jordan? Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's run it back with Jordan.
That'd be nice.
Let's check and see if he was
Hey,
his availability.
Jim, see if you can get Jordan back.
Yeah,
okay,
that'd
be nice. I think the people would love that.
Do you think Jordan will hit 10 home runs this year? He's got 3 right now. It's basically impossible. Jordan's taking batting practice today.
Seems like a lot.
Jordan's going to take batting practice today.
That's what I love about Jordan. See?
Yeah.
See?
So,
and that maybe he is back, and maybe you won't be giving him the business, right? Okay.
Well, let's see if the hand hurts afterwards.
Well,
this will literally determine if he's going to play this year.
Right.
If he can get through a batting practice without his hand hurting, then I have confidence that he'll come back. If it's sore, what they should do is don't tell us anything other than you're shutting him down for the year. Don't give us false hope. We don't need it. There's no reason in baseball for you to keep something quiet on the injury front. Just say, look, hand's bad again. We're going to shut it down. We're going to have surgeons take a look at this. Just do that.
Yeah. Boy, I really like these Miami games starting so early. It's so nice. And you can stop your Eric Getty slander because he's pitching tomorrow, okay? Day game, getaway day, and Eric Getty's out there.
I know he's back. Like I said, it took 16. We thought it was going to be earlier, but finally, he's not a prodigal son. The prodigal son would be Carlos.
Right. But it sure would be.
I'm pumped for Spencer Getty coming back.
I am too.
I'm pumped for him. Now, he needs to pitch well, but I'd rather have the talent of Spencer Getty out there than Colton Gordon.
Well, yeah. But Colton. Hey, that's not on Colton.
He just shouldn't be here.
Yeah, he's not supposed to be here. He's
not a Jason Alexander, John.
Well, he did come up before. Jason was another emergency starter. And
did you say emergency starter or emerging star?
An emergency starter.
Okay.
Emergency starter. You think? Jason went, what? Who? Me? You want me to go where? You want me to do what? Now,
Are y'all sure? Are you sure you're talking to me?
Now? Yeah. I am Jason Alexander, don't forget. Can we stop the Costanza stuff?
It's just too easy.
It's
just too easy. His airing of grievances yesterday against the Marlins lineup?
Yeah. Taking care. Honestly. It was cold, Jerry.
Why didn't they call him T-Bone? Real ones would be calling him T-Bone. Remember when George tried to give himself the nickname T-Bone? He tried to self-nickname as T-Bone, and they started calling him, what are they calling him, Monkey Man or something? They called him, they were calling him some other nickname. He goes, no, my nickname's T-Bone.
That's like your son. When he tried to go from Snacks to Cobra.
He was writing it on papers at school, turning the papers in, drawing a cobra on his. It just didn't take.
No, it didn't take. Neither did Costanza's.
Yeah.
Okay.
T-Bone. Let me see what was the nickname that he had. Coco. That's right. They started calling him Coco.
Coco.
He got really mad because they called him Coco. And he had T-bone steak for lunch, talking about how much he likes T-bone, so they would nickname him T-bone. He tried to get them to bite and nickname him T-bone.
Coco.
Because he's eating that. Instead they call him something like Coco the Monkey Man or something.
Yeah, well, Coco was a monkey, right? Yeah. All right.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, the gorilla who was taught sign language.
That is so and the news is, you know what? I got to give it up for Paredes, although I'm worried that this probably lingers into next year now. If he gets the surgery now, he might be ready for opening day next year. Instead, he wants to wait. He wants to try to rehab. He wants to get back this year for the club.
No, we got Carlos. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
I like you're better than Carlos as a hitter. I think I actually feel comfortable saying that this year you're going to be better than Carlos as a hitter. He hasn't been terrible for the Astros. Carlos is getting hits. He's had hits in 3 of the 4. But I just no, don't do that. Don't do that. I remember when Verlander tried to do it and McCullers has tried to do it, and all you do is you just lose games.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That was listen. It would be nice. Sure. What do you do if Paredes comes back, Jordan comes back,
Well,
Jake comes back? It'll be. I mean, Urias can't even get on the field, and it would be nice. He's a nice utility guy. I can imagine him playing some infield spots.
Stand over there. You just don't just stand over there in case we need you.
Poor little dude, though. I feel bad for him.
He's fine.
He came over.
I don't care. He cashes a check. I don't feel bad for him.
Yeah, and he's on a first place.
He cashes a fat check.
He's got a chance at a ring.
He's got women chasing him all over. Like, are you?
Well, how do you? Wait a minute. What if he's married and with kids?
Well, then he pushes him down to the ground. Says, "Don't talk to me. I'm married."
Well, that's another thing you don't want to do is push it.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm just saying.
Yeah. Unless they're
really theoretically.
Aggressive. Unless they're really, really aggressive women.
No.
Yeah.
You just politely say, "Ma'am, I'm taken," and you walk away.
Are you
boy.
the Ramon Urias?
In fact, I am, but I'm taken.
Yeah.
Well, we're about to find out if he's taken.
Yeah. Well, we don't
These
know.
are things on the show that I now have to know for the bit.
Where is he? Where is he is in his life right now?
Yes, Ramon Urias is married.
See?
His wife's name is Andrea. They got
taken.
married in 2022. They even celebrated their anniversary recently. And don't make jokes about maybe he's a swinger, Del, because we're not going to do that.
Why would I make that joke?
But I'm just telling you, don't make it.
I'm not the one
We're
who
not doing
suggested
that.
random women would come up to him.
They're not doing it.
Wow.
Swinger. That's not the first thought.
You're like, well, how can I keep this bit alive?
What am
Well,
I,
I'll say something about swingers.
45-year-old white man? What do you mean swingers?
You're the one that has
Swinger.
him thrown to the ground, throwing women to the ground.
Well, so that's
and also, just grab as many women as you can.
that's like a joke between me and my wife. She said, if anyone tried, like from early on, we were together. If some girl tries to come up and hit on you, you just push her to the ground.
Yeah.
You tell her you're with me. I said, okay, I will. So it's more of a just a phrase. But
Yeah, clean it up. There you go.
Yeah.
well, that's where it actually comes from. But he is married, so probably if they say, "Are you the Ramon Urias?" and he's like, "Yeah, but I'm taking." He goes, "Doesn't matter. You're not even playing."
No
And then
one-
they walk
no one
off.
is
It
going-
does matter.
And then they walk off. They go, "Bang!"
No
Hit
one
him
is
with a dad.
married. Yeah.
You know what? No one will ever say, "Are you the Ramon Urias?"
He actually tweeted. The Instagram.
He's on the
In
gram,
the
then he's
Instagram,
not
he
married.
says, "Can't wait to marry you." This is whenever they got it. So this is like a true love story here. I mean, he may not be playing, but what did you call it, Del? You said before the show they had a real meet cute. And
No,
I'm
I
like,
didn't,
what?
because I didn't know you were going to do this bit before the show.
Okay, that's right. You didn't. I didn't either. It just happened
Clearly.
organically.
Clearly. All right. We got some interesting Texans news yesterday that we will get to on the other side. Our Astros win. Nice job. 8-2. And look damn good doing it against Alcantara. It is Alcantara now.
Mm-hmm.
Alcantara.
I heard Todd Callis say it.
It's not
Although-
Alcantara.
Alcantara.
It's, if it was, although I don't see an apostrophe in there anywhere, so it should be Alcantara, but it's Alcantara. So we got that. We got Texans news on the other side. Don't go anywhere. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right now we got Billy Brown news. We got a guy who is the best in the history of being the best of plumbers. 281-488-6238. That's a number that you have to have in your phone. And if you don't have it in your phone, then you know what? Then you're going to be tweeting us, posting, hey, guys, what's the number for Billy or the plumbing guy, aqueduct guy? 281-488-6238. Because at some point you're going to need him. And it's incredible. And it's not on him. It's on me. I needed him I don't know how many times, and they're right there for you. They're always – it's so good. Their service is so good. The way they go about it, Lance, is so good. We both have been saved by Billy how many times?
Oh, so many times. And I mean, some of the savings for me have been huge. One before Big Freeze was coming in where they had to come out and do something for my line outside that I'd screwed. I actually literally screwed it up. One has been we just couldn't get the drain to drain in the kitchen. It turns out that we had a major issue that they had to fix for us. And then it's been small stuff like just a leaky shower that continues to be a problem that we got that taken care of. We got, things that are a faucet, a different, whole different setup, putting a faucet. I mean, they do everything. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com. It's AqueductPlumbingCompany.com. You can go to the website. They're a company you can trust. John and I would not put our name on it if we didn't trust them, believe in them, and use them, and they're fantastic. Just a really great company. Give them a call today. Aqueduct Plumbing Company, 281-488-6238, AqueductPlumbingCompany.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. A little worrisome. Cam Robinson went down yesterday. And what does it mean? Ariante Ursary went to the left tackle.
Right, which he's been doing.
Titus Howard went to right tackle. And Juice Scruggs came in at right guard. Boy, that says something. It says a lot of stuff. I'm not sure that that's the order it'll happen in. Maybe it was just, hey, get out there, Juice, or whatever the case may
Not get
be.
out there, Blake?
That's what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying. Where is Blake Fisher? Boy, he's fallen. You know, he changed his body type this offseason. And maybe they're not thrilled with that. He's really leaned down. And he muscled up. There's no question about it.
Well, that's usually what a team wants. As long as you add muscle and you get better lean mass. I mean, that's usually a team either mandated or something that the team pushes. So that shouldn't be, unless he gets like my dad used to have a problem with Jeff Fain, Notre Dame center. I think Cleveland drafted him in the first round. And he would come in like with a beach body. And he said, what are we doing? You're like 292. You can't play NFL center getting lighter and lighter. That's not going to work. And he just said he got pushed around a lot. So, yeah, sometimes you don't want to get too light. Like you need to have good weight, but you got to keep a certain amount of weight. Do you know, I guess I'd just tell you, there's some NFL teams who really believe in lean muscle mass numbers. Like they'll put you in a bod pod or a DEXA scan, and it can look at your body type, and it can tell you what your lean muscle mass is. So let's say, like Jaden Proctor, who's the giant tackle from Alabama, his lean muscle mass is like going to be 270 pounds. That's incredible. Quentin Nelson's is really high, for example. But what happens is, I remember Titus Howard, the number on Titus Howard was a little bit low. I want to say he was in the maybe high 230s, low 240s, and it's really more of a number that you see with centers. And so it was there's a concern when you do that if he gets up to, and he carries a lot of weight, if he's carrying 315, then really he's carrying a bunch of excess weight. His weight is probably, his best weight is 308, 309. And so, some teams will make determinations because you carry too much weight, then you're carrying bad weight. Sometimes it can have an impact on your joints and injury stuff. So actually, it's actually quite not complicated, but there's a lot of thought that goes into, and a lot of science that goes into, at least for some teams, that goes into what your best weight is, like where you're supposed to be. And I wonder if the Texans are doing that with Blake Fisher, saying, hey, this is your best weight. If it is, then they're highly unimpressed with what he's doing on the field then, because we don't hear much about him.
Yeah. Well, they're I don't know what, for whatever reason, but man, this rookie put the rookie at left tackle, boy, they really like Ariante. I mean, at first during OTAs, he was sitting there watching, and he wasn't participating. He was holding the bag. And now when somebody goes down, he's moving over to left tackle on CJ's blind side. That is saying something about what they think about this kid.
Mm-hmm.
So, and here, he's a second-rounder. Blake Fisher was a second-rounder, and Blake Fisher seems to be out of the mix already. Of course, after last year, I guess they said, you know what, ain't nobody is going to, is got a job here. I don't care that you played last year. You know what you played? You played on one of the worst lines in all of football.
Mm-hmm.
So guess what? There ain't no job here for you unless you go and earn it. What about Chris Strasser speaking? So here's a quote from Strasser out of the Houston Chronicle. I don't think our room was good last year, Strasser told the Washington Post. It was a combination of a lot of things. By no means Laramie being the issue or the main issue. It was a combination. Now he's where is Strasser now? With Washington?
I'm not sure he is with anyone.
I don't know. Well, the Washington Post called. Maybe the Washington Post was calling because they wanted to
they do
talk
football.
About Laramie.
Yeah.
It was a combination of so many things. A lot of guys trying to figure out an offense that honestly we were not that well educated in. Okay. We did have different personalities in the room. Our chemistry just was not right, but it was not at all Laramie's fault that our chemistry was not right. It really wasn't. There was a lot of things going on, and it just wasn't good enough. My fault. I would point my finger to myself, number one. I feel a little bit awkward being Mr. Positive on Laramie, but I think there's a little bit of a semi-negative vibe out there about Laramie. The guy's a great guy. The guy's a great player. I went in there. We were not very good for 2 years on the offensive line. I got fired, basically. I shouldn't have really good feelings, but I do have good feelings about Laramie. I feel very lucky I coached Laramie.
He said his quote is, it did make me feel away because our room wasn't like that. Talking about the published report by Washington Post, Adam Kilgore, and I think it came from that podcast probably that Dell talked about. Did we play well? No. Did CJ get sacked a lot? Yes. I see where the rumors could be made up and come from, but I feel like we had a great-ass room.
Oh,
that ain't what I heard.
No.
Those are his quotes.
Well, how about...
I don't think our room was... Wait a minute. Wait. Hold on. This doesn't make any sense. Okay. Tunsil said that. Yeah. Tunsil said, I feel like we had a great-ass room. And then Chris Strausser says, I don't think our room was good last year. Yeah, I got news for you. The guy that got shipped out of Houston, I'm not sure I'm taking his word on that, especially when I've heard directly he was an issue. Shaq Mason was an issue.
Well, and sure. Strausser's not going to throw him on. The Washington Post is doing it because they want to find out about Laramie Tunsil and see what kind of guy he is in the room. Yeah. And Laramie Tunsil is taking a lot of the heat for the way that they played. Chris Strausser deserves his. But how about him throwing Slowick under the bus? It was a combination of so many things. A lot of guys trying to figure out an offense that, honestly, we were not that well educated in. Now, what I had heard, too, is or I read somewhere what I had heard. I had read somewhere that in about week 13 or 14, what is the new coach's offensive line coach's name? I forget.
Cole Popovich.
Popovich walked in and said, "We got to stop with the outside zone. We have got to stop running outside zone. We need a gap scheme." And it changed things for the offensive line. And they blocked much better. They had a lot better grades. And it was Popovich that finally went to D'Amico and said, "We can't do this. We're not athletic enough on this outside zone scheme." And Popovich was the one that went there. Popovich is the one that ends up with the job. And apparently they were much better week 14, 15, 16, 17 running gap scheme as opposed to outside zone.
That's interesting if it went down like that because it shows an assistant offensive line coach going behind the line coach's back and doing that.
Well, he had to be in that room every day, though, with those
and
guys.
Really, I think it's not even the O-line coach. It's really more about the coordinator, Bobby Slowick. It's not going to be about Strausser as much as it's going to be about, hey, because Strausser may have been saying, we can't run this.
Yeah.
And Cole Popovich said, man, I'll say something right now. It's really, that's more of a Bobby Slowick issue. So that's interesting. You get the feeling that, I mean, D'Amico and Slowick were tight. For him to make that move a year after Slowick was one of the hot coaching candidates and C.J. Stroud was Offensive Player of the Year. You know, it shocked me. I thought there was no way. I mean, year 2, and he had one off year after having a really good year. But if there's issues where, you know, they're having these kind of issues where a coach is going behind his back saying, what are we doing? We're not even set up to run this kind of – if it went down like that, we're not set up to run this. That's a major issue. That's a major, major issue because some players are not – look, you either are set up to run outside zone, which takes a lot of lateral movement, quickness, precision, body control. Some guys aren't made for it. There's a lot of guys not made for it. Frankly, I didn't think Juice Scruggs was made for it when he came out of Penn State, even when they drafted him, which I thought was a little strange. They drafted him where they did. But, you know, I thought he was a good player. You don't have to run outside zone. But the old school cut and paste – Mike Shanahan and Gary Kubiak offense is a lot of outside zone. And more in the NFL, more and more teams have gone to, you know, we were an outside zone, inside zone, gap scheme. You really just mix it up. And it's a little more mix and match as opposed to what it used to be with outside zone. But obviously D'Amico thought that was, he's already mentioned cut and paste, copycat or cookie cutter offense. There's a lot of references to their offense being basically stale and predictable last year. That's what that was.
So I don't remember, obviously, the plays that were run against the Chiefs and the Chargers in the playoffs. But leading up to that in the regular season and games that they were trying to be competitive in, I will exclude the Titans game. You said week 14, John, is when that conversation was had. Yeah. I think that was the bye week. In weeks 15, 16, and 17, they did not run the ball well. I don't remember the plays themselves, but Joe Mixon against the Dolphins was 12 carries for 23 yards. So that would have come after the meeting. Against the Chiefs, he was 14-57 better. The team overall wasn't great. You know, they didn't break 90 yards. Of course, the Ravens always kill them. Joe Mixon didn't have a great day. Once the playoffs hit, that's when, if we're going to attribute it all to a change, 106 for Joe Mixon. The team rushed for over 165 yards against the Chargers. Against the Chiefs, Joe Mixon, 18 carries, 88 yards. Good day. They ran for nearly 150, but a lot of that was CJ scrambling. So I don't remember the plays. I can't speak to gap zone, but at least in the regular season, it didn't go particularly well, and then the playoffs, the running game picked up.
No, that's what but according to this article, that a lot of guys felt a lot better and graded, even though they didn't run the ball great, they graded out a hell of a lot better for whatever, I don't know, for whatever reason. But it was said Popovich had to go to D'Amico. And that's somewhere that was that somebody got that. Whether or not that is true, that it was written, so therefore it shall be done. Yeah, let it
Someone's
be written.
Moses in this scenario.
Yeah, let it be written, and let it be done. That's right. I said it. We're breaking right now. Listen, guys. There was reports about they went into goal line yesterday, and boy, they look like crap. But it's not only that; it's how many times CJ's being sacked. This offense looks like crap. Like crap. D'Amico had a thought on it, and we'll get to that on the other side right here on ESPN.
D'Amico and I aren't worried. If I'm not worried and D'Amico's not worried, you shouldn't be worried.
You shouldn't
Concerned.
be worried.
Oh, yeah,
Concerned is the word.
Yeah, that's right.
All right. Well, there's concern here. I don't know if you're concerned, but we'll see. Listen, I'm not concerned about Texas Card House. I think it's awesome. If you go to Texas Card House right now in spring or on Westheimer, probably got a game going on. I would say more than likely there's a game going on. There's a game all night long, 24/7. You always open. Christmas is the only night that they close Texas Card House. So if you're somebody that I don't know, you work nights, whatever the case may be, and you like to play in the middle of the night, or you're just a night owl, whatever the case, man, this is the place to be. 2:00, they close the bar, whereas a lot of places you can't find any alcohol at 1:30 in the morning. You can at Texas Card House because it's open until 2 every day. If you're looking for a game, a lot of places are going to close, not Texas Card House. If you want to play online on your phone, you got Hijack Poker, which is part of Texas Card House. You can go and deposit and withdraw your money at Texas Card House. It is the place to play. Listen, it is taken over as the number one place in Houston to play. TexasCardHouse.com. 2 locations, one in Spring. All right, Spring Cypress right off 45, and on Westheimer and Greenridge, right there by where the Palm used to be and Fuad's is, right there, right next door. You're looking for the best place to play poker. I'm telling you, there's no better place. You're looking for PLO or you're looking for tournaments. You're looking for cash games, whatever it is. TexasCardHouse.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Man, big ups to Jason Alexander last night. He's got the bases loaded in the 6th inning, and he gets out of the jam.
Go.
On his 97th pitch. His 97th pitch. A lot of guys, I mean, especially Jason Alexander, you get through the lineup the 3rd time, and you're not gonna, you're gonna give something up. Dude didn't give anything up. That was nice. Bases loaded, get out of the jam, got Lopez, and Astros win. So that was really, really nice. So by all accounts, that's right, Art. By all accounts, the Texans' offense is way behind. It's not looking good. The offensive line is not good. CJ
defense, they're going against a really good defense.
Yeah.
And they say, and John Harris's, by the way, John Harris's daily practice notes are absolute gold.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he runs you through the entire practice. It's incredible. And from the conversations I've had with him to reading his notes, every day is Will Anderson superstar day. It's like, it's a joke. Will Anderson is ruining the whole practice for the offense almost on a daily basis.
Yeah.
They're going to have to just sit him down for a while and let them try to work.
And let them get some plays.
Yeah, let them work, Will. Like, Will, can you just go half speed right now?
No.
Nobody can do anything against Will Anderson.
Well, and that's a problem because there are guys just as good as Will Anderson out there. I mean, pretty good football players, pretty good defensive ends out there that are going to be a problem, right? If they can't get anything done against Will Anderson. Now, the Texans are really, really good defensively, top 5 defense in the league. But you're going to have to face some really good players, and you're going to have to do something about it. But apparently they can't do anything. They had a goal line yesterday where CJ threw a pick, and then Davis Mills threw a pick, and then blah, blah, blah threw a pick, and they couldn't get anything done trying to score from the 5-yard line yesterday. So this is – listen, I'm thrilled that the defense is playing so great, but you would like to see the offense have a little success, and according to accounts, that's not the case. But D'Amico says their offense is making that defense better, and that defense is making the offense better. Here is D'Amico talking about.
Is the offense making the defense better?
Well, that's what he says.
Is it really iron sharpens iron right now?
That's what he says. It's
okay.
Iron sharpening iron.
That's fine. That's fine.
That's right.
All right, say it, D'Amico. He's my friend.
In the same vein, as I said, for the defense, our offense is getting better. That's training camp. I talk about it all the time. I'm not just throwing out a term, but when I talk about iron sharpening iron, if everybody brings their best every single day, we will all get better. We're still one team. We're going to go out and compete against another team. We are making each other better here. Our offense is making our defense better. Defense is making our offense better. And that's what training camp is all about. So I'm very, excited to see where our guys are. And really, I'm excited to see them go play against someone else. It's becoming that time of camp where it starts to get a little chippy. Guys are tired of going against each other. So I'll be excited, when the end of the week comes and we're able to go against Minnesota.
Yeah. And by the way, J.J. McCarthy going to play on Saturday against the Texans.
Ain't anybody afraid of him?
Well, no.
Was it going to hand us off to death?
No, but I sure would like to see the first team offensive line play a little bit more, even if they're playing with Davis Mills, and to play out there and get some work done, and especially against a good front against Minnesota. Now they're not going to be playing their best guys either, so it'll be interesting. But get some work in, get some continuity, get some cohesion going on that offensive line, and maybe move the ball a little bit because they're not doing it in practice apparently. They're not doing it at all, doing much of it against the Texans' first-team defense. But, again, the defense is you should be. If you're crushing your defense right now, when they know what plays are coming, they're up against you every day. They know your tendencies.
Yeah.
They probably know your play calls from guys. They know what you're going to run because of your formations. You're not doing a lot to, to fool them. If the offense is way ahead, that's a problem.
Let me ask you something. Do you think there's a chance that D'Amico is saying that what he means by that in between, reading between the lines? I can't wait for them to go up against somebody else. It's getting chippy or whatever. But also, like, I got to see what I have with offense.
Yeah.
Like, it's just not. We're not getting enough good looks on offense right now.
Yeah.
Against the defense. It is a concern. I had someone reach out yesterday and said, "Hey, how's CJ looking?" I said, "Well, I've only been to a couple practices, but I read up on it every day." And because the practices start at 9, they end at about 10:50, and so it's tough to get out there. But what I will tell you is, when I saw it, it was, I don't know.
No, not great.
No, you're not seeing. I haven't seen, like, a lot of the reps. By the time I get out there, a lot of the reps are going to Graham Mertz and Davis Mills. So it's not even CJ getting those reps. But I saw one. They were way at the other end of the field in the red zone. It was the fans had the opportunity to come out, and they were so far away from the media holding area that, you couldn't even barely see. Cody Stutz is the only one who brought binoculars. He was smart enough to bring some, like, literally, you kind of had to have binoculars to kind of make out, because you had all the players that were lined up behind the play, so it was almost like a fence was there in front of you. You couldn't see anything. But I would say that I'm not worried about C.J. Stroud from an injury standpoint, a shoulder standpoint, or whatever the conversation was. I am getting a little bit worried, though. I am getting a little bit worried in terms of some of the reports about whether or not this offense is going to be any better than last year. You're working in all new offensive linemen. You have Cam Robinson go down yesterday, so we got to find out how serious that is. You got 3 new wide receivers you're working into the offense, and while they have talent, 2 of them are rookies, and one of them's injury prone, and Christian Kirk, at least the last couple of years. You got a running back who, it sounds ominous. I mean, D'Amico's downplaying him, but certainly some of the other things we're hearing sounds like there's a chance Joe Mixon may not even be in a starting lineup in week 1. The reports on Nick Chubb aren't great, about lacking some juice and agility and things like that. Like, there's some legitimate reasons to have some concerns here about the long-term, about the short-term viability of the offense, I think, as an explosive unit. Because we saw that while it wasn't always consistent, you had some explosiveness in that offensive unit 2 years ago. And that was with a not great offensive line either.
Yeah. No, they haven't played. The offensive line hasn't played well in, how long is it now since before D'Amico was?
I would say the offensive line was much
Lovey
better
and
year before last. They were much better year before last than that, and that was with injuries, but they were more productive. They were more productive, although last year they ran the ball better.
Yeah, this is it's a problem, and we'll see. We'll see starting on Saturday against the Vikings, if how good it's at least be sufficient enough to keep CJ somewhat upright this year. That's what we're looking for. 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, I want to get in and talk about. I had me a great time in Chicago over the weekend and a couple of days before that, and the Coors Lights were flying. We had nieces, nephews over, grandchildren, my brother's grandchildren over, and it was just such a good time. And everybody but the grandchildren were drinking Coors Lights. They're just too young right now, although I did see if they wanted any. I did ask, because I'm a polite host, if they wanted any. Sure, they're 3 and 4 years old, but they didn't partake, which was nice. But here's the deal, is if you're having a party, make sure that you got Coors Lights on hand. I'm telling you, you put a cooler out there and you put Coors Lights in there, and I guarantee you, they're going to be scooping up them Coors Lights. And more than likely, before those other beers that you got out there. I don't know what kind of beer y'all like, but I'm going to tell you the Coors Lights are going to go. So make sure that you got them on hand, especially if you're going to have people over. Make sure that there's some in the fridge. I got some in my fridge right now in case somebody comes over and wants to hang. And, here's a Coors Light. Let's go. Climb on, brother. Cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing. Make sure you got the most refreshing beer. I always do. Always will. I hope you do too. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Keep Texas chill with Coors Light.
These are all areas where if it's you.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So Astros win yesterday, 8-2. Very nice outing. Jeremy Pena looks great. Yiner looks good at the plate right now. Yiner looks very nice. He's having himself a nice resurgence. He had a nice July, and now he's starting to have a nice August as well. So that is really, really, really good to see. Yiner hitting. And, Christian Walker is contributing. Carlos looks pretty good at the plate. He had that deep fly ball in center field in Boston that was an out. That was probably his hit percentage probably would have been pretty damn high on that. A ball hit that hard. But he looks okay. He looks very confident. You see him talking to players. Did you see Neris the other day going after the third base coach because he thought that the Red Sox were stealing side? He actually balked the runner on second to third base to get him off second base so he couldn't tip the pitches.
Mm-hmm.
And then he went after the third base coach, and the first one over there was Christian Walker trying to settle Neris down, but so was Carlos. And that's the kind of stuff that Carlos does. He gets in the middle of it, and he's immediate. You could tell by a lot of the stuff that he does that he's well respected, and he's already a team leader. Mm-hmm. Nice to have him back in that locker room, despite what Jeremy says in the afternoon about Carlos Correa.
What does he say?
Every time he goes to, well, how are his mound visits? How many mound visits did Carlos have? He goes back to that when
kind of making fun of him.
Yeah, making fun of him
for being a leader.
Yeah, when Fromber was struggling in the postseason and Carlos went out there and was yelling at him. Remember that?
Yeah, in 2000.
Yeah. So Jeremy, stop already with the mound visits because Carlos is back, and so put some respect on his name, okay, and his mound visits.
I believe that's more about fans and placing too much importance on leadership. I believe he takes issue with, because the contract stuff when Carlos was leaving, a lot of it like, we're going to miss the leadership of Carlos Correa. And Jeremy, his play on that, the mound visits, how much are they worth? Are they worth an extra $1 million, $2 million per year? I don't know if that's more about Carlos or more about fans allegedly overreacting to Carlos his leadership qualities.
Well, and quite frankly, they really didn't miss Carlos because they won the World Series the next year.
Mm-hmm.
The year after the year he left. So yeah, but you know what? It is good to have Carlos back in the fold, and I am. I'm just Carlos is up the plate. I'm happy that Carlos is back here. I am. I just feel like he's gonna do good things for this club. He brings, that confidence and the clutch gene with him, because he's had a lot of clutch hits. And Sanchez is nice. Sanchez is really nice. And Cam Smith, your Cam Smith slander can stop because he had a couple hits last night. So we got to give him love.
That's good.
Yeah. No. Maybe because you called him out, Israel had to defend him, and not the country, but the caller.
I wouldn't really slander. I read stats.
Yeah, well, you were.
I don't know if in the court of law if that would have held up as slander when you read his July splits. And then August, the first 3 games of August. But is it, though, when you say he's not hitting as well now? Here are his stats over the last 26 games.
Yeah, but what does well actually mean?
Yeah, what does that mean to you?
As well, what does that actually mean?
Higher than 200, I guess.
Oh, but what does as well mean?
As well as before.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. It feels like it was a pretty innocuous comment about he's not hitting well.
Man, your bias is just.
And then I found out he's on fire for a rookie. Israel changed all of this. He changed everything all up.
It did change. It changed everything.
It changed up like, this is 250. He's got no errors. He's like, yeah, we're actually big fans of his.
Yeah.
We're just having a sports talk conversation. Our conversations includes players of all races.
Sure.
So the show's not really going to be for you most of the time.
Does Cam Smith like a flat back girl?
You do.
Oh,
I found that out.
Oh, I was me.
Yeah, you do.
Okay. I was trying.
He went after you for some reason. You just caught some bullets.
I don't know why.
I wasn't talking about Cam Smith.
I still wanted to make sure he threw you in the grease too.
I don't know. I'm not black enough for Israel. It's fine.
That's fine.
Or for John.
Well, that's true.
What are you talking about?
I'm just saying.
Black. I admit.
Have you?
I don't have any problem.
Is he black enough for you?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I don't care how black he is. Tell's
Okay.
my guy. Me and him. Yeah. Me and him.
Am I?
Yeah. That's my guy.
Hey, you know who might very quietly, if they had more starting pitching, and they've actually got some, is I think the Blue Jays are really becoming a major. This isn't just a fun little run for them. I mean, they got a legitimate lineup. They got some guys in the middle of that lineup, and Vlad Guerrero's not even having a big year. He and Bo Bichette aren't having these monster years
Boba
either.
Fett?
But what's that?
Not Boba Fett.
No, not Boba Fett.
Not Boba Fett.
Bo Bichette.
Nerd.
And then, of course, George is having a really good year. One of George's best years since coming over. It's finally paying off. That contract's finally paying off.
You know who's a bit of a problem right now for the Astros is Brian King.
Mm-hmm.
He's got one clean sheet in his last 5 outings. So he's 1, 2, 3, 4. No, yeah, 5. In his last 6 outings, he's got one clean sheet, and he's given up runs in his last 3 outings. 2 last night, one before, and one of those outings he gave up 3 hits, didn't score, but gave up 3 hits in an inning. That's not good. That's not the way we're looking. That's not what we're looking for. So Brian King has got to get better. He's not the Brian King earlier, although he had a 1.59 last month, but he finished up the month very weakly, and he started this month very poorly as well. So Brian King, you got to watch. Maybe too many. We'll see if this is too many innings for him or what. It seems to be catching up with him right now. That's something that Joe is going. Me and Joe are going to have to keep an eye on.
Yeah, you need to look into that with Joe.
I know. Me and Joe definitely.
And he just has not been as effective. I mean, there's no way around it.
If Joe calls me about it, I'll definitely.
And you know, he's not one of these big 98-mile-an-hour gassers. He's a guy who relies on movement and placement, and so when he's not where he needs to be, it can be a little bit of a problem.
Yep. And he had another problem last night, although it wasn't very worrisome. Not with the start by Jason Alexander. Very nicely done.
Nice to have an easy one.
Yeah.
Nice to have an easy one.
Did they announce on the broadcast who's starting?
You mean for the opener? The opener.
Oh, it's an opener tonight?
Yeah.
That's what that. And you got Eric Eddy going tomorrow. Did they announce who it's going to be?
I have not seen that.
Who their
anywhere.
opener is? Who cares?
Yeah. Well, right.
They had one the other day against the Yankees when I was watching this. I was looking at his stats and like, oh, this guy's pretty good. And I went,
You mean the Marlins?
I mean the Marlins, yeah.
Oh.
And I looked at the game log like, oh, this guy goes an inning a game, opener, beat it. Who cares about you?
Yeah,
dumb
he's got a
openers?
1.59.
Yeah, it was something like that. And I'm like, well, who is this guy? Oh, opener. Nobody cares.
Yeah, they do.
It's like
you
openers
get off to
don't
a
even
good start.
Openers don't even matter.
Yeah, opener matters. Okay, it'll matter tonight for the Astros. That's for sure. I could see a Sousa or although he pitched the other night. We'll see. We'll see what Joe's got to do, man.
Oh, how the Astros are going to approach it after Eric Getty? You think Eric Getty goes
tonight, not after Eric Getty's tomorrow?
No. I mean. Oh, you're talking about tonight. Well, I'm interested to see how Eric Getty is going to be. If he gets 4 innings, will be good, right?
Yeah, I'd be very.
So
happy.
I'm interested to see how they. That's what I was talking about.
4
how are
or
they
5
gonna,
innings of 1-run ball.
How are they? Yeah, if you get 5 innings out of them, that's good.
That'd be great.
That's good. I mean, he has had what? He had a career high, a season high pitches thrown the other day, 79 pitches thrown. So if we work off of about 80, you hope that he's not throwing 20 pitches an inning on average for 4 innings. So, but I think more than likely 4 is probably what he gets to. If you get 5 out of him, that would be great.
That'd be great.
But they got to have somebody ready to eat up some innings after that for sure.
Yep. And they got and you know what? They got a bullpen game today, so this is going to be tough time.
But a little bit of a challenge next 2 games, yeah, without question.
Joe's the manager of the year. I don't think there's any question.
Who gets the long innings?
Well, we'll see.
They don't really have a long inning guy. There's not really. Remember the days of middle relievers?
Yeah.
It's not really. We don't really see middle relievers that much anymore, where their job is to come in and eat 3 innings. Like it's just that's not as prevalent as it once was. Usually, if you needed a middle reliever, you were cooked. You were in some trouble.
Yeah, right. Well, somebody got hurt or something. Okert might go.
Okert probably.
Okert goes innings. I don't know. Brian King, he threw an inning last today. Sosa.
Okert's going to give you a couple.
Yeah, Hector Neris, he came in yesterday though too.
Claro.
So we'll see. We'll see what they're going to do. 713-780-3776. We got 1 hour in and a couple to go. If you want to get in, I've got to talk about Air Team right now. Listen, I really, really like what they did for me, and you're going to see if you've got issues with your air conditioner. They're professional. It's a family-owned business that's been, passed down generations. It's that same thing that I keep on talking about. If you're in this business for this long and you keep you're talking about 40, 30, 40, 50 years, and you're passing it down in generations, it means you're doing something right, really good. And I love that because the people that started it and continued it, they're passing on those philosophies and the way to do business, the great way to do business, to those people. And so that just means that you're doing it right and you're staying in business, not only staying in business, but thriving. Air Team is awesome. And the way that they go about it every single day, I love it. They'll come to your house and they'll break it down exactly what is happening with your air conditioner. And they'll fix, if you've got minor problems, you want to get them fixed. If you've got major problems, then you got to buy a new air conditioner. I bought 3 from Air Team, and I love the way they went about it for me. You'll love the way they'll go about it from you. AirTeamLTD.com. That's AirTeamLTD.com. Tell them you heard it right here. All right, some business to take care of. The ESPN Houston Listener Party is back. It's going to be September 5th, 6:30 to 9:30 at St. Arnold's. That's a Friday. Keep on listening to all the shows to find how you can get in. But the only way to get in is by having a ticket. So you got to listen to get the ticket. So keep on listening. And if you want to go, pretty much we're going to get you in, okay? So keep on listening, and we'll figure out how to get you in there.
Well, we have 2 to give away this week. This show specifically has 2 to give away at any time. Doesn't matter when we do it. So we're going to
2 tickets to give away?
Well, 2 pairs of tickets.
2 pairs of tickets.
2 pairs of tickets to give away throughout the week whenever we want to do it for people. So you need to keep listening.
By the way, for our fantasy last Thursday, Eric Schneider was the winner. So we will be giving away another 2-pack to our fantasy draft, which is August 28th and 29th at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. We'll do that on Thursday. Keep on listening. But everybody who listens, it's not going to be a specific time that we will be giving them away. If you listen to the show on Thursday, you're going to have a chance, period. And then the summer circuit continues, all right? Every week we visit a different restaurant in the greater Houston area. We're giving away e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company, $4,000 value. All you have to do is show up at BB's Tex Orleans in Katy, all right? This Friday from noon till 6 at BB's Tex Orleans in Katy, and you got a chance to win. All you have to do is sign up at the promo table. So all of that going on here. A lot of giveaways. 713-780-3776. We said if you call, you get in. Keith is here. What's up, Keith?
Hey, guys, at what point do the Astros move off of Cooper Hummel and just sign Ryan Presley and start bringing some of these guys back together?
At what point, Lance, do you give up an outfielder for a pitcher that's now been cut by 2 different teams?
Give up on him and add somebody for the era of good feelings, the rerun. I don't know. I'm not ruling it out. I'm not going to rule it out. I could 100% see the Astros trying to Jim Crane saying, "Let's get them back in here, see if we can't find a little magic." Fans will be excited about it. Let's
excited about it.
Yeah.
What would fans be excited about Ryan Presley coming?
Remember when he was a closer at one time when he
came
into our studio and
we
ruined his
Johnny
career?
Cash. Yeah.
Well, that's the problem. He's no longer closer, and he hasn't been the same since. That feeling of good feelings has continued because they did bring back John Singleton. Again, he's in Sugarland. He's a Space Cowboy, so they DFA'd him. He's a free agent. They re-signed him, so he's a Space Cowboy again. So Ryan Presley, I do like Keith's idea of getting rid of Cooper Hummel and then bringing back Ryan Presley, because remember when Cooper Hummel was hey, let's throw the position player out there because we're getting killed pitcher? Let's do that with Ryan Presley. Anytime the game is out of hand, just roll Ryan Presley out there. He can fill the Cooper Hummel role of taking a beating.
Could be your middle reliever.
No, not even. Only when they're down like 12-1.
Just the beating?
Like when Cooper Hummel rolled out there as a position player when Nick Kurtz was hitting home runs against the Astros. In those scenarios, Ryan Presley can fill that role.
Mm-hmm.
Roll out there, get your ass kicked. Let's not have a regular pitcher deal with it. Who's looking for this? Who's looking for Ryan Presley to come back?
I'm not.
Well,
I've seen enough of Ryan Presley. I don't, all of his numbers say it's over.
Well, if like you said, if you're down 15-3, you don't have to throw Cooper Hummel. You can throw Presley.
Why not? You can throw Cooper Hummel and say, so who cares what you did? We were throwing Cooper Hummel. Then you got plausible deniability. We weren't even trying.
Well, you only rolled him out there because he had already hit 3 home runs.
See, Cooper Hummel could give up 4 runs and be okay the next day. Ryan Presley would be
Well, that's why he
apoplectic.
only gets to pitch in those moments. Like when Nick Kurtz.
But what happens when he keeps taking these beatings?
Who cares? He's not in the playoff roster. Who cares?
Quit trying to get us bad pitcher back.
When Nick Kurtz is going 5 for 5 and has already hit 3 home runs, roll Ryan Presley right out there and see what happens. That's all. Cooper Hummel doesn't deserve that.
That's one way of doing it, I guess.
Why not? if we're going to bring him back. I don't want him back, but if they're going to do it, make him the guy who, hey, you just got to take one for the team guy. Make him that guy. That's not a designation you can have next to a pitcher's name, but he's a take one for the team guy going forward.
He's a take one for the team guy.
That's not what I'm looking for in a pitcher.
I'm not looking for Ryan Presley, but if they're going to bring him back, if it's 8-1, Ryan Presley, roll out there.
I'm not looking for Ryan Presley. Well, at least you admitted it.
Well, how about getting somebody that can actually get people out?
I would hope they would do that. But if they are actually considering Ryan Presley, as Bob Nightingale reported, he should be the guy. He's the camp body. He's like the fourth-string running back in the third preseason game. Roll him out there. Just let him take the beating. Hey, Ryan, look, man, it's 8-2. We're not coming back. Go on. Work on some stuff.
Why not bring Verlander back? Okay,
because he's too high esteem to do that. There's too much. There's too much history
too
of winning,
hoity-toity.
and he wouldn't allow that.
He's too hoity-toity. He would never
allow you to make him that guy.
His wife would never.
And then you've got his brother will be tweeting every day about it.
Everybody loves coming back to Houston
to get their ass kicked in a chunk up roll.
Trying to get my wife to get back to Houston.
I bet it's not working.
It's not working in the least.
They got that same paycheck? Nope, beat it. You just need to shut your mouth.
Got them same expenses?
Let me ask you a question. Maybe you should, not ask you a question, make a statement. No, I'll phrase it as a question. Should you maybe just keep your mouth shut and keep just letting her do her thing?
Yeah, maybe.
Or you want to rock the boat?
Yeah, why are you talking so much? Be quiet.
You just stop talking.
She doesn't need that.
Why are you getting lippy? Don't get lippy with Wendy.
She asked me, can you talk less on the show?
She's trying to really get you she just wants less of John. If I were you, I would really not rock the boat right now. You got like 70-degree weather. Just shut up.
I'm telling you this right now. She can't afford to divorce me. Okay? She cannot afford that. So
because
I ain't going nowhere.
Yeah.
Because you know what that is? Half.
Yeah.
Half.
Not so funny when it's the other way, is it?
Not that funny, is it, Wendy? Okay? So best watch yourself.
You plan on cutting back?
Yeah.
No? Well. Okay.
All right. Watch yourself.
Those expenditures cutting back? No?
Nope.
All right, then.
We're not doing cutbacks around here.
All right.
I don't know if you heard.
I'll see you when I get back from poker.
Damn right.
She don't care if you go do that stuff. She just cares if you get a little too chatty.
She doesn't care at all.
She didn't like it when you get a little lippy.
Bruce Feldman put out his
freak list. It's finally out.
Yep. Number 1, Jeremiah Smith, Ohio State wide receiver.
He is a freak.
Did you see him while you were watching Ohio State stuff?
Yeah, when I watch college football, it's a joke. We're watching.
Oh well,
we're watching Julio Jones again.
Yeah.
Someone said Andre. I kind of see him more as a Julio Jones, although I would say he's probably
he makes
a combination of the two.
He makes such unbelievable catches.
He's got an 11-foot broad jump, according to the Freak article, and this is like the list that draft people love because it's got all kinds of intel about who the most explosive athletes are. He gets them from strength coaches. 11-foot broad jump, which is outstanding. 38-inch vertical, really, really good. 23.5 miles per hour in the GPS is not like that is an incredibly fast top-end speed. Track speed is what they're talking about. He can squat 550. Like Jeremiah Smith is the most dominant wide receiver to come out of college football. I'm trying to think. Is Megatron is that too strong? Maybe Julio came after Megatron.
College football for 3 years. That's ridiculous.
Well, because most guys aren't him.
Well, they're not.
He is the.
Okay. So he's
because why are you trying to get him? I want to keep him in our college football.
Don't you like college football?
I like college football. Do you want it to be like college basketball, where it's like
make some money?
He does. What?
He's supposed to make over $2 million this year.
You know, the bidding war came down to like the final minutes between Ohio State and Miami to get him. They kept upping the offers.
I just need him to make money.
That's poaching players.
No, we're not. I'm not talking
on the way there.
On the way before signing day.
Oh, don't worry.
That's
every
still
year there's still bonuses being given out. I hope he makes money.
Yeah. He's the last guy.
I can't go take my girlfriend to a movie.
He's on the cover of the new college football game. He's fine.
This dude is making way more than you and Wendy combined. You and Wendy can't even come close to this kid. And his cost of living, Ohio.
You don't have to put me in there, just Wendy.
Cost of living, Ohio.
Right. Oh, God. Yeah, Columbus, too.
Yeah, you're not. Don't worry. Trust me, he's fine.
He can buy
Stay
a
in
house
college
like
football.
Ashton Genty's. Okay.
Stay in college football. Oh, here it is. Caden Proctor's lean mass, 274 pounds. Body fat, 26%. I don't know if those
Caden Proctor's the offensive tackle from Alabama, who's number 2 on Bruce Feldman's list. Nick Harper, the wide receiver from South Carolina, who's really nice.
Well, he's been number 1, I think, back-to-back years. He's like he came out with this insane track speed. He runs a 1,100 meters at 6'5", 245. That's not real life stuff. That's somebody that's somebody giving him 99 speed or something. Right. If there was a Madden track and field game, that's not even fair. But this list is great. How many do you think there's anyone from Texas? University of Texas.
Ohio State. Oregon's got a few. Tennessee. Navy, Cincinnati, Vanderbilt. Oh, there's your team, Keith. Vanderbilt. Oh, yeah. Trevor Gooseby from Texas, offensive tackle. Trevor Gooseby. He's the first one that shows up from Texas. Any Texas
offensive tackle, yeah.
Offensive tackle, yeah.
Right tackle. You've got. Ooh.
I think I met this kid.
You got David Bailey, Texas Tech linebackers in there. You guys, there's not a lot of them from Texas this year, actually. Here's North Texas has somebody. There's Texas Tech has an offensive tackle, Harold Sampson, who transferred in from North Carolina, one of their purchases. Another Texas Tech offensive lineman, another purchase from Memphis. Yeah, they were purchased. They're transfer portal purchases. And that's crazy. Another North Tech. Texas A&M has 0, and North Texas has 2. Wow. University of Texas has 2. North Texas 2. Texas Tech 2.
A&M
no. Texas only has 1.
A&M better up that bag.
Let me see if Rice has anybody. No
Rice.
No Rice.
Why you take a random shot at Rice all the time?
I was just checking.
You always like to take a shot at Rice.
Spend some money. All right.
Oh, what?
Sam Houston is in here.
Is
no university. Nope. Sam Houston's in there. No University of Houston.
Wow.
Connor Wegman didn't make the list?
Connor Wegman did not
make
the list.
He didn't make the list as one of Feldman's freaks?
No.
Nope. SMU didn't have anybody in there. TCU, nope.
And look, Memphis has got people in there. Wake Forest. Man. Vanderbilt's got a couple people. No wonder Keith loves them.
They need 25 more.
Yeah.
Georgia's got Georgia Tech, yeah.
Tulane. FAU's got a couple.
Now you gotta Bruce talks to
Texas
most
A&M
of these.
doesn't have a freak.
Well, I mean, there's no way. Did the strength coach not? I mean, that's a big program. There's no way he didn't get with the strength coach. But it's up to the strength coach to answer the questions and get, fight to get his guys on there with legitimate information. There's not a lot of Georgias on here either, so I'm kind of wondering. True. I'm kind of wondering if they not until number 96. So I'm kind of wondering if they even answered the call on that one.
Obviously answered it if they got somebody in there.
Yeah, that's true.
Yep. All right. 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, you're more than welcome. Time to talk about John. He's a freak. John Daspit.
John Daspit, yeah. Two degrees at Texas, a degree at University of Houston, a law degree. And he's someone who has done some NIL stuff, actual real NIL, name, image, likeness. He did commercials with the likeness of players. Like, he did what was supposed to be done with NIL. It was legitimate and real. I don't know if he's still going to do it right now or not, but one of the reasons he was very intent on making sure and doing deals locally with guys who are local, guys who played high school here. He wanted to kind of get back to the community. It's something he's done. I don't focus on it as much now as what's going on. I just want you to know that he's the one who does bike drops. He does Thanksgiving stuff. He has a special setup for Thanksgiving. He does a lot of stuff with schools, with inner city schools. He wants to make sure that he gives back to the community. He's from here. Went to high school here, as I mentioned. I gave you his, his degrees as well. And this is where he practices law. I mean, look, he's got places all over the state, 12 different places along this, throughout the state, because there's areas where you have, severe injuries that take place. Severe accidents on the roadway can happen anywhere along the coastline. There's a lot of, offshore accidents that happen that can be very, very severe. But John Daspit wants to take care of the people, who have taken care of him over the years. And so he fights for you, passionately pursues justice for the injured. And it's a phone number that's easy to remember. If you ever have issues where you just want to consult, it's a free consultation, and find out, what the next step should be when you're involved in some type of accident at the workplace or out on the roadway, wherever the case may be. It's 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or go to daspitlaw.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Former Texan Thomas Booker traded, fifth rounder a couple of years ago, 2022, for Jacorian Bennett. This is not an important thing for us here, but Jacorian Bennett apparently ranked first among quarterbacks with corners with 450-plus snaps. 0 TDs allowed, 176 yards allowed, just second in all of football. 18 receiving yards, 18 receptions allowed, third. 7 pass breakups. He played really well, and he was traded to Philadelphia for some reason. That just isn't it a red flag? The guy who's
well,
playing
yeah.
well.
I mean, it's you wonder how many snaps. How many snaps did he have?
Well, 450 plus.
Yeah, it's a decent. That's a decent amount. Yeah, that's a pretty good amount actually.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
So that's.
I mean, Thomas Booker, we've had here is just a guy.
Yeah,
I mean, that's just interior depth. Based on his age, I'm trying to remember. I think he's got probably contract coming up, but still, that's a little bit unusual.
He missed last year, or 2 years ago. He missed 23, played in 24, and now he's traded. This will be his third team.
That's interesting.
Yep. A fifth rounder from the Texans.
So he didn't play in 20. He didn't play in 22. He had 7 starts last year. Played 10 games. He's got 11 total starts. Like it's not, it's not some crazy amount. But he's got to be a lot more helpful than a Thomas Booker would be. He ran a 4.30 at the combine. He had had a 40-inch vertical leap. Like these are crazy.
Why would you trade
numbers.
away a guy who had that kind of production? Got to be something. That's to me is a red flag. That kind of production for a Thomas Booker, that's a red flag. So we found out a couple of things. Well, okay, so Saturday, you're going to have your first game. You're going to be against Minnesota. J.J. McCarthy is going to play. D'Amico, okay, the running back situation. But Juwan Jordan apparently is running really well. Woody Marks. Here, D'Amico broke down the running back. Dameon Pierce came back yesterday, which was nice. But the running back position now, and there's a possibility. None of us know how long you're not going to have your number one guy, but and that could be a real problem, especially with the way that Chubb has looked so far. But here's D'Amico talking about the running backs and how they've looked so far.
Our backs have done a really good job, man. Woody Marks has stepped in, and he's made some really nice runs over the past couple of days. Jawar is playing fast. It shows he's playing, and Chubb he plows behind his pads, and he's going to gain yardage. So all those guys collectively have done a really good job at the running back room.
All right. Go ahead, Del. I saw your comment.
Woof. Chubb. Okay. Let me get something out. He really oh boy, it ain't been over in this much over in a long time. Woo.
He plows behind his pads.
That was rough.
That's just like.
He didn't know what to say.
He runs hard, straight up the blocker's back as hard as he can because he can't elude tacklers. He didn't say it, but that's what I heard.
Yeah, he didn't even mention Chubb first.
His pads.
He didn't even mention him first, which you would think because it's Nick Chubb, he would.
Well, here's the thing. In practice, you're not. A lot of times, I mean, while it's contact with pads, sometimes you don't go full out, and so running backs typically will not just try to lower their head and finish runs. They're trying you're trying to elude a guy on the second level. It's not
plowing behind his pads.
Yeah, that's not good.
I don't know what that means.
It doesn't sound
He's
right.
not
Dell
elusive.
immediately went
Doesn't
to
sound
two
like
thumbs down.
You want to listen to it again?
You got a little. Oh no, that doesn't mean
D'Amico and I are not worried about Nick Chubb.
Jawar is playing fast. It shows he's playing, and Chubb he plows behind his pads, and he's going to gain yardage. So all
that pause.
He was searching.
So he figured out what he needed to say.
That's not good.
Plowing behind his pads. Like, this isn't even.
Wow.
Is this drills where you are looking to create contact and finish runs falling forward in practice? That doesn't feel right.
Is Nick Chubb cooked like Lincoln Riley's brisket?
That thing is that brown tint that I've never even seen that color before.
Ooh, I hope not.
He might be. He might be. Haven't heard any superlatives coming out of camp about him.
Yeah.
Well, you take that for what it's worth, but I have not heard any superlatives.
Is Nick Chubb going to make any kind of a contribution this year?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He'll be a backup running back. Yeah. Are you asking if he's going to be good?
Is. You think he's going to make a contribution?
A contribution? Yeah, he'll play.
I mean, like
he'll contribute.
Listen, he'd have to play pretty well to be on the field, right? Or you move on.
Or Joe Mixon is not there.
Well, if Joe Mixon's not there, but maybe you play one of the young guys, Jawar, or you play.
No, you're not sticking a 188-pound running back in the mix. You're not putting a rookie in Woody Marks in there on third downs where you're worried about pass protection with your offensive line. This is a veteran. This is going to be a vet. Unless they go get a different veteran off of they trade for one or cut. It's going to be Nick Chubb.
From the sounds of it, I mean, if Dameon Pierce is ever going to do anything, now's the time.
This would be the time.
Now's the time. Yep. No question. This would be really, really nice time for Dameon Pierce to go back to his rookie year.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And apparently with this gap scheme, this is better for him.
Should be.
Yeah,
maybe should be. He
Dameon
ran
Pierce
pretty well last year.
Maybe Dameon Pierce is going to have a resurgence.
Dameon was okay last year. He ran better.
Yeah,
maybe he will. And maybe he will. Like, I think based on just what we're hearing, it sounds like Damien's got a much better chance of getting you yards than Nick Chubb does.
Yes.
But Damien's got to be out there.
Yeah, does it sound like Nick is hitting the hole?
I mean,
real quick.
Truth be told, right now with what's going on with Nick, it's probably Nick, Dameon, Joe Mixon, and Dar. Well, no, you got to have Woody Marks on that team, and Woody has looked pretty good according to John Harris. So I don't know. I don't know who's in some trouble here unless Joe Mixon starts on the PUP list. And even then, I guess you're carrying 4. I'd always thought Dameon Pierce was going to be the one who may be odd man out, but honestly, if Nick Chubb doesn't have it, but but here's the problem. D'Amico has already made a point about him protecting the quarterback on third down, that he knows where to go. That kind of stuff is so unbelievably important to coordinators and head coaches, not getting a quarterback hit. Like, that could end up, they might be willing to take 3.4 yards to carry if you got somebody who knows what they're doing protection-wise against blitzes.
I'll take 3.4 right now out of Nick Chubb.
He had 3.2 last year, so I guess it would be an improvement.
Yeah. I'll take 3.4 right now.
That's not great. Well, he's going to be. That's why I think he's going to be a contributor. Mm-hmm. I think he's going to, because I think Joe Mixon, the stuff on Joe Mixon, my guess is real, that he's not going to be maybe ready to go when the season starts. And if that's the case, is he even going to be 100% by week 2?
Do you care? Apparently you don't care about the team. That's all you care about is yourself and getting clicks.
Why is that?
Because that's what D'Amico said. If you're talking about Joe Mixon,
do you really care about Joe Mixon?
I care about Joe Mixon.
Keep Joe Mixon out your mouth.
Or you
I don't want him in my mouth.
Looking to report something. Do you care about the player himself?
Yeah, I care about him.
Now but you're speculating on his availability.
I think a lot of people would tell you that if there's one guy who cares more about Joe Mixon on this team than anybody else, it's me on this show.
A lot of people, huh?
Oh,
yeah.
I don't.
On this show, I'm one of the highest care about Joe Mixon guys on this show.
Did you flagrantly just say Joe Mixon not starting the season?
I did not, because my hope and dreams is that he's ready to go.
Said if he doesn't,
to practice for week 1. I'm not even thinking about Joe Mixon not being.
I didn't think about Joe Mixon
ready because I think about Joe Mixon's health and long-term ability to walk. So I hope Joe Mixon is
care about his ability to walk.
Yes, I care about him.
Is he in a? Where is he?
I care about him so much that I think about his
that it
life
hurts
beyond football.
Yeah, walking.
I care about him so much.
You are so concerned.
Sometimes it hurts,
and you're only concerned about his ability to help the team.
Clicks.
I care about him as an individual.
Cares about clicks.
Oh, okay.
That's all. He's reporting Joe Mixon might not start the season.
Are you reporting that? ESPN 97.5's Lance Zierlein?
I'm not.
You speculated.
Yeah, I'm speculating.
Because you don't care about Joe Mixon.
It makes sense. Him and Ian Rappaport work for the same place, so it makes sense that they don't care that much about Joe Mixon.
That's right. And we have a town hall meeting on August 7th.
Oh, my. About how many bajillions you're making, the league is making? And all the cutbacks
no one on that call is going to be like, yeah, bring me my cash.
By the way, they're talking about ESPN taking over the red zone and showing commercials.
They're talking about it. Yeah. It's going to happen. What do you mean?
They're going to show commercials?
Show commercials.
Well, I don't know
on
about
red
all
zone.
that.
Yep.
Terrible.
What they need to do is like put a Snickers bar up in the corner.
Yeah, like soccer used to do. Soccer used to do that when they realized, well, we can't actually leave this game no matter how boring we think it is, so they would just put a giant Snickers commercial, like a 20-second commercial back during the World Cup. I think they did it in '94. The first time America ever cared about a World Cup, it was like, hey, drink Budweiser. 20 seconds. They would mute the field audio and just play a commercial. They did it in Mexico for a while,
yeah.
Spanish language television. I think they did it for the U.S. World Cup as well. Got to get those ads in. Then they realized, wait a minute, it's not great. We're not treating the sport like we should, so they stopped doing it. So, yeah, I don't want to leave Scott Hansen. If you want to put up a Metamucil ad right in the left-hand corner, cool. But stay on the games.
Yeah. All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776 is the number to hang out with us here on ESPN. I got to tell you, I mean, I was just thinking about it the other day, how good I feel. And it's all because of Game Day Men's Health. I just feel so much better. I got so much more energy. I just, it just is so different, so good. And I've been doing testosterone replacement for a while. I've tried a couple of different places. One of the reasons that I picked the place that I went to is because of its proximity, being really close to my house. And that was convenient. There's no question about it. But it wasn't because it was the best. It wasn't because they helped me. It wasn't because they were so attentive. It wasn't because they cared about my goals or anything else. It was because it was close. That's not a reason to pick a testosterone replacement place. My thing to you is this. Game Day Men's Health, they've got 11 locations, and they're adding locations all the time. Go to Game Day Men's Health and see the difference. See the labs, see the free consultation, see how they go about it as opposed to charging it every time, do a monthly fee. I mean, it's just different. I just really, really like the way Game Day Men's Health goes about it. And I've been doing this for a while. And I really like Game Day. And I drive further now because I just feel like it's better. So if you're somebody you want to see, if you've been doing it before or you haven't done any testosterone replacement yet, you want to find out whether or not you're a candidate, you want to find out whether or not you can feel better, if maybe you're getting heavy, whatever the case may be, Game Day Men's Health will help you out. Feel better, look better. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Tell them you heard it here.
Hey, guys, one of the places I love going, and it's one of the places my kids before school kicks off as we go to St. Arnold and have unbelievable food there. But I got to tell you, the private events are awesome. We're going to have our big listener appreciation party there, an event there, and there's a beer for everyone there. Their beer garden is a place for everyone. Phenomenal beer garden. Great to go watch baseball games. And the private events, in terms of the space, they've got a space that's right for you that you can hold your private event there for weddings, family reunions, big birthday bashes, company happy hours, trade shows, corporate meetings, holiday gatherings, celebrations of life, whatever it is, they've got it there. And people are taking advantage of it because of their great space. For groups smaller than 100 people, they've got the Investors Pub. For larger groups, they have the Beer Hall. They have full audio and visual capabilities, AV capabilities, so you can get done whatever work that needs to be done there. They can do that, or for fun events like like I said, for wedding events in terms of pre or post, whenever you're doing the rehearsal dinner, if you want to do something afterwards, they've got the great AV there to set you up as well. They offer a full in-house catering menu by the St. Arnold chef and an appetizer table to a full-on feast. You can go from anywhere in between. Book your event now, especially the holiday parties, to get prime dates, whether it's a daytime rental or evening rental, weekday, weekend, it really doesn't matter. It's going to be at St. Arnold. Get started at starnold.com. Check out the private events. That's starnold.com. Click on private events to get yours started today.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
I am looking at a report right now, injury report. Matthew Stafford very likely play week 1. High concern for in-season re-aggravation. Will Anderson on his back hitting him. Daniil Hunter hitting him from behind. Yeah, I would say there's a good chance for re-aggravation. Okay? That's what I would say.
I wouldn't play him just to be safe on that first game.
I wouldn't either. Jimmy Garoppolo, let's go.
Doesn't make a lot of sense to play an injury-prone guy like Matt Stafford, so let's just leave him out.
Yep.
And I wouldn't play, just to be on the safe side, I also wouldn't play Jared Verse. Just to, get him an extra week.
What reason is
get
he
him an extra?
Safe.
Well, just get him an extra week
Just
to
to
get
be
cranked
safe.
up. You don't have
I'm
a
with
fourth preseason game anymore.
So, okay.
So I wouldn't play him.
Anybody on the Texans you'd hold out?
Nope.
To get them
I'd play
cranked up?
I'd play everyone.
Got it. Understood.
I'd play everyone.
Who is it wants to talk about CJ? Mike? Mike wants to talk CJ here. What do you say, Mike?
Hey, guys. Hey, I had a question. So, going the trend that it's going, we're having a herd O-line and everything. Let's just say the Fat Boys decide not to block again. Do we expect more running from CJ and more throwing on the move? I don't know if they adopt more of a Kansas City style, or even back in the day when Wilson was a little more mobile with Seattle, where they kind of design throws on the move more, kind of maybe more play action stuff. Also, I know someone who put a futures bet down on the Texans to win more than 10 games. Was that a stupid bet? I'm just asking for a friend. Anyways, that was it. Thanks, guys.
Nah, I don't think it's stupid.
10 wins is.
I don't think you're asking about 11 wins. I don't think it's stupid. I mean, you're going to have one of the better defenses in the AFC. You play in a weak division. You don't have your schedule is not considered as tough as last year. I don't think it's. I think you could be okay. It's just what we're looking at is there's been some not good offenses that have won a lot of games, but you usually have to have a great defense. You need to have really good special teams typically. Your third phase has to be good too, but I don't know. I mean, I can see them winning 11 games. I don't think it's that outrageous, especially when you've got 6 games. 6 of these games are going to be division opponents, and it's not the toughest division. So you're talking about winning, 5 more games. Well, of course, I'm giving you a sweep of the division, probably a little aggressive, but
I could see him being 5-1.
I could see him being 5-1,
4-2, even 4-2.
4-2, then you got to win 7 games outside of division. That's a little trickier.
So Warren Sharp has the Texans with the 8th toughest schedule in football.
He does?
Yes.
Well, it's not number 1, is it?
No, it is not number 1. You are correct there, but it is 8th, which pretty tough. Going by his analytical mind, he thinks it's pretty tough for them. Their Vegas win total currently is 9.5. At least when he made the article, which was a couple days ago. 9.5.
10. It's 9.5.
Yeah.
He's got to win 10.
But he said win more than 10.
He
Mike
said win more than 10?
Yeah, that's
Where
what
did
he
you get
said.
10.5?
I'm not sure where he got that number from.
Maybe
but
he got 10, but not 10.5.
Yeah.
But to me, if you got 10.5, you made a mistake. But it's not like they can't win. I don't know. This offense is not. We'll have to see.
A lot of question marks. That's mostly we don't know, right?
Mm-hmm.
How is Jaden Higgins going to be as the other outside receiver?
Yeah.
What's the offensive line going to be like? This isn't me saying it's going to be bad. It's just we don't know.
Everywhere I see in fantasy football rankings, Christian Kirk is their number 2, and I'm not sure that's the case. If I had my druthers, or if I had a choice, I'm taking Jaden Higgins over. I'm taking Jaden Higgins over Christian Kirk in fantasy. You guys?
You're taking Jaden Higgins over Christian Kirk in fantasy. Number 1, I don't know how high I would take either one of them.
No, that's not what I said.
No, right. I'm just making that. Just
Right.
want to
But
position
if you had
this.
your choice, if they're both sitting there,
I think I'm
ninth
going
round.
Christian Kirk.
Well, the talk of all this quick passing game and
That's
getting the
more
ball out of
Kirk.
CJ's hands quicker and run after the catch stuff that Nico Collins has talked about, that feels more like a Kirk type coded system as opposed to the Jaden Higgins stuff. I'm just going by what Nico Collins said. Like, I don't know. And CJ didn't mind getting the ball to his shorter to intermediate route guy and Stephon Diggs last year either. He got a lot of targets. I would be surprised if Higgins outperforms Kirk as far as targets are concerned. By the evidence of what this offense is supposed to look like, that feels like getting Kirk in the slot and getting him the ball quick on option routes and stuff like that. But we'll see.
Yeah. I don't know. I think Jaden Higgins is going to I do. I think that he's going to play a bigger role. I do.
He could. He could. It's just, a lot of it's going to depend on is he just going to be a slant? Is he going to be, is he going to catch a lot of slants? I don't know that he has the immediate juice off the line where you're not going to press him. So I don't know that hitches are going to really be a thing for him. I think he's going to have guys pressing him and staying with him. So it'll be interesting to see how the Texans utilize him, what their game plan for him is, because I already know Nico on the other side is going to be the guy. He's going to get, his target number is going to be substantial. It's going to be really high. So Nico Collins, I haven't had any fantasy drafts or anything like that. I guess I need to look at his average draft position, but where is he? Is he going first round right now in ADP, or is he going second?
Oh, Nico?
Yeah.
First.
He is?
He'll be the fourth wide receiver taken, and probably maybe 3 running backs ahead of him.
12 team. What are we doing? Are we a PPR here? I'm looking at average draft position in fantasy football calculator, which I like that one. All CBS. I don't know if this is a PPR, but
I've got 100 different ones right now.
Nico Collins, I've got his number 13, so it'd be right there, borderline. He's
in that one.
Yeah, he's back end of on there because they do simulations, and so he's at 12. He's at basically tied for 12th. Basically, he's right there, the border of first name. So that's pretty good.
And who's
Ashton Genty, Malik Neighbors, Derrick Henry.
See, I'm
Puka
worried.
Nacua.
Malik Neighbors has a toe, and he doesn't have a quarterback. So I'm not.
Why he's practicing? What do you mean he's got a toe?
Russell Wilson.
Practicing.
Yeah, he's got a toe though.
Puka. What did you see his stats last year with no quarterback?
They were. Listen.
They're pretty good for a rookie.
They were pretty good.
You project rookie quarterbacks
if you go
moving
and
forward.
You break it down, he really wasn't. He only had like 3 weeks where he was a top 10.
Yeah, but he's a rookie
receiver.
too. And I would argue, I don't know if his quarterback play got better. I think it got better. I think it got better with Russell Wilson over Daniel Jones. You have to put it in perspective. Interesting. We're back to 3 running backs here. Bijan 2, Saquon 3, and Jahmyr Gibbs 4 in this.
Excuse me. Bijan.
I'm sorry, Bijan. That's right.
Stop saying
Bijan Robinson 2, Saquon 3. Although they're just right there, neck and neck, and then Jahmyr Gibbs. So looks like the running backs. And I know we had who was that who said that the other day about? Oh, I think it was John Chill was talking about that. By the way, tomorrow's our first Josh Pate visit, college football with
nice.
Josh Pate. Yeah, looking forward to talking some college ball with Josh Pate, and then we're going to work on getting somebody fantasy football wise on as well.
I got Nico Collins 7th in this one.
Mm-hmm. What is that one?
7th overall. Yahoo Fantasy Football.
Oh, that's for losers.
Overall. Jamar 1, Bijan 2nd, Saquon, Jahmyr Gibbs, Justin Jefferson, CD, and then Nico.
Yeah, but I was just told that's a loser ranking.
Yeah, that's what the streets are saying.
That's okay.
No, he's going to be top. I mean, he's going to be top 12. He should be. I mean, wherever he is, push him up because he's going to get a ton of targets. Because historically, quarterbacks, he can't. C.J. Stroud has only known Nico Collins, and now you're going to throw some rookies at him. He ain't going to be looking at rookies. He's going to be looking at the veteran. That's why I think when it's all said and done, I think Higgins could end up maybe not having the impact that I initially thought he would, just because if CJ starts to think that his protection's not going to be great, he's going to plan escape routes early on in the play. And that escape route is probably going to be looking to number 12. I mean, that's a very common occurrence for quarterbacks who worry about protection. Their target numbers for their best players are just all through the roof. And that's what I think is going to happen here with Nico, because Nico's that good too. So we'll see. I mean, who's going to be better between? Well, I trust Jaden Higgins will stay on the field more than I do Christian Kirk, to be honest with you, the way Christian Kirk's been hurt. I'm kind of with Dell. I think Christian Kirk may get more targets per snap based on CJ, based on the style of offense they're supposedly going to run. But I wonder if either one of them are really going to be a factor. Looking at how they have it here in the average draft position from Fantasy Football Calculator, they've got, come on here. I'm trying to see where they have the Houston Texans. And Nico, they've got 6th wide receiver. And you don't get another Houston Texan until still going. Boy, look at all these good wide receivers. Holy crap, we're playing in a great time for wide receivers.
It is. It really is.
It's unbelievable. Let's see, I'm at number 33, still going. Wide receiver, I'm at number 40, still going.
Mm-hmm.
Jaden Reed, still going. Matthew Golden is ahead of people. Darnell Mooney is ahead of our wide receivers. Trey Harris is ahead of our wide receiver. There it is. Christian Kirk, 11th round.
Yeah.
Christian Kirk, 11th round, and then Jaden Higgins, 12th round. Yeah. And you know what? Honestly, that sounds about right to me.
That's right.
Based on what I thought was going to happen. I think that's right.
No, the T. Higgins is up there. There's only one team that really has 2 top guys in the first 4
the team you would expect.
Yeah. Right.
Jamar and Higgins,
It's hard
1
to
and
get
12.
That second guy. That second guy going to be drafted high. That's Devontae Smith. Yeah, I mean it's going to be real hard.
Do you guys think any of those wide receiver combos are as late to practice as you guys are to breaks?
Wow.
No, they probably get to practice on time.
Yeah, probably. They probably don't talk about HRP as much as we do either. And we talk about HRP because we love HRP, because we know HRP. It is, listen, it's more than just HRP, okay? I know because I have an in with the company, and I've got a lot of insight into what they do. And, they're going to make sure that your benefits packages are awesome. But they don't sell the benefits packages. That's the key to this whole thing. The HR and the payroll they do. They're going to do the taxes for you. They're going to make sure that it's done perfectly with the Affordable Care Act. But the benefits packages are, and this is really, really important for those of you that have admin companies, and they do all their benefits packages as well. They're putting their benefits packages on you because that's what they sell, right? As opposed to HRP, where they're out there looking for the best benefit packages for your people, the insurance packages, the 401k packages. It's really, really important that you break this down and you look at it, because when it's all said and done, HRP is going to take care of that business, but they're going to make sure that you get the best for your people. We got the best for our people. You'll get the best for your people, because they're not out there trying to make money off their benefits packages. They're trying to get the best one for your company. It's a big difference. So if you're looking for a company to take care of you and your business all the way through, from HR to payroll to benefits packages, hrp.net, 281-880-6525 or hrp.net.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. Our Astros win yesterday, 8-2. Kicked some ass. Jason Alexander was awesome. Really like Jesus Sanchez. Nice swing. He's going to have to be taken out against left-handers. Can't hit lefties. So, I mean, you've seen him being pitch hit for a couple of times already. So that's going to be – but you're facing mostly right-handers. But he's a big part of it. Yiner's swinging the bat really well. Carlos looks nice at the plate. Looks like he's comfortable. Back. Jeremy Pena looks awesome. Jeremy Pena just looks awesome. It's great to see. Brian King struggling. but he's maybe hit a bit of a wall. Hopefully he'll be able to fight through this. He hasn't looked great in his last 6 outings. 5 of them he hasn't had a clean sheet. One of them he had 3 hits, didn't give up a run, but he's given up 2 runs in 3 straight outings. So gotta stop that a little bit. But otherwise, that's a nice win. You've got a bullpen game today, and then you got Spencer Arrighetti starting tomorrow, which is nice. So the Astros with a much needed, holy crap, they needed to stop the bleeding. And when you got that, Lance, you throw your stopper out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jason Alexander.
Yeah.
Right?
That's what he did. He stopped.
He stopped it. Yep.
And you had, it's always nice to put the game into the deep freeze by about the 4th inning. That's always nice.
Yeah. Well, you put up a big crooked number, and that's nice. Yeah, everybody hitting it in the same inning is really, really cool. That's a lot of fun. Jumping up 5, 6 runs, and your pitcher's doing a nice job holding them. That's nice. That's that's what I'm looking for.
Mm-hmm.
That's the kind of ball game I'm looking for.
Me too. And this is I like that Yiner has been, he's pretty much been Yiner for a while now.
Yeah.
Like it's not, he's not hitting 300 or anything like that. He's not killing it, but he's got some home runs. I feel like Yiner has settled into who he's going to be this year. I feel pretty good about it. Sanchez has been a great addition. He's been a good addition. I don't know, great addition might be a little bit much, but he's one that I like a lot. And how about this, John? You look at the lineup, and they've changed the lineup and the order around, but all of a sudden 1 through 5 looks real again.
Yeah.
It looks like a real lineup
Yeah,
again.
right. Exactly. Yiner went from a 658 OPS in June to an 842 in July.
Yeah.
Big difference. Caratini was hitting, in the 3-hole and 4-hole and then until Yiner came around. And now Yiner's catching a lot more games. Yiner's a better hitter when he catches.
Mm-hmm.
He's a much better hitter. I don't know why. Sometimes
why is
he's
that?
Just more focus as opposed to DHing. Right? Yiner likes to hit. Most of his homers come. Maybe all of his homers have come when he's catching. So, if you can get him back there, get him back there because that's what he. A lot of guys don't like DHing because it's just too much downtime.
Yeah, I would love to be a DH and not have to catch.
Yeah.
How about that? The beating you take, the pressure on your knees, like, why in the world would you want to have to catch? I guess it keeps you in the game. You feel like you have more of an impact on the game. Although, a lot of times this is being done with, this is good. This is being done with pitches being called. Pitches aren't even called by a lot of the catchers anymore anyway, so it doesn't even matter.
Right.
Oh, I frame it. I got to frame it up. Okay,
well,
that's fine.
It's kind of a big deal. Framing it up right.
No, it is. I mean, we haven't had a good – I'm not sure the last time we had a good catch framer. Machete, for as good as he was defensively, he was not a good framer of the pitch. Not at all. I watched some other catchers in there, and I was like, holy crap, these catchers are wizards.
Yeah.
Just really good with pitch framing. Then you watch Machete, and you realize, everything was working down or working outside of the zone. Instead of him coming from out to in, he was going in to out. I was like, what are we doing here? I almost had to step in and say something, but I was just figured, well, it's just going to fall on deaf ears.
You should have gotten in there and said something.
I know.
Yeah.
I know, but I just decided to stay in my lane, but I think I could have helped.
Yep. 713-780-3776. Stay in your lane. We got to stay on time. That's why we're going to break.
Don't have to.
We kind of do. Well, yeah, we kind of do.
There is one
job.
legal thing we should do every hour.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So
at a certain time.
Let's do that now. Right here. And we'll get back to it. If you want to, 713-780-3776. All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 1 hour to go here this morning. We've talked a bunch of Astros and Texans this morning. If there's anything that you want to talk about, you're more than welcome to get in. The Texans in the offensive line, Cam Robinson going down, moving Ariante Ursery to left tackle, Titus Howard to right tackle, and bringing in Juice Scruggs. That's good news for Juice Scruggs because we've been talking about Juice. It's not great news for Blake Fisher, not great news for Jared Patterson. Who else are we missing that they brought? Trent Brown, not great news for him.
Have we heard his name once?
Not once. No, I don't know that Trent Brown. He's probably odd man out here.
Ed Ingram as well?
Huh?
Ed Ingram, throw him in there, that odd man out thing as well.
Is Ed Ingram, is he still alive? Is he?
I don't know that he's dead. I feel like he didn't have a great year last year, but if he was
never
dead,
going to be a factor.
But if he was dead, I think we would have been alerted to that.
Trent Brown either.
Trent Brown is coming back from a patellar injury. They're going to just stash him for when they need him. He'll go on the PUP or IR or designated to return. That's all that will be. He's going to be an insurance policy.
Yeah, looking at the first unofficial depth chart that the Texans have released, of course, with no Joe Mixon, Nick Chubb, despite him running up the back of his own lineman to gain yards, he's the starter.
On his pads.
That's what I heard. Yes, D'Amico certainly was very effusive in his praise of Nick Chubb. He's the starter with Dameon Pierce now activated as your backup. Woody Marks a distant fourth there. Higgins is your starter, but the offensive line as it stands, no Trent Brown because he's unavailable. But it is Jared Patterson as the starter. So Jake Andrews has gotten a lot of first-team reps at center, but Jared Patterson is their starter currently.
Well, is he though?
Well, according to the unofficial depth chart that they put out there.
Is he though? If Jake Andrews is out there,
I don't know.
The first team every day.
So the earlier for 3 days, I think it might have been 3 days in a row, it was Jared Patterson who was out there with the first team, and then they flipped the last couple days to Jake Andrews. As Lance, I think, said earlier, maybe last week or even yesterday, those two guys are going to be getting reps, and they'll figure it out likely during preseason football and their practices against whoever they're practicing against this in the upcoming weeks. Because they have a couple joint practices, I think, coming up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's all that is.
So they'll figure it out.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. I don't even know that. It probably doesn't matter who starts even on Saturday night.
I don't think it does.
No.
I don't think it does. Like I said, if the Texans end up going with a player with one career start who didn't even play football last year and who's got 70 total offensive snaps in 2 years, if he's the starter at center, now remember, he was a New England guy. So I'm trying to remember if Cole Popovich was there when they drafted him, because actually Nick was over here when New England drafted him. So Nick wasn't even over here. But looking at Cole Popovich's timeline to see if he had – he wasn't here. He hasn't been in New England since 2020. So, yeah. Even though he's a New England guy, there's really no direct ties. There's no direct ties from the Houston Texans coaching-wise or front office-wise other than, he was drafted. He was signed and was on, was with the New England Patriots. But those guys, this is why you do all the work on, like, they had their own scouting report on. The Texans had their own scouting report on Jake Andrews. So they go back to that. They go back to that intel and information. Yeah. They go back and search that, and they say, okay, we liked him. We thought we had a 6th-round grade on him, or whatever the case may be. And that's what they do. So even if he hasn't played much football, the Texans obviously liked him coming out. It is interesting, though, that guys like Juice Scruggs and Jared Patterson, who have game experience, even in playoffs, are right now potentially behind a guy with one career start and 70 snaps to his name over 2 years. And when I say 2 years, one of them he didn't even play because he was hurt. So that's a really interesting situation in here in Houston. It really lets you know that literally probably 3 of the jobs are wide open. Well, the left to maybe not. Maybe just center and right guard. No. Maybe maybe right tackle and center were the only ones that were actually really open. If Cam Robinson was already, they may have signed Cam Robinson 100% with the idea that he's our starter. But he got hurt yesterday in practice, so we're waiting to hear more about what's going on with Cam Robinson.
Well, and it's a little concerning with the Blake Fisher thing because you know what? You want to get a rookie as many reps at one position, so he gets comfortable, more and more comfortable. Now you're moving him over to the left side, which is even harder. And he's got a, it's different. It's different. So he's got a, and then you're moving your guard to tackle as opposed to just sticking Blake Fisher over there for a practice. They're moving guys around. So that's a little concerning when you're talking about the depth that they have.
Although your guard moving a tackle is actually a tackle who has moved a guard.
Right,
I mean, it's still the guy who plays right tackle. And you get Juice, your second round in there, so you should be good. Was Juice a second or third?
Juice was.
I think he was a second.
Was Juice a second too?
He was a second-round pick.
Yeah.
Wow. There's a lot of draft capital on the offensive line. A lot of draft capital.
Well, do I have to play the sounder again?
No, we know. We're not supposed to worry.
They're not concerned.
You seem not to take the hint.
Yeah.
Not even a hint, a directive. Hey, stop worrying about this.
Directive.
We're not concerned, so you shouldn't be either.
Yeah.
A directive.
This is now, I would say, you guys do 12 segments a day. We combine some because you guys can't shut up. But let's say on average you do about 11 segments a day. So that's, let's say, 22 segments in the first 2 days, but we haven't even gotten to the final finished the final hour. So about 19 segments. You've devoted about 4 of them to the offensive line in the first 2 days.
I'm not concerned.
Listen to the man.
That's not
Why are we devoting so much time to this group? They're gonna be fine. They're coming together. Every time I turn around, someone's being solidified.
Concerned. Just so you know, not concerned.
So thank you.
You know, we have not talked about yet. The guy who threw the original
Bilbo?
Green Bilbo, as we call it.
Well.
He was identified, arrested, and charged with multiple charges.
Yeah.
Is July 29th, rubber green sex toy was hailed onto the court in the middle of a play between Golden State Valkyries and Atlanta Dream. His name is Delbert.
Delbert threw the Bilbo.
It's a pretty dope name.
How about that? Delbert, Del, was that you?
Where was this game again?
Delbert Carver.
I'm trying to figure out what city I was in on that day.
Delbert Olaleye.
No, I'm here, not in cuffs, so it wasn't me.
It wasn't him. It wasn't him.
We don't know if you were arraigned, and we don't know. You don't know.
I'm telling you, no, I do know. I'm telling you right now, it wasn't me. In fact, this is probably public record, so you can look it up if you want, and you'll know it's not me.
Well, Garver might be your alias. I don't know.
I think, does it make sense to y'all that
what?
I don't know.
He spent a night in jail and was released on bond. He faces counts of disorderly conduct, public indecency, indecent exposure, criminal trespass.
Indecent exposure? What did he expose?
Well, it's a sex toy.
But that's what that classifies as?
It's public indecency / indecent exposure.
Oh, it's either
so
one,
it's,
I guess.
I think it's
one or the other.
It probably, that's what it was. I should have said that. It just falls under the same, into the same. They're going to make they're gonna go pretty hard at him. I mean, it's probably going to be a fine or whatever, but they're going to go pretty hard at him because they don't want this. We already have one copycat. The other person has not been identified, and actually, in the article I read through ESPN, I think it was ESPN reached out, and the Chicago police said we don't have an action call for that. Basically, no one called to take action about that one. So no one's getting arrested on that one, I guess.
Watched a lot of TV, too many crime shows, but when you said copycat, it just immediately made me think of conversations about serial killers. Oh, we've got a copycat.
But we did.
We've got a copycat.
Not a copycat,
thrower. Are we sure it's a copycat?
It was green, too.
Are we sure, or is it a serial Bilbo thrower?
Or is it a sleeper cell with just green Bilbos running around like this is somebody who's taking credit? Who is it that when you have an act and then they take credit for it, or they
they take credit for the act.
Usually we are the group that is taking credit for this.
Well, listen, this thing
either
has
shut your
so
league
big,
down, or we will continue to throw these objects on the court.
This thing has gotten so big it has reached the White House.
Yeah, I saw that.
Okay, did you? Okay, I put the audio in the video. Okay, Yesterday at the White House, RFK is standing up there at the podium. President, vice president, everybody is standing up there. And this is the topic of conversation by I don't know why this is a health issue. I don't know how this is a health issue. But here is RFK breaking down the Bilbo situation in the WNBA.
It's a circus in a war zone. I never thought I'd have to address this, but these overgrown behemoth women are just trying to airball free throws and blow layups in peace. The WNBA was never meant to be the UFC, okay? The Sisterhood of Traveling Elbows has been gunning for Caitlin Clark for far too long, and now the league.
Never mind.
Well, you didn't know that?
You didn't listen to it?
No. I saw it. It was the behemoth thing. I was like, yeah, this isn't real. Immediately this morning when I saw that.
It got me.
He got again.
He got by AI again? These are easy. He would never say that stuff.
Behemoth.
The first 6 seconds.
Dude, I don't know that he wouldn't say that stuff.
The first 6 seconds.
I think Trump would say it before he would.
Yeah, he might. That's harder to. But RFK's not gonna. The traveling.
I watched it.
Elbows.
I can't even. You can't even play any more videos anymore because they
that one was an obvious one.
Not to me.
He called them behemoths.
I know.
He's not gonna say that.
I know. Well, I didn't.
You played that on the air, Dell. That's on you, actually, Dell.
No, it's not.
You didn't test it. You didn't check it.
I didn't check it.
You check it for bad words.
I
did,
didn't
check it.
And I didn't hear any bad word. I assumed RFK would not curse, and John was like, "Hey, let's get to this." I was like, "All right, John, let's play it." Sometimes you just gotta let someone burn their hand.
I love that. I love that. AI, keep it up.
No, don't keep it up.
Yeah.
Now we got government officials calling WNBA players behemoths.
Behemoth.
No, don't keep it up.
I like that. Couldn't happen in the White House.
I guess. I mean, the problem is there is a way where that could happen.
Yes. Yes.
They did pick an individual.
To me, that was very believable.
Yeah, but at some point, you're leaning too much into the bit. He can't. Everything he says cannot be the worst thing that RFK could say about this situation.
Well, I don't know. You don't know. I don't know. Okay, I'll say it. I didn't know. I thought for sure. I was like, wow, this is awesome. We got to play this on the show. All right, what we got to talk about right now, as opposed to that, is collector's firearms. Collector's firearms is awesome. Also awesome. I don't care if you don't have to be a gun enthusiast to go there. How about a history buff? If you're a history buff, you go there because they've got all these artifacts. They've got all of these different collectibles from all the wars, from Revolutionary to Civil to World War I, II to recent wars, whatever it is. Look at how it has changed throughout the years. But if you are somebody, you just want to go see a tank, go. Westheimer and Voss. There's a tank right out front, okay? A real live tank. I don't know if it's live. I don't know if it's usable. But I do know that if you are somebody that looking for a gun, now they've got all these old collectible guns, but they've got new. They've got pre-owned guns. You can sell your gun there. You can buy your gun there. You can buy a pre-owned gun. You can buy a new gun. The selection is incredible. It is the biggest store, the biggest gun shop in the world. And it's the best damn gun shop in the world. And I don't even know that that's arguable. So if you're looking for a gun, and even if you're an avid gun collector or a newbie, it doesn't matter. CollectorsFirearms.com. Westheimer at Voss, CollectorsFirearms.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776.
Just quick. So the guy arrested, his name is Delbert McCarver. He's from, I guess, the Atlanta area, Georgia, somewhere in Georgia. I would say Delbert, if there was going to be a state where somebody would get arrested for something, Delbert would I would say Georgia would be one of the favorites to have a Delbert. He's definitely if a Delbert gets arrested for something and you ask him, like he could say Roll Tide, he could say Go Dogs, he could say.
I don't know, it sounds more like a nerd to me.
Delbert?
Yeah, Delbert.
Delbert McCarver? That's Southern. That's a Southern name right there. Delbert McCarver is coming from the South.
Where was it thrown?
In Atlanta.
It was in Atlanta?
Right? Yeah. So, Georgia. The state of Georgia. That sounds like where a Delbert could come from. Delbert's country.
Yeah, I guess so.
Delbert. There was a Delbert who played for the Washington Redskins way back in the day. And this Delbert, I can't remember his name. He was from, I think he was from Texas, actually. Maybe even from Lamar Consolidated. But, yeah, when I hear Delbert, I thought, okay, it's Georgia, Mississippi, or Alabama.
Sorry, you're doing this thing, and I'm being very distracted by this video of Jaden Daniels taking his mother on a full shopping day at Neiman Marcus. And to be clear, if you did not know who each person was, it looks pretty much like a younger man taking an older woman out on a date.
Kind of like we had that scenario here in Houston with our two-guard.
Sure, we did have that happen. Yes, and they have a wonderful child and a wonderful family. But I don't know. I'm a little bothered by the video.
It's getting to be a little much. I had somebody tell me, somebody from NFL Network said, boy, it is a weird-ass dynamic between those two. It is mom, but this was going on when he won the Heisman Trophy. Remember that she went kind of viral for her attitude with Jaden Daniels' dad?
Huh?
Remember that? The dad was there also, and the mom was like, if I remember correctly, she was not that excited about him being there.
It may just be the edit, but it's set up like, oh, the younger guy's taking the older woman out on the town. I don't know what's going on. I don't know any other quarterbacks' moms, to be honest with you. Do you know?
No. Well, CJ Stroud's mom.
But it's not to this level.
No.
And we only know that because he's here.
No.
In this town. I don't know Bo Nix's mom. I know his dad because he was a former player and a coach. Who else? Do you know who Jackson Dart's mom is? We know who Zach Wilson's mom is for other reasons.
Zach Wilson's mom. Yeah.
I don't know Jackson Dart's parents.
Do we know? Are they that visible?
Not that I can think of.
It's David. The most visible parents for quarterbacks, David Carr's parents.
Mm-hmm.
Well, dad, not mom.
Well, yeah, dad. The dad, because he was at practice all the time.
Yeah.
Behind the scenes, Kyler Murray's dad.
But I don't know what Kyler Murray's dad looks like. I couldn't recognize him if he was just walking about.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Lamar Jackson's mom?
Even still, she's not.
She's his agent.
Photographed.
She's a huge part of it.
I understand that, but once again, that's another woman I would not recognize if she was standing next to Mark.
That's true.
Would you know what she looks like?
No.
Mm-mm. I don't know. I think other than Zach Wilson's mom for that other reason, I think this may be the most visible mom in pro sports beyond Kevin Durant's mom. Kevin Durant's mom is very visible too. But
yeah, I cannot think of. I've never seen Aaron Rodgers' mom. I don't think she's estranged, so probably.
Yeah, probably not.
Caleb Williams' mom.
I remember that
she's
because
made an appearance.
He cried up there.
Yeah, but
she's not a visible person. She's not all around.
Especially once you make it to the pros.
Yeah.
I mean, other than in the stands.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
You could say it in the stands, but his mom's showing up on NFL Network interviews, shopping sprees. Like, it's wild. Juju Watkins,
Well, that went viral. Yeah.
Yeah. It is. She may have to let him spread his wings and be a grown. I know he's your little boy, but you got to let him grow up.
I understand not wanting him to have a Shannon Sharp situation, get caught up in anything. So I get that part of it. I just can't remember a time
Did he put that video out, or did
I don't
somebody
know.
following him around?
Well, they weren't. Well, they had someone follow them around. It wasn't like TMZ. It's all produced and edited, so they did it themselves. It's part of some package.
He wants to have his mom out there like that?
Well, it's showing him treating her well, which is fine. It's a Neiman Marcus shopping spree. They have dinner, all this stuff.
This is getting it's too much. Dude, let him grow up. My goodness.
It's just very just watch it. I mean, it's like
weird.
It's odd.
Weird.
It's an odd thing. Because like Ashton Genty is like shopping for a home. We know I think it's for his mom. We see athletes do this all the time where that home's probably too expensive for his rookie deal. But either way, athletes will buy their parents' homes. That's understood. That's when you see them in these heartwarming moments where, hey, I got my mom a house. She took care of me for all this time. Now it's time for me to give back. Got it. This is another thing altogether.
Yeah. Ashton Genty is assuming he's having a big second contract. I saw 12.5, and I also saw $15 million house.
Ooh.
Yeah.
You're a running back, bro.
Yeah.
You can't be getting wide receiver houses.
Not as a rookie.
You need to be getting running back
Not
houses.
as a rookie, but if I'm a bank, I'm like, yep, come on.
No.
And you know how much of that paycheck is going to that?
We got to
payment?
get some running back. We got to get running back houses. We can't.
Man, that's just a poor decision.
Yeah, we can't do that. We got to get running back houses.
All right, let's get Jeff in Clear Lake in here. Jeff, what's going on?
Hey, good morning, fellas. How are you?
Good.
Hey, first of all, I want to just real quick to Dell. You still owe me for the hot dog and beer on Tuesday night in Atlanta. So I just want to throw that out there.
It was you then,
That was
Dell.
not me.
You threw it.
And it's a lie.
Anyway.
You know it's not true because he mentioned beer.
Oh, yeah. That's right. Yeah. You should have said Big Red or
Anyways.
Mr. Pibb.
Maybe it was a big.
I don't
Red.
think Mr.
Hey,
Pibb's
I
even alive
I
anymore.
caught a little bit of last night's show with the Killer Bees. I wanted to get your opinion on with Tunsil with the false starts. Aren't you in the huddle when this all begins? I mean, don't you know where to line up, where these people line up in a neutral zone, and don't you know when the snap count is? I don't understand why there's so much false starts, but there's so many people lining up and you're looking down at the ball. I don't understand how hard that can be. I mean, I understand you're nervous in the situations, but you're in the huddle. I mean, there's no reason, you're going on red 7 or Hollywood 8, whatever you're going to go on. You know this. Why are you still offsides all the time for false
He's
start?
trying to get a quick start so that he's not beaten to the outside. And it's actually pretty selfish because he's jumping the gun on his quarterback, trying to make sure that he doesn't get beat. And he's costing his team 5 yards how many times a year? But that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to make sure that he's not getting beat to the outside.
Yeah, I understand. It's just you're in the huddle. You understand what's going to happen. You know what I mean? It's definitely selfish, but it shouldn't be happening.
Right.
No,
Well,
it shouldn't be happening.
It's
That's
second, though. It is split second. It's not like, he just doesn't know he's too dumb or something like that. It's not that. It's actually just I'm trying to anticipate my quarterback and beat that defensive end.
Yeah. So it's not. Yeah. It's I can understand if you're on edge, and you're on edge because you see movement. Even if you know what the snap count is, you see movement, and boy, you're reacting to that movement. But if that movement draws you into, a position of false start, it's typically going to be on the defense. If they simulate or if they move into the neutral zone, causing you to move, you're not. His are just he's moving. Like his are selfish because he's like, I'm just not going to get beat. I don't care if we get a 5-yard penalty. I'm going to keep trying to guess snap count. He knows snap count. He's trying to time it up, is what he is trying to do. And that consistent 5-yard penalty has been across every year with the Texans. 2 years he led the league in it. It's just not good. I mean, he knows the snap count. That's the whole point, though, Jeff. He shouldn't. He shouldn't be jumping because he does know the snap count, but like John said, it's a selfish act where you just say, I don't care, I'm going to keep trying to guess it because I want to get the jump on this pass rusher. He's good enough as in pass pro that he doesn't have to do that. That's not a guy who gets beat to the edge a lot. So it always bothered me. Did you guys see the new rules in defense? My offensive line group from the Joe Moore Award, we were talking about it, they're offensive linemen, and they think this is they're not even big fans of this, and it actually impacts the defense. So in the defense now, to prevent confusion and deception with some of the late movements, simulated movements the defensive linemen are doing, trying to get offensive linemen to jump, because they don't do it in a neutral zone. It's a difference between a stem, which is a late movement, and then simulating a slant. They're two different things. The NCAA is now going to start penalizing defenses for that if the offense moves.
By shifting the defensive line, late in the snap count.
If they determine that it's not a late stem, that it's actually a simulation, because defensive
Georgia
linemen
does this quite a bit.
Yeah, where they simulate moving like they're slanting into the gap. They're simulating it to get the offensive line to move.
And we saw that called a couple of times last year.
Yeah.
It was actually called last year on the defense because they were shifting late, and it's actually a move that is trying to get the offense to jump. But, I mean, the defense is supposed to be able to move, and especially laterally. If they jump, forward, that's one thing, and into the neutral zone. But now, apparently they're not going to be even able to shift left or right. That's crazy.
You also have injury timeouts. I mean, also injuries are being looked at, where they are trying to get rid of the fake injuries. They are looking at, that has obviously a negative impact on the game. So that is they're still working on what they're going to do with that one, but that's being talked about. Let's see. No offensive player can be in the direct line of the snap to the potential kicker or within the frame of the snapper on punts. I don't even know what that
was. That to make it more difficult to fake a punt?
I guess, yeah. They're changing timeouts for overtime, where they're taking. You can only have one. You're not going to get a timeout for each allotted time overtime period. You just get one for all your overtimes. That's it.
So with that punting thing, does that remove like the three guys lined up in front of the punter, that different formation that they have?
I don't know if that's what it does. So here's the exact wording. No offensive player can be in the direct line of the snap to the potential kicker or within the frame of the snapper on punts. Like, I don't know why you would want to do that, but punts for the formation to qualify as a scrimmage kick formation. If a team is not in scrimmage kick formation, they must have 5 players numbered 50 through 79 on the line of scrimmage. I have no idea something obviously happened that necessitated coaches to complain. Somebody complained about something. I don't get that one. Yeah. I don't really see what that one really means.
All right, we got a break. We got to figure out what we missed. So if I already know what we missed, we got to get to on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right now, though, we're talking about the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Love me some Golden Nugget. Love me some Golden Nugget. And listen, it's real because Vegas is expensive. It's expensive to get to. So I don't know if you are planning on or you know what? Here's the deal with Golden Nugget Lake Charles is on a whim. Hey, and we've done this before. Hey, let's go run to the Nugget. It's so easy. 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. Especially if it's a little bit later. You don't have to worry about I-10 being packed and whatnot. It's so easy to get to. You can stay overnight. You could do a one-day trip. Go in the morning, come back that night. That's not a big deal. That's easy to do. You do that with football games or whatever, just get on over to the Golden Nugget. Have your fantasy draft there. What a great way to have your fantasy draft. All your boys, you can bring wives, pool, golf, casino. I mean, it just doesn't get any better for a fantasy draft. You can go online, goldennuggetlc.com, and find where the packages they have available for that. But if you're just looking for a good time, so much easier, so much more convenient. It's a Vegas-style casino and hotel. I'm telling you, Golden Nugget Lake Charles is perfect. goldennuggetlc.com, goldennuggetlc.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. What did we miss so far in the show? Well, what about the college football rankings? We haven't talked about that. Texas, number 1. Ohio. This is the preseason coaches poll. Texas and Ohio State meeting week 1. They're 1-2. Week 1 in Columbus. Arch's first big test. I mean, he started a few games last year, but not against anybody of this ilk. So you got Texas, Ohio State, Penn State, Georgia, Notre Dame, Clemson, Oregon, Alabama, LSU, Miami, number 10. Anybody that doesn't belong or should be higher?
The Notre Dame thing is interesting because of uncertainty at quarterback. If Ohio State's up there and they're in that same spot too. Yeah, and they've lost a lot of players, period. This is more reputational and program tradition. Hey, they reload. They've got quarterback questions. Notre Dame has them. For Ohio State, at least you have an early home game against Texas. And you can say Arch Manning has to answer some questions too. Notre Dame has to go on the road week 1 to Miami. They're going to get a real test at quarterback. I'm interested to see how they do replacing who's the guy who they nearly killed on the first drive against Ohio State. Who was their quarterback last year? Riley Leonard.
Oh yeah,
who nearly got murdered and was never the same after that drive when they scored that touchdown. They have Carr as a potential Lloyd Carr's, I think, grandson as a potential quarterback option there. So for a team who has national title aspirations, they're inexperienced there. I'm focused on that.
Well, Texas has experience, a little experience.
He's played,
Penn State
but yeah,
has experience. Georgia doesn't really have experience.
Gunnar Stockton came in late in the season, but not a lot. Not a lot of experience either.
Clemson has it with Klubnik. Oregon doesn't have it. Alabama doesn't have it. LSU has it.
Yeah. It's a list. Look, it's a list full of teams who are supremely talented, but their rosters may have to elevate the quarterback.
How the hell is Illinois?
Well, they were good last year.
What were they last year?
I think they finished 9-3, maybe 10-3. 10-3.
I don't even remember that.
Yeah, they were in the top 25 for mostly the entire year.
They're number 12 this year in the coaches poll that I'm looking at. I mean, holy crap! They're ahead of South Carolina, who to be fair, lost a lot of people, but they have starting quarterback back. Sam Leavitt at Arizona State. I think Arizona State's going to be a potential factor even without Cam Scatterbo because they got some good wide receivers. They got a quarterback, and they're spending some money to get some guys in the portal. Ole Miss is always going to be a factor. SMU's got money. They're going to be a factor this year. Michigan, I like Florida at 17, but that's, I mean, every year with Billy Napier, you keep expecting something more than they actually provide. Texas Tech. Can Texas Tech buy themselves into relevance in terms of being a college football playoff? This is a lot of people are looking at this one. Because what you're basically saying is we got a billionaire and he's just going to try to buy a whole roster. Buy a roster full of guys, buy a recruiting class. If this doesn't work, we'll see how long he's willing to keep financing and funding, especially if those guys don't play well.
Does he have Phil Knight pockets?
No. Phil Knight pockets are endless.
Mm-hmm.
Phil Knight pockets continue to, this guy sold his business. Phil Knight's business keeps rolling.
So, yeah, Oregon had a tradition before Phil Knight really started throwing money in there. The Rich Brooks teams are pretty good, but Phil Knight took it to another level. So you can buy yourself into consistent relevance. Now, it helps that you were just the brand Nike, and that helped Oregon before NIL became a thing. But he has been throwing money into that school in other ways for a very long time. That's why I asked the question. So, yeah, you can buy your way in, particularly in the Big 12.
Yeah, but it's got to be
Oregon's
sustained.
Different than Tech.
I know, but yeah, the question is, can Tech use this as a jumping off point?
Oregon's interesting because they get a Polynesian community, so they have the Pacific Rim Polynesian
players. But can
players.
Tech take advantage of the state
pull
of Texas?
California. That's going to be interesting because it's a source, like it's a huge, you're fishing in a huge ocean, but at the same time you got a lot of fishermen there.
Yeah, Oregon doesn't have a natural recruiting advantage. You have to entice them with, hey, you want to play for the Ducks and uniforms, and when Chip Kelly's there, speed. Tech at least has a natural, you want to call it this, a natural resource of talent in their own state that they can recruit from. Of course, they got to beat out Texas and A&M and LSU and everyone else.
And Oklahoma.
Yeah,
and else
it's a lot of more challengers as opposed to what Oregon deals with in Oregon. But you can do it.
So the Athletic said who's underrated? Clemson, especially in the ACC with an experienced quarterback who's thought to be pretty good in Klubnik. We'll see. Illinois is underrated, they say, at 12. And
they're underrated, Illinois. They've got a good quarterback, too.
16 starters back with Luke Altmaier. Kansas State with Avery Johnson, they're underrated. Who's overrated? Ohio State returns only 6 starters, 14 players selected in the draft. Number 21, Texas A&M, perpetually sneaking into the preseason top 25.
Did you see the video of Marcel Reed throwing against Air?
No.
Now, without you saying anything else, it sounds like it's not very good.
It's not good.
Like someone, I think it was Carter, I forgot his name. He covers A&M for one of the recruiting sites, whatever.
You better delete that post.
He just said, hey, this is Marcel Reed throwing deep balls against Air. Woof. Yikes. Woof. He overthrew them. He underthrew them. He hit maybe 2 guys in stride. It was tough. That's not his forte. At least we've seen him play, and he's a pretty good player. But that was not encouraging.
No.
Maybe he's a gamer. We'll give him that. He's not a practice player. He's a gamer.
He didn't do much against Texas. He was really good against LSU. We'll always have that.
Yep. And he got the number 14 Michigan overrated because of the losses that they've had.
I'm old enough to remember when everyone said Dabo Swinney was done. College football in 2020, college football had passed him by. Now, to be fair, he's changed how he handles transfer portal stuff. But Dabo was done. No one was ever going to sign with him and blah, blah, blah. And last I checked, they were a factor last year, and they're a factor again this year. I mean, there was just a little hiccup in there about 2, maybe 3 years.
And last year was trending that way. I mean, they lost to South Carolina at home. They made the ACC championship because Miami blew it against Syracuse. They're on their way for another one of those not good enough for Clemson years. And then they got into the ACC championship game because Miami blew it. They held off SMU, and then of course they didn't really challenge Texas, but they didn't get blown out in that game.
It is funny how things change how the narratives change quickly based on a week.
Yeah,
based on 2 weeks.
Clemson
really
was out of the ACC, and they're going, and they losing to their rival as well. They're going to go 9-3. That's not good enough at Clemson. And then you have Cristobal doing what Cristobal does. You wind up winning another ACC title, and same old Clemson in a week. That changed.
Yep. And as far as basketball goes, the NCAA tournament will not expand in 2026, but look out 2027. Anything? Oh, we haven't even mentioned the MLB Speedway Classic. It was a mess.
Mm-hmm. There was a lot of mistakes.
It was like stuff going on. It was Firefest for baseball.
Yeah, although they had a bunch of people watching at the game,
it was
I guess.
Packed. They set an attendance
unlike the
record.
Firefest.
Yeah, but they set an attendance record. But as far as concessions and getting in and out, and it was a mess.
Yeah,
they did not know how to handle that.
I saw at one point they were just serving the hot dog and no buns. They ran out of buns. So someone just had a hot dog wrapped in tinfoil because we ran out of buns. Water was scarce and beer was scarce pretty quickly. And, of course, it rained all over everyone as well.
I mean, just what a miserable
They had to play the game the next day.
What, 80, 90,000 people just drenched and no food and drink. Man, nice. Well done, sir.
There is one.
Bryce Harper almost punched you in the face.
There is one bit of Shedeur Sanders news that we haven't covered that I think deserves some coverage. Deion Sanders told Michael Irvin that Shedeur Sanders told him not to visit him at training camp because of the limited reps he has received in practice. Deion went to see his other son, Shiloh, at Tampa Bay training camp. I don't want him coming to see me right now because I want to get to where I want to go, then for him to see me, Shedeur said. I don't want him to come and see me, get a couple reps, and he's cheering like a good dad, like, nah, you can't be proud of me right now. I got to get to where I'm going, and I know it's a lot I got to do to get there. I'm going to tell you what, man. I think he's been humbled. You're in a bubble. Your dad's been your coach the whole time. He's telling you you're the greatest thing ever. You had success at Jacksonville State, bad first year at Colorado, expected first year at Colorado, very good second year. Thought you're going to be a first-round pick. You fell. There's a lot of humbling stuff that went in there, but I think a lot of it was just, he made mistakes. His dad made mistakes. But I love the way Shedeur's handling all this. Once he got into camp, he was doing things the right way. And there's a microscope on him about, is he going to be an entitled this or that? To be honest, he's been terrific. And I haven't talked to people in Cleveland, so I don't know. But from the outside looking in, he said all the right things. This is a great example of what to say. He also probably, hopefully knows, and I think Deion understands this too. As soon as he goes to Cleveland, it's immediately, oh, here we go. Here we go. Deion angling for Stefanski's job. Oh, here, Daddy's got to be there for Shedeur. Shedeur doesn't need that, and he doesn't want it to. And honestly, Shedeur didn't say this, and he didn't even sound like he meant it this way. But the way I look at it, you don't want that distraction of Deion there. You don't even need that and you don't want Andrew Berry or Stefanski kind of subconsciously, having it bother them at all. I think it's very smart. He said it's kind of like, I just want everything that I'm doing is just focus on that time, and I don't want no distractions because we know how the media, we know how everyone would take it and take away from the team just from him being my own dad showing up. So it is a gift and a curse at the same time. I think that's accurate, and I think he shows good self-awareness there, and I think he's growing up and having an understanding that there's, the life outside of the Colorado bubble he was in and the Deion Sanders primetime bubble. It's a lot different. And you don't know that until you're out of it. And I think he's learned it. And I think he's doing a great job of saying what he needs to say and hopefully, doing what he needs to do. Also, remember, he went through a lot with his dad, had bladder cancer. So I'm sure that weighed really heavily on his mind as well this entire time, knowing, what it could mean for his father. So I give the kid a lot of credit. I think, he came out maybe a little full of himself, but I think he understands what it means to be a pro now, and we'll see if he can continue doing what he's supposed to do to actually, work his way into playing time.
Yeah, he had a tired arm. He had to sit one practice. Pickett's been hurt. I think, the depth chart came out, and it's Joe Flacco's number 1 and Shedeur's 4th. So
not really a surprise. NFL people knew that this was going to be Flacco followed by Pickett more than likely.
Dylan Gabriel's been terrible.
Has he really?
Yeah, he's been terrible. So I don't know how he's third.
Yeah, there was one practice. Someone said a tweet that it may have been the worst practice for a quarterback he's ever seen.
Yeah. Right.
He was like 3 for 14 against the number 1 unit. 3 for 14, a pick, and the videos, like, they're allowed to film every rep. It was bad. I don't know if that's what's gone on throughout, but that one was disgusting.
Yep. All right, we got a break. News of the Weird coming your way next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Brokers are better. Now, you don't normally say that. Okay, like if you're buying tickets, you don't want a broker because a broker is going to add on his fee and blah, 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 and take money. But in the mortgage game, brokers are better, okay? 3 out of 10 people do it right. 7 out of 10 do it wrong. I did it wrong. I didn't know about brokers. I didn't know about Kent Jones. Kent Jones has done over 1,400 mortgages. And how many is he doing for our listeners now? It is incredible, the thousands and thousands and thousands, tens of thousands that he is saving our people. And he does all of the stuff. When you walk in, if you never bought a house before, you walk in and you need you got the insurance, you got the title company, all right? You got the agents that you got to deal with. You got the lender that you got to deal with, the bank that you got to, all of these things that you got to do. Well, Kent Jones does it all. He connects you with the best wholesalers. He connects you with the best insurance, the survey, the title company, all of these things that you have to do. Well, Kent Jones will do that for you, and Kent Jones will save you money. He has saved ESPN listeners thousands upon thousands upon thousands of dollars. So this is the way to go. If you're buying a house or even looking to, go. You know what? You can contact him and tell him, listen, can you lock us or tell us when there's a good rate so that we can decide whether or not we want to lock in? Yes, he'll do that as well. He's been doing this for over 30 years. He's the best. Kent Jones is the man. If you're looking for that mortgage, all you need to do, 975loans.com. That's 975loans.com, or you can give him a call, 713-520-5626. Tell him you heard it here. All right, we have brought different words to this show that I was unaware of, like soaking. I didn't know what that was, and I found out what it was. Do you guys know what scrumping is?
No idea.
Scrumping?
Yep. Scrumping.
God, that sounds familiar. Scrumping.
Yeah.
No.
Well, okay, you don't know. It's a name coined by Dartmouth University and University of St. Andrews in Scotland for the fondness of apes that the fondness apes have for eating ripe fruit from the forest floor.
Okay, no, I'd never heard this term.
So it's important for this reason. It's because it's actually a reason why we are able to. It's fermented fruit. It's why we are able to handle alcohol as well as we are as human beings, because apes scrumped. And now we can handle fermented alcohol I'm much better because of that.
You sure?
So thank you, apes. Apes are the reason that I can drink as many Coors Lights as I drink.
I didn't know. I didn't realize that's where it came from, but I got you.
Yeah. Apparently, a woman with a wild bat in her mouth was hit with crippling medical bills. So she had to go to the hospital because she had a wild bat in her mouth.
Yeah. The medical bills went over $100,000.
Right. So should she have to pay because a bat flew into her mouth?
Yeah, pay up. Give me that $100,000. Lose your house. Sell your house. Sorry, I bat
Sell
flew in
your house because a bat?
Yeah, we're probably
flew into your face?
Our society, we probably aren't doing it great in this country if a bat flies in your mouth and now you have to sell your house.
Yeah.
Bad luck. Bat flew in your mouth. Sell your house. This doctor's got to get a new boat.
Yeah, he needs a new boat. Well, do you have a well?
No,
hello.
I don't. And God forbid a bat fly into my mouth because I'll just take the death.
A Chicago woman was billed more than $233,000 for water that she never used in a vacant home with no plumbing.
Yeah. Oh, we caught a water bill a couple months ago. I was like, what now? And
I caught a water bill of $700 last month, and I haven't lived in the house for how long?
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, we had one that is close to $500. Now, I do have a bunch of boys who are taking extended showers now.
Well,
yeah, suspect, but
stuff
not that
on.
much.
There's stuff going on in there.
Yeah,
we call Billy in to clean out them pipes.
I don't want to talk about it.
And finally tonight, a woman died. It's not funny. Near a Brazilian restaurant with 26 iPhones glued to her body.
What?
She had 26 iPhones glued to her body, and she had a heart attack. Whether or not the iPhones contributed to her heart attack is unknown.
Well, it sounded like she had some things going on anyway.
Yeah, well, she was a mule, an iPhone mule.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She was smuggling iPhones, and it is unknown whether or not the smuggling had anything to do with causing her to have the heart attack. But neither here nor there, those iPhones did not arrive. Did not arrive. Do you feel bad for the main smuggler or no? The boss of the smugglers?
Oh, no. Do you mean the one who's like, I didn't get my shipment?
Yeah.
No.
Where's the shipment? Well, she had a heart attack and died. Well, she wasn't very good at it either.
Usually
she
you
wasn't
hear
a very good mule, just like
usually
you
mules have the, like the heroin or whatever the balloon will break in their body and they overdose.
Yeah.
This is one I hadn't. This is a different way for the mule to die.
Yep, absolutely. So, Del, are you happy we're taking up your show?
Sorry, I wasn't listening to anything you guys are doing. Are we done?
We've been done. Don't worry, it's 10:04.
Yeah, we're done. Beat it. Mopey and Mapes next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right now, I'm talking about ProDunk. ProDunk.com. ProDunk.com is the way to go if you're looking for the best goal in the history of goals. And that's not even arguable. It's not even arguable. I had one. It is the best goal. The kids love it because you can raise and lower the goal. We had it back in the day where you had to crank it, right? You had a crank on there, and you could run up and down, up and down. And the kids loved it because you could lower the goal and they could dunk when they were smaller. Dad, they're too small to reach a 10-foot goal. Dad, a 10-foot goal from the box store sucks. You put sand in the base and it wiggles and no one cares. No one wants to play on that goal. Dad, the best goal in the history of goals with the installation, tempered glass backboard, you raise and lower it now with the push of a button, is the Pro Dunk goal. Go to the Pro Dunk website and see all the kids dunking. Your kids want to dunk, Dad, okay? They're too young. They're too little. They can't dunk on a 10-foot goal. Let them dunk. You could bring it down to 5 feet or 6 or 7, whatever it is, whatever it takes, and you get those kids out there and they'll be playing. They'll love the goal. You'll love it too because the kids are out there actually outside playing. ProDunk.com. It's the best goal, period. ProDunk.com. Tell Keith Tate you heard it right here.
nice palate cleanser yesterday, right? After getting beat down by the Red Sox, going into Miami and taking care of the Marlins. Felt good. You got the great performance from Jason Alexander. It was looking a little rough the first 3 innings against Sandy Alcantara. That's how they say his name. Alcantara. Thanks to the Marlins broadcasters for that. I was watching their broadcast, and Alcantara is how they say his name. For the first 3 innings,
the Sandman.
Sure, the Sandman. For the first 3 innings, he did put the Astros bats to sleep. Not one hit, not a base runner, and then Pena leads off the 4th with a double, and then 4 straight hits.
Floodgates open.
Yeah, and they just smacked him around. Apparently, he is absolutely awful in the 4th inning. And I'm not just using yesterday as an example. That's the inning where he has trouble. Going into the day, he had, or last night at least, he had an ERA of 12.32 in the 4th inning alone. And going into that, he at least before the 4th inning last night, he had allowed like 24 runs in that inning. Now it's up to 30. He is bad in the 4th inning.
So once teams
the
see
first
him
time
once,
through the order, trouble begins. Yes,
after they see him for the first time.
So that's more than any other 2 innings combined. So if he could just remove the 4th inning from the equation, he'd be the guy who was the jewel of the Marlins system. He is no longer that guy. The Astros were in on him before the trade deadline. They did not make a starting pitcher acquisition. Maybe they had their Sandy Alcantara at home with Jason Alexander, who was really good. The Astros needed him. He kept them in that game until their bats woke up. They got to the 4th inning, smacked around the Marlins, and they had an easy win. They went 8-2. The one, I guess, non-bright spot was Brian King. He struggled again. He gave up a couple home runs, and the Marlins had been a team who were the king of the comeback. They kept fighting back against the Yankees. And one correction, it was only 5 runs in that inning against the Marlins for the Astros on the 4th. It was not 6. So Alcantara going into the night had given up 25 runs in the 4th inning. Now it's at 30.
It's like, hey, chill out.
1 run too many. You find out how to say my last name, now you're just giving me extra runs in an inning. Either way, he survived that inning, but didn't survive the night as the Astros get a win. That's nice. The bats woke up. They had not been alive in Boston. They had been pretty much shut down by the Red Sox. And you get a win, you kind of get back on track, and you can reset yourself. You go, okay, the trade deadline happened. You got swept in Boston. Now this is the start of what we're going to be for the rest of the way. Spencer Arrighetti is going to pitch tomorrow. You're going to have him back. You're going to have an opener today. Have not seen who that opener will be, but credit Pena, who continues to hit coming off his injury. He had the double to get everything started, and he has been the guy who we thought he would be when we're talking about 2022. When he's the World Series MVP, you're like, man, not a step miss with Correa being gone, and he has not lived up to that since then. This year has been the first one where you remember Pena's was a pretty damn good prospect. You always have the hope, but you're looking for it to come to fruition. And this year has been that for him and been that for the Astros. Up until his injury, you could say either him, well, as an everyday player, he was their MVP. Of course, you can throw in Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez as the 2 guys from the rotation who you could have battle out with Pena for that designation. But nice to see him when he's at the top of the order, doing what he does, and he's been needed throughout, and he came through to get them going yesterday. So that inning started with Pena, and then followed up with Altuve reaching on a bunt single. I think the third baseman might have even slipped when he was trying to make a throw, and then Correa did his thing. Christian Walker had the fielder's choice, so it kept moving. They kept moving guys along. Guys kept taking doing their part with their turn in the lineup, and you take what was a pitcher's duel. Imagine that, Jason Alexander involved in a pitcher's duel. you turned a pitcher's duel into a runaway in the matter of 15 minutes with the onslaught of hits on Alcantara. So 8-2 the final there. We'll see who they go with when it comes to the opener. With King pitching last night, he was never really an option anyway, but he won't be available as they go bullpen game today. So you're hoping to get something from Souza, maybe some Ort, maybe throw some Ort in there.
Yes, let's get some Ort.
I'm trying to figure, let's say it goes well. Of course,
Neris.
Hector Neris or Neris, depending on who you are, will be involved probably. Can they get to the 6th and 7th with Abreu and Hader? I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to think how that will be set up, and surely when we find out who is the actual opener, we can kind of figure it out. But
well, normally they go like a 1-inning guy, and then a guy who can give you
some long
at
relief.
least 2.
Yeah,
and then that once you get to like someone who gives you 2 or 3 innings, that's where it's like, all right, we're not going to run out of arms tonight. Like there will be enough to go around.
Yeah. So your options, I would imagine, at least in the early to middle innings, you're looking at a Souza, Kurt, Ort. I don't know if John Rooney will roll out there.
Oh, yeah.
So he's out. He's available as well. Nick Hernandez is available as well.
John Rooney's probably gonna.
Yeah.
I hope you're getting ready.
Yeah.
Pop some Tylenol before you go out there.
Neris may be your 6th inning guy, maybe.
Yeah.
And then unless they rather go with Ort, and then you'll hopefully get to Abreu and Hader with a chance. And you know what? If the bats are alive, maybe you don't even have to worry about those guys.
Yeah, if they win again, if they score another 6 runs, they win 6-2 or whatever, 8-2.
Yeah, maybe.
Then, but it gets a lot,
I think about it. I think about
headache.
it because what do we expect from Arrighetti the next night when he's coming back finally from his broken finger? Now he's back, and are they going to stretch him beyond 5 innings?
Yeah.
So the bullpen is likely going to be needed tomorrow as well. But that's tomorrow's problem. Today's problem is figuring out a way to string a couple wins together and try to get back on track.
This is where you miss Gusto right here. When we had Gusto, we didn't have to do this opener nonsense.
Well, then you wouldn't have Jesus Sanchez. Which would you rather have?
After last night, Jesus Sanchez.
Yeah,
pretty easily.
When he on that base running error thing in Boston, maybe you want a Gusto back.
Yeah,
but
now it's like
when
all this guy does is get on base.
Yeah,
what happens afterwards? None of my business.
I can't predict what he's going to do when he's on base, but I know at least he gets on base.
Is a good start.
Yeah,
good start.
Yeah, the Astros have had issues with guys getting on base. Period. So to have him get on base more often is great. And since he was acquired, he has 4 hits over the course of four games. So, and he has a couple extra base hits and a walk. So he has been fine, more than fine. Just don't get thrown out on a base pass as often. We accept it from Altuve because it's Altuve and we're just used to it. It is startling when it's a new guy who does it, although you ask a Marlin fan, and that's what he does. He did that with them all the time too. So he fits right in with Jose Altuve and just the Astros in general when it comes to base running mistakes. But push that negative stuff aside. Let's see if they can get themselves a second win and win a series, because they have not done a lot of that outside of the Guardians over the last 3 weeks or so. And the Marlins, I think, had won coming into the game. I think it was at least 5 to 6 series they had won in a row. So
they said on the broadcast that they had a franchise best, I think it was 25-10 record. Like over
35 games.
Yeah, 25-10 was the stretch.
I mean, they haven't done a lot of winning.
No, but I mean,
over the course of their history, I mean,
it's like 6 weeks.
But yeah, it's a random stretch of games. But even in the World Series seasons, weren't they the wild card both times?
I know at least once. I don't know.
I don't think they've ever won the division.
They never won the East.
I don't believe so.
That sounds about right.
So if a 25-10 stretch over 35 games is their best stretch, I'm not that surprised. Marlins baseball has either been
average.
Oh, look, this
or
is a pretty
worse.
good story.
Yeah.
Let's see what they do, or terrible for the most part. They've had like a couple years ago they made the playoffs, and that was an average team. That wasn't good. I think they might have been under.
That was the pandemic season too, right?
Weren't they under 500 when they made the playoffs? Something like that, or at least right
Disgusting.
hovering around there.
Who would ever do that?
Yeah,
Who'd ever think of doing that?
That Astros team did that too.
Yeah, but I mean, still, that's like what they're doing right now. It's like have a good July, like that. That's all it is. It's not, I'm not asking you to be great. It's just have a good July, have a good stretch of games, get hot at the right time, get hot right before the trade deadline, and decide not really to trade anybody. They would
Except
never
for Sanchez?
They'd never do that.
Yeah, they've never sold off pieces. Yeah, they've never won a division. The 2 times they
were
won the World Series. They're the wild card. They're the first team ever to win a World Series in their first 2 playoff appearances. So when they
I understand why they don't try to make the playoffs anymore. Because it's like, what are we gonna do? We can't risk
our streak.
Yeah.
Well, they've already done it. They've already made the playoffs, but that was in the fake season.
Yeah,
right?
no one counts. No one counts the Dodgers winning, so no one
let's
should
not count. Let's not count that one.
Making
Okay.
the playoffs.
Okay. Yeah, it's a pretty remarkable stat to say, hey, when we make the playoffs, I know it doesn't happen really ever, but when we do, we're the best team in baseball.
It's bad for fans. I was thinking about, is that actually good for fans?
No, and they've made the
But
playoffs.
It actually is bad.
They made the playoffs in the pandemic year, and they made the playoffs 2 seasons ago as well. So the streak has long since ended in a actual real way as too. So we can't even use the pandemic to wipe it away. You know what? I prefer if I was a historian or if I was a Marlins fan, I would prefer this stat to remain.
Yes.
When we make the playoffs, we win the world.
Yeah.
You can talk all the trash. Well, we suck. But when we make the playoffs,
don't
guess
let us
what?
get hot.
Yeah, we're a problem. Don't let us make the playoffs.
Don't let us get in.
Yeah, I'm sure there's no Josh Beckett or anything
No.
this time around, or Levon from '97. But when we do make it,
The 4-foot wide strike zone that they had against the
was that Eric Gregg? Was he the culprit there? I don't remember.
I forgot what the umpire was.
Whoever was. Yes, Levon had a day that day.
Yeah, I would have had a day with that zone.
Even the final strike that he threw was like, whoa.
There's one that like Chipper Jones was just like,
what am I doing up here? Yeah, that was a nutty afternoon for Marlins baseball. But we don't care that much about them. What we care is about what the Astros did yesterday, and they got to win, which is very important. We need them. While the Marlins were talking about stay hot, we need the Astros to get hot. That's a team who is all of a sudden involved in a pennant race with 3 teams included now: themselves, the Mariners, and the Rangers, who at this point can't be expected to go away. But they haven't been too good to take advantage of the Astros' problems, because the Astros have been bad for about 3 weeks, and those 2 teams have not been able to overtake them. So we'll take that, and hopefully that stretch that we're currently still going through is over, and the wins can kind of follow, because they seem to have their lineup pretty much set. Of course, Trammell's playing because Jake Myers isn't available, so Trammell's getting more at bats than you would generally hope for, and then the looming Jordan thing is still there. And some news that happened yesterday is a surprise. Paredes is not officially done for the year. The initial reporting was, 2 months. Now it's 6 to 7 months, but he's not going to get surgery. He's going to go with PRP injections to see if that'll help. I don't know, man. It looks like you're just extending the time he's going to be absent, because it probably won't work.
Yes, sounds like he'll probably need surgery in the off season
either way,
even if this works out.
So Dana Brown talked about it. He said it speaks to Paredes wanting to be part of what's going on here. Paredes knows that this could be a big thing, so he wants to be a part of it. But it doesn't remove surgery from his eventual timetable. It just means that if they can get him back, he would be available for a postseason run.
You saw Kirk Gibson and Paredes.
You know how, and that's the point. Kirk Gibson's limping around that moment that no one will forget. He hits a home run against Eckersley. He's limping around. That was his moment. He didn't do much else. But that was the moment, and it was a big one.
There's not the other game.
Yeah.
That he was
Can Paredes be more than that? more than a pinch hitting option that maybe has a moment? Can he be a guy who plays in the playoffs on a consistent basis, or are we hoping that he can just pinch hit? And what does that mean for his start of next season?
Yeah, I don't really know how I feel about it, because there is a little bit of like worry about next season. Like it would be the first, basically, until May, basically, of next season if he gets the surgery after the postseason. So it's like he's gonna miss like a month, the first month of next season. That is not that. I don't know. So I can see why you're like, if it's possible for you to play in this postseason, I'll try to play in this postseason.
So according to Dana Brown, his rehab stint, which will most likely take place, which will mostly take place in Houston, will begin after a long period of letting the hamstring rest. So the rehab, I don't know what a long period means. Does that mean 3 weeks, a month? Does it mean into September before they are looking to let him rehab? It feels like, I don't know if they're looking for a miracle, but I'm sure there's some medical science behind it. But if it does feel like we're going to exhaust this option, do we think it can happen? We're not sure. Let's see.
Yeah.
Let's see is what I feel like the approach is. And if he can go, he can go. And that's unfortunately kind of been the Astros' approach. Hey, if you can play through this, going out there.
Would love it if you.
Who cares if it exacerbates something? If you can play through it and deal with the pain, go on.
Yes, this one though, I'm more open to it just because you'd be doing it at least for the playoffs. Not, hey, get back out there. It's June 15th and we're up 4 games in the division.
Yeah, there's a actual important goal he's trying to reach, and that's available for what could be a pretty deep run.
Yeah, because if the 2 months thing for like original diagnosis is just like that's how long they thought the rehab option would be, and the surgery option is probably 6 months. I mean, 2 months from when he got hurt is like the middle of September. Now, if you add in some Astros tax, just add another 2 weeks. That is like the last week of the season into the ALDS.
Well, I thought the 2 months thing was because, the 6 to 7 month thing came about because it was worse than they initially thought.
Oh, I thought that was like the surgical option is going to take 6 months.
For some reason, I remember a Brown quote where he talked about
like off
the
bone.
hamstring is actually worse than we thought, so that's why this could be a bigger problem. Now, maybe you're right. Maybe the Astros, because they are who they are, thought this would take 3 weeks, and then it became worse than they thought. And the rehab plus rest is a 2 month thing, but it wouldn't be fully healed anyway, so surgery was the other option. Maybe that's how it played out. But it seems like surgery is a part of the plan, just not immediately. So maybe he can be available.
I think part of this is because the Jordan and Paredes, if you get one of them back for the playoffs, okay. Like just have 2 out there. It's probably both 50-50 on whether this works for both of them. One of them's going to have the DH. All right, I'll take those odds. Instead of being like all dependent on Jordan coming back or dependent on Paredes coming back, you both give it a shot. See how this goes.
Just throwing stuff at the wall.
Yeah. Oh, there's a setback, Paredes. Okay, just get the surgery. Jordan better be coming through.
I feel like a setback in Paredes' rehab is like a 75% probability.
Yeah, I know.
I feel like we're gonna hear the word setback next to Paredes' name
next week.
Almost definitely.
Yeah.
Almost definitely, I feel like. All right, we'll go to break with that. If you want to join us, 713-780-3776. So that's the Astros news, and we talked about the game. We talked about the news. We'll see. The Paredes thing was very surprising considering the conversation around his hamstring, like it fell off the bone. Now we're talking about rehab and platelet injections. So hopefully those work out. We'd love to have them for a potential playoff run. All right, we'll go to break with that. We'll get into some Texans stuff because there is an update. And really it's, hey, this guy is ambulatory. So we'll talk about what people saw from Cam Robinson out there. There's a new depth chart, I guess, simply for their game against Minnesota. It's unofficial, But if it is to be believed, we kind of know what the offensive line will look like, at least in game one, if Cam Robinson can go. So we'll talk about that. We'll get into some other guys who have not made any appearances, at least on the practice field, and a quote from D'Amico Ryans that doesn't really make you feel good about Nick Chubb. We'll get to all of that when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
So yesterday, I guess the thing that came from Texans camp there in West Virginia, was that Cam Robinson left practice early with an injury. He's out there not practicing, but he's out there, so he's walking around, but he has a compression sleeve on his left leg, so they're working around it, and they switched their O-line up. They moved Ursary to left tackle, Titus Howard to right, and threw Drew Scruggs in there with Jake Andrews at center, along with Laken Tomlinson. So your tackles are Ursary and Titus Howard. Your guards are Tomlinson and Scruggs, and your center Jake Andrews, which somewhat conflicts with the depth chart, the unofficial depth chart. That means next to nothing. We'll see if it even means much for preseason, because at least current practices suggest that Jake Andrews is your starting center, not Jared Patterson. But Jared Patterson makes the list as your starting center currently on that depth chart, as unofficial as it comes. And while the offensive line will certainly be a question mark throughout training camp and into the season, there are some issues with the running backs. And with Joe Mixon out and Damian Pierce just coming back, the bulk of the reps have gone to Nick Chubb and Jawar Jordan and Woody Marks. And, of course, you still have other guys who barely get a mention, because Dare Ogunbowale is pretty much a third down special team guy. And they got J.J. Taylor, British Brooks. So those guys will probably be relegated to the practice squad and getting a lot of run late in preseason games. But D'Amico Ryans was asked about his running backs, and he talked about three of them. That was Jawar Jordan, Nick Chubb, and Woody Marks. There's going to be a distinct pause in his response when he's talking about one of these running backs, and you can take it any way you like, but it did lead me to believe things aren't going great for one of them. Here's D'Amico Ryans on a couple of his running backs.
Our backs have done a really good job, man. Woody Marks has stepped in, and he's made some really nice runs over the past couple of days. Jawar is playing fast. It shows he's playing, and Chubb he plows behind his pads, and he's going to gain yardage. So all those guys collectively have done a really good job at the running back room.
I immediately heard the pause and then Chubb plowing behind his pads and thought to myself, that ain't good for Nick Chubb. Although he did break off apparently a 30-something yard run today in practice. So credit to Nick Chubb for finding an opening. But Nick Chubb, sure, he's a very powerful back. That was part of what made him special, how fast he was, plus the power. The Nick Chubb, the pause, he's plowing behind his pads and gaining yardage, not what I'm looking for. That ain't the Nick Chubb that I remember running away from secondaries against when he was with the Browns. That's not the guy who was with Georgia. That's what happens when debilitating leg injuries happen. We'll see if those legs get going as we get deeper and deeper into training camp, which is actually not how things go. You generally get less explosive as you get deeper and deeper into camp because the workload. But as I said, he did have a nice run today, according to the reporters out there. So maybe Nick Chubb isn't completely finished, but that didn't sound good. That sounded like a back who didn't have a lot of explosiveness left. But new scheme, new team, Nick Chubb is just finding his way, right?
Yeah, and hopefully Joe Mixon's ready in time for week 1, and so he'll have a lesser role. You only need him, theoretically for 10 plays a game, and hopefully one of these young guys, whether it's Jordan or Woody Marks or Damian Pierce, who
just got back yesterday,
returning to practice. Hopefully one of these guys is the dependable number 2 running back, and Chubb can be more of a complementary piece. And, when Mixon's healthy, Mixon's going to get most of the carries anyway. That's why the Chubb thing, I haven't been too alarm bells about it. It's just the Mixon. You need Mixon to make any of this work, or even to make me feel decent about this.
Yeah, Mixon was a guy last year who turned nothing into something quite a bit.
Yes.
The offensive line wasn't great. He was a creative runner, a guy who found ways to make plays work that felt dead in the water.
The most impressive 4 yards per rush for a season I've ever seen.
Yeah, Joe Mixon, the conversations about him coming into last season, because the Bengals let him go, they didn't get much for him, was how much did he have left, and he had plenty left. He talked about it, how he enjoyed running, even as maybe porous as we thought the offensive line was. He enjoyed running in that scheme, the scheme that's been attacked by everyone this offseason. But he enjoyed running behind that scheme because it was more big boy football. If you know what the Bengals do, for the most part, they like to spread you out. And if Joe Mixon was going to run the football, a lot of it came from the shotgun, a lot more than he would have wanted. We know the Texans played quite a bit from under center. That'll be something they do this year. That was a focus when DeMeco Ryans made the hire of Nick Caley. He was trying to judge how much he wanted to maybe hire maybe a more spread out OC, as opposed to a guy who played from under center more, or at least called plays from under center more. And he went with Nick Caley because the Rams will do that. Although they do love to put Stafford in the gun. A lot of the Rams under center stuff, at least initially with Sean McVay, was Jared Goff. Jared Goff ate off a play action. They put him under center, let the play action dictate how they got their passing game going a lot, which you see in Detroit as well, because Jared Goff's pretty good from under center. But Nick Caley's gonna push the under center stuff, more gap scheme stuff.
Yeah, probably 2 more tight ends.
Yeah.
On the field, from what it sounds like. Paul was saying that Dalton Schultz looked good on Saturday. Dalton Schultz, like, physically, just looks better out there.
Yeah, he
than
talked
he did,
about it. We'll play the
season.
sound probably next segment. We'll try to stay on time. But Dalton Schultz talked about why that might be the case.
And Brevin Jordan is someone who has been turning heads coming off of injury too. So I don't know. There's some pieces. It's not all bad for the Texans offense.
No, they were dominated yesterday. That was how everyone talked about how things went. You know, there are some reporters who will certainly give you some positives for what the offensive line did, but the general consensus was the defense had the day, or won the day, and that's to be expected. You have what could be at least a top 5 defense. Who knows how good they'll be. Some of that stuff is volatile, turnover, sacks, whatever. But you expect to have a great defense next year against an offense still implementing a system with a new line and a new play caller. So defense winning today is not a surprise. CJ is turning the ball over quite a bit in camp, which is something that isn't bothersome, but it's, I would say, at least noteworthy to know that he, a guy who is known to take care of the football, is pretty much every day. The reports are pick 6 here, a pick 6 here today. Second play of the 11-on-11, he was picked off. He overthrew a receiver. I think he overthrew Nico Collins, and it got picked off. So that is happening more frequently than I remember from last year, the first 2 seasons. That could be attributed to just a new system, or simply the fact that he's playing against some demons on the other side of the ball.
Yeah, it's where the pass rush getting to you, kind of snowballs into rush decision, bad throw.
We saw that a lot last season.
And then now it's Kamari Lassiter and Derek Stingley and C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Like, there's just it's gives you a sneak peek of what the Texans defense will look like when it's firing on all cylinders. It's going to be a hard defense to pass against. It's especially going to be a hard defense to pass against if you don't have a good offensive line, which seems to be the issue with the Texans offense, at least so far. But I would like the day. I would like the one day of training camp where the beat reporters come back and they say, you know what, the offense really held their own today. I don't think I've really gotten that yet.
Maybe
where it's like fought them to a draw. Even that. I don't even need them to win the day. I just need them to, like, you know what? They're trading blows.
Maybe week 3, week 4 or so of training camp.
Of training camp.
Yeah, if it's week 3 of the season. Oof. No, maybe week 3 or 4 training camp. We'll hear about the offense winning the day and finding themselves. They got the talent as far as weapons are concerned. Running back, a little bit of a question because the absence of Joe Mixon, but you got the guys you invested in the draft, and of course Nico Collins. You traded for Christian Kirk. They do, at least on paper, they've got plenty of guys you think can lead to a productive offense. I don't know that they'll be explosive this year. Their offensive line may not allow them to be a team who does that, but competent, above average, I think they can reach that at least if they get, let's just say, even below average play from their offensive line. But because there are ways to mitigate that, and that's maybe what we've heard: the quick passing game, getting the ball out of CJ's hands, the run after the catch stuff. That's a way to mitigate what you might believe is going to be a below average offensive line for 2025. So if Nick Caley is who I've heard people say he is, and I say that because I've never seen him call a play, just like you haven't, for most of you at least, then I think he'll find a way to kind of limit the responsibilities for that offensive line, particularly in pass protection. Okay, we'll go to break with that. We'll hear from Dalton Schultz when we come back. He's looking better out there. He talked about maybe why he wasn't himself last year. So he's one of those guys who isn't going to place blame on injury, but at least you can acknowledge that might have played a part in why we had what you would consider a disappointing season from Dalton Schultz. We'll hear from him, and we'll get to some other things when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Sean, I got another show for you that you probably, on first listen, aren't going to want to watch. First, it has Jason Momoa in it. I don't know how you feel about Aquaman. All right.
Coin flip on Momoa.
So he has a new show called Chief of War.
Okay.
It's about bringing Hawaii unifying Hawaii. Yes,
Okay.
That's the general tagline for the show. So Jason Momoa, period piece show.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Not current. Okay.
not current. Also, it's all, unless there's like an English person there, or an English speaking person there, it's all going to be in a native language, the Hawaiian native language, which you are generally out on when it comes to subtitles.
You mean to tell me that Jason Momoa either sat in a conference room or someone sat in a conference room with Jason Momoa and they're like, what about Shogun but for Hawaii?
I think it's a historical moment, but maybe the success, so it's real, it's not contrived.
Yeah, no,
but
I think in 2021 or whatever, 2022, they would have been like, I mean, we'll just all be speaking English in this thing. Like we've done historical pieces where they didn't speak English and they're just speaking English.
Or it's about something that happens in Germany, but all the actors are speaking with British accents.
Exactly.
It has happened in the past.
Exactly. So that's why I'm like, okay, this is the Shogun effect of like, we're actually going to speak
the native language.
Yeah.
You might be right there because Shogun was able to overcome that obstacle and do great and win awards and stuff like that. So Apple is taking their bite. See what I did there? Yeah. Apple is trying to do that as well, it looks like, with Chief of War. I don't know if Jason Momoa can be as charismatic as
Mariko
or the what was his title? Because they just called him by
Anjin.
I don't know if he can be, because there was electricity there, as they would say, between those two.
There was.
I don't know if Jason Momoa can create that. I've never seen him do that before on television, like be a
on TV, yeah.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah,
You've seen Fast X, though, right?
Sure. But he was
wild.
He was wild in that. Yeah, in this role, I don't know if there will be a romantic interest, so I can't speak to whether we'll have that dynamic in it. But yes, it'll all be as long as it's for the people who are native to the island. They will be speaking in a native language, and I'm sure there'll be some English-speaking interloper from time to time.
I hope they do. I want to see myself in this show.
I don't know that you will. You can try. I don't know that you will.
Hey, got any sunblock? It's hot.
Man.
Man.
I'm sure there will be some comment about bugs.
Get a fan?
I'm sure there will be some white person with some comment about bugs in it. Although when I look at the cast, I don't see... Okay, there it is.
J.K. Simmons.
Some guy named his character's name is John Young. So there are a couple Johns in the show.
Okay.
But for the most part, it'll be people who, not that they're all Hawaiian, but it'll be people who the general public can go, okay, that makes sense that this person's there. Yeah. So we will.
Do you think The Rock is pissed that he missed out on this?
Wow, I was questioning the charisma of Jason Momoa on TV. Although he's been in Apple stuff before, that's fine. I don't think The Rock could have pulled this off.
I don't know. I need to see it first.
No, from The Rock or Jason Momoa?
No, I need to see this show first so I can tell you if...
I will tell you it's getting great reviews.
Is it out already, or is it coming out?
I think the first episode came out on Friday.
Okay. Shout out to Apple TV.
92%. Yeah, they never tell you anything.
92% show with Jason Momoa in it.
And no one knows about it.
Week.
Yeah, no one. They never tell you anything. They're bad at promotion.
Yeah.
I don't know why their stuff never reaches our algorithm. The only time I see an Apple TV thing is when some other account is promoting it. It's never like an ad from Apple TV.
Normally it is the tweet of new Apple TV show starring multiple time like Emmy or Academy Award nominee has gotten 92% on Rotten Tomatoes. I'm like,
oh, I didn't even know it existed.
Yeah, it's okay.
And then you go take a look. And
Jake Gyllenhaal, all right.
Yeah, presumed
I
innocent.
presume he's innocent.
Yeah, that was a word of mouth thing. It wasn't an Apple
Yeah.
promoting thing. That's kind of been their problem.
Yeah. Other than F1, they really haven't promoted
They
anything.
had to get Brad Pitt out there because I don't know if
they also spent like $300 million making
is that a potential Oscar-worthy thing from anyone?
Probably some of the not the acting,
the actors, okay.
or the writing, but probably the some technical stuff.
Got it. All right. That was supposed to be our Dalton Schultz segment, but
Yeah, sorry.
I did want to test Sean on his willingness to watch a foreign language show with Jason Momoa.
The biggest obstacle is Apple TV Plus. Like, I don't have it. I'm not.
You're not going to get it for Chief of War.
No. Sorry.
And if you're not going to get it for the random Astro game, you're not going to get it for Chief of War. Although
they play another random Astro game this Friday.
So the Astros have had games the last couple weekends. Last weekend they had one on Apple and Roku.
Yeah.
And this week they're going to have one on Apple.
That's why it sucks playing the Yankees and Red Sox.
Yeah, this is more a Yankee and Red Sox thing, and the Astros get swept up in it.
Yeah. I like the Astros are in a good spot of being consistently very, very good, but also not a popular team not America's team where they're always playing. I mean, normally if they play on primetime, it's not an issue. It's specifically how baseball does it, where it's like the primetime games are harder to watch than the normal games.
Yeah, they're using the Yankees and the Red Sox to promote and try to throw people at one more place you can watch a baseball game.
Yes.
And it just so happens that because the Astros have been a really good team and maybe a team people still like to hate, you throw them on there as the opposition, I guess. Is that part of the deal?
I'd be fine if they were doing this on, if it's still 2 times a weekend against the Yankees and Red Sox, where it's like you play a game on FS1 on Friday or Saturday. That's normally how they do it. And then Sunday night baseball. Cool. Got it. That's on my TV package. I can figure that out.
Yeah, I don't have to pay an extra $10. Like, I watch it on Roku, which is free. I watch it on Roku, but maybe people don't have a smart TV or don't have Roku downloaded.
I
don't
don't
even
want to
know
have to spend the time to
or don't even know that Roku offers the Astros for a day, because it's not a top of mind. You just think, hey, that's a weird start time for a game. It's probably on Space City Home Network. Turns out it's not. It's on Roku. It was the broadcast where Jeff Blum joins the Red Sox guy, and then Julia Morales was on the call. Doing the sideline or dugout stuff, whatever you want to call it. So that's what happened on Roku. And also it was the Framber blow up as well. So it wasn't a good time all around for anyone involved with the Astros that day. All right, we'll go to break with that. We'll hear from Dalton Schultz when we come back. You may not have liked his performance last year, but there may have been a reason why you didn't get the Dalton Schultz you expected. We'll hear from him when we come back.
Sean, do you think for non-offensive linemen, Dalton Schultz caught it the most from
the football?
No.
Oh.
That was one of his problems. Caught the most criticism for non-offensive linemen who played for the Texans last year. Was there anyone else on the list that could have rivaled him?
Locally, I don't think so.
Like if
maybe nationally, C.J. Stroud, but that's more of a quarterback then.
Yes, and even still, the positive impressions of C.J. Stroud from year one, those remain more than what you would consider struggles. And look, I'm a sicko. I listen to a lot of NFL podcasts, and a lot of it is C.J. was held back by the surroundings. Not C.J. is the problem.
It was pretty unanimous. Dalton Schultz. Yuck, get this guy off my team.
Yeah. It's fan reaction immediately after a playoff loss or during a playoff loss, but a lot of people didn't want to see Dalton Schultz back. He is back. He is slated to be your starting tight end. And here's Dalton Schultz on kind of what happened last year.
I had a couple things done in the offseason that I was kind of working through, and just now, I think finally getting back on the field, getting back into football, I feel really good.
Were you hurt last year?
No. Dude, that's hard. Everybody's hurt, dude. Like, no matter. Right. Like, I went through just some, like, rehabs and some deficiencies that I had. But, like, I don't know. Everybody's hurt, dude. Like, nobody's fresh, especially in the playoffs. Like, you ain't playing somebody at 100%. That's, like, the beauty of the game is to try to find a way to give everything you have into whatever percentage that you want to call your health at that point. You know what I mean? Everybody's fighting through that. And so that's just a battle. It's the war of attrition that we play. And I was happy to get an offseason under my belt where I could just kind of refocus on getting my body back to a really nice baseline.
And you said Paul saw him and he looked better. He looked like he was moving better. So that speaks to what might have been some real issues last year. And credit to him for saying, look, everyone's hurt. Everyone's got problems.
Dude.
I was not the only – yes, dude.
Said everyone's hurt, dude.
I'm not the only one dealing with it, but he looked like he was affected by it. And anything we can say other than Dalton Schultz is washed. He was hurt. He looks better this training camp. Maybe we will get the Dalton Schultz we got in 2023, and the one people were happy to be returning. Because he was one of the guys who was part of the list of number ones, I think, when we were discussing all the options the Texans had going into 2024. So if he's back to normal, that's great. Another guy who's back is Christian Harris back in pads. Him and Dameon Pierce back out there. Christian Harris, who's been kind of a mystery. If he was an Astro, he would fit right in because we're not sure why he's hurt as much as he's been the last couple of years. He came back late in the season last year, wasn't himself, and then missed a lot of the offseason activities up until today. So Christian Harris is back. So that's a guy who still people have some promise for. It has a lot to do with the back half of the 2023 year where he kind of found himself with D'Amico Ryans in that defense, made big plays. He was good in coverage, could tackle a guy out in space, and then, of course, a pick six against Joe Flacco in the playoffs. So he's back. Dameon Pierce is back. And it's good to see. And if Dalton Schultz can be healthy, even better. All right. Of course, if anything happens Texans related, the rest of the way we'll get to that. But in the division that houses the Rockets, there was an extension signed by De'Aaron Fox, and unlike the Rockets, the Spurs decided we don't want to negotiate at all. De'Aaron Fox take all our money right now, and I saw the deal and I wasn't surprised by it. That's generally how these things go. Not a lot of people operate like Rafael Stone, and particularly when you trade for De'Aaron Fox. Now, you didn't have to give up a lot for him, so it's not like the Spurs were desperate. In fact, that's kind of why I start to question it. He didn't cost very much to give up. You have two guards that you like that you recently drafted. Why are you giving De'Aaron Fox all the money that you could give him? What does that mean? Look, what it means is all three of them are going to play. But De'Aaron Fox is a good player. You might even say a very good player, just depending on how you want to use your words. He's a very good player. But is he a let's max De'Aaron Fox out? And, of course, Wemby's going to get his max as long as he stays healthy.
I knew it was coming, but then when you start to dive deep into what the Spurs are doing, I get it. He's going to play 30-plus minutes tonight. But I still got Dylan Harper and Stephon Castle, who we know, or at least we assume, aren't a good fit with De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah, well, Castle, like, literally started playing, like, he won the Rookie of the Year because Fox and Wemby got hurt.
Yeah, so he got more.
Especially Fox.
More opportunities.
Because Fox got hurt.
So what's the plan? It's a rhetorical. I understood you might not have an answer because you don't work for the Spurs.
They're all guards. I don't know.
And none of them are really wings. Like, I guess you want to put Castle on the wing. He's
the most wing-ish.
Yes, if you want to make him less of a ball handler and more of a wing, where he can be a defender and maybe be a secondary ball handler. Okay, but I feel like I want Castle and Fox to be my backcourt of the future. Not Fox, Castle and Harper to be my backcourt of the future.
We also haven't said Devin Vassell's name, who they also signed.
Yes,
that's 9-figure extension.
Exactly. Yes, and this is why people believe at some point, because of now what has become a glut. Look, the Spurs couldn't have predicted when they traded for De'Aaron Fox they'd wind up with the number 2 pick. It's not something that you could have predicted. So you wind up drafting Dylan Harper just because you can't pass up on that talent at number 2.
Should the Spurs have known though? Because it's like, hey, we're not going to make the playoffs.
And we always
chances are we're going to get either the number. Maybe they were like, we're going to get the number 1 pick because that's what happens every time we miss the playoffs.
Maybe they thought they had
Cooper Flagg.
They had Cooper Flagg in their back pocket, so they weren't accounting for bringing on another guard.
Number 2. Ugh, that sucks.
What the hell?
They're the only team that's like disappointed. It's like, wait, you had the 10th best odds. You're disappointed you had the number 2. Yeah, normally we get 1.
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, we could be the last team out of the playoffs and still get the number 1 overall pick. That's how we kind of think we should operate at all times. So that came across my screen, much like the Luka thing. Not a surprise. I just think for roster construction, it's a little weird to give him all the money. Look,
the Fox one compared to the Luka one, especially, where you're like, wait, he's getting like, I get it's 1 more year, but he's getting Luka was like 185, and then Fox is 229.
I'm not paying.
That's a big difference
in how the CBA is constructed and how teams are operating. I'm not giving Fox that money. Of course, circumstances led to this being an issue with all the guards, but I'm negotiating at least.
Yeah,
I'm not giving you. Look, you want an extension, you want to be here, cool. Love you, De'Aaron. I'm not giving you all the money.
Yeah,
you cannot be at that level. You're not that player.
That's what I was gonna say. Even without the Dylan Harper issue, it's like just Fox by himself. Is he? Are we sure he's a no doubt about it? Full like we pay him the most he can possibly get a year early.
Look, he had a great clutch season a couple years ago. I guess you can still live
clutch
off of that.
Year, yeah.
If you're a big De'Aaron Fox fan, shout out to Fox Muse. I'm sure it's out there someplace. But is he a difference maker? Like the Kings were fine for a year. They were good fun for a year, and they got knocked out of the playoffs. Look, he had a broken finger, I believe, in that Warriors series. But over the course of Fox's career, if he wasn't a max player for Sacramento, how is he a max player for the Spurs when you have Wemby and 2 other young guards you're going to lean on? And as you mentioned, you've already paid Vassell.
Yeah.
It just seems like they were I won't even say a victim because you wind up with Dylan Harper, so you're not a victim of circumstances. But circumstance led you to say, okay, what else are we going to do but pay De'Aaron Fox this money? For a guy throughout his career has not meant that much to winning in Sacramento. Look, Sacramento's a mess. They've been a mess really since the Weber, Bibby era, Stojakovic era. So it's not on De'Aaron Fox. They've had coaching regime changes. They've had general managers, ownership, whatever. It's all come together to make Sacramento kind of a disaster, and no one wants to go there. But I would like to pay a max to a real difference maker, and Fox has not proven that to be the case over the majority of his career. But we're not the Spurs, so shout out to the Spurs.
Yeah.
Credit to you.
Get Sohan on an extension while you're at it.
Oh, you think that's
got to take care of Sohan?
I imagine that's someone they will pay.
He's untouchable in Durant trades.
Is he untouchable in the Giannis trade? Which we didn't talk about on air when it came out through Shams again that Giannis isn't dead set on leaving Milwaukee or staying Milwaukee. It's not even a story. It's a continuation of what he said earlier this offseason. It's just different wording.
Yeah.
He went from open-minded to not dead set, pretty much. Thanks. And it started up another round of aggregating, and Giannis
Monday,
could be on the
August
move.
4th.
Yeah.
Like, all right, let's.
I'm sure ESPN had told Shams to hit the button. Hey, ask him again. And when you find out he's not dead set, now we got another report. We can bring you on, get up a first take, throw that out there, turn that into content, and that's part of our conversations for the rest of the day.
And next week will be LeBron, nebulous LeBron reporting.
LeBron congratulated Luka on his extension.
Oh, okay. But nothing to see here, folks.
That's what we're saying. That's what we're saying. It's good if this is a mistake for the Spurs. Helps the Rockets.
Yeah, it's about time they mess up once.
Yeah.
It's about first time in 30 years they messed up.
Look, they've had their down seasons.
And they signed like a pretty good player to a really good, like a contract of a really good player.
Yeah.
They were paid by like 20%.
Their mistake was not projecting that they would wind up the number 2 pick and drafting the second best player in the draft, and also giving a really good player max player money. That's the big mistake they made. And really, if the CBA was different, it wouldn't be that big of a mistake. But because how the CBA is now, it's something to look at.
Wembanyama just stays healthy.
Yeah.
There really isn't, like, they have to do some real, late 2000s Cleveland Cavaliers type stuff to mess this up with Wembanyama. So I'm still not like dancing on their grave.
No, they're pretty much alive. I don't know how good Mitch Johnson will be as their coach, so that certainly you can ask questions about that. But they're going to have enough talent and enough assets to make any move they want to make. Let's just hope they make the wrong ones. Let's just hope Wemby is actually not a traditional European player.
Oh, yeah.
And can be a destructive force. Like, hey,
he's like, I don't know, Messi jump teams.
Yeah.
I can jump teams.
If you don't do things I like, I will cause so much of a problem. I'm going to hold, like he learned from LeBron, he's going to hold the Spurs' feet to the fire throughout his entire career.
You go all in every single year.
Or I'm going to be pissed and I may leave. I need for our sake, I need Wemby to operate like LeBron.
I hope Wemby doesn't treat Pop like LeBron treated Pat Riley.
Well, Pop is gone.
No, he's El Jefe now.
Oh, okay.
He actually just has Pat Riley's job.
Gotcha. Yeah, you're right. I forgot. That yes, I still think of Pat Riley as a coach. And
you and LeBron in 2010, you're both.
He tried to. He tried to run Spo out of there, give him a little bump, try to get him out of there. Did not happen. He went up to Pat, and Pat was like, "Effing make it work. I'm not getting rid of Spo." And the Spurs are much like that. They're not going to let Wemby bully the head coach. But I could dream. I could dream for him to be the typical NBA megastar. But I don't think that's going to be the case. He's hanging out with monks. Like, he goes to a foreign country to hang out with monks. James Harden goes there to promote shoes and start a camp and run a camp, I guess.
Yeah, and that's it. And then go be in bed by 9:00.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah. Sure. James was probably up to other things, but Wemby's playing soccer with monks, so I don't think I'm going to get the hey, do this or I'm out type stuff from him. It's unfortunate. The Spurs got one of those Steph Curry type stars where he causes no problems and all you want to do is help him win. That's unfortunate. Maybe Cooper Flagg's like that, because we did have 2 generational players in the last couple years drafted in the state of Texas. So maybe he will be the one who's the destructive force. Maybe Dallas will fall apart. Not like they need much help. They feel like they're teetering.
Yeah.
Anyway, so maybe he will push them over the edge.
Yes, they were they had no problems blowing things up. They actually kind of got bailed out.
That happened. Yeah, we've talked about it, but it happened to both Texas teams.
And both Texas teams in the same year, and then it's the second time in 3 years that happened to the Spurs. Like dumb lottery luck 3 times in the state of Texas. One, like the Rockets, while they were tanking, they always had like not bad luck. That's how I always thought
True.
about it. Like they never got
the worst thing never happened to them.
Yeah, they never, because in 2021 it was top 4 protected, and it was basically a 50-50 chance of whether they kept their pick or not. And they didn't get the number 1 pick and picked Cade Cunningham. They got the number 2 pick, so they kept their pick. You can't really complain, but they didn't get the capital T, the guy.
Yeah.
Same thing in 22. Well, it wasn't protected in 22, but they kind of stayed put in 22, got Jabari. 23, like they didn't get Wemby, but they still got him in time. Like it's not like you can complain about it. It's not who was it this year that got screwed? Oh, the Wizards. It's not like the Wizards and the Jazz. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, you're just not getting the like awesome luck to get a future like all NBA player, but you're not falling out of the top 5. Meanwhile, the other teams in your state get the 2 generational guys that come out.
You wouldn't say in any draft that the Rockets, well, they were in line certainly for Wemby if things fell their way, but
luckily for Wemby, he doesn't have to play here.
Yeah, he was thrilled. But for the most part, the Rockets didn't get the great lottery luck, but they're able to still draft well.
Yeah,
they never rose above their station. If I'm watching the Gilded Age, that's where that comes from.
Oh, okay.
They never rose above their station to land themselves or find themselves where the generational prospect would be taken, or even the really good college player who's a clear consensus number 1 like Cade Cunningham. But they have drafted well in their spots.
Yeah. They've won enough money to get their money back. Yeah. Like they paid $20 for scratch off tickets, and then they just got $25 back.
Oh, yeah.
They made a little.
Ahmed Thompson is probably ahead of schedule.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Shingun certainly is a guy
they made their own
where
luck.
he was drafted.
They pulled themselves up by their bootstraps. They didn't get handouts like Dallas and San Antonio.
Sure, you miss on Cam Whitmore and stuff like that.
That happens.
It happens.
20th pick in the draft.
Yeah, we'll see what Tari Eason is.
Jalen Green also probably a miss. That happens. Well, the number 2 pick in the draft.
Yeah, but that miss got you Kevin Durant. So you make do. They've made do. And
self-made men.
As opposed to the Spurs and the Mavs who inherited wealth.
Have Jerry Jones give us a monologue while we're on our deathbeds, like John Hamm.
The Mavs very much like Stephen Jones and Cal McNair.
Hey. And Ryan Day, born on third base.
Yes, that is a quote from Jim Harbaugh. Yes, born on third base. Well, he was born on third base, won himself a national title, and now he's got the number 2 team in the country according to the coaches, which we found out yesterday. All right, we got a couple other things to get to before we're done for the day, and Paul Gallant comes in at noon. But first, I want to tell you about people who've been in business for 50 years, and as Sean said, they pulled themselves up. They weren't born on third base. They started a business and kept that business going now for over half a century. You know, I say 50 years, plus 50 years now, but it's the equivalent of over half a century Monument Chevrolet has been in business. That means they do a great job selling great cars to you. And it's back to school season. The district in my neighborhood starts back next week. That's happening around the greater Houston area. And if you want a great car for your student who's going back to school, Monument Chevrolet is a place for you. Maybe it's something pre-owned that you want to get because you don't want to start them off with something crazy, but you want to get them something great. Monument Chevrolet has cars in that category, and they have 6 months, 6,000-mile warranty on those cars. You can check out all they have to offer at monumentchevrolet.com, or you can go visit them on Beltway 8, at Beltway 8 and 225 in Pasadena. So you can check out those great cars for that person going back to school. And if you need a new car because your current car is unrewarding, it's kind of breaking down. You might even call it toxic. You're done with that car. Monument Chevrolet has great new cars for you to check out. You want something like a Trailblazer, a Silverado, or a Trax, or some of their EV vehicles. It's all there for you. Great new cars for you. Maybe a great pre-owned car for the student in your life. They're all at monumentchevrolet.com and in Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. And as always, remember this, Chevrolet, together let's drive.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
So we gave away tickets yesterday to the listener party. This show specifically, and then we had an online giveaway. If you downloaded the app, you had a chance to win tickets. The entire station will continue to give away tickets all throughout the week. All you have to do is listen. The listener party is back. It's going to be Thursday. No, excuse me. It'll be September 5th from 6:30 to 9:30. I was thinking the day, but I don't know what day September 5th is. But it'll be 6:30.
Friday.
So, yeah, that makes more sense. It'll be Friday, September 5th from 6:30 to 9:30. We're going to be at St. Arnold's. And I say we because the entire station will be there. You can be there, too. Just continue to listen to the station throughout the week and the following weeks, because we're going to continue to give away tickets all the way through Soccer Matters. So when Glenn Davis is on, you can listen to Glenn Davis as well. And beyond Dynamo Talk and International Soccer Talk, Leagues Cup is currently going on. You'll get a chance to win tickets to the Listener Appreciation Party Friday, September 5th at St. Arnold's, which is, it's a change. We normally have it here. It's a little cramped.
Yeah.
Sometimes a little hotter than we'd like.
The heat is the bad part. I think having it here and having it be kind of cramped gives it a certain charm.
Okay.
But I also like St. Arnold.
And we also had the conservatory downstairs, so the after party sometimes it went down there last time. We had John got into an arm wrestling match with the listener's brother down there.
I missed out because I had the next morning I had to go to Lake Charles.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
So
that would have been tough.
I cut out early.
Yeah, respect. Understood there. So this time around, no after party here, but I'm sure the events can go into the night if you so choose, even if St. Arnold's kicks you out. I'm not saying they will, but if they say 9:30,
eventually they will.
Yeah,
they will kick you out at some point.
I'm not saying it'll happen at 9:30.
You don't have squatters' rights.
But if it does happen at 9:30, sure you guys can find things to do. Once at some point it becomes less about, hey, it's a chance to meet everyone who works here. It's just people who have known each other for years, hanging out, having a good time. So it'll be a good time for all of us. So keep listening, and you'll get a chance to win, as we want you all there joining us to celebrate mostly you guys and your support of the station. Okay, so there is a list, but it's not a list we're going to go through. I just want you to take a guess, Sean. It's a list of the 40 most important players in college football this upcoming season.
Okay. Who's number one?
No, not that. Although you could probably take a guess and figure that out, considering how media works and engagement works. Can you guess the number of quarterbacks before you get to a non-quarterback player?
Okay, so the top non-quarterback is what number?
What number? You don't even have to guess the player. Just what number that player is.
How long's the list? 40?
40. The 40 most important players in college football.
Okay, so at a certain point, it probably should be mostly quarterbacks, but I know also how media works. Like, okay, cool. So the top 40 teams, quarterbacks better be good. So it's probably going to be, I'd say outside the top 10. So like 11th.
More.
Like a higher number?
More quarterbacks before you get
17.
16.
Okay.
16 quarterbacks make the list before, and let me make sure, just to make sure. 15. It's 15. The 16th player is a non-quarterback.
Okay.
So 15 quarterbacks make the list of the most important players in college football.
Who's the most important non-quarterback?
It is
edge rusher, I'm guessing.
They use 3 guys.
Oh, that's cheating.
It's a cheat. Yes.
It's cheap.
Yes. It is one of these 3 receivers from Clemson: Antonio Williams, Bryant Westco, or T.J. Moore. They did use the same team, but one of these guys has to take a leap.
Have a backbone. Pick one guy.
Yeah, it's not that difficult.
I liked Williams the most.
I think
from what I saw,
he's the most productive player of them all. He's more of a slot guy for them. Clemson hasn't produced
good against Texas, if that matters to you.
Doesn't matter that much, honestly.
Mattered a lot to me.
Yeah, it kept them in the game. You're like, wait a minute.
Cover that guy.
What the hell? Clemson, if you want to say their downfall, they've never been bad in the Dabo era since really early in his tenure. If you even want to call,
they weren't even that bad. Yeah, the Clemsoning wasn't bad.
Yeah, whatever.
They're
you
still pretty good.
Yeah, whatever.
That was part of Clemson.
Well, whatever you want to call those records, I don't think they're bad.
No,
but just early on when they weren't.
Since Taj Boyd got on campus,
when Cole Stout was still playing quarterback for them,
exactly.
They haven't really had an outside receiver to the level of Nuke Hopkins or Sammy Watkins or Justin Ross. Remember, he was a really great college player.
Yeah, even like Mike Williams.
Or T. Higgins. Yeah, they haven't had one of those guys. And that maybe, I don't know if I want to draw the correlation, but since that guy has not appeared, Clemson has not been the type of team that you were really considering being a national title contender. Maybe it'll be Wesco Jr. or T.J. Moore. As I said, Antonio Williams is more of a slot guy. But they need to find that guy. It's kind of how, no matter who the OC was, how that offense thrived is because they had big-time threats on the outside, and they haven't been able to find them.
Yeah, their offense was just like, hey, we have an awesome quarterback and some, like at least one, but normally they had two receivers that are just like a mismatch against anybody.
And they've been able to produce slot receivers.
Yeah, your Hunter Renfrows.
And then
Ross was one of them.
I'm trying to think of the Amari Rodgers, who was good there. He never became a good pro, but Amari Rodgers as the complement, along with Higgins and Ross as the two outside guys, along with Renfro. He was on the Watson team, but they've been able to find slot receivers, and in some ways tight ends as well. But they have not been able to duplicate that success on the outside.
I believe in this group. I think and maybe it is just because I watched probably, if not their best game of the season against good competition that they had when they played Texas in the playoff. I think that's like, I've kind of overrated them just because I'm like, hey, fix up the run defense. You got yourself a good team. But I do think it is as simple as that with a new DC coming in. They got to transfer along the line, which is noteworthy. I read somewhere that he's the first, I think it was Will Helt. He's the first transfer Clemson's ever taken on the defensive side of the ball in the Dabo Swinney era.
Yes, something he refused to do.
Ridiculous.
It was his calling card.
Yes.
He stood on that.
But you would think they would have because they did get some, a transfer here and there. They just were basically grad assistants that had a eligibility left.
Sure.
But the
Hunter Johnson.
Yeah, that's who I was thinking of. But the run defense, I think, was the biggest issue for him all season long, not just against Texas, but also against Texas. That they just gave up too many big plays in the run game. With their defensive line talent, there's really no excuse for that to happen, especially that Louisville game was just abysmal. So I think they do. I think they have a real chance to not just win the ACC, but to be legitimately one of the best teams in college football if they just clean up two things.
Yeah. Kay Klubnik got better as that year went on. He went from someone people were questioning, and could he be
steadied out?
Could he play along the lines of the good Clemson quarterbacks of the past? And now,
not really. But he's
he's not one of those guys.
He's good enough.
But he can be a first-team All-ACC quarterback, and that may be enough to get them into, well, certainly a playoff, but maybe even real contender status. I'm looking at the list, and not sure if he goes 1 through 40. Not sure that means they're ranked order. 1 through 40 because Jeremiah Smith and Ryan Williams make the list, but they're in the 20s. I don't believe they're
pretty important.
I don't believe Jeremiah Smith the 24th most important. I think he's higher than that, particularly with Ohio State, and they're breaking in a quarterback.
There's Darian Minsa is ahead of him.
Yeah,
it's okay, guys.
Yeah. I think it's one of those things where you get caught reading something where they put it into tiers and to make it easier for the writer, he just puts all the quarterbacks in one spot. But as far as we talked a little bit yesterday about the rankings themselves, and of course the jokes we made about it being the coaches poll being the least influential of all the polls today. Other polls less important than the coaches poll are out, like the publications polls, and Texas is at the top of another list. CBS Sports has Texas as the best team in the country, which is, I think, maybe won't be unanimous. Maybe an Athlon doesn't have it number one, but I think the media will put them there too. I think.
Oh, you mean unanimous among the polls?
Among all the polls.
Unanimous.
Not every first place vote.
Yeah, okay,
but unanimous among the polls. I think Texas will be considered the best team in the country, particularly when Ohio State will maybe rank second, but with all the talent they lost, I think Texas can't.
There's
certainly
just
is
enough
returning
question
more.
marks, yeah.
And Ohio State has enough questions where, despite the factory that they are, that's a one where you could comfortably place the defending champion with their losses in a spot where they're not number one. And you can hand it over to a team who, if they could stop a screen pass late in the half, may have played in the championship game and may have won it.
Yeah, there's enough questions with all the other teams that would make up the top 5 to where it's like defensible, where you go like the defending champion, you already mentioned it. The team that was number 1 for most of last year and went undefeated in the regular season, Oregon, they are also breaking in a new quarterback and losing some wide receiver talent, losing a lot of talent on offense. You have Georgia, who's probably been the best team of the 2020s. They're also breaking in a new quarterback who's not even, like the like Arch Manning or like the Ohio State quarterback, where highly touted. It's like, well, it's like a program guy, kind of Gunnar Stockton. Like no one is throwing him on a Heisman watch list, And Notre Dame also breaking. So it's like all of these teams are breaking in new quarterbacks and all pretty widely viewed as the top teams in the league or top teams in the country, and at the very least, perennially up there. Really until you get to like Clemson, as far as a returning quarterback at that spot. There's really not that many teams that can conceivably win this thing that aren't breaking in at least a transfer quarterback.
Yeah, the one team we don't take seriously, but would fit the bill of bringing a guy back is Penn State.
They'll probably be they'll be in top 5.
Yeah, well, they're number 2 in CBS's list. They're in the top 5 for the coaches. That's another team who a lot of people like. Their running backs are good. Of course, Drew Aller, more experience. He played well last year until he threw that awful pick because it's Drew Aller. Our agenda lives thanks to Drew Aller. It was getting a little sticky for us until he reverted back to being Drew Aller. I wasn't hoping for it because that means rooting for Notre Dame.
Yeah, you're in a tough spot.
Yeah, I was in
a less tough spot.
Yeah,
because I can always play the long game here.
Yeah, look, it's Notre Dame in my favorite team's home stadium. Not looking for them to win anything, but Drew Aller came through when I needed him most, for this show's sake at least. But they're up there: Ohio State, Clemson, Georgia. So the typical names you're going to hear across all the polls. But I do believe when we start to do the let's put all these polls together and get the average ranking of all these teams, I think Texas is going to be solidly ahead of everyone else. I think you're just going to see a lot of number 1s next to their name. And I don't know if that's a great spot for Texas to be in if I just go by history. No. Now, Sark has changed quite a bit of that with their ability to make these CFP semifinals. But Texas, as the team with the target on their back, it's a new place for them in terms of it actually meaning something. Like those teams under Herman, you rank them 11, whatever, or top 10.
Like Iowa State Iowa State was like, oh, we're playing Tech. Like it's a little bit different.
Yeah. Now Texas is a legit threat.
Yeah.
And we'll see how they handle it. They certainly have the talent to handle it. It'll just be about trying to navigate what is and always will be a tough schedule. You're playing the SEC, and Texas, as much as they're a team to take shots at, they will schedule. And going to Ohio
Even
State.
when they're bad, they schedule.
Yeah, ain't no joke. Yeah, well, they never think they're going to be bad, so they're never going to account for maybe a down year.
Yeah.
So there's always going to be someone on the schedule who.
It really sucked when you had to play those Notre Dame games. You're like, damn it.
Yeah, it turns out at least 1 year you both sucked.
Oh yes, that was good. That was good. But the year before they lost 30-3.
Yeah.
It's South Bend.
But you don't want your program to be scared. You're Texas. You want them to play everyone, right? Right.
In like 2015, I was like, hey, guys, maybe we should be a little more scared.
You can't be the flagship school of the state and be scared.
You know what? They did step down the competition when they played Maryland 2 years in a row.
How'd that work out?
0-2.
Yeah.
0-2.
Yeah. Hey, you're a soft touch, Maryland, until you're not.
Yeah, that's why I was like, stop playing these guys.
Not even Maryland. Like, if we can't beat Maryland.
Lower.
If we can't even beat Maryland, what's Northwestern up to?
Yeah. I was like, thank God for the pandemic. We don't have to play LSU. That game got canceled.
Was that the return trip?
Yeah, in Baton Rouge.
But you'd have been better off playing them.
I know.
In 2020.
That's the
you probably would have won that game.
The tragic irony. we had to play Joe Burrow And the pandemic happens. We can't play. Or Jabroni, they're running out
I don't know
there.
who the 2020 quarterback was for them.
Coach O is hitting on administrators' wives, allegedly.
The offseason of 2019 for Coach O, spectacular.
One of the all-time runs.
That man was like, I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to do this again. And he was right. So let's take advantage of it.
He was living life. There's like there's no tomorrow.
That picture of him in bed with a random blonde. The quarterback in question, the jabroni, was 3 of them. Miles Brennan, T.J. Finley, and Mac Johnson.
Huh? I think it was Brennan was the week 1 guy. I think so.
He did start the season.
Yeah.
Yes. I think that Texas team could have got that LSU
just
team.
Missed out. 4th-year starter Sam Ellinger. God, we would have gotten it.
That would have been a big win in Death Valley for your Texas Longhorns. Okay, we'll go to a break with that. Just touching on some college football because we're getting ever closer. And speaking of that, Josh Pate will join the morning show tomorrow. Josh Pate, one of the bigger names in college football, just announced that he's partnering with On3 and /Rivals for the college football season. He will join us.
Couldn't have waited and announced it on our show or on the morning show.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes the press release has to get out there. But Josh Pate, now of On3 and Rivals, will join John Lance tomorrow at 9, and that will be the start of a weekly appearance with those guys to talk the greatest sport in the world, college football. We won't have Josh Pate, but we certainly will talk about it with you. We got one more segment to go. We'll be back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
So there is a slip and slide out at Texans practice, but for practical reasons. The guys aren't just having an ice cream social and then sliding on a slip and slide for fun. C.J. Stroud's practicing and sliding out there. The quote that I remember from C.J. Stroud's time at Ohio State is, people were asking why he didn't run more, and he said, I don't get paid to run. I get paid to throw the football. Well, he continues to be getting paid to throw the football, but we saw CJ move around quite a bit more last year. It led to some some extra first downs because he would extend drives with his ability to scramble. But they're now working on him getting down, and they're using a slip and slide. And watching the soon-to-be, not too soon, but at some point, $65 million man per season slide, it's funny. But I get it. But my question is, who's responsible for the dish soap to make sure the slip and slide continues to be slippery? Like, I don't see an active water hose out there. I don't know if there was a coach. I don't know what level of person has to go get the dish soap to make sure that it keeps being slippery.
Is a quality
control coach is a QC out there with the dish soap. It looks fun.
Do you think Nick Haley out of habit grabbed it and he was like, "Oh wait, I don't do this anymore."
This is you because you think all he did was get Sean McVay's coffee. That's what that's about. There's no evidence that he ever got his coffee, despite your claims. And I do not think he was the guy who kept the slip and slide lubricated for Matthew Stafford.
Just squirting the little Dawn on the.
I just want to know.
That
would be my question.
Is it a real slip and slide or is it just like the black?
No, it is an actual slip and slide.
Oh wow, okay.
It's not extended all that far. It's not a full gallop and you slide down head first like a kid would do.
Yeah, I was gonna ask. Does it have the little like water fountain?
No,
on the side?
This is why I'm asking questions. There's no water hose near it.
Inflatable? Is it inflatable?
No, it doesn't look like it. Okay. It just looks like a flat surface. I just want to know.
Got to go to Academy. Texans, come on.
Yeah, I don't know where they got it from. It's not one befitting of a NFL franchise, I would say.
Multi-billion-dollar.
Yeah, it's not.
Company.
No, it's not something you would go, "Oh, look, they really went all out for this." No.
I mean, I will say probably shouldn't go all out for something like this. This does seem like hey guys, it's been 2 weeks of training camp. Let's let's break out the water slide. Let's have a little bit lighter of a day and practice sliding. Where it's like we can say that this is helping you, and I guess it is helping you, but also it's pretty fun, low impact, keeps you cool. I don't mind that. I don't mind that they might have cheaped out a little bit on this.
I need to find out from Will Kunkel. Like, Will Kunkel will join John and Lance, by us, I mean the station. He'll be a part of the station, it looks like, going forward weekly to talk Texans and some other things. He covers all the sports. Kicking It with Kunkel, I believe, is his podcast. I need him at some point when he comes on. I'm going to ask him a question. In fact, I could just text Will. Hey, Will, can you ask who makes sure that slip and slide is good for CJ? Did you see who laid down the palm olive? Who got water on the slip and slide so CJ can go through his sliding practices?
Do you think
that's the
Graham
information
Mertz?
I need?
Graham Mertz. Rookie.
No, there is another
by.
quarterback standing behind him, but I don't think Graham Mertz laid out the slip and slide.
Okay.
It's not.
Maybe he goes first to make sure it's, slidable enough. Because you don't want it too dry, and you learn that because the soon-to-be $60 million
loses
quarterback
a piece of skin off his
leg.
Yeah,
just would rather, Davis Mills. Come on.
Davis Mills.
Whee!
Davis Mills has reached a level where he doesn't have to do that.
Who's the other guy?
He played under Culley and Lovie Smith.
Right?
He doesn't have to do it.
Who's the other quarterback? They have a fourth guy that I forgot. Oh, Keaton Slovis.
He would be the guy.
Yeah.
Him and not Wilgar. I almost did it again. Him and Graham Mertz are the two who would have to test it out, and hell, maybe even lay it out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think they help the coach. I think there is a low-level coach that does have to do this.
Of course, someone's putting it out there.
But I do think that the rookie quarterbacks, they also play a part in setup at least. Unless they do it during practice and they're working on something.
Yeah, I'm sure that's probably actually how it goes down. It's the last thing he's doing before he walks off the practice field. While I'm watching the video, which is hypnotic, by the way, I will tell you, watching him slide over and over again in this 19-second loop is pretty funny. Sam Warren _3 is the account that put it out there. So if you want to watch your quarterback slip and slide over and over again in this loop, you can do that. There is a player who fake approaches like he's going to hit CJ. I'm trying to find the roster number. It's number 15.
Okay, I was gonna say without seeing the video,
it's Kaimi Fairbairn.
That's funny. That's very funny.
Yeah.
He's like, I think he's the second funniest guy it could have been. The funniest guy it could have been would have been Aziz Al-Shaair.
True.
Being
They're wearing like that light blue Texan blue H-Town blue jersey.
Non-contact.
It looks a lot like a Jacksonville Jaguar jersey from a distance.
The teal.
So maybe it's just coded into his brain that now every time he sees
like
it.
he's the Winter Soldier.
Yeah. There's a couple things that you have to say to trigger Al-Shaair to lay out a quarterback when he's trying to slide. So that's fun from training camp. As much as a lot of it is very serious because we're concerned about our team and what they'll be like, to watch your quarterback do a slip and slide thing is pretty fun. Hopefully he gets it worked out so he can avoid an awkward slide or just getting hit overall. So they're doing that out there to get CJ ready for the upcoming season. Today, the Astros go again against the Marlins. They'll have a opener today. And then Arrigetti's back. He'll come off the IL and pitch tomorrow. We'll see how they get through today's game as they try to take the series against the Marlins. That's the Marlins team who was very hot until the Astros got in there. Waited till the fourth inning. But once those bats got going, it was a pretty fun night. The only one who probably really had a bad night was Brian King. He has not been good over the last 5 or 6 outings. But you get the win, and you hope whoever you run out there, whatever 4 pitchers you need to get through, maybe more to get through the game, hopefully they get it done. We'll see what Joe Espada decides in a little bit. Haven't seen anyone report who that opener will be.
No. And again, that's the whole point of the opener. It's like, it's not that important. It's just the guy. Really, you want him. The reason you want it to be a 1-inning guy is just because you just need him to get the top of the order out once, and then you let a long reliever face the 5, 6, 7, 8 hit. Like, it just takes a while for the heart of
to come back around.
The lineup to come back around.
As long
you're
as you're
stealing
pitching well.
outs. Yeah. And as long as you're pitching well. Of course, it's all as long as you guys are pitching well. But with the Marlins, there's not like there's not a, oh my God, there's this guy coming, Jose Ramirez, Nick Hertz, among others, Astro killers. There really hasn't been that guy for the Marlins. Now, they don't ever really play the Marlins. But even just reputationally, there's not the guy in the Marlins lineup where you're like, oh no, here comes this guy. Although, I don't know. Maybe we find out who that is today.
Yeah, don't count on someone not becoming. We didn't know Nick Kurtz would be one until he was
true.
one.
That is true. I was thinking more like they don't have like the Stanton under Yelich.
There's not a guy
Hanley
there
Ramirez.
where I fear, oh no, not him.
Miguel Cabrera Jr., what the hell?
They don't have that guy. Stowers is their best player.
Stowers is
but
all right, yeah.
He hadn't done anything against the Astros yet, so we don't have any. We don't have any.
Try that against
PSD with him.
Yeah,
or PTSD with him yet. We'll see.
Ort's gonna sit your ass down, buddy.
You're talking trash on behalf of Caleb Ort.
Yeah,
Caleb Ort.
I believe in Ort.
He doesn't even want you talking trash. He just wants to go out there, get his outs, and go sit down. He doesn't want to make an impression on anyone.
No, we want all the smoke. Me and Kyle or Caleb Ort.
You're like Thomas Castellanos. You're writing checks. Your ass doesn't really have to cash.
I'm Nicki Minaj getting her boyfriend in a fight with Des Bryant.
That's true. That happened on Twitter. Like Nicki Minaj was like, "I'll pay $10 million for an ex-NFL player to kick your boyfriend's ass." That's what you want to happen? Okay.
All right.
He's not looking for that, but he appreciates it. While we wrap it up, I did want to let you know about Houston Restaurants Week. It's ongoing, and it goes through September 1st. All proceeds will go to the Houston Food Bank. So this is how it kind of is set up. You get a $55 dinner plus a $5 donation. That means 15 meals to the Houston Food Bank, and $39 dinner plus a $3 donation. That means 9 meals, and so on and so forth. You can help out a worthy cause. And also, you can check out all the restaurants that are on the list of participating establishments like Side Cottage and The Palm. You can see all the restaurants at HoustonRestaurantsWeeks.com, HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com. That'll wrap it up for us. Paul Gallant is up next, followed by the Killer Bees. Since we're done for the day, Sean, what does that mean?
Shred 'em, Stroud!
He slip and slide Stroud to me.
Yeah, I guess today you don't want him to shred anything.
Yeah, he's sliding.
Yeah, don't even shred the little plastic that they have down.
Protect the legs. That's all we're looking for.
Yeah, and the slip and slide.
Yeah. We're done. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Ground ball is short. Pena's there. And the Astros will strand the bases loaded, and Alexander ends up with 6 shutout innings. A huge out for Jason Alexander to complete his best outing as a major leaguer.
Same as it ever was for your 2025 Houston Astros, who snapped the 3-game snide and got back in the win column with an 8-2 dominant victory over the Miami Marlins, a game where you heard Jason Alexander be the latest, huh? How did he do that? Man to step up on an Astros team that has seen so many guys like that this year. The Miami Marlins, for those who don't know, are in the midst of their best stretch in franchise history, coming off that sweep of the Yankees over the weekend. One of the best teams in baseball over the last couple of months. And the Astros shut them down with some new friends. Jason Alexander threw 6 innings with 6 strikeouts, allowing just 3 hits and a walk along the way. And the Astros offense got a whole lot from Jeremy Pena, who had a pair of doubles. Jeremy Pena, 2 doubles yesterday. Mauricio Dubon had a double. Jesus Sanchez, call him Jesus, he had a double. Yainer Diaz had a double. The offense put 8 runs across the plate, 5 of them in the 4th inning. This one was never in doubt, and it's always awesome to see the Astros win easily, where you're not sweating, and you're also laughing at the mistakes and the misfortunes of a Marlins team that did make its fair share last night. Hello and welcome aboard the Paul Gallant Show. It is Tuesday, August 5th, 2025. You heard the voice guy say it. We are live as part of Houston Restaurant Week out at the Federal American Grill. Sean Mapes is back at Mission Control. Sorry, bro. AJ Russ is out here with me. Sam, the social media savant, just showed up. In front of me right now, 3 glorious and delectable items that are teasing me. These little minxes right here. You got a Reuben, you got a shrimp taco, and you got cheeseburger egg rolls. I'm gonna show the people on the, oh, I can't do it, of course. Hang on. Let's show the people on the YouTube here, on the Twitch. Look at this stuff. Good googly moogly. And they're putting it right in front of me. I think that is cool but not cool, because I'm supposed to do a radio show. They also offered me, I believe, an old-fashioned at some point. No, not that kind. Like the drink old-fashioned. That's inappropriate. Get your mind out of the gutters. I had one of the biscuits in front of me right now as well. And guess what? Now, through Labor Day, it's Houston Restaurant Week, so if you want to eat out, but maybe you're a cheapo like me, or you just want to save some money, you could frame it like that. You want to get into the game, baby. We're going to be talking a little bit later with Katie Stone of the Cleverly Stone Foundation about Houston Restaurant Week. But Federal American Grill, along with a bunch of other ones, B&B Butchers, Liberty Kitchen, amongst many, many more, are in the midst of Houston Restaurant Week. So if you want to pig out and not spend so much money to do it, now you know how to do it. Anyway, back to the Astros. They got back in the win column last night with that 8-2 victory. We are back in God Wills It mode. Hit me up, random Knight Templar dude from Kingdom of Heaven.
God wills it! God wills it! God wills it!
God wills it, indeed. So it's Jason Alexander, God's chosen soldier of the night last night. God also willed something that I have mixed thoughts on. I was made aware of this by one of the OG Paul Gallant Show listeners from back at the Texans flagship, fan I know, who's one of my favorite people. Hung out with him once at an Astros game. Good dude. And he had posted that an Astros trainer might have done more in last night's game to help an Astro out than any trainer's done all year long. What happened? A Marlins player who was a lefty swung his bat. The bat went flying out of his hands, Jeff Blum and Todd Callis are on the call here for the Space City Home Network.
4. Look out. That's the second one. This one caught by Eric Velasquez off the netting. What a play by the assistant athletic trainer. One of the plays of the year.
Yeah, Pat throwing Monday here at Lone Depot.
Wow. Big smile for Eric. And thank you, Kelly. I appreciate you playing along.
4.
Look out. That's the second one. This one caught by Eric Velasquez off the netting. What a play by the assistant athletic trainer. One of the plays of the year.
Yeah, Pat throwing Monday here at Lone Depot.
Wow. Big smile for Eric. And he's getting a lot of compliments from his fellow training staff.
The training staff is checking on him. He's like, I'm just fine. Look, he's waiting for it. On the bounce.
Yes.
Made the play. Show the fans.
That is well done. He was in position. Now ground ball right.
So there you go. And bad audio editing by me right there. So apologies for the little double buffer here. But the Astros training staff actually did something good in last night's game. They caught a bat that had flown into the dugout. Now, did it bounce off a net and did the Astros trainer catch it? Yes. So I think you could put an asterisk next to it. You hear Todd Callis and Jeff Blum, and they're right there being very complimentary. I like to think that in that moment right there, they weren't being complimentary. I like to think they were being sarcastic because, hey, look, the Astros training staff finally did something. And there is a part of me, a sick part of me, that wishes that, no one got hurt by the bat. But there's a part of me that wishes that the Astros training staff perhaps got grazed by the bat so that the training staff would have to look at themselves and then perhaps with the stakes of, being hit by something and having to take care of themselves, perhaps they would do a little bit better in a flight or fight situation. A thought that entered my head. It's an intrusive thought. I am an a-hole. You know this. We all know this. But that's a thought that went through my head, and I mean, that's where we're at with this Astros training and medical staff. Oh, they get a win last night? You think that they're not going to be in my crosshairs? Absolutely not. So, congratulations. The Astros training staff saved an Astro from a flying baseball bat. If only they could save the Astros from themselves. Anyway, it's the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 is how you call in. It's how you text in. YouTube at ESPN Houston and on Twitch at ESPN 975. By the way, the Astros continued doing something yesterday that they have been doing all season long. They have been beating the hell out of National League teams. Did you know this? The Astros have the best interleague record in the majors. They are now 26-14 after last night's 8-2 victory. Isn't there a part of you that wishes, we're talking about God wills it with Jason Alexander. God wills it, the Astros trainer saved the Astros from getting decapitated by a flying baseball bat. Wouldn't it be nice if God could will the Astros back into the National League? I mean, the National League kind of sucks this season. The American League is a more competitive one. But the Astros have the best interleague record in all of baseball. It's because of what they did to the Dodgers. It's because of what they did to the Phillies. It's because of what they did to the Cubs. And now they take on this red-hot Miami Marlins team, this Marlins team that has been on a roll playing its best baseball in franchise history. I mean, it's a 30-year-old organization. It's not like they're brand new. And the Astros stopped them right in their tracks last night with Jason Alexander on the mound. Now, if God really wants to will it too, obviously you can't really move him to the National League. You know, it would be wonderful to see if the Astros opener, whoever the hell it is today, I'm sure they've announced it, but off the top of my head, I don't know. But they're going opener mode for today's game. It would be nice if today's opener threw an immaculate inning or something like that. So they're going to have the long bullpen game tonight. And it's still not been announced who they're throwing. I'm sure that probably around 2 o'clock, they usually announce things about 2-3 hours before the game, that we will figure out who is on the hill for them as an opener. 713-780-3776 is how you call in. It's how you text into the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. You are on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can see me there, hanging out in the whiskey room here at the Fayetteville American Grill. Also on Twitch, and you can listen to us as well on the brand new ESPN Houston app. Up next, remember when the Astros were in the National League? Remember when they used to play the Miami Marlins and it used to be a National League game? it does allow me to make the show once again about me. You'll hear a funny moment from my past covering an Astros-Marlins game on the other side if you've never heard it before. And what are the Texans doing in Take Me Home, Country Road, to the place I belong? What are they doing in West Virginia? How did training camp look today? Did C.J. Stroud die? Did the offensive line suck again? Hopefully not. Stick around. You'll find out on the Paul Gallant Show.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Federal American Grill in Hedwig Village. Here's Paul Gallant.
That's right. We are here for Houston Restaurants Week. You want to come out and hang out with us? Please do. We're in this whiskey and bourbon bar room at the Federal American Grill. I've been pigging out on biscuits. I generally keep carbs out of my home so that I can attempt to have a svelte figure until I drink a bunch of beers on the weekend. And now there's a basket of biscuits in front of me, and they're so good. And they've got this like spicy jelly that I've been lathering biscuits up with, and they've also got a little butter. And I'm just being fatty bombati right now and putting a little bit of both on it. And then I'm putting the biscuit in my mouth and chewing it and consuming it. I've burped like 6 times during the commercial break. Perhaps I have some gastrointestinal issues. Speaking of gastrointestinal issues, a lot of people believed that Ozzie Guillen was a gastrointestinal issue for Major League Baseball back in 2012 after he said in an interview with a magazine that he loves Fidel Castro, which leads back to literally the first time that I ever reported at an Astros baseball game, me wondering why I was being paid $20 an hour to go ask questions before an Astros-Marlins game featuring two fourth-place, fifth-place teams with absolutely no prayer of being relevant over the course of the year. I decided to ask Ozzie about those comments and specifically, hey, have things cooled back down in Miami after what you said about, I don't know, a dictator who killed lots of Cubans in a very Cuban-American city? Here's what happened.
I'm the f***ing grow, motherfucker. Are you kidding me?
And there we go. Anyway, in case you've never seen that, yeah, that was like my first day ever reporting. People in Miami got mad at me for asking that question. Richard Justice, who was working for MLB.com at the time, yelled at me in the press box about it. Maybe yells strong, but definitely reprimanded me for it. He said, like, oh, you just want to make this all about yourself, huh? And I was like, I don't know who you are. I thought he was MLB security because he's stocky. He's like a pretty put-together guy. And he was wearing an MLB polo, and I thought I was about to get in trouble with Major League Baseball for asking Ozzie Guillen why he said he loved a dictator. Beat writers are very territorial when it comes to baseball and what questions you can and can't ask, especially if you're not there every single day. Anyway, it is the Gallant Show, and yes, we are live at the Federal American Grill, hanging out at the Whiskey and Bourbon Bar inside Federal. It's a cool little room. It's nice. Also, I don't have to wear sunglasses because I can make eye contact and people don't come up to me thinking that I'm talking to them. So now I can stare at people back through the glass that I'm constantly looked at. People think I'm a monkey. It's not fair. Sometimes I'm doing the show in the studio and people just come in like, I don't know, Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick or the boss who fired me at my last job. And they just sit there and they look at you. So now I can look back while these people eat. Paul, you're scaring everybody. Fine. Let's get back to what's going on at Houston Texans training camp. Their second practice at West Virginia today. The offense is doing a little bit better. In particular, today supposedly was a very good day for Nick Chubb, who many are wondering if he's got anything left in the tank. But while the running game seems to have done pretty well today, the offense, once again, not so much. It seems that the Texans' defensive backs in particular have really been impressive. Kamari Lassiter had an interception on a ball that was slightly overthrown to Nico Collins. On top of that, Lassiter also knocked Nick Chubb on his ass. Remember, Nick Chubb's one of the best tackle breakers in the league, at least when he's 100%. In his prime, this is a guy who's averaging 5 yards a carry, and Kamari Lassiter is a cornerback. Love that the Texans have physical corners. Derek Stingley has shown a little more physicality as well. Lassiter had another interception a little bit later, and probably the highlight of practice, if you are of the gossipy ilk, if you're like me, C.J. Gardner-Johnson and Cade Stover almost got into a mini fight. Jaden Higgins and Jalen Knoll, the two rookie receivers from Iowa State, had a couple of nice plays, and Higgins was riding a lot with the ones. So there you go. Not exactly the most eventful practice in West Virginia, and if you were hoping for some steps forward from the offense, it doesn't really seem like that's happening. But very chippy. Gardner-Johnson, my bad, took Cade Stover to the ground in a little mix-up. Then Dalton Schultz and Yeast, one of the defensive backs who's fighting to get out there, also got into a back and forth. The other little tidbits from today, Cam Robinson, who suffered some sort of injury yesterday, supposedly said injury is minor. It is definitely being downplayed, but Cam Robinson is basically, per Landry Locker, who is in West Virginia, is off to the side with a sleeve on his left knee and a hoodie on. So they've done some shuffling on the offensive line because of that, and it was for the second straight day at right tackle Titus Howard, at right guard Juice Scruggs, center. And it's been going back and forth between Jake Andrews and Jared Patterson. And honestly, I'm not sure if it was a Jake Andrews day or a Jared Patterson day. Lakin Tomlinson at left guard. And at left tackle, it's been once again Ariante Ursary. Other tidbits, some injured Texans. Christian Harris last year, we were waiting all year for the guy to come back because he was so damn good in the 2023-2024 season. But he suffered a serious injury of some sort that kept him out for much of last year. Was it an ankle? Was it an Achilles? They never really got specific with it. But he was wearing full pads today, as when Dameon Pierce, who was officially cleared to get back out there. Pierce excites me because this is the guy who a couple of years ago, going back to 2022, was, I thought, quite the running back in terms of his tackle-breaking ability and his home run ability, despite an offense that was saddled with Davis Mills and a bad offensive line. Now he's in an offense with a new offensive coordinator. He couldn't figure out what Bobby Slowick was trying to do. He even admitted as much. But there's a part of me that thinks that Slowick could have created some plays for the Texans to potentially do what Pierce does best. And what Pierce does best is you just tell him where to go and let him go 100 miles per hour into a specific hole and try to open said hole up for him. When it comes to making a decision on a hole in some of the offenses that you see today, and that's really like what the NFL is. It's a lot of zone read schemes where the running backs have to be smart. They have to have good vision. Pierce, his vision is not the best. But Pierce is good. When you tell him where to go, Pierce is going to explode into that hole, and he is going to drag some tacklers. So I'm hoping that Nick Caley, who has talked about how he's going to adapt the offense to the strengths of his players, perhaps has something in store for Dameon Pierce, especially considering we do not know what is going to happen with Joe Mixon. Mixon, it seems like, is going to be out at least for week 1, if not longer. So that means that somebody else is going to have to step up, and I have some doubts about Nick Chubb and what he's still got left in the tank. So there you go. That's what's going on at Houston Texans training camp. They released their depth chart today. No real surprises. Starting wide receivers are Nico Collins, Christian Kirk, and the rookie Jaden Higgins. The tackle situation, if you take a look at what the Texans were doing before Cam Robinson got hurt, left to right, it's Cam Robinson at left tackle, Lakin Tomlinson left guard, Jared Patterson at center, Titus Howard right guard, Ariante Ursary right tackle. No real surprises on defense. It's exactly what you would have expected going into the season, other than Christian Harris as a backup as he tries to get back to 100% from injury. But there you go. The depth chart is out if you're someone who gets excited about that. I'll just tell you this. The depth chart, it does not generally age well, and you shouldn't make too much out of it. But depth chart watch across the National Football League. It's happening. I'm Paul Gallant. It is the Paul Gallant Show. You want to jump in, 713-780-3776 is how you call, is how you text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. From the 281. People at remotes think you're a monkey, but your listeners know you are. That is true. Another texter from the 281. He's going to explode into that hole. I thought this was a family show. Well, it was until you brought that up. Another texter said the same thing. I don't know how else to frame it. What do you want me to say? That is a natural term to describe the motion of a running back into a hole. What do you want me to say? Into a gap? Like there's no word I can say as far as where he's going or how he does it that's not going to sound sexual in nature. So you guys get your minds out of the gutter, okay? You guys do that. Anyway, you want to chime in, you know how to do it. We're talking about Texas training camp and about the Astros getting back in the win column last night. 8-2, the victory over the Miami Marlins. We'll see if they're able to do it again today with an opener. So, up next, in case you missed it, everything you might have missed over the weekend. Did you know that a Red Sox broadcaster talked bleep about the Astros? On top of that, someone's making false reports about Jose Altuve. Like really egregiously false reports that are getting a lot of traction and have made me lose faith in one app in particular. That and more, including a fight that Johnny Manziel finds himself in. And in case you missed it, stay put.
This is the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Federal American Grill in Hedwig Village. Here's Paul Gallant.
Correa with a line drive to left. That'll be down for a hit. In to score Sanchez. Altuve being held up. Astros lead 2-0. Carlos Correa has an RBI single to left.
Todd, rolling your R's there, bro. I like it. Carlos Correa. I can't do it. I can't do it. In case you couldn't tell from listening to me, while I don't see color, I am a white man, and I do not know how to roll my R's. I just don't, you know? Decidedly Irish and French Canadian, and alas, we don't know how to do that. We also don't know how to tan. We do know how to drink, but that's not necessarily a good thing. Anyway, Astros got back in the win column with an 8-2 win over the Miami Marlins. Marlins were red hot, so nice to see them win. We'll see if they are able to do two in a row tonight in Miami. 5:40 first pitch again. It's weird East Coast crap. Although it is nice to have the games done early. We'll see if the opener and the pitching by committee works. It seems that Spencer Arrighetti is going to start tomorrow's games. We'll finally see him after that ridiculous thumb mishap where he gets hit by a live batting practice ball and broke his thumb. One of the most insane injuries I can remember, and we're talking about the great sport of baseball. Anyway, what did you miss over the weekend in the world of sports? It's time for In Case You Missed It. We talked about this a little bit on yesterday's show, specifically the Astros side of it. Saturday, in the midst of an Astros-Red Sox game, which the Red Sox went on to win, Astros reliever Hector Neris and a Red Sox third base coach got into a back and forth at the end of an inning where Neris, sensing that the Red Sox were perhaps stealing signs from second base, intentionally balked a runner over from second to third, and then started talking bleep at the end of the inning. Specifically, Kyle Hudson is that Red Sox third base coach. We did not play the Red Sox side of things. This is something I discovered yesterday after the show. Will Middlebrooks, who used to play third base for the Red Sox in the 2010s, took shots at the Astros.
I had a feeling this was going to happen.
Yeah, benches are empty. Here come the bullpens, too.
Yeah, imagine the Astros being mad about stealing signs. But guess what? That's part of the game. When you can see the grip in a glove.
First off, how dare you? Second off, yes, you know it's part of the game because the Red Sox did similar things. There's a little bit of pot, meat, kettle here, right? Organizations that could call out the Houston Astros for stealing signs. The Red Sox are legitimately the one that can't, given that they also were implicated in their own scandal with less punishments, the Apple Watch scandal, that they hired Alex Cora, who turned out to be the ringleader of the Astros sign-stealing scandal, fired him for a year, only to bring him back a year later. And now the Red Sox are notorious in baseball circles for doing something. Whatever it is, they seem to draw a lot of anger and a lot of passive aggressiveness from teams that they play because they believe that Alex Cora is, per Terry Francona's words himself, the best sign stealer out there. So Will Middlebrooks, a little bit of hypocrisy there. I only know Will Middlebrooks because Will Middlebrooks is a third baseman who carried on a Red Sox tradition of people in the locker room having relationships with the sideline reporter. This is actually well known. Will Middlebrooks started dating the Red Sox sideline reporter Jenny Dell, who had replaced Heidi Watney, and there's some rumors about Heidi Watney and certain members of the championship Red Sox. So Jenny Dell got reassigned. They are married, happily married, so congratulations to the happy couple. But that's the only reason I know Will Middlebrooks is because Will Middlebrooks started dating the Red Sox clubhouse reporter. Now Jenny Dell, I think, is the lead for college football CBS sideline reporting. Anyway, maybe Will's jealous of the of the Astros with his Red Sox, given that there was an article in The Athletic over the weekend, and it read this. Once upon a time, the Red Sox were interesting. Sometimes they won the World Series. Sometimes their egos got in the way of that, but they always acted boldly and decisively. They swung big. The Astros are the franchise the Red Sox used to be. They've gone to 4 World Series in the last decade, burning through a few managers and general managers along the way. Controversies, they've had a few, but they're always loaded with stars, and when they lose some, they find others. Maybe the Red Sox will grow tired of austerity, one-year contracts, painless trades for fixer-uppers, and waiting on a homegrown core to spark a renaissance, or maybe this group makes a deep playoff run. But these days, it sure seems like a lot more fun to follow the Astros. Huzzah! And I agree. As somebody who has left the Boston Red Sox for the Houston Astros in his time living here in Houston. So, what else is going on? What else did you miss over the weekend? Yesterday, our intern told me to check out a story on the TikTok, which I always take with a little bit of a grain of salt. But you know what? If you give me some tea, I'm going to do my research on it. And this TikTok story that came from a Facebook bleep post actually got in the Houston Chronicle today a fact check. Online rumor that Jose Altuve was not let into a Louis Vuitton store in Houston is false, written by Peter Warren. A social media story that went viral over the weekend about Jose Altuve being denied is fake. The claim stems from a Facebook post from Orange Crush Astros, a Facebook page that posts fake Astros stories. I don't think many people know these stories are fake, though. It just rage baits people. The page's first reference to the fake situation was posted July 31st. It says the following, quote, breaking, Louis Vuitton employees taunted a casually dressed man and stopped him at the door. 48 hours later, they were stunned to find out it was Astros star Jose Altuve. He was just going to buy his wife what she wanted, but now because of the employee's attitude, the whole Major League Baseball community is responding. Never judge a man by his clothes, ... Follow-up posts from the page say that Louis Vuitton CEO Pietro Piccari had apologized, that Astros CEO Jim Crane issued a statement saying the team should boycott the brand, and that Louis Vuitton might sue Jose Altuve. All of this is bullcrap. All of it. I'll give this Facebook page a little bit of credit because Facebook is the hellscape of all hellscapes on social media. It's just a bunch of, no offense, people generally in their 50s who seem rather gullible about any story that they see and they don't do any follow-up research about it. So something goes viral, and then you just see a bunch of people getting angry in the comments section, yelling at one another. It's one of the reasons that I almost never do anything on those apps. But Orange Crush is a Facebook page that I already knew about. Because these a-holes just throw all sorts of stuff out there. And honestly, I feel like someone should sue them for slander and libel, given how much of a following that they have at this moment in time. I'm sure at some place on the page it says that this isn't real, but if you take a look at the page, Orange Crush Astros, welcome to the Astros fan page. Get the latest news and highlights and cheer on the Astros. If you want to see more interesting news, please join our group, blah, 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 blah. It's got 10,000 followers on Facebook. And they had this post earlier this year on May 23rd. Breaking. Houston Astros spiritual leader Jose Altuve declares boycott of Major League Baseball Pride Night. Quote, on the field, the focus should be on baseball, not woke, ... Read the comments. Everyone thinks this is real. F this Facebook page. F them. You're throwing stuff out here, and I constantly will get tagged and people are like, did you see this? Did you hear about this? No, because I'm not a stupid person living on Facebook falling for every effing thing out there. Good God, people. Just get off that app. The only time I go on Facebook is to check if somebody I care about's birthday was that day. That's legitimately it. It's a birthday reminder app for me. I don't want to see Uncle Cletus yelling about the frogs being gay. I don't want to see it, and that website should be burnt with fire. Mark Zuckerberg should be put on a rocket and launched into outer space, never to return. I don't know if he dies up there. I'm just saying he needs to get gone. F Meta, F Facebook, end rant. In case you missed it, continues. Hey, what else is going on? Ooh, Johnny Manziel is in a fight with a podcaster and ex-rapper called Gilly the Kid for $1 Million Worth of Game. I know him for $1 Million Worth of Game. It's a Barstool podcast that gets a lot of good guests. It's based on something that Cam Newton said. So I guess Cam Newton left Jalen Hurts out of his top 10 quarterbacks back in the day. So this was earlier this offseason, back in the day. Earlier this offseason at some point. Maybe weeks ago, maybe months ago. So I'm just follow me here, because Johnny Manziel somehow gets involved, and I'm still trying to figure this out. Gilly, when Newton didn't rate Hurts a top 10 quarterback, told Newton to shut your tight jeans wearing ass up. You've never won a Super Bowl. Cam Newton said, there will be no playing with my name. I mean, those are facts. You have never won a Super Bowl. Where I'm from, we stab and we twist. When you go low, I go to hell. Wow. Extreme. Which led to Gilly telling Cam, sit your bow tie wearing ass down. You're corny. You'll never be better than Jalen Hurts and have a Super Bowl. Which led to Cam saying, when I'm looking at your rap career, you haven't done nothing. Double negative. And if it wasn't for Wallow, I don't know who that is, all credibility for $1 Million Worth of Game. Oh, he's the other guy in $1 Million Worth of Game. Will be questioned. Only great thing that Gilly did is he's a great mascot. I'm unfamiliar with Gilly's rap career, to be perfectly honest. I know he's an Eagles fan. Which led to Gilly posting a picture at his 49th birthday celebrating with the Eagles Super Bowl trophy that Big Dom brought. And then he promptly started talking more bleep about Cam Newton.
Cam ain't never had one of these. I ain't going back and forth with you now. Thank you, Jalen. Appreciate you, Jalen.
So he then repeated that into a microphone. He may have had a little bit of sauce there. So he posts this, and I have no idea why Johnny Manziel felt the need to get in the game here. But he posted the following in response to Gilly on X. The last time we talked about Johnny Manziel, some TikToker was like, hey, who are you? I'm Johnny Manziel. Oh, I don't know who that is. Yeah, I used to be a big deal. And then he looked really sad. I felt bad for him in that moment. So Johnny Football responds to Gilly saying, quote, yo, Gilly, you may be the biggest effing loser on the planet. Talking like you've effing done anything on a football field. If I see you, just know I'm going to slap bleep out of you. F word. Trust. Take Jalen's other word for Ramalama Ding Dong out of a place where you wouldn't generally put that for a couple of minutes. Pretty sure he's already got a chick. I love $1 Million Worth of Game, but that's the corniest bleep I've ever seen in my life. Can't wait for this response. Just set up the rough and rowdy and let's call it a day. Gilly responded with a video that he posted where he seems to have put, let's just say, baking powder or flour on his face to perhaps make fun of certain issues and past moments in Johnny Manziel's life, and said the following.
Come on, Johnny. Out of all the motherfuckers you can with, Johnny, what the would make you stop at me? Huh? What would make you stop at that bus stop and with me, Johnny? I know what it was. I know exactly what it was. Ain't no secret. You had an 8-ball of that shit, Johnny. I figured by now that shit would have wore off, right? Johnny, what the would make you get up and just say, you gonna slap me? Out of all the motherfuckers on planet Earth, Johnny, you gonna slap me? Had to be this shit right here, Johnny. Because it ain't 1917 no more, Johnny. This is 2025. Fight back, Johnny.
Gilly's funny. I thought it was a great response, especially if you watch the video, because he's basically implying that Manziel was on the coke. Like, direct implication. And Manziel didn't even have much of a response. I think Manziel was like, yeah, I don't really got anything for this one. So maybe there will be a rough and rowdy between the two, and I am a little bit concerned that Manziel even brought up rough and rowdy, and maybe he's looking for some money or something like that. The identity of the man who threw, as Angel Reese put it, a mean green onto a WNBA court has been identified. Delbert Carver, a Georgian, threw it in the Atlanta Dream Golden State Valkyries game on last Tuesday. He faces counts of disorderly conduct, public indecency, and indecent exposure, and criminal trespass. He was booked into jail and released late Sunday on an undisclosed bond. So Sean, we talked about this yesterday. It does seem like he is going to be on an offender list.
Yeah. I guess when it is the mean green, that will, we have fun with it, but it is like a sex object.
It is.
It
is.
It is something that you shouldn't have in public.
Definitely. And two last things to correct. First off, even though Bijan Robinson had an endorsement with Dijon Mustard last year, right?
I think it was while he was at Texas.
Okay.
Or maybe his rookie year. It's a couple years ago now.
Gotcha, okay. Well, guys, we've been saying Bijan Robinson's name wrong all along. His name is Bijan. He brought this up this week. Also, something I learned yesterday, Kalen Bullock is the Texans safety. I guess at some point in December, because I texted Cody and Cody Stutes Landry Locker about this. I was like, wait, have I been just butchering the guy who I'm the highest on in the Texans for this entire time? So Kalen Bullock is how you say his last name. And keep that in mind because I do think he's going to be awesome this season, given how good he was year one, the range he showed, and the kind of closing speed he has. Now year two, he's got a little comfort in this system. This defense is, I think, going to be really something else, especially the secondary. But it's Kalen Bullock, not Kalen Bullock. We'll try to keep that in mind going forward. So there you go. In case you missed it, it's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, YouTube at ESPN Houston, and Twitch at ESPN 975. We're running a little bit late, Sean. Let's just go right through, okay? Let's go to 56 or so, or 55. College football right around the corner. End of the month, the big game, Texas and Ohio State to open things up in Columbus, August 30th, the Saturday. The first coaches poll is out. I don't know how much stock people put into the coaches poll. I would assume that if there was a coaches poll to put stock into, that the one that's from before the season would be the one to put the most stock into. Because, hey, the coaches aren't just doing this on a whim in the middle of a week, you know? But top 10 is as follows. Texas is 1. Ohio State is 2. Penn State is 3. Georgia 4. Notre Dame 5. Clemson 6. Oregon 7. Bama 8. LSU 9. And Miami 10. Other Texas schools that made the top 25. SMU's 16th. Texas A&M's 21st. Texas Tech is 24th. Oklahoma was the last team out with 221 votes. Baylor got 76. Tulane, 31 votes. TCU got 24. My guys, the Florida Gators, are ranked 17th. And my Syracuse Orange, where I actually went to school, they got 16 votes. So that's kind of neato. Anyway, as we get closer and closer to that opener between Ohio State and Texas, I saw a post from one of these aggregator accounts on X that hypes up college football prospects. But, Sean, I hope you're excited about this because Arch Manning's deep ball was on full display at a practice a couple of weeks ago. He showed up to fall camp with more muscle than he's ever had in his career, and his talent has taken a clear leap from last year. The Longhorns quarterback looks ready to take college football by storm, as some NFL scouts believe Manning could be a more intriguing prospect than either of his uncles.
Was there a quote, quote, intriguing, quote,
Yes.
uncles, quote,
The quote was
muscular?
more muscle.
Oh, okay.
The quote was clear leap, end quote. The quote was more intriguing prospect, end quote. This is a real serious account. You got to keep tabs on it.
It's the best part of the Rookie Watch account.
Spell with an X.
Yeah, is the random quotes that this person puts in puts in these very long captions.
Yes, I would
It's
love.
like he's fishing for, like, I'm just going to write enough that something I say will be controversial and then get retweeted.
Speaking of fishing, can we drop NFL Rookie Watch, and can we drop the person who runs the Orange Crush Facebook page for the Astros? Can we drop them somewhere where, I don't know, they would be perhaps used as bait? Can we do that? Is it illegal?
In a swamp?
Yeah, like just leave them in a swamp. Like you can figure your way out.
Yeah.
You can, like, leave them in an airboat, but like not a lot of gas in it. Like, I just want to punish them for what they've done to the internet. I don't want them to disappear per se. I just hate them, and I want them to deal with something. Okay, well, just
Alligator
food for
Alcatraz?
thought. Food for thought, food for alligators. Yeah, yeah, a little alligator out. You know what? How about that? That's the compromise. Like a week in alligator Alcatraz for crimes on the internet. Jeremiah Smith, by the way, as we get closer and closer to Texas, Ohio State, August 30th. This has been going viral over the last couple of weeks because Ohio State fans feel like Texas fans don't respect Jeremiah Smith, their young wide receiver, who was, like 12 last year? He constantly gets talked about being young to the same degree that Juan Soto does. He was asked about the Texas game a couple of weeks ago, and for whatever reason, this has picked up steam in the last week. Here he is talking about how Texas has disrespected him a little bit, and he's noted it.
I said a little bit. I was pretty mad leaving that game because I seen a lot of stuff people were saying about me. But no, definitely still back in my mind a lot of things people were saying after that Cotton Bowl. I didn't forget what a lot of people were saying, so definitely going to that game with a lot of motivation.
What did you say?
I mean, he's not that good. He had one catch for 3 yards, this, that, and the third. But I mean, it is what it is. I still got to go out there and perform at a high level. We played him again this year.
Sean, how many of those comments saying that Jeremiah Smith wasn't that good were from you? Like perhaps angrily during the college football playoff?
Oh, no, none. I mean, during the game, I was like, it seems pretty easy to take out of the game. I don't know why other teams don't just like double and triple cover him.
I do wonder if they were doubling him on the screen pass.
They were
for a touchdown.
Specifically on the screen pass. I don't know, but like every play, like if you go back and watch every play, they're like at least doubling Jeremiah Smith with safety
honestly,
help.
I mean, it did work. You know,
Yeah.
like
they
screwed up on 2 plays.
They scored the screen pass touchdown and a fumble return for a touchdown late in the game.
And on the goal line.
Yeah, they lost 28-24 or whatever. It was like the defensive game plan, for the most part, worked against one of the best players in college football.
It did. It didn't.
Yeah. No, the Jeremiah Smith didn't beat the Longhorns.
By the way, speaking of Ohio State, Kirk Herbstreit's son Zach is now a national college football analyst.
Oh,
Seems
congrats.
very qualified. Congratulations to him.
Grinded his way to the top.
He did grind his way to the top. Wow. Also, disrespect. Marcel Reese. Yeah, just disrespected him right there. Texas A&M quarterback. He's getting annoyed with the disrespect himself as his ranked Aggies get closer and closer to kicking off their season against Notre Dame.
Well, I know y'all have also heard it just like I have, not a passer. But, I feel like I've had, tremendous growth in my passing this offseason. We've had some great receivers come in and, just having the O-line that we have, the running backs that we have, they made it a lot easier for me to be able to sit back there and make these throws. And, the receivers we have now have made it a lot easier as well to make these throws. And I think I just feel a lot more confident back there, kind of finding ways to protect myself, knowing the offense a little bit better, and just being confident as a quarterback behind the O-line.
In everyone's defense, he wasn't a great passer last season, and it did feel like Texas A&M with Colin Klein running the offense was also sort of remembering, I couldn't really throw that well either. So, Marcel, just do what I used to do back in the day, back at Kansas State. But we'll see what Reed is able to do. He's got a chip on his shoulder as well. And one last college football story. LSU posted a hype video for their season, and then they deleted it moments later because the hype video opened with a black and white image of a watchtower. For those who don't know, Brian Kelly, when he was at Notre Dame, was the coach during a practice in 2010 with a windstorm, and there was a poor kid, 20 years old, student videographer Declan Sullivan, who was up at the top of that, a tower essentially, filming practice when it fell over. He died. So whoever on LSU did that, nice job. Now everyone's talking about how Brian Kelly, perhaps ignoring weather, had a kid who was probably not even getting paid at all up in a tower in the middle of college football practice so that he could record the practice. Priorities. Anyway, that's college football. Look around. It's the Paul Gallant Show. We're hanging out here at the Federal American Grill off of I-10 as part of Houston Restaurant Week. Come on out to here or so many other awesome Houston Restaurant Week locations across the city. Guess what? All of your meals help support the Houston Food Bank. It's going to be from now through Labor Day, so make sure you get on out. Paul Gallant Show live at the Federal American Grill continues after this. Stay put.
grade, put a couple of people in front of him, take some pressure off him. Jeremy Pena, my goodness, keep raking, my man.
Pena with another extra base hit. Cam Smith being waved around. Here comes the relay throw. It's high. Cam safe. RBI double for Jeremy Pena. Double number 20 on the year. It's 6-0 Astros.
Jeremy Pena with a 2-double. Jeremy Pena did that in Miami. You thought I couldn't make it rhyme twice? You were wrong. Astros took down the Marlins 8-2 last night. Offense got 5 runs in the 4th inning to get things started. And then after that, you saw a lot of great pitching from Jason Alexander, who was out there and threw 6 innings with 6 strikeouts, 3 hits allowed, and he also did have 1 walk allowed. So right now we're joined by a very special guest, but the Astros, they took down the Marlins 8-2 back in the win column. And if you are taking a look at the American League West, the Astros have a 3-game lead on the Mariners, who did not play last night. 4.5-game lead on the Rangers. If you were paying attention to last night's Rangers-Yankees game, and I'm sure a lot of people, you're like not 100% sure who to root for. Personally, I'd root for Russia and China against the Yankees, but to each their own. I think some people don't like Texas as well. Texas was down in this game. Check that. Texas was up 4-2. The Yankees tied things up, but in the 10th inning, Texas scored 3 runs, and they win 8-5. So the Yankees have lost 4 in a row. Astros are going to play the Yankees in just a couple of days. And do we have a headset? We do have a headset. That's my bad. Let me move this over here. And joining to my left, let me move the camera over a little bit. Oh, crap. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my Lanta. Look at what's going on with this thing. Why does it keep on zooming in on me? Is it attracted to my extreme whiteness? Let's see. Does that tighten it up a little bit? There we go. Nope. We're trying to adjust the camera, but joining me right now with Houston Restaurant Weeks upon us. That's why we're here at the Federal American Grill. Katie Stone. Katie, what's going on? Great to see you. Yeah, it's been very tempting because I have to be a professional over the course of the show, and there are times where every now and then, like this biscuit basket, you have to stuff the whole biscuit basket in your mouth because you're starving. Houston Restaurant Weeks are awesome. I always get excited because I forget about them until they're upon us, because this means that we get to go out, pig out for a little less, and on top of that, we're giving back at the same time. Right.
They do very well during the summer, but the rest of the country is like, oh gosh, we got to brace for summer. What are we going to do? How can we put some promotions? How can we get some people on tour? Because everybody's out traveling. Everyone's out seeing grandma. They're going to the lake. They're going to the West Coast, East Coast. And so that was something my mother understood and I identified way back when in 2003. And she was tired of seeing her friends laid off. So she created the event to help diners not only discover new restaurants at a great price, but also to continue driving people to these local restaurants so that they could survive through the summer lull.
Yeah, and I've seen a couple of depressing headlines the last couple of weeks about some more places that are closing down.
Today, Pico's.
Oh! After 40 years, oh man.
Like, it's heartbreaking.
It really is sad, and I mean, you're also helping out some of these awesome restaurants that are across the city, and I mean, I like to think that we have the best food in the United States. I know New York turns their nose up at that. I have a bunch of friends from New York City. I get in arguments with them all the time. Yeah, right? I mean, like, we have the most variety. We constantly see, like, once a year there's a New York Times article about how they've got some barbecue. And it's like, stop. Don't even try that.
I think they're just in denial. Because for so long, and this is true, my mom and I moved to Houston when I was 11, so the early 90s, and we also thought, like, oh, does Houston have cars?
The horses.
Are we riding carriage and a horse to school? Like, what are we doing here? And so for so long, New York was like, oh yeah, we're number one. We're the biggest international destination. We have the most diverse cultures. We have the most different cultures.
Yeah.
But actually, you guys, it's not. It's Houston. And that's a very hard data fact. That's not something that they can argue with anymore. We actually have more cuisines than any city in America. And we've got to be in the top 3. I always remember my mom. You probably remember her saying that we had more restaurants per square foot, per, whatever, than any other city. We've got to be still in the top 5 there, for sure.
I would definitely think so. Katie's Stone with me right now, the Cleverly Stone Foundation, and one of many awesome people in this city that are helping everyone know all the great places to go. It is Houston Restaurant Weeks right now. So what's new this year for Houston Restaurants Week? And, how do I get the most bang for my buck and pig out and gain a couple pounds?
Yeah, well, first I would, advise you maybe go to Target, get some sweatpants, something with a stretch.
Yeah, that sounds good.
In preparation, that's step number 1. But, we always see a lot of really amazing participants return. And then there's the addition of new participants, too. What we've seen in Houston is a lot of the local groups have expanded, so they've added to their restaurant group. We saw Blue Dorn add Bar Blue Dorn and also the brand new Perseid at the Hotel St. Augustine. They brought both of those on board this year. Last year, Blue Dorn and Navy Blue, there was their rookie year.
Okay.
But they came in really strong. And then as those 2 new concepts open, they're like, yeah, we want the whole fam in. And it's such a great draw for diners when groups like that come on. Another group, Hugo's, Caracol, Herbe.
Yeah.
We're missing Backstreet right now because it's being, renovated. There's nothing there right now. But when those groups continue to come back year after year, the energy is special because the diners get so excited to see, okay, what are they gonna hit us with this year? And then the restaurants themselves know how excited the diners in, so the restaurants go all in. They're like, what are we going to put out there that's going to make them come back again? Not only in September and October, but next week.
Right, exactly.
And it's a game, and it's an amazing special quality about Houston. You pair it with that hospitality and the southern and the ability to just encompass all of these incredible cultures, and this is what you have.
So for those who don't know Houston Restaurant Weeks, essentially it's you go to these restaurants, there's like a pre-fixed meal for you, and you end up spending less than you would for your normal big meal by going with this, and they usually are offering something that they know you're going to like, but it might be a little bit different.
Totally. Absolutely. It's a one price, so $25 for brunch, $25 for lunch. There's 2 dinner price points, either a $39 or $55, so kind of a low and a high. And if you price out the menu items that you would get in those menus outside of Houston Restaurant Weeks, you are most certainly going to be paying more. In some situations, you're paying almost double later on. So, for example, Graffiti Raw. That's an amazing restaurant, longtime participant. Their $55 menu has an average value of $97. So if you're going there next month, you're paying $97. You're not paying $55. And then the other really cool thing is there's a donation built in to the prefix menu. So the restaurant makes the donation once the diner buys the menu. It's a great deal for the diners. It gives them a no-risk way to try a new restaurant and try multiple dishes. It's a win-win-win.
It sounds awesome, and also it's helping out the Houston Food Bank, too. You guys have been partnered with them for a few years now, right?
Just about 22.
22, okay.
Just about 22. It is, believe it or not, their largest annual fundraiser. It started as a one-week event with 13 restaurants, and it has since grown into the biggest event that they have every year. But the impact is incredible for the restaurant industry because it truly provides them their busiest month of the year, which is just pretty cool.
Katie Stone, Cleverly Stone Foundation with us for Houston Restaurant Week. So you talked about some of the newcomers, and I know you don't want to shortchange anybody, and there's so many great restaurants. I've got the list in front of me. Here's just some of them. Federal American Grill, which we're at right now, B&B Butchers, Liberty Kitchen, Perry Steakhouse, Tejas Brewery, Hearsay, The Original Carrabba's, Fogo de Chao, Saltgrass, McCormick and Schmick's, Churrasco's, Black Walnut, Carbach Brewery, Pizza and Pints, which is in Carbach Brewery. We were there this past weekend. Georgia James, Dozone Dumpling House, trying to read it quickly. State Fair, Thai Cottage, The Palm, Cadillac Bar, Ruggles Black, Hugo's, what you mentioned, Cowboys and Indians, Brenner's Steakhouse, Grotto. Is there anyone out there that maybe people haven't heard of that you're really excited about joining you guys this year, or maybe one that's been around for a while that you think a lot more people should check out?
Oh my goodness. There's so many incredible restaurant owners out there. I say this again, the newest addition to the Blue Dorn Group, the Garcia at the Hotel St. Augustine, it's such a cool spot. And sometimes restaurants in hotels have a little bit of a tough time getting traction.
Because people don't know it's there.
Exactly. And the signage is difficult, but it's such a cool little hotel. Like I'm thinking, how can I plan like an event there? Like what kind of party can I have there? And it's quaint. It feels like you're walking into your best friend's, well, your very rich best friend's living room.
Those are nice to have.
Sitting down and having a meal, and that's truly what it feels like. And I just felt very at home. It really made an impression on me in particular, and I see a lot of restaurants too. I want to spend time there, and so that's what I'm really excited about in particular. And I really hope that diners go there, not just as a visitor coming in from Houston. I hope that diners around Houston discover it, because it seems like it's a very special place. Plus, it's Aaron Bludorn.
Yeah.
Food.
Yeah.
He's not messing around.
No, not at all.
There is no messing around. So it's just a very cool spot, and another reason that Houston is just so special, and I think the greatest city in the world.
I love it here too. That's why I came back. HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com. So is there on the website, I'm sure there's a big directory of everything that you can see. Does this website separate by category? Does it separate so that you know, like, hey, if I want Italian food or maybe I want Asian food or something like that? So it's all categorized. That's awesome.
Absolutely. That was one of the things that we really worked a lot on beginning of the year all the way up until summer. Houston is so unique, truly unique, in that we do have more cuisines.
Right.
We have more cuisines that are not searchable online because we make them up. Rightly so, because we're creating these new cuisines and we're getting really good at them. So
fusions, yeah.
Exactly. And they're very legitimate fusions and very legitimate cuisines, because then they kind of take their ownership and they have a little piece of the DNA of the city as well. Well, we got to include them as well. So it was definitely a multi-month project to try and not only scrape the internet with all the different kind of cuisines, but actually go through our list and be like, okay, what truly are these? What are they calling themselves? What are they branding themselves? And we tripled the list.
That's awesome.
In types of cuisines. And so that's a really nice way to be able to search. But you can also search by neighborhood. You can search by price point if you're in the mood for brunch, if you're in the mood for lunch, if you're in the mood for dinner, what price point. All of those are available to you as well. The neighborhood is helpful.
Good.
Because there are so many restaurants. And
yeah, it's overwhelming at times. One time, I think last weekend, my girlfriend and I were trying to figure out where to eat, and we honestly, we just sat there for an hour and we got stumped. And then we were like, well, let's just go somewhere that's nearby, because we couldn't think anymore.
And then it becomes like Netflix. And
yeah,
so
exactly.
We did that also with the neighborhoods, too.
Awesome.
Because the neighborhoods, again, like, for example, Washington. Like, everybody knows that's a neighborhood, but actually, like, for somebody in Chicago looking at it, it's actually just a street. Well, no, it's a neighborhood for us. So we did things like that. We tried to put all of our anecdotal neighborhoods and all of our made-up neighborhoods specifically to help eliminate the Netflix problem of not knowing where to go and figuring out what the best place is. Yeah.
She is Katie Stone, Cleverly Stone Foundation. First off, I said this last year too. I think it's so cool to see you take on what your mom was doing. I like to think that I helped out a little bit with some of those shows early on Saturday mornings.
You were one of the producers.
And HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com is where you go. It's categorized, so you can see all sorts of different options for you by cuisine, by neighborhood. All sorts of awesome restaurants are participating. You want to get in now through Labor Day. If you're looking to save a few bucks and also give to the Houston Food Bank, this is the best thing to do. Katie, always a pleasure talking with you. Thank you so much for stopping by.
Thank you guys so much. And we're so appreciative of your support. You guys are our official radio partner.
We love it.
We love you guys, and you're amazing, and we just thank you so much.
Anytime, and I'm sure we'll do this again. It's the Paul Gallant Show live at Federal American Grill. Stick around.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Federal American Grill in Hedwig Village. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Big thanks to Katie Stone stopping by a little bit earlier. Houston restaurant weeks are so great for someone who likes to eat out but maybe doesn't like spending that much money, which is me, especially now that I'm dating somebody. It's significantly more expensive. The girlfriend's great. Paying extra is new. I'll just leave it at that. I'm not complaining. It's just, interesting. This is how that goes. So HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com. The website is awesome, so you can sort things out by neighborhood and by cuisine. So it's a really, really cool place, a really, really cool cause. Astros did get back in the win column last night. They took down the Miami Marlins 8-2. Now you take a look at the Astros relative to the rest of baseball, and you do wonder, hey, what are people saying about them right now, given that, yes, they made a bunch of big moves at the trade deadline that people were excited about, and they didn't have to give up much to get those guys. But at the same time, they have been playing kind of poorly over the last month. Time for another episode of Keep That Same Energy. I love that open. I love thinking of the Houston Astros as the Death Star from Star Wars. And yes, they might be the bad guys, but isn't it fun to be hated and everyone to be envious of you when you've got a sports team in your backyard and they constantly find ways to shock people by just surviving? So right now, I think just given the way last year went, the way the year before had ended, and some of the injuries the Astros are dealing with, you could take a look at the Astros, and if you want to make a comparison to the Imperial Empire of Star Wars lore, they're probably at the spot in between Death Star 1 and Death Star 2, where they look mortal, but you can never sleep on them for too long. But right now, people are starting to sleep on the Astros again, and I'm not going to lie, I think this is good for them. If you take a look at all of the power rankings that have been put out by Major League Baseball covering publications over the course of the last week or so, you'll notice that the Astros are falling back to the middle of the pack. ESPN put out a list today. They had the Astros at 8 right after the trade deadline. The Astros are 9th in their power rankings. The Athletic has the Astros 9th. MLB.com has the Astros 8th in a power rankings that was posted yesterday. Sports Illustrated put the Astros at 10th in a post that was published yesterday, as did Fox Sports, also 10th. The USA Today has them 9th. CBS Sports has them 10th. The Bleacher Report has them 11th. How dare they? How dare they? But I like this. I like it when the Astros are getting slept on. There's just something about it that you know that they're going to get back and be in the at least fight at the very end of the year. The real question is if all of the guys that the Astros have added, specifically Carlos Correa, but also some of these other guys who Dana Brown is going to say that it's just like a post-trade deadline acquisition. Yordan Alvarez, Jeremy Pena, if he keeps on doing what he's doing. It's all a matter of what can those guys do the rest of the way. And I got to say, if you thought that rib injury was going to slow Jeremy Pena down, you have been happily disappointed on that front. Because if you take a look at what Pena did in his first game back against the Red Sox, it was the 3-hit game. And then last night, it was a 2-double game. That's really nice to see. And look, some of the bats are starting to heat up. I know that the offense has been a bit of an issue, especially with all the injuries that they've had. But you saw Yainer Diaz with the 2-hit performance. Diaz over the last month has been hitting closer to 280. I saw Jeremy Branham post a graphic showing what he has been doing over the course of the last month. Victor Caratini has been really good of late as well in that DH role as you wait for Yordan Alvarez to return. And I think Carlos Correa is going to trend up now that he is back with the Astros hitting staff. He didn't seem to like the Twins hitting staff. So I'm wondering, going forward, what's going to happen. But I like where they're at right now, and I like that all of baseball is kind of collectively looking at them and saying, hey, man, you ain't my big bros, Astros. Anyway, another little story, keep that same energy. Well, just like we keep that same energy for the Astros haters, I believe we have to now welcome another brother in arms to the coalition of teams that may or may not be circumventing the rules to give their fans exactly what they want. The Astros are in an axis, you could perhaps say, with the New England Patriots and the Michigan Wolverines, because it's, sign stealing at a very high level. Hey, they do it. Well, guess what? Now there's kids who do it too. Did anyone see this at the Little League World Series Southwest Regional between Oklahoma and Texas West? Umpires stopped play for a ruling from the tournament director because there was a base runner stealing signs and tipping location. Oklahoma ended up winning the first pitch after the ruling. They hit a go-ahead grand slam down 4-1. So perhaps this sign stealing was working. Are we sign stealing in Little League Baseball now? Gotta say, props to the kids if they could see it. And that kid crushed the grand slam. I mean, he hit that very well out of the park. So you know what? If sign stealing's happening, this Little League team from Oklahoma can join the Astros, the Patriots, and the Michigan Wolverines, and the unholy alliance of teams that will do whatever it takes to win. We'll frame it like that. I'm Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show. We are live at Federal American Grill for Houston Restaurant Weeks. You want to chime into the most interactive sports talk show in Houston, 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975, and on the ESPN Houston app. Up next, we are 30 days away from the start of the NFL season. Who's the best number 30 in NFL history? Who's the best Texan that wore number 30 in team history? Not a great number. And one team seems to be quite the bleep show right now. Who are they? Not the Texans. You'll hear on the other side. Stay put. 30 days away from the start of the NFL season. I might be a little biased on this front when I pick who I'm picking as the best number 30 in NFL history, because there was a part of me that very much enjoyed this team towards the end of the 90s, at least for a little bit of time. Then they got too good, and I felt like it wasn't cool to like them anymore. But Terrell Davis is the best number 30 in NFL history. For those who don't know, he went to Georgia. He was a 6th-round pick by the Denver Broncos in 1995. And people did not think much of him. Obviously, he was a 6th-round draft pick. He was a long shot to make the team. And the way that he ended up making the team was in his second preseason game, which I believe took place in Japan, where on special teams, he absolutely lit someone up in kick coverage. Just crushed his ass. You can look this up online. In his rookie year, he ran for 1,117 yards because he moved up the depth chart from being a guy who probably wasn't going to make the roster in preseason. He just kept getting better at running back. Ran for 1,117 yards. He was the lowest drafted player ever at the time in 1995 to rush for 1,000 yards. He signed a deal with the Broncos for 5 years that offseason. 96, he ran for 1,538 yards. The Broncos were 13-3 that season. They lost to the Jaguars in the divisional round of the playoffs. They had no business losing that game. And honestly, that Broncos team, that was when they were still wearing the orange jerseys with the lighter blue helmets. Those the coolest uniforms, I think, in the league, other than the Eagles Kelly Green throwbacks. They switched over to this logo that looked like a Bronco that had done some like HGH or steroids. And then they won back-to-back Super Bowls. And Terrell Davis was awesome in both of those seasons. 97, he ran for 1,750 yards. And in the next season, he ran for 2,008 yards. It was a brief blip, Davis's career. He had migraine issues, and he was done playing in 2001. But he was a hell of a player. I think he's the best 30 in NFL history. And I very much enjoyed growing up watching those Broncos teams, the two-peat team that they had, and they were really good. John Elway was part of that team as well. As far as the Texans go, number 30, I mean, for me, the most prominent number 30 was Kevin Johnson. He was a first-round pick of the Texans back in 2015. He had a lot of injury issues. He was never a bad player. He wasn't a bust, but he also didn't do particularly much at the NFL level. He has not played in the league since 2021. 16th pick of the first round out of Wake Forest. He was featured on that on that Texans Hard Knocks season in 2015, being the first round pick. The other number 30 that's probably most known in Texans history is Ahman Green. Ahman Green is probably one of the most disappointing Texans, especially considering where he was. He had a really good career with the Packers. In 2007, he signed a 4-year, $23 million deal. You look at these deals now, don't they seem so paltry? You're like, what? People were mad about a 4-year, $23 million deal for a running back. He did not play particularly well. He wasn't awful. You take a look at the statistics: 144 carries for 554 yards. I mean, right? That's a little under 4 yards a carry. But I think the problem was that was over 2 seasons. So Texans released him after 2 years. He went back to the Packers. He's never the same player, but he wore that number with the Texans. Also, my guy Stanford Routt, who lives in the area, he played corner for the Texans for his last season in 2012, but also spent a little bit of time with the Raiders. He's a Coug. Stanford used to come on my TV show all the time. I very much enjoy Stanford. Hope he's doing well. Whatever he's doing now, man. Every now and then I just I'm out and about. And I will see Stanford Routt out of nowhere. And I'm like, oh, yeah, Stanford Routt, man of the night. Man of the night. Paul Gallant, man of the night. Paul, you have a girlfriend now. You're not even cool anymore. Whatever, dude. Whatever. We had a great time. White Linen night. It was a good time. Went to T-Bones at the end. Karaoke. Let's go. Depth chart season. Depth charts are being released across the National Football League. They're everywhere to me. And every depth chart I see, I I don't care because they don't really mean all that much. They don't. But if you want to get excited about a depth chart, you can. The Texans one's out. The Browns quarterback order is out. People are mad that Shedeur Sanders is fourth best quarterback. Stick around for Worst Take Tuesday because a prominent talking head believes that the big man upstairs is not focusing on the Astros. God wills it, that he is focusing perhaps on this Shedeur Sanders situation. But also, I found out yesterday, Von Miller, he's a Washington Commander. I don't know how that slipped through the cracks, but he is a starter on the Commanders' initial depth chart. Commanders are really bringing in a lot of veterans. I don't know that Von Miller's still the same player. I wonder if Laramie Tunsil is going to be the leader that the Commanders are looking for. I would say teams that have the most potential for a step back, the Commanders are definitely up there. We shall see. The Dolphins also seem like they're about to take a step back. They seem, and especially sound, like a bleep show. First off, here is just Mike McDaniel, their head coach, being Mike McDaniel, which is to say, kind of weird.
You should stand corrected. Good morning. False. Great morning. Let's go.
Why great?
What
makes this one great?
Because we're another day closer to death.
How is that a great day? We're another day closer to death? It's not a good day. It's a great day because we're another day closer to death. That literally was just said by Mike McDaniel. Now listen, since Dan Soder is one of my favorite comedians and is a childhood friend of Mike McDaniel, and since I listen to Soder's podcast as much as I do, like I do feel an urge to look the other way here and to wish for the best for Mike McDaniel. But it's hard to imagine that the best is going to happen because it just seems really messy. You had Tyreek Hill at the end of last year saying that he wanted out, and now he just kind of comes back like it never happened. He has been trying, I think, to change people's perception of him. That's hard to do given what he did at Oklahoma State. And his teammates' perception of him as well. Tyreek Hill was late for practice on Sunday, 2 days after saying it's important to show up to practice on time. Tyreek Hill was also asked about his thoughts on the offense. And listen, he is a podcaster. Here is what Tyreek Hill had to say about what he thinks is a misuse of former Texas A&M Aggie Devon Achane.
Take Devon out on third down. What? You want to? That's my honest opinion. If it's third and short, he's not a power back. I be telling him that in the locker room, but he a power back. I love Devon though, but if I'm being honest, like that's why you got Jalen Wright. That's why you got Ollie Gordon for those kind of situations.
If Tyreek Hill wasn't the fastest man in the NFL, he would, I think, be getting passed around from team to team with people hoping he could be the guy he used to be. That contract is very difficult to move, and he still has the juice, but the act is starting to wear thin in Miami. I wonder if he ends up back on the Kansas City Chiefs in the not-too-distant future for significantly less money. So Tyreek Hill said that. Here's what Mike McDaniel had to say in response to Tyreek Hill.
I thought it was genius reporting by Tyreek, seeing how we had a short yardage period that very day that you guys were in attendance for, and his suggestion was, I guess, congruent with Coach Stootsville. That's exactly how we repped the backs in that short yardage period that very day. But we thought it was funny that he reported the news that wasn't news on that practice day in that short yardage period that you guys were all there too for.
That doesn't sound great. I'm just saying. I don't know what's next for the Dolphins, but I am expecting a bad season. I am expecting a Tua injury at some point, and I am expecting the Dolphins' offense to once again hit a wall. I'll give Mike McDaniel this. He will certainly have a job in NFL media or doing something else. But right now, hard to imagine him lasting another year with the Miami Dolphins, number one. That's their fight song. They actually ripped off the Houston Oilers fight song back in the day. Paul Gallant Show live at Federal American Grill. 713-780-3776 is how you call. It's how you text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. And you can also jump aboard, don't you know, on the ESPN Houston app. We're at Federal American Grill for Houston Restaurant Weeks. So come out, and if you are interested in the awesomeness of Houston Restaurant Weeks, go to HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com. You can see all the different restaurants. You can check them out by whatever food you're craving. You can check them out by whatever neighborhood you want to eat in. It's a fantastic website, and guess what? You get to eat preset menus for less money, and it helps out local restaurants, and it helps out the Houston Food Bank. How about that? It was cool to talk with Katie Stone about that a little bit earlier. It is the Paul Gallant Show. Texans training camp underway. We'll tell you again about some of the things that went down at practice earlier today and some very exciting news when it comes to the Texans schedule. Though it's not exciting news for the news we're talking about. The team that we're talking about on the other side, I wonder about what's going to happen for them this year. Maybe not as many questions about them as Miami. Stick around and find out who.
This is the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Federal American Grill in Hedwig Village. Here's Paul Gallant.
It's right off of I-10. It's a cool spot. I stuffed my face full of biscuits a little bit earlier. Those biscuits were great. The jelly was spicy. It was nice. And I had a little butter on it, too. It was really, really good. Houston Restaurant Weeks, everybody. HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com. Go to their website and check out all the awesome restaurants. You can get food, preset meals for a little cheaper than you normally go. It's from now until Labor Day. So you've got just about a month, a little under 4 weeks to check out some places. I'm certainly going to go on that, and I'm going to look at some options for the girlfriend and I'm not going to tell her that it's discounted. I'm not. I think that's my biggest paranoia is that she thinks I'm cheap. By the way, she watches this, so she knows I'm cheap. But, hey, we all have our flaws. We all have our flaws. Except for her. She doesn't. Is she perfect? Great question. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Texans training camp in West Virginia. I think the cliche would be, these guys are getting tired of hitting one another, which we have actually heard D'Amico Ryan say a couple of times. The highlight of today's practice, as described by Big Sarge Sports, Cade Stover snuck out in the flats for a completion. He was tackled by C.J. Gardner-Johnson. That's not supposed to happen. Stover grabbed him in a headlock, and they had to be separated. What a clash of two different worlds. On one hand, you have Cade Stover, who is described by many as a farm boy. He's a farmer. He's apparently like a no-nonsense farmer, doesn't say much, does what he's told. And then on the other hand, you have Super Bowl champion safety C.J. Gardner-Johnson, who, to be frank, and I enjoy this, but based off of the practices I have seen, C.J. Gardner-Johnson never shuts up. C.J. Gardner-Johnson is jawing and jawing and jawing and jawing. One time I saw a scuffle, a kerfuffle break out on the field, and who was the first one off the field to join and probably would have been ejected if it was the NBA? C.J. Gardner-Johnson. So if you want to believe in the idea of iron sharpen iron, iron sharpens iron. And the Texans have like a lot of T-shirts for that, which you can buy. They're a little overpriced, though, I've got to be honest. But like, hey, if you believe in the idea of iron sharpening iron, well, C.J. Gardner-Johnson's intensity is sharpening Cade Stover's intensity. And now these guys, they just want to hit somebody else. Vikings, Texans on Saturday. Outside of that at training camp, the only other interesting news, Christian Harris, Dameon Pierce seem close to being back. We haven't seen Christian Harris in a while. We didn't see much of Christian Harris at all last year. Harris is, I think, a really talented linebacker who can absolutely stick some people, but whatever leg, calf injury he was dealing with last year, hopefully not an Achilles injury, it kept him to the side for a very long period of time. Also, in addition to Christian Harris almost being back, you got running back Dameon Pierce almost back, and, I mean, that's going to be huge too. Nick Chubb did have a couple of nice runs in training camp today from what I read, but without Joe Mixon for at least some time, you need somebody else to step up, and I think Pierce is probably the guy that has the most talent of anybody in that group, just has never really been a fit with the offense that they're running. Woody Marks, for what it's worth, one of the rookies, has actually looked pretty good too. All right, guys, I'm going to get you super excited for the season opener. I'm about to give you a deep steel blue pill, and you are about to be ecstatic about a possibility. Are the Texans already 1-0? Hit it! Texans swarm. All right. So the Texans play the Rams in L.A. Week 1, SoFi Stadium. Rams are a good team. Rams almost beat the Eagles. I don't know how they almost beat the Eagles in the playoffs this past year, but the Rams were marching down the field towards the end of that game with a chance to, I think it was to tie. I don't know if it was to take the lead. All I know is, considering how at times one-sided that game between the Eagles and Rams felt, goes to show you that with Matt Stafford, they got a quarterback who's tough, arguably the toughest in the league the past decade. And on top of that, in Sean McVay, they have a really good coach as far as being able to adjust over the course of a game and figure things out that work. After all, I mean, that Eagles defense, we saw what they did to the Kansas City Chiefs in the Super Bowl. So they beat L.A., the Eagles did, 28-22. But the Eagles, they were backpedaling at the very end of that game. What happened? How far did they get down the field? They turned the ball over on downs. It was 4th and 11 at the Eagles' 22, but it was a 3rd and 2 with a minute 14 at Philadelphia's 13, and Matt Stafford got sacked. Jalen Carter, I forget what happened. I think, did they have someone that should not be blocking Jalen Carter or something like that? So that helped the Eagles win that game, hang on for dear life and win that, and then eventually move on to the Super Bowl, which they won in such convincing fashion. But the Rams are a good team. That's what I'm trying to tell you. And it seems that the Rams might not have their starting quarterback week 1. If you have been listening to what Sean McVay has been saying, when he's been asked about Matt Stafford's status, he has seemed a little bit agitated and has been calling Matthew Stafford week to week. Saturday he was asked if Matt Stafford would practice Sunday. McVay said, I don't think so. It would be week to week, but probably not. How's Stafford doing? Follow-up question. Week to week. I wish I could help you out more with that. Will Stafford participate in joint practices August 5th, August 13th? The Cowboys, that starts today. Their joint practices with Dallas. The Chargers are next week. The Cowboys, no. The Cowboys, less than likely. With the Chargers, and I know I'm probably irritating you guys, but it truly is a week-to-week thing, and I don't want to set a timeline. I know he's making good progress. He saw Dr. Watkins today. Everything's in good shape, but to answer your question, the Cowboys are a no, and we'll see about the Chargers. But we're getting closer and closer to the kickoff. We're a little over a month away from the season opener. We're 30 days away from the NFL opener between the Eagles and the Cowboys. And I don't think Matt Stafford is a certainty for week 1. So you want to chalk up a Texans victory with Stafford out? I would. I certainly would. And it makes you wonder, Sean McVay has, in the past, grown tired of Jared Goff. And I thought he was rather disrespectful the way that they kind of tossed him to the side to go get Matt Stafford. I did get the vibes earlier this offseason that something similar was happening again, that Sean McVay was perhaps at least asking questions about Matt Stafford's future. I doubt he was tired of him after all. Stafford almost did lead them back for a comeback victory against the Eagles, which I just laid out a little bit ago. But that's something I'm very curious about. How close, because there were talks about the Rams perhaps trying to trade Matt Stafford. Were they the trading Matt Stafford? And did that have anything to do with the unfortunate part about Matt Stafford? The guy has broken so many bones over the course of his career, including his back a couple of times. You got to wonder, how much does he have left in the tank with all those hits he's taken? I mean, all that pounding, for lack of a better term, that he took in Detroit, now 37 years old. Like, how would you be feeling? You know? Man's a year older than me, but I imagine his body's like 54 right now with all the stuff that he has had to deal with. So we'll see what happens in week 1, but Rams quarterback Matt Stafford's status is 100% in doubt, at least today, August 5th, 2025, at 1:58 p.m. I'm Paul Gallant. AJ Russ is out here. Sean Mapes is at Mission Control. We've got Sam, the social media savant, here too for Houston Restaurant Weeks at the Federal American Grill. There's 2 really impressive-looking tacos in front of me. I'm sure the Killer Bees are going to stuff their face a little bit later. Astros GM Dana Brown was on the Astros broadcast last night. How close is Yordan Alvarez to potentially returning to action? He'll answer that question for you and more. Stay put.
Ground ball to short. Pena's there. And the Astros will strand the bases loaded, and Alexander ends up with 6 shutout innings. A huge out for Jason Alexander to complete his best outing as a major leaguer.
God wills it. Jason Alexander, the latest Rando Astro, to have himself a hell of a performance, this time with the Astros in the midst of a 3-game losing streak, getting swept by the Red Sox over the weekend. Alexander steps in with his ERA that is certainly ugly, and he goes 6 strong. He has 6 strikeouts. He allowed just 3 hits and a walk along the way. God wills it. The story of the Astros rando guys keep on stepping in and doing way better than you'd expect. We will see what happens in today's game, because in today's game, the Astros are using what is called an opener. That's right. I saw earlier that Joe Espada, when he was on the Astros flagship, had, if you do a little deduction, narrowed things down to the point where we know that it's going to be one of two people starting for them tonight. Shout out to Brian McTaggart of MLB.com doing that deduction so that we can figure out perhaps who the hell is going to be the opener for today's game. It's either going to be, drum roll please, Bennett Sousa or Steven Okert. One of those two. They're getting the start today. Spencer Arrighetti is going to start tomorrow. John Rooney, the reliever that they got from the Marlins a couple of days ago, has been optioned, and A.J. Bluebaugh might be activated today. So there you go as far as updates for your Houston Astros. What the hell else is going on with the team going forward? Well, get this. Dana Brown was on the Astros broadcast last night. One of the funny things about whenever Dana Brown comes on the Astros broadcast, it's almost like the Astros know, and they proceed to have their most impatient innings at the plate, where it's like 3 swings and that's it. And you can almost sense the disappointment in Todd Callis and in Jeff Blum when after 5 seconds Dana Brown's gone. That happened the last time Dana Brown came on the broadcast, but they actually got him to stick around for a full inning during last night's 8-2 win over the Marlins. And here's some of the more interesting things that Dana Brown had to say. Are you down with Dana Brown? When is Jordan returning? When is Jordan going to be back? No, seriously. When's he? It's been a while. It's been a while. I don't know who this song is by. Is it by Stained or is it by Three Doors Down? It's been a while since Jordan stepped in the batter's box and wasn't hurt with some injury that the Astros training staff overlooked. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know when Yordan Alvarez is going to be back. None of us know. Dana Brown, GM of the Astros, please, for the love of God, tell us it's tomorrow.
We're looking forward to getting some feedback from that. But, he felt pretty good today. We're going to do some batting practice on the field. And hopefully we get good news, but it's looking good right now.
Yeah, if he feels good enough, I'll hop in a car and go get him if you need me to.
Yeah, I'll get it right in there with you.
Yeah, we can go down.
I'll carry his bags.
Well, we do appreciate the offering of help by Jeff Blum there. We do appreciate it. However, that's not an answer, Dana. I am not down with that answer. I want him tomorrow. I want it now. I want the whole thing. Yeah, I'm singing multiple songs. Who would have thought I'd go from, and as correctly pointed out by BMAC to me via text, that was Stained. Who would have thought we'd go from Stained to Willy Wonka in the Chocolate Factory with 2 songs in the same segment? Welcome to the Paul Gallant Show. We do variety in addition to being the most interactive sports talk show in town. What else did Dana Brown have to say during his visit with the Astros broadcast last night? He was asked about Carlos Correa moving to third base. Here's what he had to say.
Were there any conversations, or was it just assumed that Carlos was going to be your third baseman once you picked him up?
Yeah, we had conversation. The biggest conversation was, of course, what's going to happen with Paredes, and is he going to be out for the season? And we got news today that, look, he's going to try to rehab it. But, look, we feel like Carlos could definitely play some third base. We know how good of an infielder he is ultimately. He's got some power. We're bringing that to the table, and that leadership, it's undeniable. So it was really good pickup for us. We're excited about him.
I buy all those things that Dana Brown said about Carlos Correa right there. But the part that concerns me was the part in the middle. Yes, the Astros training staff may have saved someone in the Astros dugout last night from certain death via a flying bat, but we don't trust these guys. I also, and it makes me wonder, okay, well, who the hell is telling Isaac Paredes, hey, man, maybe this thing that if you have surgery on, it's going to require a 6-month recovery, maybe you should cut it out. Maybe you should keep going. Like, I respect the competitiveness, but it does seem like aggravating something that right now, if you were to have a surgery, would require a 6-month recovery, could potentially lead to some serious long-term issues. Paredes received a PRP injection on his right hamstring. You might be wondering, what is a PRP injection? Well, as someone from the house of a learned doctor, specifically a learned doctor, and it's not me, it's my sister, but PRP injections are platelet-rich plasma injections. They utilize a patient's own blood to create a concentrated solution of platelets, which are then injected into an injured area to promote healing. This minimally invasive procedure aims to stimulate the body's natural healing response, potentially reducing pain, improving mobility, and accelerating tissue repair. Okay, well, that's one thing, but guess what? The Astros are a baseball team. They are a hundreds of millions to billion-dollar operation. Germany is a country where you could do the stem cell stuff. Let's have the stem cell stuff done to Isaac Paredes. Listen, if it happens in another country, are we going to judge it? Are we going to get mad about it? Win by any means necessary. This team would cheat for you. We love that about them. Just like the Patriots, just like Michigan football, just like that Little League Oklahoma team from Tulsa that apparently got caught stealing signs and pissed off the team that they were playing against. And then they hit like a grand slam immediately after being reviewed to see whether or not they were stealing signs, which is hilarious. Legitimately, the next pitch after the pause ended. We like that the Astros do whatever it takes to win. I don't think this is doing whatever it takes, a platelet-rich plasma injection. I don't trust this training staff. I hope that it was a second opinion that told him to go try and play through it, because I do feel like this could lend itself to a re-aggravation, given we have seen so many from so many different players, specifically Yordan Alvarez this year. Dana Brown, are you down with Dana Brown? Astros GM was on the Space City Home Network broadcast last night during the Astros 8-2 win over the Marlins. Here is Dana Brown talking about the Astros almost getting a starting pitcher, one of whom they faced in last night's game. In case you forgot, the Astros were supposedly a finalist to go and get Marlins starting pitcher, who is a workhorse and a half, Sandy Alcantara. Here is Dana Brown when asked about adding starting pitchers, which the Astros did not do Thursday's deadline.
Dana, you mentioned the pitching was tough to come by. You weren't the only team looking for a starter that came up empty. When you made that trade late in the deadline on Thursday with Gusto coming here, did you think at that point we might still get a starter or a pitcher back, or did you think we can always rely on our injured guys at this point? What was your mindset when Gusto came over here?
Yeah, we were still talking pitching all the way up to the deadline. That was 5 o'clock Central, so we were still on the phone at like 4:52 Central Time, still trying to find some pitching. But yeah, there was a lot of buyers, and a lot of guys were looking for pitching. It made it more difficult.
Obviously, you don't want to give up too much to get that pitching back in return, but you also knew that you kind of have a couple of aces up your sleeve, so to speak. Can you talk a little bit about
he's going to do it?
Some of the guys that might be closer to returning.
He's going to do it, isn't he?
To you?
Yeah, the plan is to see Arrighetti on this series, so at some point, we get him back. We'll get back Javier, which he's been throwing well, up to 95. That's always encouraging. And, we also still have Garcia out there. He's probably behind Javier. And then, we have France as well. And I think France and Garcia is probably on the same, timeline. So, I mean, that's 4 guys right there, that you pretty much didn't have all year. That feels like a trade coming with us.
Oh! Sean, you know me so well. That is such a great pull. You should cut up that interview for me, because I was listening to Dana and I was zoning out a little bit this morning while trying to listen to him. I like the slow build to the very end where he finally says, yeah, it's just like a trade deadline acquisition, getting these 4 guys back. Not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4. Oh, Dana never changed. That is Are You Down with Dana Brown, Astros GM, who generally is on the Astros flagship. We'll respond to what he has to say on that. But also, he joins the TV broadcast from time to time, and he was on with Todd Callis and Jeff Blum last night. Astros got back in the win column with an 8-2 win. This afternoon, they will take on the Miami Marlins again with an opener. It's going to be either Steven O'Court or Bennett Sousa. No announcement yet on that front. You want to weigh in on the most interactive sports talk show in town? You can. 713-780-3776 to call, to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, and on Twitch at ESPN 975. Coming up next, the Astros are bringing back one of their exes, sort of. There's another one that they're talking to, too. Are the Astros toxic? Plus, speaking of toxic, this team is turning into an absolute toxic dumpster fire. You'll find out on the other side. It is the Paul Gallant Show, live at Federal American Grill off of I-10. Stick around. First, though, let me tell you about our new friends, Walmart. Yeah, that's right. The Walmart you thought you knew is now new. Who knew? Ooh, I like that. That's fun. Walmart has more than 500 million items online. You can find a huge selection on the website that you can't find in stores. You think groceries cost more when they're delivered? Not at Walmart. Grocery prices are the same for delivery as they are in the store. Dang, I might have to do this. I hate going to the grocery store. And, of course, because it's Walmart, you know the prices are low. Walmart can deliver in as fast as 1 hour. Use express delivery to get all the eligible things you need from Walmart, from groceries to home goods. Actually was at Walmart the other day to get myself a laptop desk for my lap. You know, like one you can just put on your lap so that you don't burn your you-know-whats when you're on the computer and you're sitting on the couch. All sorts of things you can get at Walmart. When it comes to feeding your family, hosting a tailgate, or throwing a party, think Walmart for all your grocery needs. The Walmart you thought you knew is now new. Who knew? Walmart.com.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Federal American Grill in Hedwig Village. Here's Paul Gallant.
That's right. Most interactive sports talk show in town, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in, YouTube at ESPN Houston, and Twitch at ESPN 975. Astros took down the Marlins last night, 8-2. Here's what we know for tonight's game. Steven Okert is going to be the opener for the Astros tonight. Also, AJ Blueball was activated, and John Singleton is back. John Singleton is now back with the Sugar Land Space Cowboys. So he got cut, and they brought him back. In between that, his wife announced that he got cut and then promoted her podcast right afterwards. And that's very strange to me still. And now John Singleton is back in the minors. So that's neato. Splendid. Wonderful. Huzzah. We got John Singleton back. Is Ryan Presley going to be back? They've had conversations. You can run on for a long time. Run on for a long time. Sooner or later, the Astros are going to bring back their exes because that's all they do. 2 stints with Verlander. 2 stints with Correa. There will be more. Charlie Morton come back down the road? Huh? Dallas Keuchel come back down the road? Huh? Just throwing names out there. Joel's looking at me with a very strange look. What? Sorry, Joel, I'm talking about Astros exes. They have a thing for their exes. They can't help themselves. It's some people, they just can't help themselves. You know? I would say that in the past, I couldn't help myself. I couldn't. Just like an idiot fly drawn towards the light. Zap, zap, zap. Doesn't matter. Somehow it survives the zapping. Anyway, hey, speaking of getting zapped, the New York Yankees are 0-4 since the trade deadline and are completely falling apart. Last night, they were playing the South Oklahoma Rangers, and they lost an extra innings, fourth straight loss. I think it's time for an impromptu episode, especially with the New York Yankees taking on the Astros this weekend, of Yankees Watch. Hey, I'm walking here. Oh, what's going on with my Yankees? They're falling apart. Forget about it. Babe Ruth of Monument Park. They're rolling over in their graves. Remember when we used to have that on the outfield? It actually was kind of cool. We should bring it back. Oh, gabagool. So, things are not going so well for the New York Yankees, as you can tell. And it's gotten to the point now where, with the Yankees in third place, the Red Sox passed them over the weekend. The Blue Jays might be the best team in baseball right now, which is also just weird to think of, given where they were a little bit earlier this year. Now, all of a sudden, Yankees legends are calling out the Yankees on national TV. I believe on Fox Sports, both Alex Rodriguez, who's actually very good as a TV analyst, and the very boring, not as good as Nomar Garcia-Parra, Derek Jeter, also had something to say about the Yankees and how things are just being allowed to happen that shouldn't.
They make way too many mistakes. Way too many mistakes, and you can't get away making that number of mistakes against great teams. It just doesn't happen. You know, and you know, they had base running mistake today. We saw the guy getting thrown out at home plate. You can't continue to do it. You have to clean it up. I mean, it's that simple. There's no excuses. You have to play better. If you don't play better, you're not going to go very far.
Wow. A really interesting point made by Derek Jeter. If you don't play better, you're not going to go very far. Easy to see why he's the captain. By the way, Nomar Garcia-Parra had a career batting average of .313, and Derek Jeter had a career batting average of .310. But who's counting? So that's Derek Jeter calling out the New York Yankees on national TV. Also, get this, Aaron Boone is starting to get squirrely with the media. So Jeter and A-Rod calling out Boone led to Boone saying this on Sunday. Sometimes, maybe sometimes, the idea that the Yankees have no accountability makes me angry. Quote, the reality is I think we should be better than what our record is. And that starts with me. Ooh, he's doing some football coach lingo. We got to own that. It's actually not on him. It is definitely on the players. The only way we can change that thought is by playing a more consistent brand of baseball and winning baseball games. So that's Aaron Boone's response to Derek Jeter and A-Rod calling them out for no accountability. A-Rod calling them out, too. I love that. The Yankees fans definitely do not like A-Rod in the same way that Lakers fans kind of are ambivalent about LeBron James. Here is more Aaron Boone getting snippy with the New York media when he was asked about benching players for a lack of hustle, which there's been a lot of recently.
Why did you feel Glaber tonight was different than those who were previously not benched?
Yeah, everyone's going to make judgments on this guy, that guy. The reality is I have a ton of grace because a lot of people don't know the whole story.
The reality is I have a ton of grace? You're patting yourself on the back while this team is absolutely crapping its pants? I have a lot of grace. No one wants you to have grace. Everyone wishes that George Steinbrenner was back, so there wasn't any grace. George Steinbrenner would fire people like he's Ari from Entourage, probably like worse at times. Anyway, here's more Aaron Boone getting combative with New York media.
A lot of people don't know the whole story on every situation and what guys are dealing with, and I think it's one of the more overrated things, defining a player that plays hard or not is, that part of it. Like, it is a important part of it. But
pause as he says, the guy's talking about hustle. Does hustling determine if a guy is working hard? Well, I think it's overrated. But I mean, it is a factor. But it's overrated. I think people are focusing on the wrong thing here. How is he still their manager? Truly, how is he still their manager? More from Aaron Boone as the Yankees fall apart, and it's glorious.
Yeah, we can go back and pull this one. Why didn't you pull on this one? The reality is those guys, including Glaber, play their asses off. And
except for there.
And so I don't have any issue with that. I felt like in this moment, this time, I needed to do this. I'm not going to – that's it. That's it. I've said everything I want to say on it, and I've been pretty clear on it.
Gary? You say you have a ton of grace. Is it just a matter of this being one too many times with Glaber?
I've answered them all. Okay. I've said what I want to say on it. We're moving on. Thanks.
Soft. Aaron Boone will be in Soft Boys tomorrow, don't worry. But, boy, they're falling apart, and they're not handling the pressure very well. And it's been a lot of this for years, and it really is wild. And I know they made the World Series last year, but to me, like that, they're still here, that they even had a chance to go to the World Series last year. Wild to me. I can't believe that these are still the guys that are running the show. But it is fun to watch them get upset. It does seem, too, with things going the way that they're going, Aaron Judge has been dealing with an elbow issue for a little bit of time, and that elbow issue is one of those things where you would think they would keep him out for a little bit. Nope, they're bringing him right straight off of the IL tonight because Texas beat him last night. So I am very curious to see if they can pull up at all. Did see a debate last night since the Yankees are playing the Rangers in this series, and people do not want the Rangers to get any further up in the American League West standings. The Rangers are, as things currently stand, 4.5 games back of the Astros. The Mariners are 3 games back of the Astros. So there was a debate online last night. And listen, I'm the wrong person to ask for this. I would root for China and Russia against the Yankees. I would think about other factions too. I'd think about it for a second, and then I would maybe, like certain factions, root for the Yankees against them. But like we're talking, they'd have to be terrorists probably for me to root for the Yankees, you know? So just something to keep in mind. But people were having that debate, and you can chime in on this. am I supposed to root for the Yankees against the Rangers, given that this is the team that has whined the most about the Astros shoving things in them? Or do we do this with the rooting for the Yankees because they're playing the Rangers? Like, what do we do here? What do we do? I don't know the answer. Again, I'm biased. I grew up in Boston. I'm basically conditioned to hate the British and the Yankees from birth. But what are we supposed to do as a society living in here, the finest city in all of the world? You can answer that. It is the Paul Gallant Show. 713-780-3776 to call, to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Also, Worst Take Tuesday, some doozies. One of them from RG3. Kendrick Perkins is back in the mix. You thought things were going to get slow in Worst Take Tuesday with Emmanuel Acho canned? Nope. You got plenty coming up of bad takes, including an all-time classic from Colin Cowherd and more. Stay put.
This is the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Federal American Grill in Hedwig Village. Here's Paul Gallant.
Put a couple of people in front of him. take some pressure off of Jeremy Pena. My goodness, keep raking, my man.
Pena with another extra base hit. Cam Smith being waved around. Here comes the relay throw. It's high. Cam safe. RBI double for Jeremy Pena. Double number 20 on the year. It's 6-0 Astros.
Jeremy Pena, 2 doubles in Miami. Last night, Astros won 8-2. They take on the Miami Marlins again with an opener. What? An opener on the mound. It's going to be Steven Okert. Who knows how long he'll be in, perhaps 1 inning. I'm very excited to do this. The Killer Bees are coming up next. You got Jeremy Branham. You got Joel Blank here at Federal American Grill. I'm just going to cuck them. I'm going to cuck them right now and read the lineup for the Astros tonight. Jeremy Pena, Jesus Sanchez, Jose Altuve 1 through 3, Correa in the cleanup spot, Christian Walker batting 5th, Yaina Diaz 6th. I mean, that's pretty good start off to the lineup. Cam Smith in right, Mauricio Dubon center field, and Ramon Urias second base. So there you go. All right, every single Tuesday at 2:30, we give you some of the worst takes that we've heard in the sports media industrial complex. Let's get it. Speaking of God, Robert Griffin III posted this. Shedeur Sanders, who's 4th on the Browns' depth chart as of today, is being set up to fail in Cleveland, but God's got him showing out even with limited reps. Well, all right. God's got Shedeur. The Browns roster probably doesn't. The Browns coaching staff probably doesn't. Browns ownership has even distanced themselves from Shedeur Sanders. Did you notice that? Jimmy Haslam was like, hey, was that a you thing? And Jimmy Haslam said, nope, that was a team decision. Kevin Stefanski and Andrew Berry, who looked like they were going to cry when Shedeur Sanders was selected by us and not like tears of joy. Nope, that was a group decision. We all made it together. So we'll see if Shedeur Sanders actually plays at all this season for the Cleveland Browns, who I think are now looking for yet another quarterback, even though they already have 5 quarterbacks on the roster. An oldie but goodie on Worst Take Tuesday. Colin Cowherd, for those who don't know, hates it when adults wear backwards hats. He thinks that it makes them look silly, juvenile, and even puerile. Well, Cowboys head coach Brian Schottenheimer wasn't just wearing a backwards hat during a press conference to announce the latest disasters for the Cowboys, who have pissed off Micah Parsons to the point that he's requested a trade. I'm looking at A.J. Russ, the Cowboys fan, as I say all this. I'm sorry, A.J. He's not going to get traded? Okay, sure, buddy. Sure. He won't get traded. No way that'll happen. Trevon Diggs, he's happy too. Cowherd pointed out that Schottenheimer at this press conference was wearing a backwards visor, and he didn't like that on the Herd yesterday.
You know, I don't like backward hats. What's worse is a backward visor. That's a 2-win team. I'm taking away 4 wins. That's awful. That's
I love
so
that.
Bad.
I love that take, even though I don't necessarily agree with it. So the real question is, he's wearing a visor, but he's wearing it backwards. Did he wear the backwards visor upside down? Because some people do that from time to time. Also not the best look. Joel Blank is currently wearing his hat backwards right now. Jeremy Branham is wearing his hat frontwards. So I think Jeremy Branham agrees with Colin Cowherd here. Embrace debate. Worst Take Tuesday, everybody. Hey, guess what? Kendrick Perkins. You thought that the world was missing out on guys who are regularly a part of this segment now that Emmanuel Acho got? Nope, because we got Kendrick Perkins back. And, you know, the 50s, the 60s, as we tried to give all Americans equal rights, like the basketball players, baseball players that were playing in those times, getting death threats, hate mail, racist things happening left and right. Yes, that was tough, but Kendrick Perkins thinks that, what's just as tough? The adversity that players in sports deal with on social media today.
Everyone's had their own form of adversity. Back then, it was racism and death threats, right? But having to battle through the adversity of fucking social media as a player elevates right up into that when you talk about mental toughness. But Richard, hear me out. I get it. Like people lives were on the line, but like mental health is a real thing.
Can we pause
and
for
like
a moment?
we see so many.
Because now Perkins is just going off on a diatribe about mental health. The reason he says, Richard, please don't interrupt me, is because Richard Jefferson is also a part of this panel and is sitting in the background and is making the most annoyed face as Kendrick Perkins acts like what athletes today deal with on social media is worse or on the same level as what athletes had to deal with back in the 50s and 60s. Here's more Kendrick Perkins laying out a not very good take.
And like we see so many guys logging off of social media, right? John Wall like talked about like how he wanted to commit suicide. Like it's a real thing. So everybody's affected in a different way. I'm not trying to put the two together. All I'm saying is this day and age, a lot of these guys are dealing with their own form of adversity, right? And people could say, oh, they just soft or stay off of social media. How hard it is to stay off of social media. I want to know. You go glance at social media at least one time a day. RJ.
The best part is at the very end, the reporter who is, I think, moderating this conversation, because Perkins seems like he's about to get into a heated shouting match with Richard Jefferson, who is laughing at everything he's saying right there. She just, like, transitions to saying, like, there's bad things going on in the world. I forgot the specific example that she pulled up, but it's pretty funny. More from Worst Take Tuesday. Anyone remember Last Chance U, the TV show? I've actually never watched it. And I don't think I really want to watch the show. Sam watched it. Okay. I don't think I really want to watch the show because Jason Brown seems like a massive douche canoe a-hole, and I feel very comfortable saying that. I suppose that douche canoe a-holes can be entertaining. How else would I have a show? But Jason Brown on Last Chance U had this, I think, out-of-pocket take on Caleb Williams, who he has a new nickname for.
The ball right there with the nails painted on the ball, it screams Caleb. I'm not going to get into the gayness. He needs to actually come out and just tell everybody what he is. Just say, Lord, I know I'm Gabe, and I know I need to come out and just say it. And Lord, my Chicago Bear fan base would appreciate it even more if I just came out and said, hey guys, I'm Caleb Williams, the new quarterback for the Chicago Bears. I paint my nails. I do bin theatrics. I'm running around just throwing the ball up in a gay, happy manner. Caleb Williams is Caleb Williams, and he cannot be fixed, Lord. Even with his prayer to you, we have to understand what we are and who we are, and he is Caleb Williams. So, Lord, we're going to move on amicably and make sure that we all understand that Chicago Bears have a gay quarterback at the helm.
That nickname's going to stick, isn't it? Ugh. Yeah, Jason Brown sucks. I mean, I've never watched Last Chance U. I have no interest in watching Last Chance U, but he has turned it into an opportunity to do a podcast. So there you go. Worst Take Tuesday, the worst takes in sports. I'm Paul Gallant. It is the Paul Gallant Show. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Astros Marlins tonight. Can they keep it up? who should we be rooting for as we keep tabs on the Yankees and Rangers. And a little garbage time before we get out. Just when you thought it couldn't get any worse for Sidney Sweeney, it did. Gasp. Stick around. It's the Paul Gallant Show.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Federal American Grill in Hedwig Village. Here's Paul Gallant.
Astros got a dub last night. Stephen Okert is their opener tonight. We'll see if they get another win over the Marlins, who are playing the best baseball in franchise history, we found out last night on the Space City Home Network broadcast. Astros, by the way, have the best record in interleague play in the majors. Would be nice right now if they were in the National League. Perhaps things would be a little bit easier. They have a 3-game lead on the Seattle Mariners in the American League West. They have a 4.5-game lead on the Texas Rangers in the American League West. Rangers are in the midst of a series against the Yankees, who are winless and have lost in disastrous fashion often since the trade deadline. And it begs the question, like, who are you supposed to root for between these two teams? I am biased. I will always, I've said before, Russia, China, I'd root for them against the Yankees. Yeah, I would. Yeah, I'd root for them. For them. Also, I'm curious as to what you would say, though, because you guys perhaps a little more neutral. Rangers, the in-state rival, but it's new. since they moved from the National League to the American League. I don't know that the hate is really there with the Rangers outside of maybe a couple of years ago having lost to them in the ALCS, but the Rangers were good the early 2010s. The Astros were good the late 2010s, and it seems like the Rangers, they had the 1 year. Last season, a disappointment. This year, I don't know what to make of them going forward. Like, everyone in Arlington was telling you, oh, my God, they're so back a couple of weeks ago, and now I think they're playing 500 ball again. But they did beat the Yankees last night in extra innings. Who would you root for? Who are you supposed to root for as an Astros fan between the Yankees and the Rangers? From the 713, rational me says Rangers lose. Emotional me says Yankees lose. Hopeful me says an earthquake swallows Yankee Stadium with everyone in it. Well, that's not nice, guys. Yankees fans might not be able to read and might be abusive and might do all sorts of horrible things. But the games are not being played in Yankee Stadium right now, so you just have a hole in the ground in the Bronx right now because they're at Globe Life Field, that cavernous cave that they play at. But listen, we don't want people getting baned. You know, we don't want people to go the route of all those who were at that game that Hines Ward scored a touchdown in The Dark Knight Rises. More from the 972. I think most Astros fans consider the Yankees the worst fan base and the Rangers little bro. They're rarely relevant, so I'd root for Lil Bro to beat the Yankees. I know some people also bring up they're in Texas and you should root for Texas. Some people pulled that card out during the World Series. I was like, yo, did you just see the ALCS? That was like emotional. You're just forgetting already? What are you, the Vichy French? Jeez. From the 832, as a society, we hope they split the Yankees-Rangers, go to extra innings every game, so they smoke their bullpen's arms away. That's Chris and Numble. Yeah, that's probably the correct, smart take. All these games go to extra innings. I think Yankees will have an off day, as will the Astros, before their weekend series in the Bronx. Hey, go this weekend. All right, it's 2:50. Time for a little garbage time before we get out of here, hanging out at Federal American Grill as part of Houston Restaurant Weeks. HoustonRestaurantsWeeks.com is where you go to see all the awesome restaurants that are participating in Houston Restaurant Weeks. By the way, also this week, Friday, we are going to be at BB Tex Orleans and Katy for the summer circuit. Tex Orleans? I'm not 100% sure how to pronounce those things. And also, the ESPN Houston listener party's back. We're giving away tickets all month. The only way to get in is by winning. It's going to be September 5th from 6:30 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. at St. Arnold. So make sure you're listening to John and Lance, to Dell, to me, Killer Bees, the Soccer Matters show with Glenn Davis to get your chance to win. Garbage time. Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here. That's not the actual words to the song. I found that out literally this weekend. I thought that it was always let's get it started. Nope. They were saying something that's cancelable. Interesting. Speaking of canceled, Sydney Sweeney. She was already canceled for being allegedly a Nazi who promotes eugenics. Well, guess what? Sydney Sweeney has been canceled again. You know why? Because she's a registered Republican. Gasp. Gasp. Shout out to Mark Norman for the very obvious joke about supposed Nazi Sydney Sweeney. I don't think I can repeat it on the air, but let's just say there is a name that rhymes with Hitler that definitely describes it describes some of what Sydney Sweeney does best as part of being a strong, powerful, independent woman. Shout out to Mark Norman, a funny comedian, for coming up with that one. They Might Be Drunk podcast with Sam Worrell. This is happening just now. Did you know that Texas high schools have finally banned personal devices in classrooms? How has this not happened already? Your cell phones should be banned from school, period. What are we doing? We don't? Cell phones, tablets, smartwatches, headphones, earbuds, all banned from use during the school day from House Bill 1481. Here's how they'll handle violations. First offense, device confiscated and returned to a parent after school. Second offense, device held until the next day. Third offense, device held for 2 school days. What about the fourth offense? What happens after that? Because some kids are definitely just going to keep doing this every single day. These kids are addicted. Garbage time continues. Remember that submarine that the rich people got in, and then it went under the water, and then it probably smashed into a little bits because it couldn't handle the pressure that it went down into? Well, get this. The Coast Guard released a report, a 300-page report, about how the submersible failed. I could have spared them the 300 pages. They were using an effing GameCube controller. Have you seen this submarine? Like, I knew they were dead as soon as they got in when I saw the video about how this thing was made. They used a GameCube controller. There are other controllers to use. They used a Nintendo GameCube controller to drive that thing. Yeah, of course everyone died. 300-page report about why it just splatted due to all the pressure underneath the water? Did we need that? Probably not. Garbage time continues. Syracuse legend Neil McDonough, you might know him, is the guy who played the crazy pitcher Bass in Angels in the Outfield. He was in Band of Brothers as well. I think he was a bad guy in season 2 of Yellowstone. He says that he's been blacklisted by Hollywood, and he couldn't get a job for 2 years because a married man, wouldn't kiss another woman on screen. I've always had that in my contracts, said McDonough. My wife didn't have any problem with it. It was me, really, who had a problem with it. I couldn't do it. They couldn't understand it. Hollywood turned on me. They wouldn't let me be a part of the show anymore. For 2 years, I couldn't get a job. Lost everything you could possibly imagine. Not just houses and material things, but your swagger, your cool, and who you are, your identity, everything. My identity was an actor and a really good one. And once you don't have that identity, you're kind of lost in a tailspin. Well, that's a bummer for him. Kind of respect the line in the sand that he drew there. However, at the same time, honestly, I would, after a certain point, I think you'd be like, hey, I need a job. You're going to have to look the other way. Especially if the wife doesn't mind it. Unless the wife actually did mind it. Anyway, from the 936, someone texts in, banning cell phones in school is going to get teachers' butts kicked. Well, it's the law. The children have to obey. And wrapping up, garbage time. A radioactive wasp nest was found in South Carolina just when you thought it couldn't get any worse. Wasps are the worst, after all. And guess what? Now there's radioactive wasps. Watch out. You're going to get a sting, and you're going to turn into Wasp Man. They're going to make a terrible Marvel movie about you and somehow incorporate it into the Marvel Cinematic Universe. It's going to have all sorts of terrible jokes, star somebody who's relevant, and is going to make a ton of money because these are the only movies that get made in theaters anymore that make money. Anyway, Paul, you sound so bitter at the end of the show. No, I'm not bitter. I'm just hungry. Sitting here at the Federal American Grill has made me hungry. Houston Restaurant Weeks, everybody. They're here until September 1st. We're going to be out at a bunch of restaurants leading all the way up to September 1st, Labor Day, when it ends. So make sure that you're getting out and about and having yourself a whole lot of food at all the restaurants that Houston Restaurant Weeks are included in. HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com. It's divided by cuisine. It's also divided by location. For A.J. Russ out here at the Federal American Grill, for Sean Mapes back at Mission Control, for our texters, callers, YouTubers, Twitchers, and appers, and everyone else who listened, I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell, and have yourselves a wonderful Tuesday. The Killer Bees are next. Peace!
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Branham. AJ's here. He's doing a lot of work. Brian's back at the station just griping about everything. Oh, the levels are too hot. I can't hear. Blankers, can you do it in your radio voice?
Jeez, he's so grumpy he's not here for the food, so then he just takes it out on us. That's always nice.
Brian, you would be happy to know that I had a nice little wedge salad. It was phenomenal. Very good. We're broadcasting live, Federal American Grill in Hedwig Village over near Katy, all part of Houston Restaurant Weeks. It's phenomenal. I got a little burger on the way, and I'm donating. Look at me, being a great guy. Lots to get to today. It is a Tuesday, so we'll do Mailbag Monday on a Tuesday. Lots going on around the NFL. Kyren Williams got paid today. Significant running back money. It's interesting Kyren Williams got paid and James Cook is still holding out in whatever he's doing. Texans are at the Greenbrier. But the Astros, they end the losing streak. They're off the schneid as they beat the Marlins yesterday, 8-2. And Blankers, I mean, this is what we always talk about. Whenever you need a stopper, when you need a starting pitcher to end a losing streak, you start Costanza. Second time that the Astros have ended a losing streak with George Costanza on the mound for the Stros.
No, it was a great win, and again, we were kidding about it yesterday, but we said, look, stranger things have happened. I said over and over again, every time you look at one of these lineups and one of the listeners says it's the worst lineup they've ever put out during the golden era, and we go, yeah, they have no chance to – it looks like they should on paper should have no chance to win, yet they find a way to win. And again last night, we kind of kidded about the fact that, hey, don't forget the Jesus Sanchez return game. This could be big for him. Maybe he'll break out. And then he hits a ball that didn't get over the fence, but it looked like it was trying to take out the right field wall on its way to a double. It got everything started. Correa singles to kind of keep the party going. And then, in one big inning after, Alcantara got off to a good start, Astros put a 5 spot up in the fourth, and basically it was smooth sailing from there.
Do you take Jason Alexander seriously?
I still don't. I don't. It's just weird because the changeup can be devastating. And when he's on his game like he was last night and has control of it, it's a really tough pitch no matter what they say, the Marlins were just focused on the changeup. They were really, watching a lot of video, and I was listening to the radio as well. On this changeup, they were focused on getting to it, and they couldn't get to it. It's just that it's kind of like some of the other starters we've seen throughout the process of all these pitchers kind of playing musical chairs. When they're on, they can be good enough to win a Major League Baseball game. When they're off, they can put you, behind the 8 ball real quick and basically bury you in any given start that they're in. It's just that he's been this one was when they needed it most. He's been okay since he's been here.
I'm buying him as a Major League starter. I think he is a Major League starting pitcher. Well, of course he's a starting pitcher. He's starting in Major League game. Well, you know what I mean. He was released by the Sacramento Athletics, a team that is starved for starting pitching. His numbers with the Astros, and I think this is another example of the Astros pitching machine getting the absolute most out of a player, squeezing the most juice out of a player that's possible. You mentioned the changeup, and I think his changeup is his best pitch. I really like his changeup. Good movement on it, keeps hitters off balance, but was combining the sinker yesterday. It was getting lots of ground balls. He has appeared in 5 games and has started 4 games for the Stros, and yes, ERA is not everything. He's got a 3.16 ERA. Like, that plays. You look at his yesterday, 6 shutout innings against the Nationals. He only went 4 2/3, but he only gave up 2 runs. 6 innings, 5 runs against the Athletics, which is a pretty good offense, but he gave you innings. The Dodgers, he went 3 shutout innings. Against the Athletics, gave up 3 runs, 2 earned in 6 innings. Those are his 5 outings as an Astro. I am actually buying Jason Alexander as a competent big league starting pitcher. He's not the number 3 for the Astros. He's not going to be one of their hosses. You hope he doesn't pitch in the postseason. But this is a guy that I think can actually give you quality big league innings at the major league level. And again, it's a feather in the cap to 2 people. Well, 2 entities, I guess. Dana Brown, the general manager of the Astros, for finding Jason Alexander. And then the Astros pitching machine getting the most out of a guy who's really been a journeyman and other teams have quit him.
Now, let me ask you this, because I hear what you're saying, and I think that a lot depends upon who's coming back and how many pitchers they need. But I think that he can be capable. But how much do you think the A's seeing him twice and coming from the A's system affected the one bad game against the A's?
I think it's significant.
Yeah, I kind of do too.
I mean, I don't. It sounds very excusey, like, oh, he had a bad outing. It's the second time they saw him. Like, good pitchers can get through lineups multiple times, but Would an offensive player have a better look against a pitcher seeing him relatively soon after seeing him the first time? Yeah, absolutely.
See, I think it factors too, because I think that, a lot of times you hear it as you watch other games and you watch the Astros play. Hey, ideally, the team that's up or is winning a game would like to keep the other team from seeing certain pitchers to start a series, so that when they see them later on down the road in the series, they might even be more effective. I think especially when you got a guy that was in the system, and then for however long he was, but players see him when they're doing workout, spring training, whatever, and then all of a sudden you see him twice in a short period of time. I think the second time the team is better prepared for him. They know exactly what he throws. They've seen it and where it goes, and they have a chance to take advantage of it.
I feel like you're arguing my side of it, though.
I am. From that regard, I am. I absolutely am. But I also think that what I saw last night was not what I saw consistently throughout everything that he's given since he's been an Astro, but it was impressive to me because he battled, right? He only had one walk. He had the one tough inning, but he kept battling. He didn't get rattled. He found a way, even getting down in counts, to kind of fight back 3-0 counts, and he wasn't afraid to go right at the hitter and battle back to where I saw signs. Now, do I think that he's better than Javier? No, I don't. Do I think that he's better than Arrighetti? No, I don't. Do I think that if Walter comes back, he's better than Walter? No, I don't. But because we don't know when and or if some of these guys are coming back, do I think that he could be a capable spot starter still for this team? After last night, I have no choice but to say yes.
I would agree with you on those three starters, but I only think two of them are pertinent. Like, Javier's not on this big league baseball team yet, so it doesn't factor in. It's kind of like we'll cross that bridge when you get to it. Brandon Walter's like playing soft toss in West Palm Beach. So the only one that it really matters with is Arrighetti, who will be making his return tomorrow in Miami. They're going opener today, which is fascinating.
Yeah, it's a little surprising.
Well, I don't think they want – because blue ball is going to be the bulk guy, bulk blue ball, which I've always called him that. Bulk blue ball, they don't want him to see Stowers in the first inning because Stowers is their best hitter. He's a lefty, so Espada's like, okay, well, let me just use one inning of Okert here so he doesn't have to see Stowers, and then you hope blue ball can get you into the middle inning. So I actually like it. I don't like it normally. I don't like it when you have like a legit major league starter, but when you have a guy who's making his second start in his big league career, who struggled in his first one, try to hide him away from their really good lefties. I kind of like the decision there. So Javier, to me, it's not pertinent. Walter, it's not pertinent right now because like these are the decisions you're making today. Life on the line, gun to your head. Would you go with George Costanza or would you go with Colton Gordon?
Well, right now I'm going to go with George Costanza. I'm going to go with Jason Alexander because
I have to too.
Because of what it's recency bias as well. But when you look at what he did last night and you look at Colton Gordon's last start and his last couple of starts and the numbers that you were talking about to kind of support Alexander, those kind of numbers, when you look at what Colton Gordon has done, throughout what he's done with the Astros, they don't impress me. They don't give me the feeling and the vibe of a guy that I should have confidence in. And between those two right now, and because of what I saw last night, if he has that kind of command and his changeup is doing what it was doing, yeah, I'd probably lean Alexander.
Yeah, and look, Javier healthy, yeah, give me Javier. Brandon Walter healthy, the redheaded Tom Glavine, yeah, give me him. But those aren't decisions that you're making right now. Like you have. If we include Arrighetti, who hasn't actually been activated, if we include Arrighetti into the conversation, blue ball, who's the bulk guy today, bulk blue ball, you have six capable starting pitchers. You have Fromber, you have Hunter Brown, you have Arrighetti, you have Gordon, you have Alexander, and you have blue ball. Like, how would you power rank those starters in terms of your confidence in those guys?
I mean, blue ball's dead last.
So he would be below both Gordon and Alexander?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't have an argument to that.
I mean, unless he shows me differently, I don't care what he did in Sugar Land. What I saw the first time up was not good. And so, this is big for him tonight to prove that he can attack major league hitters and get outs. If he can do that, maybe we'll have a different conversation. But I think he's at the bottom of the pecking order. I think that regardless of which order you take Hunter Brown and Fromber Valdez, they're obviously 1-2. If Arrighetti comes back and he's showing anything at all, Arrighetti is probably, to me, without a doubt, your number 3.
Yep.
So, those 3 are solidified, and then 7 is blue ball. So then how you fill them in after that, depended upon, who's back and who you have to choose from. I mean,
we're simpatico. I go Fromber, Hunter, whatever order.
Right.
Arrighetti, I go Costanza, Gordon, blue ball.
Yeah,
before you talk about the return of Javier, before you talk about the return
right.
of Garcia, before you talk about the return of Walter, I think those are your 6-starter pecking order as we talk right now. Javier comes in, he's right there in the Arrighetti mold. He jumps Alexander. Walter, same thing. Like, healthy, you're looking at Fromber, Hunter Brown, Arrighetti, Javier Walter. I wonder where Luis Garcia factors into that.
Yeah, and listening to Dana, I was listening to the Astroaholic on the way in, Paul Gallant, and when he was playing some of the sound from Dana Brown, he was talking about the fact that the timetable is Arrighetti obviously tomorrow, and then from there, he thinks that Javier is right behind him, and then it's like Garcia and France are kind of on the same timetable, but he wouldn't give us a timetable. So I would assume within the next 2 weeks you're going to have Javier back as well as Arrighetti. That's a huge bolster to your pitching staff, and that helps you a ton, regardless of anybody you get back. Because I've said all along, if you get 2 of those 4 or 5 guys that are trying to come back, you're in a much better position.
Who's the odd guy out for you? Like assuming they're pitching capably, like they're doing okay, they're healthy, whatever. Javier's back, Arrighetti's back, Walter back, Luis Garcia's back. Like, who's the odd man out? Because all of a sudden you have some cuts to be made. You don't have like a true number 3. You have a bunch of 4-5s. Bunch.
See, but on the flip side of what we were just talking about with some of the guys when we were discussing, like Alexander, you look at a guy like Walter. You look at what he's done since he's been in the rotation.
Yeah,
I got no qualms with him at all being right there 4-5, like being in your rotation. And I would say that he's shown enough to show me, regardless of who's hurt and who's not, he warrants that position somewhere within those 6 if you go to a 6-man rotation because he's been that good.
If you go, for me, if you go 5, obviously Fromber, Hunter, then I think it's a combination. I think you're looking at 3 guys. I think you're looking at Arrighetti, I think it's Javier, and I think it's Brandon Walter. For me, he's jumped Luis Garcia. Garcia's been gone a long time. And all these guys have been getting rocked in their rehab assignments. Rehab assignments don't matter. Scoreless inning would be nice. It would be kind of cool to mix in one of those.
And the other thing I don't like, which is why I don't have any confidence about Garcia coming back right now, is the fact that it's not just the fact that the results don't seem to be there. He doesn't seem to be comfortable. He said he's still kind of tinkering with not only his release point, but his delivery. And, getting rid of Rock the Baby and getting back into his regular standard windup in the way he's delivering the ball. It seems like he's still tweaking things and trying to work on things. Well, that's not somebody that I feel like, just plug and play, get him back up to the big leagues, and I've got confidence in that guy.
Yeah, I don't love his arm slot right now. He looks like Jose Urquidy. They did it a little bit with McCullers too. I think it prevents arm injury, I guess, but I think it limits efficiency and productivity. Which give me efficiency and productivity if it means a ticking time bomb of an elbow. I like to use and abuse my pitchers. Sorry, I like outs. I like preventing runs. If it means your elbow blows up every now and then, so be it. That's the nature of the business. 713-780-ESPN. Bullpen, so-so. Brian King got hit a little bit. But then Abreu did his thing. Hector Neris looked about as good as he's looked as an Astro.
You know what I'm going to say?
I did. I saw you tweet about it, which I think is a fair criticism.
When you have, a 5-6 run lead, I don't want to use Abreu in that situation. We know already that what we're talking about now is 2 pitchers that, at minimum, that haven't pitched a whole hell of a lot. If you go with Blue Bulk as the guy that's going to take up the majority of the innings, regardless, you're going to use some of your bullpen guys, whichever lefty you choose to go with Okert or Souza to start the game, and then you're gonna put out a guy in Arrighetti that has no major league starts, per se in the last couple of months. You're going to need everybody in all hands on deck. If these games are close, I'd rather have Abreu and Hader, and I don't care if he got warmed up. We see plenty of times where if you get a 3-run lead and a couple guys on, you would have a Neris warming up next to an Abreu or a Hader, and depending on if the run's scored or not, then you don't have to use your high-leverage guys. I just wouldn't have used Abreu last night.
I think it's a fair critique. I didn't mind it as much as you do. You scored 2 more runs in the top of the inning. So, he was up, he was warming up. I don't think there's a whole lot of difference between him getting warmed up and then throwing 17 pitches. Throwing 17 pitches last night won't, affect his ability to be available tonight. Now, if you use him tonight, he'd be unavailable tomorrow.
That's what I was going to say.
And he also hasn't pitched since the first. So, I didn't mind using Abreu in that spot yesterday. Now, if you use him in a 6-run game and you didn't add on those runs late, totally different story. But the way that it, transpired in the context, I didn't mind it as much.
Yeah, my big thing was if you need him tonight, now he's probably completely off the table for the third game of the series.
Sure.
Yeah, and if you have a tight third game of the series, you'd like to be able to, to basically have your 2 guys at the back end, and that concerned me because you need him in those situations way more than you need him in a 5 or 6 run situation.
Jesus Sanchez homecoming, we kick around that on the other side. Also, Yainer Diaz has been good offensively. We'll have to discuss that, what he means to the Astros from an offensive perspective. And also, I have a cash or trash to run by you. Failing to acquire a leverage righty reliever is a bigger deal than a third starting pitcher for this team. 713-780-ESPN. ESPN. Lots to get to today. Texans are at the Greenbrier. Lots of fights going on at the Greenbrier today as well. Also, everybody always loves a good old depth chart. The Texans' first unofficial depth chart is out. Are they lying to us or are they telling us the truth? Mailbag Monday coming up later as well. 713-780-3776. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on Twitter at ESPN975. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. Brian at Sack by B-Mac. I'm at Jeremy Branham. Killer Bees broadcasting live from Federal American Grill on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Federal American Grill in Hedwig Village. Here's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Very good Freedom Burger here. Fantastic. Really, really good. The wedge salad was really, really good, too. Federal American Grill. Hedwig Village is where the Killer Bees are at today. Great spot. There's one near me, my neck of the woods. I've been there a couple of times. It is very, very good.
I've been here multiple times for lunches with Todd and
you have lunches
sponsors.
with Todd?
Yeah,
What?
and sponsors.
What?
And
look at that
very,
flex,
very
man.
good.
He's
Yeah.
one-upping me. He's like, yeah, I've been there once. I go there with the bosses. Sheesh.
Guess what? I mean, no need to one-up anybody. I just said that I've been here, and the food is always fantastic.
All part of Houston Restaurant Week going on now through Labor Day. Diners across the greater Houston area can enjoy specially priced multi-course fixed menus for brunch, lunch, and dinner at nearly 350 participating restaurants. Of course, we're at Federal American Grill today. B&B Butcher's another great spot. Fantastic steak there.
Yeah,
The original Corral. Look at one-upping me again. Is there any place that you
I'm
haven't been to?
Did I say anything about being there? I agreed with you there.
Well, it's clear you've been there. If you've had it, you've been there.
Absolutely. With
there
Todd,
you go.
With Todd and others. It's been fantastic. I've been to the other Federal Grill location right off of Shepherd and Allen Parkway with Granado and Todd. I mean, we've been to a lot of these.
Black Walnut, Carbog Brewery, all a bunch of different places that you can enjoy Houston Restaurant Weeks. Dine out, do good. not only supporting the Houston Food Bank, but also the restaurant industry, in what's typically their slowest time of year. But you're providing a bunch of meals. It's amazing how much, just like $1, 3 meals provided. Yeah. So keep that in mind when you're going out. The Palm, another fantastic spot. But 713-780-ESPN, Israel texting in. The Bats finally woke up, and y'all talking about the pitching. I think Alexander was the storyline yesterday.
He's playing
6 shutout innings, right?
There's no doubt about it. I mean, Israel, we appreciate you being associate producer. But the bottom line is when you watch the game and you watch it from start to finish, yeah, it's great that the offense woke up after scoring 5 runs over 3 games at Fenway Park. But the story of the game is you threw a guy out there that not anybody knew at the start of the year, and he shut the entire team down that you were facing for 6 innings.
Team that's hot, too. Marlins have been red hot.
Yeah, they just swept the Yankees.
Killicam just like that, 255 and climbing. Play who, only 5 games. Look, it's good that Killicam got a couple of knocks yesterday. Hopefully he gets his confidence going and can create some momentum. The 2 hits, one was an infield single, one was a blooper to right. So, and now he did hit, I was mostly encouraged more than the hits was that ball that he hammered at 107 off the bat that he yanked foul. That was more encouraging to me than his 2 hits, actually.
Yeah, look, and I think that the other thing that, whether Israel likes it or not, is the bigger storyline is you took a really good starting pitcher from Miami that a lot of people were interested in at the deadline that throws 99, that has won a Cy Young. And I think over the first 6 at-bats, the average exit velocity on everything leaving the barrel, whether they were outs or not, and he did get through that without giving up a run, were between 98 and 100 and something. I mean, they were barreling him up. They were putting bat to baseball, and then in the 4th inning, they were able to put runs behind it. But the plate appearances from the offense was they were all really strong.
Cash or trash? Failing to acquire a leverage righty reliever, bigger deal than a third starting pitcher.
I'm going to trash it because Ryan Presley's going to come in and he's going to save the day, and they're going to get him back where he was, and he's going to be your right-handed guy when you need him.
He's going to be a Minnesota Twin.
He could be.
He looks like he's going to be. Well, I mean, they're interested in Presley. I'm not sure the Astros are going to be interested in him. I don't know what he adds. He's been very, very, not even mid. He's been below.
The thing
mid.
is he better than Neris?
I don't know.
See, that's the thing.
I think it's a coin flip.
Yeah,
a coin.
Because Neris is beloved in the locker room. So if it's a push, they're probably going to stick with Neris. But if you feel like he can give you better than what you're getting currently, then you probably would consider that as a possible upgrade and a possible win. Look, I had it on the rundown from the other night in terms of the starting pitching. I know you're supposed to be getting these guys back, but you don't know what you don't know till they get up here and they show what they can do again. You can't base it on what they used to do. Watching Charlie Morton the other night, and he got the loss against a really good offensive team like the Phillies, and his fastball's topping out at 96. He's got 3,000 RPMs on this in his spin rate on everything that he's throwing with the breaking pitches. His changeup's falling off the table, and you're like, I'm sitting there going, Baltimore was basically trying to give him away or just get some kind of a low-level pick for him or a prospect for him. That guy would have helped you a lot.
Yeah, I guess I would need to know the equivalent of what it would have taken to cost him. I think that you might be selling it a little short, just giving them away.
But I think they got a pretty good prospect. Much.
I think they got a pretty decent prospect for him.
From Detroit?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I would like to know what the equivalent would be for the Stros. Would you have traded Walker Yannick for
I would not.
For a Charlie Morton? So I would like to know what the equivalent would be.
He's 41?
He's up there, yeah. He's in his 40s. No, his stuff has looked good. It's caught my attention. You see Verlander hitting 98, 99 yesterday?
Yeah.
The Giants need to lose a bunch of baseball games so JV can return to his home of Houston, Texas.
If they couldn't find a trade for him, just set him free, and he knows what he knows. Have him come back and be another guy. If he's topping out at 98 and his last 3 starts combined, he's given up a 1 earned run, I think. I'll take all of that.
I'm rooting for the Giants to lose a bunch of games because I do think if they lose a bunch of games, they would do right by Verlander if Verlander wanted out. So, that's something that I'm monitoring. I would have liked a leverage righty. I think it plays a lot in the postseason, too. If you had a leverage righty that's better than Brian King, and King has struggled a little bit recently, if you could combine that with a Hader and an Abreu, those 3 guys could potentially get you 4 innings, maybe even 5 innings. So you're asking your starters to go 4 or 5. I think it would have helped quite a bit. Jesus Sanchez, RBI double yesterday. Have you spotted the downside of batting him high in this order? Because, he's been batting second, third. But have you spotted the downside of whenever the Astros put him in that spot?
No, not yet. I think to me he's been pretty good. I'm pleased with what they've gotten so far. I made the comparison to you of like maybe a more athletic in the outfield type of Soler, and the fact that he does hit missiles, and you called it. I mean, he didn't hit it out, but he hits the ball extremely hard, and he's very athletic. He's used to playing right field, the two plays in left field, and missing the cutoff in right field. Those are things that, I'll nitpick that part of it. In terms of his hitting, I don't really see anything I'm going to pick apart.
What I have, he can't hit against lefties. So
that's
he's
for sure,
Espada's pinch hitting for him, like late in games whenever there's a lefty on the mound. So you have Sanchez like in the 2-3 spot. He's hitting second today, and then all of a sudden you have to go like Chas McCormick there. So it's a very premium spot in the lineup to be pinch hitting for a lot of times, and you have to because he's not good against lefties. But I wonder if and when you get fully healthy, if that's something that, like, okay, we're going to move Sanchez a little further down in the order because we know seventh inning rolls around and there's a lefty on the mound. Well, here comes Chas McCormick. Here comes Mauricio Dubon. And not the ideal spot that you want Chas and Dubon is up in the 2 or 3 spot.
You're probably right
in the batting order.
He's easier to live with hitting against both sides of the plate if he's hitting 9th or 8th.
Yes.
But that's just the strength of the lineup. I mean, if you get Yordan back and you get some of these guys back at the top of the lineup, the progression is easy, and your lineup top to bottom, regardless of what he does, because he mashes lefties, he mashes righties, he's going to be in a good spot for this team.
Yiner slashing in the last 75 games, 277 average, 307 on base, 457 slug. He had a couple of knocks yesterday. Keep that in mind because people have been banging on Yiner, and rightfully so for his defense, but he's been really good offensively since May. He got off to a very bad start, so the numbers don't look great, but has been much better with the bat. And Cam Smith with a couple of knocks, too. That pleases Israel.
I mean, everybody was kidding about the fact that he didn't want to get traded. That's why he got hot. He's been hot prior to that, and now he's continuing to keep it going. And this offense needed it. Like I said, this offense has been extremely anemic, and now with the trades, it immediately got strengthened and bolstered just by the names on the back of the jersey. But now it looks like a lot of guys are actually starting to contribute and put this more solid lineup on the field night in, night out when they need to, because of the fact that you've got two teams on your heels like the Mariners and then the Rangers.
Presley and Verlander need to stay far as away as Houston as possibly can. I disagree with the Verlander. I would kick the tires on Verlander. I wouldn't mind Verlander reunion. Now, I wouldn't want to be paying him the salary he's making. The Giants would need to outright release him. Presley, I'm not interested in. Verlander, I am. Texter, go ahead.
I was going to say, the one thing that caught my eye about Verlander, and his brother was all over it, tweeting it last night, when he's topping out at 98, that's a different Justin Verlander than we saw over the last year and a half.
Texter saying, Verlander, what's Nolan Ryan up to? Justin Verlander, his last 3 games. Last night he went 5 innings, gave up no earned run, striking out 4. Game prior to that, 5 innings, 1 run, striking out 7. Game prior to that, 5 shutout innings. So, Verlander seems to be turning the corner a little bit, and his fastball for most of the year has been 93, 94. He was hitting 98, 99 yesterday, out of nowhere.
That's what I'm talking about.
I disagree on that one.
And I think it goes to your point, too. You're not going to get 7 or 8 innings out of him as a starter. You're going to hope to get 5 solid innings, turn it over to your bullpen.
Yeah.
That's about what he's got left now. But you can live with that if those 5 solid innings are the numbers that you just rattled off.
Yeah, if you had Verlander, you'd be looking for 5 innings, and that's it. Empty the tank, give me the best of what you got, maybe even 4 innings. Don't try to go deep into games.
He needs those wins.
No, I don't need his wins. That's selfish on his.
Indeed it is, and he's chasing them.
I'm looking at the name on the front. I'm not looking about the name on the back. Texter says Espada moves the lineup too much. Cam has 1 good game, and he goes from the 9-hole to 6-hole today. I think Espada changes the batting order way too much, opposite of Dusty. 9 to 7-hole, but the point stands. I don't mind the way that Espada moves guys up and down.
I think a lot of it is matchups, and a lot of it is tendencies, and if they've been hot recently. Look, Cam's been struggling mightily. That last night helped, but the bigger thing is what kind of hits were they? I mean, he beat out an infield hit, and he had a blooper to right center field. So you hope that kind of gets momentum, gives him some confidence, takes a weight off his shoulders. He's got to continue to grow. But at the same time, from game to game, I don't really mind how Espada manipulates the batting order as long as he's got better guys to choose from than what he had prior to the deadline.
I would like to know who exactly changed Pena's batting approach before the season, because with how good this offense has been this year, I think there's plenty of Astro players that could benefit from it as well. I mean, it's just being coachable, taking to coaching, being coachable, and then applying that. Because even, his approach is way better than it used to be. It's he still swings at more pitches than the average Bear. He still chases more pitches than the average Bear. The difference is he's far better than he used to be.
And the thing to me is he picked up right where he left off. So many guys, when you get them back, especially from a rib injury, when you're swinging a baseball bat, you wonder how quickly or if he can get back into the form he was in prior to the injury. Instead, he jumps right back in the first night on fire in Fenway. He's got two more knocks last night. He just continues to hit the baseball and be the leadoff hitter that you need right now, and I think that in itself has been fantastic.
Yeah, he's been really good. He's such a good player. His numbers have been fantastic. It's too bad Dana Brown didn't get him locked up before he popped off and hired Boris because that would have been really good to have. It would have been good to have this Pena and paying him for what he was the first 3 years, because he's been sensational. He's been fantastic.
Yeah, he keeps this up now, and he's going to be in a different tax bracket.
No doubt. I think we all knew that the moment he hired Boris, right?
Yep.
Like the Boris thing took him up a tax bracket. And then Jordan's taking BP today, West Palm. He's taking some batting practice, not live batting practice, just little 55-mile-per-hour heaters.
Right now. He's in La Playa right now.
He literally is at La Playa. He's in West Palm Beach. So, yeah, that is accurate.
Think Dana goes and sees him? Yeah, the early start, probably not.
I don't think it's that close to Miami. How far is it?
Still in the same state.
I thought it was closer to Tampa
exactly,
than Miami.
But at the same time, it's
probably not. But I'd be tempted. I would
too.
I would pay $2.99 to watch Jordan Alvarez take batting practice in West Palm Beach. $2.99
just to see. How tuned up the machine is and what he's doing. And the bigger thing is obviously going to be how he reacts.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Israel saying a hit is a hit. Yeah, those aren't always good indicators of predictive success. Ocho says, looks like Verlander's increased the dosage on his PEDs, and I'm here for it. I mean, Pujols did it late in his career.
Yeah, he did.
LeBron takes 3 weeks sabbaticals and then, does deer antler, and it's fine. Don't get caught.
Certain things were legal, Jeremy, when LeBron was doing what he was doing.
Key from L.A., all berries and rainbows when the Astros get a win. We bashed on King a little bit and said that they should use a third reliever.
Your Dodgers win last night, Key? Oh, that's right, they didn't. Shucky darn. Whoop,
Key might be in a good mood, though, because they locked up Kyron.
Oh.
And I think he's more of a football guy than a baseball guy.
Stafford's iffy for week 1.
I don't think he's iffy.
Okay.
I don't think he's iffy. I think he's getting the veteran
Paul
treatment. I don't think he's iffy. I think we'll see Stafford there week 1. If not, we see Jimmy Garoppolo, which bad quarterbacks have beat up on the Texans the last couple of years for whatever reason.
Porn star lover.
So was Deshaun.
True.
Deshaun and Garoppolo.
Was she a porn
Two
star?
peas in a pod. Absolutely.
I thought she was was it OnlyFans or Instagram or?
I think we're talking about two different people.
Oh.
All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Texans are at Greenbrier. They're fighting. The depth chart is out. What has piqued your interest from the Texans at Greenbrier? 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees live from Federal American Grill on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, guys, right now I want to tell you about a new sponsor that we have. It's Walmart, and Walmart is the name that you know and trust, but Walmart is going to be there for you every step of the way. You know what Walmart brings to the table, a quality name that you can trust, that they, from day in to day out, everything that you need is going to be under one roof. And you love them because of it. And go to Walmart.com as well, because Walmart has all the deals for you, and they have all the different ways that you can take care of all of your shopping right now under one roof. It's absolutely fantastic, and it takes a lot of the extras out of it, if you know what I mean. That means that you can do your shopping, and the fact that you thought you knew them, but now they're new with more for you. Over 500 million items online. Huge selection you can't find in stores. And if you think grocery stores cost more when they deliver it, they might at those stores, but not at Walmart. Grocery prices the same for delivery as they are in store. And, of course, because it's Walmart, the prices are low. And they deliver in as fast as an hour, and that's a fact. Use Express Delivery to get all the eligible things you need from Walmart, from groceries to home goods to prescriptions. When it comes to feeding your family, hosting a tailgate, or throwing a party, think Walmart for all your grocery needs. The Walmart you thought you knew is now new, and who knew? Walmart.com.
You're back with the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Federal American Grill in Hedwig Village.
Palm Beach is only about a half hour from Miami. Yeah, but what about West Palm Beach? Huh? Huh?
I think he's there. If I'm Dana, I'd be
He's
there.
chilling right now. He's in La Playa
Yeah,
right
why
now.
not? I mean, I'm sure he hit this morning. Pete says I wouldn't mind a JV return, especially if there happens to be any setbacks with Javier Garcia and Arrighetti. Blister Boy Lance can stay on the IL. We didn't even bring up Lance earlier.
No, and I don't think that anybody should. I just feel like, and I said this the other day, I've basically just written him off. I mean, if a blister's going to be 6 weeks anyway, and now I think he was doing they were working on some things at an undisclosed location and all that other stuff, they better be working on a whole hell of a lot of things because what I've seen is enough inconsistency. I'm not going to count on, hope for, or think about Lance McCullers anymore this season.
I mean, he's gonna be back. Like he has, he's throwing. Like he threw 4 simulated innings or whatever. Like he's going to be back.
At Roger Clemens' house, he probably did.
Okay, but you don't expect him to be pitching again in the bigs?
I don't know. I mean, I'm sure that's he probably wants to be back, but from an organizational standpoint, we've seen people get buried on the injured list.
You can't keep him on the IL if he's healthy.
I mean,
that
you
would
hear
be a
people
major
talking about it all the
grievance with
time.
Players
Let's hope he's got a
Association.
severe hangnail and see if we can't bury him for the rest of the regular season.
And they're serious whenever they say that?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't think they're serious whenever they say he has a case of the hangnail.
It doesn't have to be a hangnail, but stranger things have happened. You hear it on the MLB satellite channel when some of the guys are talking about it. Look, he hasn't been good, and the organization probably has plenty of reasons to have trepidation about whether he should come back and or do you want to use him, regardless of anything else.
All those things are true, but you can't keep him on the IL. Like if he's healthy and he's going to return, and like you're keeping him on the IL against his wishes,
exactly.
That's
the
a
thing.
problem.
If you're keeping him against his will, but if he's willing to go with you on it because of the fact that he's got a year left and he doesn't want to go anywhere else, then he has to be amicable to it. But stranger things have happened.
I don't know if stranger things have happened of hiding a guy on the IL that wants to be pitching.
That's the thing. I get the caveat that you're bringing up if he wants to be pitching, but that's a hard conversation to have, but one that might take place because of the fact that when he has been pitching, he hasn't been very good.
No, he hasn't. But, I mean, that means you have to release him. Like, you can't just say, hey, you're staying on the IL. You want to pitch? Nope, sorry, you're not pitching efficiently enough. You haven't been productive, so you stay on the IL. That's not possible.
Right.
That's not
if he
happening.
Doesn't want to, you're right. But if he goes with it, then they could do it.
Or he wouldn't be throwing 4 simulated innings.
Okay.
Right. I mean, why would he be pitching right now if he didn't want to come back?
I'm sure he's trying to work through some things. There's plenty of stuff to work through based on what we saw his last start. But, yeah, I mean, okay, if you want to just look at it from the perspective, I don't want him back. And to me, I don't know where he fits if he wants to come back because he doesn't want to go to the bullpen. And right now, I don't have a place for him. No matter how many 6-man rotation, 7 starting pitchers to choose from, he ain't one of them. And I don't have a spot for him. If he doesn't want to go to the bullpen, then that's a harder conversation.
I think it's a fair take. But now you're talking about releasing him. You're not talking about, hey, you're transfer. Like this texter said, transfer him to the 60-day IL. You can't just up and do that if he thinks that he's going to return next week or in 2 weeks. And that would be like the Mets a few years ago got fined heavily for manipulating their injury list. Like this isn't something you can get away with.
Well, make sure someone drops a weight on his foot in the weight room again. I mean, I just like I said, he has to be amicable to it. You're right. But at the same time, he has to also have a realistic approach to the fact that he hasn't been good all year. And there's no spot for him right now.
Yeah, I think that him being amicable to it, though, he wouldn't be pitching right now. Like that to me is a big clue that he wants to return.
Okay. Yeah, and you might be right. That's great, and we'll see. I guess you cross the bridge when he's cleared and he's ready to go. And to me, he has to understand that the only role that could possibly be there for him is to be in the bullpen.
Even then, like there's so many bodies. Like it's gonna be hard to be one of your 13 pitchers if
is he better
they're
than
healthy.
Neris?
No.
See, that's the thing. If he's not better than Neris, I just don't know if there's a spot for him anywhere.
The thing with Lance over Neris, though, would be that he can, like, give you length. Like, hey, we need to mop up 3 innings. Go out there, Lance. But, again, like, Lance doing that to his ego and his pride, like, hey, you're our mop-up pitcher. Lance is going to be like, I'm going to go.
Bury me in the H, but embarrass me in the pen. That's what he thinks. But guess what? He's been an embarrassment in a lot of ways this year, except for the Dodger game.
Yeah.
And a couple others.
I mean, I agree. Like, the numbers haven't been there. I also feel bad for him, though, a little bit. Like, he worked his way back after multiple serious arm injuries. I'm not saying that he has a spot on this team. He probably should go pedal a little bit coffee. All right, 713-780-ESPN. What has piqued your interest at the Greenbrier? 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees at Federal American Grill on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Federal American Grill in Hedwig Village.
Yeah, Federal American Grill setting today. Thanks to our guy Terrence, really hooking us up. Fantastic.
Great service and hospitality.
Yeah, very, very good. Fantastic food, fantastic service. Thank you, Terrence, very much. Texans are at Greenbrier. Also fantastic service there at the Greenbrier. Weather is beautiful. How do you like teams going away?
I don't care for it.
Really?
I don't like it. And I go back to even when the Rockets used to do it. We used to go to Austin. We used to go to Galveston. I guess the thought behind it is to take away a lot of the distractions of family and other things and just focus on football, or in the case of when we were doing it for basketball, that you just take everything out except for the reason why you're there is 24 hours football. To me, it's just kind of a disconnect because you've got so much attention every day and so many people able to cover this team and to basically tell you every single thing that's going on, and then it's a matter of how many people are covering the team and what and what you're hearing from them. And it's not your facilities, it's not your practice bubble, it's not your locker room, all those different things. I get it, and they're probably getting paid fairly well to go there to do it, but I would rather just have them here.
Yeah, D'Amico said they wanted to get out of the heat, which is kind of funny.
That makes sense. But you got a bubble.
Yeah, well, I think he likes being on the grass. Like that bubble has taken many a knees, so like I think that they like to be outside as much as possible. But his rationale I thought was pretty interesting. Like, hey, there's many days in Houston where we're out there in the heat where we're just trying to survive. It's hard to okay, let's focus in and laser in on being the absolute best at every single play, every single thing that we're doing. So it makes some sense to me. Texans released their unofficial depth chart, which always, anytime you see a depth chart, it's like, oh, yeah, like Travis Hunter was listed as a starter but back up at corner. And what does that mean? What kind of implications are here? I think that this Texans depth chart, though, unofficial depth chart, I think it's mostly right. I don't see a whole lot of issue with it.
No, I mean, in this early – obviously, things can change, and the biggest thing is going to be that you haven't seen you've seen the starters, but you're not going to you already kind of know. I think for the most part, your defense is pretty locked in. I think from an offensive standpoint, you're pretty. Besides for the offensive line and how that could change based on injury and/or chemistry and everything that they're analyzing. But for the most part, this early on, people can look at the depth chart and kind of dissect it. I'm good with whatever they say right now until we start seeing them play and hit other teams in another uniform.
Did you see any lies with this depth chart?
Just the glance over that I had on it, no, probably not. I thought it was interesting right from the jump. You're going to have Higgins start at wide receiver, but I think he probably was already penciled in at that as well. Nothing really stood out to me.
Yeah, they have Jared Patterson over Jake Andrews at center.
I think that could change, but I think that of the two. That they've invested in Patterson. He's been here longer. We'll see. I watched what they did from OTAs to the start of training camp, and it was a back and forth. So again, until they start hitting guys in other uniforms, then and you can start putting it on tape that we can see. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. It's interesting too. Like. I would put my money on Andrews being the starter, but they have Patterson there. Everything looks fine. Now, Cam Robinson isn't practicing. He had a sleeve on his knee today. Yep. It shuffled some things around for the Houston, which is interesting how they're shuffling it around, too, because Titus Howard, who's like, you're our right guard. Well, until we have a tackle get hurt, then you're back to right tackle. They were using Ursery at left tackle, his natural position. He's trying to learn to play right tackle. I do think he's going to start at right tackle if Robinson's healthy. Tomlinson, Andrews at center, not Patterson, so the depth chart could be lying to us there. Ed Ingram at right guard, and then Titus Howard at right tackle. So this is an offensive line that is certainly questionable. How good will they be? Yeah. All of that. Just one injury. This is an offensive line that's pretty frightening. I like Tay Ursery, but day one, Tay Ursery, second-round rookies, your left tackle protecting Stroud's blind side. I don't know how I feel about that.
I'm not a big fan of that. And I was questioning if he was ready to play tackle in the NFL right away. But everybody you talk to has raved about him, from the coaching staff to the other players, even the specifically the ones going up against him, like Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson, and he's a sponge as well. So I would feel more comfortable with him at right tackle, believe me. But, yeah, when you saw Cam Robinson go down, the first thing that I started wondering about was just what we had, kind of the furthering the conversation we had yesterday of, are they good with who they have on this roster right now, or is there depth they can possibly acquire from outside? Because if Ingram is your second best right guard, I got some real concerns. And Juice Scruggs, the mighty have fallen too. That's one of those guys where versatility means nothing if he's not going to give you enough to play one of the three inside positions.
If this is legit, like this is the plan. If Cam Robinson's not available, and look, it's August 5th. Although Caserio and D'Amico are like, yeah, once we get closer to that Minnesota game, the first team offensive line is going to start ironing itself out. We want to play those guys together. That way they can build cohesion and build reps against one another. This is very telling from not only a Juice Scruggs perspective, but it's very telling from a Blake Fisher perspective. That both of those guys can't be your plan B on your starting offensive line. It shows that Blake Fisher, second rounder, that ain't looking good. Nope. And then Juice Scruggs, who you traded up for, that ain't looking good. I think it's pretty telling on both of those guys.
I agree with you, and I think that again, conversation that we had yesterday and now how it relates to what just happened today is the fact that there's been a lot of question marks on the guys that they've drafted on the offensive line. And you mentioned the two biggest ones. And, yeah, you could say, well, if you hit on Ursary or Patterson's been a great find in the 6th round, so be it. But with Kenyon Green added to the mix with the other two guys that you mentioned, there's been a whole lot of swing and either miss or swing and a big letdown in the fact that they haven't been anywhere close to what they should be based on where they were drafted. And so that's disappointing because I think that that's going to cause Nick some sleepless nights trying to figure out if he does have to go out and get depth from the outside to strengthen this offensive line even more.
Yeah, it's not a great look for Fisher and Scruggs. There was a couple of fights today. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Kate Stover got into a pushing match. Who wins in a real fight, C.J. Gardner-Johnson or Kate Stover?
Kate Stover in a landslide.
I think so, too. He's country strong. He's much bigger.
If he gets him to the ground, it's over quickly.
Like just a street fight, Kate Stover. If this was a boxing match, I could see C.J. Gardner-Johnson outpointing him.
Just dancing around.
Yeah, you stick and jab.
Move.
Yeah, I think that he could outpoint him. I think he could outpoint Stover.
But
if Stover gets his hands on him,
just get caught with one the wrong way and he's out.
And then there was another one between Dalton Schultz and Russ Yeast. Yeast has been in it like twice now. He was in the one the other day with who did he get in a little scrap with? I can't remember. But Schultz and Yeast went toe to toe today.
Be more physicality than Dalton's wanted to put in over a year, so that would be pretty good.
Are you calling Dalton soft?
Yeah, and I have in the past with
Yeast is pretty soft too, though.
Okay. Well,
I don't know if Russ Yeast is soft. I just know that
Yeast still has the potential to rise.
Yeah, I used that joke the other day.
Well, I used it again.
You did. It was better the first time, I think.
Of course you thought that. But I mean, at the same time, it was on my notes for today and yesterday anyway. But the whole Dalton Schultz having to come out and then say it without saying it and indicate that he had some stuff done in the offseason, and then when asked, was that kind of leading into the reasons why he wasn't the player he was coming from Dallas? He hemmed and hawed a little bit. Look, the bottom line is I hope he's healthy. I hope to God that that's a reason why he might possibly be better for this team and maybe more physical instead of just a pass catcher, though I don't expect him to be a massive blocker. I would just like him when he gets passes thrown to him, he doesn't alligator arms them and make business decisions, because regardless of how hurt you were or not hurt, it was concerning to me all last year that he didn't seem to put a whole lot of want to on making the extra effort to get the footballs.
Did you listen to that the whole Schultz presser?
Just some of it.
Yeah, because I feel like the context there is a little bit different. Like, he was asked specifically if he had things going on last year, and he's like, look, every football player has things going on. Like, I didn't think it came across as soft as like that clip made it come across.
Just to me, I think because of the fact that I soured on him last year because of some of the alligator arms plays where I thought he could have given a better effort, that he's got a lot to prove. They gave him the money. They went out and made the commitment to him. And then it was like a whole lot of CJ and everybody else kind of trying to say the right things to have his back when he didn't perform up to what the expectations were. I hope that this is the year that he actually can do that on the field the way we thought he was going to do when he came over from Dallas.
I just think he's okay. Like, I don't think he's like this top-tier tight end. I think he's an above-average starter.
Like really high top tier money, but you paid him good money and better than what he was trying to get in Dallas to be a higher end tight end. I think he's been disappointing.
He got less than what Dallas offered, right? Didn't he say no to their offer and it would turn out he got less?
Yeah, but I think it was close. Maybe it was the years that he was hemming and hawing about, that he wanted more years from Dallas. But overall, he got 11 or 12 a year,
somewhere around there. Like blind rank Dalton Schultz amongst the best tight ends in the NFL. Like, where would you just blind rank him?
Like probably lower than midway.
So like
probably like
20?
20.
Yeah, I like. Why do we have huge expectations of him? You know what I mean?
Because I thought he was really good in Dallas, to where I thought he could even be even better when he got here, and maybe he would be more of a focal point in the offense too. Because I thought that he could be a guy that could be the safety valve for CJ a lot. And like I said, I've been disappointed.
Yeah, 11th in average salary amongst tight ends. So I think that's overpaid, right? Like if we have him somewhere around the 20th best tight end in the NFL and average salary is 11th, then he's overpaid, which I think he is overpaid. And I'm not a huge Schultz guy either. Like, people give, he's got great hands. I don't think he has great hands. Like, he bobbles the ball a lot. He's never been a blocking tight end. He's always been a receiving first tight end. It will be interesting this year with Caley, though, because I think Caley's offense is a little bit more beneficial to tight ends.
Yeah, I think that he could benefit from it. But because of the fact that he's going to have to do his part as well, that's where I think that the rubber hits the road. You got to see him being willing to go over the middle and extend and get balls and yards after first contact and stuff like that, tough it out a little bit more too.
No, I mean I'm not over the moon about Schultz. I do think he's your best tight end.
Oh yeah,
at least from a receiving perspective.
Yeah.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. What has piqued your interest at Texans camp today? Christian Harris did not practice today, but he was in pads. Dameon Pierce did not practice today, but he was in pads. They stretched in pads. That's cool, I guess. But what are the realistic ceilings and floors for Dameon Pierce and Christian Harris for the 25 Texans? 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5 live from Federal American Grill.
Live from inside the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Federal American Grill in Hedwig Village. Now back to Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Oh, yeah. ESPN Houston Listener Party is back. We're giving away tickets all month, and the only way to get it in is by winning. Party will be September 5th from 6:30 to 9:30 at St. Arnold's. Be sure to be listening to John and Lance, the Del Olaleye Show, the Paul Gallant Show, and the Killer Bees, the only show on the station without our names in it. That's the way we like it. And then Soccer Matters as well to get a chance to win. We're going to give away 2 pairs of tickets to the listener party this week. Brian's working hard on creating a plan for the best way to do that because, we like to play games to give away. We just don't like, hey, caller number 2. That's boring. Killer Bees aren't boring, according to some. 713-780-ESPN. What has piqued your interest at Texans training camp? So Dameon Pierce in pads, Christian Harris in pads, so they could touch their toes. Actually – I guess it's like a ramp-up thing. I don't know. It's kind of weird.
I heard, and I was driving around early this morning and was flipping channels and heard that they were both – in pads and ready to practice. I was like, excellent. Then, they weren't on the PUP list for a reason, and this should be the start of getting them ready to play. And then when I find out that they don't practice, I'm like, progress, baby steps of the smallest sort, because now instead of doing drills on the side, you're actually wearing the practice gear and the pads, but you're not doing anything? I mean, okay. I guess of the two, I started out by having higher expectations for Christian Harris, and I thought that he was a guy that I was really impressed with, especially as he had that final that playoff run before the calf last year. Now I want to see Dameon Pierce, because until I see Nick Chubb, I don't know what they have. I've heard the conflicting reports. I'm hopeful, as you know, that Nick Chubb has a good year for them. But if not, they need help at running back until we know what the status of Joe Mixon is. And maybe in a new system, Dameon Pierce could actually rejuvenate himself to being more like he was his rookie year.
Yeah, the Chubb had a 30-yarder today. So there was that. Nick Chubb ran for 30 yards in a practice play today. People were free. Oh, there it is. There's the burst. There's the juice. I thought we heard that Nick Chubb was washed. He ran for 30 yards today. How awesome is that? That's fantastic. That's really good. So Dameon Pierce, what is his ceiling and floor this year?
Ceiling is, a couple hundred yards, 400 yards. 300-400 yards at best, if that's the ceiling.
I think I would take that. 300, 400 yards, doesn't get cut. Maybe he's a factor in the kick return game.
Say he can
I think I would take
game
that
a little bit.
What's his floor?
And the floor is he gets cut, or they just don't have a place for him.
I think we're simpatico on that one. How about Christian Harris? Realistic ceiling floor for Harris.
Look, the ceiling for me is that he returns to form from when, under D'Amico's tutelage, we saw what we saw in the playoffs when he got the pick. It was a pick 6, right? That D'Amico was all over him for, that said he saw it coming, and then he saw it through, and you saw all that potential with him to where he could be a guy. I don't know that he can start on this football team because of the depth they've added, and they add speed. They've got To'o who continues to get better, and Aziz. But he could be a contributing factor that he gives them some really good quality depth on this team. That's his ceiling to me right now. I'll take that.
See, I think his ceiling is the second best linebacker on this team. I do think he can start for them. I think that his upside's a little bit better than E.J. Speed's, not like a huge amount. And the fact that E.J. Speed's available and Harris has not been is a huge advantage for Speed. So I do think that his ceiling is that he could start. I think that Harris's floor, though, is that he's like behind. He's your fourth linebacker. He's like behind Henry To'o.
Yeah, I see that. We see it similarly to me. I believe ability-wise, he has the potential to be the second best linebacker. I think the fact that he hasn't been available now for almost a year, I can't put him in that category. I just don't have the confidence in him. I don't trust him enough right now.
That's fair.
To be a guy that's going to start for me.
What do you guys think the biggest reason Dameon Pierce hasn't showed out again since his rookie season?
There's a lot of factors. I think the system matters. I think the blocking scheme matters. I think he's a guy that seemingly is a guy that doesn't have a whole lot of side-to-side, that really kind of looks for that first initial hole and then just punishes it. And it's been tough for him to kind of find those holes and then be able to do something with them. And so, he didn't cost you anything. He was, it was a bargain in his first year based on where you drafted him. You just kind of wish that he could have kind of taken that first year and built on it instead of taking a step back.
He almost averaged 7.5 yards per carry last year, Dameon Pierce. I'm teasing a little bit. I agree with you that there are a lot of factors. I think we probably overrated him a little bit in 22. Like, he flirted with 1,000 yards, but 1,000 yards isn't what it used to be. Now, he did miss some games that year. And it was a really bad football team. So, okay, is 1,000 yards on a bad football team the same as 1,000 yards on a good team? I don't know. And then I think the scheme of Slowick really hurt him. And everything that I've read is that Dameon Pierce would be better in the Nick Caley scheme. So I do think this is like his last hurrah as a Houston. And it's his 4th year. He's on the final year of his rookie contract. So he's, is he here next year? I would lean no. I think it'd be difficult for him to be here next year.
I think his ticket is punched based on how he plays this camp going forward, and he hasn't played so far. But if he comes into camp and he shows that, hey, for all the things that we just touched on, this might be the best scenario for him to be able to be successful again, then let's see what he can do, because I think that, whether he's a Texan going forward, maybe even this year or not, is all going to be dependent upon what he can put together right now.
Eric the driver, Pierce's ceiling is getting on the field for non-special teams plays. Harris' ceiling is multiple sacks. See, I don't see Harris as like a rush the passer guy. Like, he can, but I think that his best skill is sideline to sideline, rangy linebacker with tons of speed.
Yep, athletic. Can stop the run, especially can make plays out in space. But I think that you're right. He goes sideline to sideline and he covers some people.
Yeah, that's his. His range is his best. I don't think he's a great coverage guy, but he had the interception. I think he's better in zone than man. But yeah, it's crazy he didn't play at all last year. Has anyone asked Schultz why he wears a headband around his neck? I don't get it. Apparently, that has something to do with neck protection. They I want to say, I remember reading it last year, that it reduces the whiplash effect.
It looks like it's supposed to be one of those cooling things.
It does.
But because it doesn't look like there's a whole lot of support involved in it.
No.
He's not the only guy that wears them. So, there's a lot of guys around the league that wears that thing, whatever it does. But if it floats his boat and it makes him feel better, go do it.
Hannah and Cool Cat Cal will bring home Dwayne Brown back next season for his induction into the Texans Ring of Honor. Cash or trash?
Good. You having a little party?
Do I think Dwayne Brown's eventually going to be in the Ring of Honor? Yes, I do.
I don't.
You don't? Is that because of the fact that it was so messy when he had the one big contract negotiation?
100% that.
Okay.
And it wasn't just the contract negotiation. You had it was a large part that and demanded trade and then was traded. But that was also during but also the comments from Mr. McNair were right around that time too.
Yeah. I know that kind of spurned and spun off into politics and which side are you on and things like that, to where a lot of stuff was messy behind the scenes at that time.
I think they have done a good job in the Texans front office and ownership to kind of curtail that a bit, but that's going to be a tough one for me.
Just as a player,
oh yeah, best lineman in Texas history.
I think he absolutely deserves to be in, and sometimes with time, wounds heal, and maybe they realize from the standpoint of, hey, as a player, he deserves to be in for this franchise. But it's like Jerry Jones with Jimmy Johnson. At the end of the day, it's the owner's choice to basically be in or not. And if they still hold grudges or don't feel like they want to do it, they don't have to do it.
Yeah, well, it'll be interesting. 409 Josh, the thing on the neck is supposed to do something with blood flow that is supposed to help prevent concussions. Another texture, that thing around the neck is supposed to help with the brain somehow. So I guess it's a concussion preventer, I guess.
Never would have guessed it.
Yeah, it's weird, too, how that would prevent concussions. How would that thing around his neck prevent concussions?
One of those hair things that girls wear, like my daughter wears those plastic headband things.
That seems interesting to me.
Yeah, I don't know how that has an effect on blood flow and concussions, but if it works, go do it.
Yeah, it's to me, the only thing that it would make sense how it prevents concussions is if it reduces the whiplash of your head banging against the turf.
Which is like those
how does this down here around your neck help your brain?
Remember how we evolved from the big neck roll to that square thing that came out of your shoulder pads that prevented your head from snapping backwards. Those at least look like from a standpoint of design that it makes sense. I don't understand what half a headband around your neck does to reduce concussions, but okay.
I think if Dameon Pierce stays healthy, he can rush for 800 yards and 5, maybe 6 touchdowns. How is he getting enough snaps for that, though? Where are the carries coming from where he's rushing for 800 yards?
I think the first part of that is it starts with, is Nick Chubb going to be on this team? Because if Nick Chubb is not going to be on this team, then maybe he does get more touches that he can do something with. But if Nick Chubb is on this team, then I think that there shouldn't be very many high expectations.
Our guy Jay, he just tweeted, it's called a Q collar, protects against concussions, and he sent me a link. So I'm going to spend the next 3 minutes reading about the Q collar and how it prevents said concussions. It looks like you're right. It looks like one of the coolers. It also looks like one of those wireless like headphone devices that you can use to like talk on the phone. Like you see like rich people use them on the treadmills.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
That's what it looks like to me. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Mailbag Monday on a Tuesday. What are your questions for the Killer Bees? 713-780-3776. We're at Federal American Grill on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. One of the questions I often get is, Two Creeks Crossing Resort legit? Is it really a great time? And the answer to that is yes and yes. It is legit, and it's a fantastic time, and much, much more as well. You can escape the hustle and bustle of the job. Get away from the rat race for a few days, whether it's Monday, Tuesday, whether it's the weekend, whatever, whenever. It doesn't matter. Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston is a great time. Escape the city and enjoy the relaxing great outdoors, from the open green spaces to the wildlife you don't see in the city. Beautiful, majestic trees. You can hike their 92-acre property. You like to kayak? They got some kayaks for you. You like pickleball? They have some pickleball courts for you. You like drinks? They got that. You like a pool? They got that. Also, some of the best fishing in Texas. They have a catch-and-release pond right there in the middle of the property. But then also, of course, the Two Creeks, it's in the name, Two Creeks, some of the best fishing in Texas. Also, it's only 90 minutes from Houston. You can escape the city without traveling too far. Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. I could get off work today at 6 out here in Katy, and I could be at Two Creeks Crossing Resort before the sun goes down. So you don't have to haul across 4 or 5 different states for your summer vacation. You don't have to go to the airport and deal with TSA or crying babies inside the airport. That's always stressful. Not at Two Creeks Crossing Resort, because you're there in 90 minutes. And they're always looking to take care of you as well. We were out there. They had the food trucks out there both nights. They had some live music. Two Creeks Crossing Resort always loves to take care of their visitors. It's good old Southern hospitality there at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. We stayed in the treehouse. The boys loved it. But they have glamping. They have cabins. You can pull up the RV if you already have an RV. A perfect stay for everybody. So book your stay now at twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com. Mailbag Monday with the Bees, 713-780-ESPN. What's your question for the Bees? So these Q30 things, the thing that Schultz wear, the problem, according to them, is brain slosh. The brain slosh is the thing that's going on in your brain that causes the concussions. Okay. And these Q collars, they increase the blood volume inside your skull and reduce brain slosh, according to them. They said this keeps the brain locked in like a seatbelt for your brain, and according to them, it's backed by science.
Okay.
So there you go. Did you ever? I've never heard brain slosh.
That's a new term for me.
Sounds bad.
That sounds like after a tough forecast that you have to deal with some brain slosh.
Yeah, like up there in the winter up north. Yep. You got to deal with the sloshy roads.
We had a lot of that.
Yeah, I bet. All right, 713-780-ESPN. What's your question for the Bees? Mailbag Monday on a Tuesday. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Pena, you're in the Hive. What's your question for the Bees?
Hey, what's up, guys? For my question for y'all is, what is the biggest what-if story in NFL history? I'll give you mine real quick. Josh Gordon, thank you. Have a great day.
Oh.
Mine's the one that I always go to. Is one of my favorite players of all time in both sports. What if Bo Jackson doesn't hurt his hip? I mean, he was such a phenomenal athlete, and from running over Brian Bosworth to his sprint speed when he got out in the open field, that guy could have been so special for so many years in both sports, and then got derailed by that ball joint in his hip.
The only thing that would be awesome to see Bo Jackson his full career. The pushback that I would have there is that he played football second. Like, he played the entire baseball season and then joined the Raiders when the baseball season was done. So the most games he ever played in was 11. So, like, he never committed to football full time, which maybe that's a part of it. Commit to football full time and don't break your hip.
Or just see what you can do in both sports and for how long you can do it.
I have some pretty big what-ifs. A couple that relate to Michael Vick. What if Michael Vick never was mean to dogs? What does his career look like if he was never mean to dogs? That would be very interesting. How about if Hernandez wasn't mean to people? What would that have looked like? Hernandez wasn't. Hernandez was good, not great. What if Michael Vick stayed one more year in college? Because then he would have been a Houston Texan and not David Carr. Ooh. That would have been very interesting. Yeah. What if the Texans drafted Vince Young and not Mario Williams? Not that they got that wrong, just I wonder how that would have played out. What if Steve Young was a full-time starter for his entire career? That would have been an interesting one. What if Deion Sanders only played receiver? What would that have looked like?
He was so good at corner.
Didn't say he was bad at corner. He's one of the greatest corners of all time.
Yeah.
But what if he only played receiver? What kind of career
Sanders
would he have had?
To tackle?
He still would have been the greatest corner ever.
Yeah. I don't know because he didn't like contact. I don't know what he would have been as a full-time
there's not
receiver.
many receivers in the NFL right now that like contact. Look at all these little guys that dive at defenders' feet.
Tyreek Hill's done a pretty good job of that.
Yeah, he avoids them.
Yeah. I'm trying to think if we're missing something.
Oh, I'm sure we are. I'm sure we're missing quite a bit. 713-780-ESPN. We'll think on that if more pop in our head, or if you have any. If you could have any classic car, what would it be? Tesla for me.
Is that a classic car?
No, I'm joking. Yeah. I'm not a huge car guy, but I would just go with the most expensive one. That way I could sell it.
What's is it the Thunderbird convertible?
Those are nice.
Yeah, the Thunderbird convertible would be a pretty cool classic car.
My grandpa was big into cars. I never got it big.
I'm not a big car guy.
I'm too practical, Like I don't feel like that's my kind of thing. Like I like good gas. I drive a truck, but I like good gas mileage. I guess that doesn't make sense.
We've had this conversation in the past about if you were rich, how many cars did you have, or what would you have? It wouldn't change for me, and my wife is the same way. We've had these conversations. I just need something that gets me from point A to point B that doesn't look like a hoopty or a pile of junk. I'm not big into cars like you were saying.
I'd probably have two cars. I'd probably have a big old truck, and I'd probably have like I'd probably have a Tesla. I'd probably have a big old, that's a huge contradiction, isn't it? I'd have a huge gas-guzzling diesel truck, and then I would have a Tesla.
Yeah, for us, it's kind of like Lisa has the nicer car that's like if we go someplace or do things. And for me, it's the everyday Kids Express car that just we drive it into the ground and beat the hell out of it, and I'm fine with it.
A lot of people are sending their sports what-ifs. Pena said football what-ifs. Like Young is saying, what if Yao didn't hurt his foot? A couple of textures. What if Jeter got drafted by the Astros? What if T-Mac never had back problems? None of those are football.
No.
What if there was instant replay in the Oilers-Steelers AFC Championship game with Renfroe? It's a pretty good what-if.
Like I'm trying to think of key injuries that of really promising careers, because you think about Theismann and Alex Smith and injuries like that. But was there a player that if they didn't get injured could have altered history in some greater way?
Oh, how about Baselli? They still would not have been good, though.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just feel like there's got to be one or two we're missing. Even from a quarterback standpoint, I'm trying to think of if there was a quarterback that got hurt.
Who was the Marijuanovich guy? What if he never smoked
Todd
weed?
Marinovich.
What if he never smoked weed? Huh?
It was more than that. It was his dad forcing him into like that engineered diet and never allowing him to have junk food and fast food and all that other stuff.
Cox, Santa Fe. What if Des Bryant catch was ruled a catch? I don't think much would have happened. What if
Rodgers was only down 3 with 3 minutes and 3 timeouts? You'd be in a hell of a fight.
Rodgers would have won it.
Yep.
What if Roger Staubach didn't retire from concussions after 79? Chris Paul is not a football player. What if Adrian Peterson doesn't miss a season blowing his knee out? He did blow his knee out. He had a great career, though. What if Eli went to the Chargers? Okay, that's enough of those. All right, Brian, what did you have?
We've all heard these rumors, and I think they've pretty much been confirmed, but what if Gary Kubiak doesn't pass on Peyton Manning when Peyton Manning decides to go to the Broncos?
That's a really good one, B-Mac. Yeah, that will always be intriguing, especially the way Schaub kind of fizzled out, too. Would Manning have done something to bring a lot more success to this franchise? I kind of think he would have.
Yeah, he would have. Would they have gotten to the pinnacle?
That's the biggest question. Would they have more? That's why I phrase it like that. Would they have had more success? Yes. Would they won a Super Bowl? I don't know.
What if Miami signed Drew Brees? They signed Culpepper instead. They were scared of Brees' shoulder. What if Barry Sanders hadn't retired when he did? He'd be the all-time leading rusher.
Yeah, that's a great one. Barry Sanders, and it wasn't because of an injury. It was just personal choice that he was done, and he was spectacular.
What if Emmitt Smith didn't have the best O-line of the 90s? He'd be Damian Pierce.
I mean, what if Sterling Sharp doesn't have a neck injury? Sterling Sharp gets into the Hall of Fame after only 7 years.
He was a stud.
Where he just did everything. He won the Triple Crown for receiving 2 years in a row.
What if Ernest Givens never had the electric slide? Some are asking. Some are wondering.
Billy White Shoes Johnson had the.
What if he wore black shoes? What if Ed Too Tall Jones was short? What if the purple people eating machine were eating animals instead? What if Andrew Luck's shoulder actually had? What if
What if Andrew Luck doesn't quit early too?
Yeah. What if Sean Taylor was able to play a full career? He was a stud.
Boy, was he something else.
He was a stud. What else you got, Brian?
What if Warren Moon didn't have to go to Canada for like 6 years?
Oh,
Where would he be on all the all-time ranking lists?
Yeah.
That was I remember reading a book about that where no one would give him a quarterback job.
That might be the prettiest spiral.
Oh, yeah.
That I've ever seen.
Oh, yeah. I think there was a Football Life on Warren Moon where he talks about trimming his fingernails during the game. That was because it impacted his spiral, and they had to be the perfect length. So he would have fingernail clippers at every game with him. Wow. Yeah, it's insane. He could have played in the NFL as a non-receiver too, by the way. But he was like, no, I'm playing receiver. That's why he went to I'm playing quarterback. That's why he went to the CFL, and it took him a while to get into the league. What if Jerry and Jimmy could have gotten along? I don't know if they win much more though.
But the question would become that would he have gotten rid of Jimmy? Would Jimmy have stayed?
What if they got along? What if they got along?
Yeah, but even if they didn't get along, if Jerry wasn't a dumbass and got rid of him and just said, hey, regardless of whether we get along or not, that he's the best football coach I can have.
Yeah, that's a good point. You didn't need to get along. Just keep him. What if Bledsoe didn't get KO'd from and give Brady a shot? That's a good point.
That's a really good question.
That's a really good point. What if Will Fuller could catch and stay healthy? It'd be pretty good.
Yeah.
What if Kevin Dyson scored versus St. Louis? That was the 1 yard short. That was a great game.
Wasn't Gale Sayers another one that's career was cut way short by injury? That he was just unstoppable, and then he had before technology and modern day medicine got better, that he had just some kind of leg injury?
That sounds right. Yeah. Was that Brian's song?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
What if Branham knew ball? Kidding, you know some ball. Very mediocre. What if Jerry didn't fire Jimmy? Okay, that's enough what ifs. Freaking Pena.
You went back to the pot.
Pena hijacked.
He loves doing that.
Our Mailbag Monday. What did Art Vandelay import-export? I don't remember. I don't think we ever knew what Art Vandelay import-exported. That was Costanza's alter ego on Seinfeld.
Oh.
He said he would import-export, but I don't think he ever said what he imported-exported. What's your go-to canned chili brand?
I don't think that I would go to it.
Mine's probably Wolf's Wolf's chili. I haven't had it in forever, though.
Yeah, I haven't had.
You know what? I take that back. I sometimes.
Hormel?
I think that's one.
Yeah.
We use Wolf's brand. We do put it in hot dogs every now and then when we're doing like a quick chili dog thing. Keith from LA, would you rather skydive or swim with sharks, no cage? That's a tough one.
Skydive.
I'll skydive too. Yeah. I'm not big on skydiving, but
I'm not either. But I don't think the thought of a shark going AWOL on me is something that I want to face.
So what I'm thinking here is my chances of survival. I feel like skydivers survive, whereas swimming with the sharks you probably do too. But I feel like there's a better chance to die there.
Yeah, or lose significant limbs and things. Yeah, in the process.
I mean, if you're losing a limb, I think you're toast.
The shark?
You.
Oh, well, I mean, you're saying the shark scenario, not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would rather skydive. What's the expectation of Spaghetti tomorrow and his 4 innings of work?
We'll say it again.
What's the expectation for Arrighetti tomorrow?
Expectation is I hope I get 5 innings out of him, and he gives up 2 runs.
That'd be great. I'd take that right now. What if Lid struck out Pujols? He imported latex, Art Vandelay. Is that true? Did he import latex? That kind of sounds right. I don't remember.
Idea.
What if the Browns didn't go away? Well, they'd just be the Ravens.
What if Deshaun didn't ask for a trade?
What if Tiger didn't get beat by his own golf clubs? Well, he still had tons of injuries. He had like back fusion surgery, tore his Achilles.
Doing the whole SEAL training or whatever.
That was dumb.
Yeah, it was asinine.
That documentary's good. Where he's like, he wanted to do that because his dad did it, which
That's
hurt
right.
any chance of him getting Tiger Woods or Jack Nicklaus's record. All right, let's go back out to the HRP listener line. Robbie from Dayton in the Hive. What's up, Robbie?
Hey, how y'all doing today? I'm doing great.
Hi, Robbie.
Say, Barry Sanders retired because he didn't want to pass up Walter Payton's sweetness. He said that but it's been a long time. Y'all might not have even been alive back when he said that.
I mean, look, Walter Payton to me was the consummate NFL running back in every way. The toughness, the speed, the ability to even throw the football. Walter Payton was unbelievable.
That was your favorite player, right?
I wouldn't say my favorite player because he was a Bear, but it was hard not to really, really love watching him play. And that was at a time when the Packers sucked, as I've admitted. I had the poster. I had, we all in our neighborhood loved Walter Payton just because he was tough and he was great.
J-Bone, your normal commute is 90 minutes. You drive an e-bike to West Alabama. It's not 90 minutes. It's like 75 minutes. It depends on where I'm going. If I'm coming into the studio, it's like 50. When I go home, it's like 70 minutes. Not great. All right, 713-780-ESPN. NFL overhyped team. Brian's going to throw names at us, and we're going to tell you if they're overhyped or not. Or if we buy the hype. Do we buy the hype? The great white hype. 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Federal American Grill in Hedwig Village.
So many what ifs that people are texting. It's crazy. What if Bo doesn't destroy his hip? That one was mentioned. What if Romo didn't muff the snap? He was just trying to get to the he was trying to get to the offseason so he could go golf earlier. You started a brand new NFL team. Who are you drafting, Bo Jackson or Walter Payton? I think we're overrating Bo Jackson a bit.
Yep.
Putting Bo Jackson in the Walter Payton conversation is radical.
Yeah. Look, I think Bo might be the greatest athlete we've ever seen in our lifetimes.
Similar to Kyler Murray.
That's in your opinion. Yeah, I mean that's in your opinion.
Bo Jackson was
I don't care where they were drafted.
Rounder?
I'm just looking at you. Look at
first rounder.
Yeah, and you look at from a college perspective too. It was football, baseball, track. I mean, he was an All-American track athlete as well. That dude was just on a different planet athletically.
What if Pete Carroll runs the ball with Marshawn? Seahawks probably have another Super Bowl.
Yeah. For sure.
What if the Bills won those Super Bowls? We're looking at Marv Levy much differently, and the Bills much differently.
Jim Kelly, everybody.
Great
probably,
job,
right?
Terrence. Terrence, yes. Our guy here, taking care of us here at Federal American Grill. He was outstanding.
Yes, he was.
He was the bee's knees. Some might say.
Oh, okay.
Terrence liked it, but he's probably just being nice.
They have a drink called the Bee's Knees.
Oh, there we go.
For the Killer Bees. Or at least we can try and tell people that.
They put it on the menu today. Yeah, of course. All right, NFL overhyped team. Brian's going to give us names if we're buying the hype or if we believe that they're overhyped. Brian, hit us.
All right, so this came from The Athletic and Jacob Robinson, so shout out to him. But
why are we giving that guy shout-outs? We'll give our guy Terrence shout-outs. We don't need to give Jacob Robinson
a segment off of him. That's why. It took 2 seconds. He made it go longer than it should have. All right, so they actually threw some coaches in as well, along with the offensive players. But two coaches, Ben Johnson, Pete Carroll, we buy in the hype on those two coaches, new coaches in the NFL, and turning around those teams.
I cringe when I say this, but I think Ben Johnson's going to be exactly what the Chicago Bears have needed for quite a while. I think Ben Johnson's a really good football mind. We talked about it when he was a candidate for the job here. I honestly don't believe in Pete Carroll like a lot of people have for his whole career. I think he's in a tough spot right now because I don't think they have a ton of talent, but he's talking about winning, and he's talking about winning now, and he's an older guy. I'm not gonna believe the hype on Pete Carroll. I'm going to believe the hype on Ben Johnson.
I'm buying the hype on both of them. I think they're both great coaches. Caleb Williams, I might not be buying the hype on, which could impact Ben Johnson. I think the Raiders are underrated. I think the Raiders have more talent than are letting on. Geno's solid. I really like Brock Bowers a whole lot. How good's Ashton Genty going to be? But, I mean, if Genty's a stud and Brock Bowers is the best tight end in the NFL, that's a pretty good head start. Yep. This Deontay Thornton kid's making waves. Geno Smith called Trey Tucker, like he called him Santana Moss, which is probably a little bit overrated. And then Jacoby Myers, I think, is a solid. And then their defense is good. Like I think the Raiders might be better than people think.
Tough division too. Buddy.
Definitely, yeah, it is tough. All those teams are good. All those teams in my mind have the potential to make the playoffs. So I'm buying the hype on both these guys.
All right, two quarterbacks. Jeremy, you mentioned your thoughts on one of them, and they're actually in the same division, but not Jordan Love. Two of the other quarterbacks in the NFC North, J.J. McCarthy and Caleb Williams.
I honestly don't believe in either one of them. I've said this to you guys over and over again. Caleb Williams, it's out there to prove me wrong. Caleb Williams, to me, I'm not a believer in, and he just looks like, I mean, he got too much hype, and he's the number one pick. And I've yet to be impressed by anything that he does. And the same thing with J.J. McCarthy. J.J. McCarthy, and everybody's not talking about, he's throwing the dimes and he's doing this and he's doing that. He hardly threw the ball at Michigan. And now he's going to go in there and be expected to feed the ball to Justin Jefferson and Addison and the guys that they have. And I don't believe in either one of those guys.
I don't love what I'm seeing on Caleb Williams. And then you also have the fact that bearing right down on him is the greatest college quarterback statistically in the history of the sport. Case Keenum's going to have that job by week 3. Ben Johnson will be like, I can't live with Caleb Williams. Let me get a guy out here at quarterback that can get the football where it needs to go. So Caleb has tons of talent, but Case Keenum's going to be the starter by like the second half of the second game of the year.
No,
I don't. I'll need heavy odds for me to bet that. J.J. McCarthy, I had a source that I really, really trusted that said he's legit, and the source is from Minnesota. I'm buying on J.J. McCarthy. Caleb Williams spooks me, scares me. Don't love what I'm reading. I think J.J. McCarthy is going to be good, so that's where I stand on that one.
All right, so the running backs,
who's
better
between
the two of them?
I think J.J.
That's interesting.
What about you?
I like I said, I don't believe in either one of them. If I believe in one of, I'd take Caleb Williams over J.J. McCarthy.
Okay.
Go ahead, Brian.
All right, so the running backs they have listed here are both a couple of rookies from the AFC West, early draft picks as well. Marion Hampton and R.J. Harvey of the Broncos.
Ooh. You guys are better versed on this than me. I'll go Hampton.
Oh, we had to pick both of them between the two?
I picked.
No, just buy the hype on
if you're
either
buying
one.
or they're overhyped.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm buying both of them. Both of these teams like to run the football. They both use pretty heavy draft capital to draft both of those guys. Hampton was getting praised as like closer to Ginty than what many people were letting on. He's in the Chargers scheme, which Harbaugh loves to run the football. Najee Harris broke his eye in a firework incident. So I'm buying O'Mary and Hampton. R.J. Harvey, too. They brought in Dobbins, but, how much is Dobbins left in the tank? I like both of these players quite a bit. I'm buying the hype on both of them.
I think you said it best in terms of the Los Angeles Chargers part of this. That's what Harbaugh wants to do. He loaded up on trying to restructure and redo the offensive line, drafted an offensive lineman high in the first round a year ago, and now he's got a running back to tote the rock. I think that's a great situation right there.
Yep. All right, next one, Brian.
All right, receiver, they have a rookie and with the Buccaneers, another first-round pick, Emeka Egbuka, and then a wide receiver change in teams going from the Chargers to the Bills, a new target for Josh Allen, Josh Palmer.
I think Egbuka is going to be good. I don't know that he's going to live up to the hype of Brian Hartline saying that he was the best receiver that Ohio State has ever turned out. But I think Egbuka is going to be really good, and I would say I believe in him. Who was the other guy?
Joshua Palmer.
Oh, Palmer going to the Bills?
I'm insulted from a Emeka Egbuka standpoint that you're putting Joshua Palmer in the same conversation as Egbuka. That's heavily insulting to Egbuka. I like Egbuka. I think he's going to be very good. I'm not so sure it's going to be his rookie year, though, because that's a crowded wide receiver room. I know that Godwin's dealing with stuff, and Mike Evans is a little bit older. I think Egbuka is going to be the dude there, as soon as next season. They also have Jalen McMillan there, who had a decent rookie year. I like Egbuka's future a lot. I'm not so sure he has a massive rookie year, although I am buying the hype. Joshua Palmer is interesting to me because Josh Allen, since they got rid of Stephon Diggs, and I think it was a big reason they got rid of Stephon Diggs, he spreads it around so much, and they have a lot of the same caliber of player. Cook's currently holding out, whatever he's doing, but I think he's going to sign at some point. Ray Davis they brought in last year. I think he's going to be decent. Dalton Kincaid, I know he had that big miss, that huge gaffe in the playoffs. He's a decent player. Dawson Knox is still there. And then they have a collection of receivers. I think Palmer, if you just went fantasy output, Palmer is going to have a very difficult time being a top 2 receiver. Shakur, I think, would be their one. Mm-hmm. You have Keon Coleman there as well. Rookie, did have a great rookie year, but solid. I don't love Palmer as much. I think he can be better than what he was. Where was he last year? The Chargers? I think he can be better than what he was, but I don't think he's going to be unbelievable. I don't think he's going to be one of their top 2 receivers. I don't think he's going to be one of their top 4 skill position players. So not really buying the hype on Palmer as much.
All right, last 2 here, and I can't believe I'm reading one of these as being the hyped player, but tight end, they have Kyle Pitts and rookie from the Jets, Mason Taylor.
I saw something today on NFL Network, I think it was this morning, where they were talking about Kyle Pitts and Bowers as the two going to be competing for years in terms of their tight end abilities, and I thought that was a bit much because I think from a Kyle Pitts perspective, he's more a receiver than he is a tight end. We talk about Dalton Schultz that doesn't do a whole lot of blocking. Kyle Pitts doesn't either, but I think that with Penix, Kyle Pitts has a chance to have a good season this year. I guess that's the best I can give you.
For Pitts, for me, I'm not buying the hype, but I think he could have a career year, which isn't saying much because he's been a overwhelming disappointment. I think he'll have a good year for his standards, but I'm not buying the hype on Pitts. I think he'll just be okay. Mason Taylor scares me for 2 reasons. One, he came down with a high ankle sprain today, so that doesn't help him in his rookie year. And he also has Justin Fields throwing him the football. So, like, I like Taylor's potential. I think it's a horrible landing spot for Mason Taylor. I like Mason Taylor in the future. Don't like him at all this year. So I'm going to I don't like the hype. I'm very interested by Terrence Ferguson, though, with the Rams. He's also hurt, but the Rams used a second-rounder on Terrence Ferguson. Like, look at all these players that Sean McVay has made good. Puka Nacua was, what, a 6th-round pick?
Yep.
What was Cooper Kupp, 2nd or 3rd? I can't remember. 2nd or 3rd. Kyron Williams was a 4th-round pick. Like, he made all of these guys unbelievable offensive weapons, and then he drafted this Oregon tight end in the 2nd round, and people are kind of sleeping on him. I don't understand that. So I'm kind of bullish on Ferguson to hijack the question there, Brian.
All right, that'll do it for the Athletics All Hype team.
There you go. Brian McDonald's got a career in hosting game shows, I think. Between this, Who Said It?
What's the Family Feud like one?
Family Feud, Men of the People, I think we call it. Yep. Still in that from Granado. And you're beautiful, Brian. So I think it really helps.
Wow.
I think it helps.
Okay.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Game, no game. Game, no game. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Big C says, I think Pitts is middle of the pack. I think Pitts is middle of the pack, too, but middle of the pack would be a career year for Pitts. Would it not? All right, 713-780-ESPN. Willabits coming up next. You never know what you're going to get. You just know it's going to be great. 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees broadcasting live from Federal American Grill on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Willabits is great. Monument Chevrolet is equally as great. In fact, they're even greater. If you're in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle, listen right now. Monument Chevrolet is the dealer that you can trust. They're transparent. They don't hassle you with pricing. You're going to get your car shopping done fast. You're not going to feel like you're being taken advantage of, which is the biggest stressor in buying a new car. Are they charging me too much? Are they upcharging me too much? These extended warranties, do I really need them? It's stressful. It's no fun. That's why you go to Monument Chevrolet and you get rid of those stressors. Monument Chevrolet has been serving the Houston area for 50 years. Nearly half a century, and they've helped generations of families get into new vehicles, and these families keep coming back because they trust the people at Monument Chevrolet. It's a family feel, friendly atmosphere. They hire great people, which leads to a fantastic culture. School's going to be here pretty soon, by the way, a couple weeks away, and maybe you have that kid who's approaching that car driving age. School's going to be here, little kids, big kids alike, and school is just around the corner, which may mean your teenager needs that first car, which is a life-changing experience. If you're going to get that car for your kid, Monument Chevrolet is the place to do it. Quality vehicle, safe vehicle, huge selection of pre-owned vehicles, and guess what? A 6-month, 6,000-mile limited warranty to prove they back up what they say. There are no lemons at Monument Chevrolet, and that's backed up with that guarantee. So get a fair deal, a fast deal, an easy deal without wasting your time in aggravating, stressful negotiations. Get out to Monument Chevrolet. Check out their inventory online at monumentchevrolet.com, monumentchevrolet.com, or just go visit them in person at 225 and Beltway 8. Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
The Killer Bees are back, and I honestly have no idea what's happening next. Could it be the next great big food debate? The biggest Joel rant of all time? Jeremy trolling someone to the point of crying? Or just some actual bees making some honey? Well, let's find out. It's time for the Wheel of Bits.
Oh my goodness, would you look at this? What an enormous spin.
Let's give a movie review.
Movie reviews. I don't troll, for what it's worth. All right, movie reviews, Wheel of Bits. You have any that you've just seen? 713-780-ESPN. What are you laughing at?
Because I haven't.
You haven't seen Happy Gilmore 2 yet?
No, I've been meaning to, and the wife turned it down the other night.
She turned it down for what?
She's like, I'm just not feeling it. She goes, I'm not, you know me, and it's golf and everything else, but I just don't feel. I was like, all right, cool, we'll watch something else.
What'd y'all watch instead?
I believe it was the Dateline, followed by she taped Dateline and the what's the other documentary show? We watched a back-to-back of those.
Really?
Yeah.
Was it 2020?
It was like that. It was, the one where they always have the murder, and it goes. Yeah, there was two of those back-to-back.
Was it the old guy who embellishes everything? But then, in the heat of the night.
Oh, the one guy that ended up getting drilled for DUI.
And then everybody's worst nightmare.
Yeah, the guy that Bill Hader did the impression of on SNL.
Yes, I love that guy so much.
Keith something?
Well, is it he the same guy that used to be to catch a predator?
No, that's a different guy.
That guy, I think he got rung up for DUI or something too.
And then somebody broke in the door.
The guy you're talking about is the stepdad of Matthew Perry.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought the stepdad of Matthew Perry was a woman, or is that just the TV show Friends?
Yeah, maybe that
TV
was
show Friends. Yeah. He had a.
I
think his dad was like a female, like a cross-dresser type of thing. All right. Anyways, what have you seen recently, Brian? What are you reviewing us with? Usually, you have very mediocre taste.
The most recent movie I've seen was Fantastic Four, the newest film in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. It was pretty good. I wouldn't call it great. I know Michael Carroll will disagree with me. He can explain on his own show why, but it was a well-made movie. CGI was great. The acting was very good. Everything technically was done well. I just didn't feel like there was a whole lot of oh my god moments that will be forever very memorable. So for me, it was a notch below the best movies they've done recently.
So what's your grade, 1 to 10?
I would say an 8.
Ooh, Fantastic Four movies.
Sounded like
8?
you kind of crushed it, and then you went to an 8.
No, I said it was very well made. It just wasn't at the very top.
You have any desire to watch Fantastic Four, Blankers?
0.
Same. All right, what's next that you had, Brian? What's your next review?
The other one I'll throw out there, also a comic book movie, but Superman was fantastic. Now, there's been some old man yelling at clouds, including Mike Francesa and Kirk Herbstreit and others that for some reason can't get over Superman ever getting punched. Like he can't ever take a punch. He has to win every fight by squash match. But Superman, no surprise because James Gunn is undefeated in everything he makes. But Superman's a fantastic movie. I'll give it a 9.5 out of 10.
Sheesh, you're a lenient grader. You grading with a curve here.
Someone said the dog stole the show.
I wouldn't say he stole the show, but he was definitely one of the big highlights.
Any desire to watch Superman, Blankers? After Blankers 9.5 review.
0.
I have no interest in watching Superman either. What else, Brian? Do you do anything? What do you do for work? How do you watch all of these movies?
I'll see him in the morning sometimes when my daughter's at school.
What's the earliest they show movies?
The earliest I've ever seen a movie is 8 a.m. But usually I try to go to one around 10. That's
do they serve coffee?
No, I don't eat coffee. I'm up at 5 every day.
I didn't ask if you needed it. I asked if they served
drink coffee?
No, I don't even drink coffee. They might have coffee. I've never noticed it though. But I'm not.
If you're showing a movie at 8, you should serve coffee with it. I think.
Agreed.
Yeah, you should. What other ones you got here, Brian?
So one more review. I did not like this movie. I would say, though, if you're a fan of the franchise, a fan of the original film, maybe stream it when it comes out, but definitely don't pay movie theater prices for it. I Know What You Did Last Summer, not a remake, but kind of a pickup from where the original couple of movies left off in the late 90s, early 2000s. It was okay for, you got the slasher moments you wanted. It didn't bore me, but overall the story was kind of weird and took an interesting turn that I did not like.
Is Jennifer Love Hewitt in it?
Yes, she is.
She was in the first one, wasn't she?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
I know what I did this summer, and it wasn't watched either.
Well, you didn't watch anything, Joel.
Right, and I'm not going to watch that one.
I have zero desire to watch that one as well.
I don't blame you this one. I would.
So
unless
what's
you
your score?
love the first one, don't watch it. This one, like a 5.
Okay, that's pretty decent, right? You saw Age? You saw? No, you didn't see it. Okay, it's just.
I mean, 5's not passing.
So I finished a few shows recently as well. I finished the show Stick on Apple TV with Owen Wilson.
That's the golf movie?
Yeah, it's not bad. It's a show. It's
Show.
kind of a sitcom. It's kind of like Ted Lasso. It's not wonderful, but it's not bad, and it's only like 30-minute episodes, so it's
It
kind of
intrigued
like
me a little bit when I saw the previews.
I think you would like it.
Okay.
I'll give that one a 6-7. 6-7, worth the watch. Don't expect greatness. I finished the quarterback Netflix thing. Really good. I love what they do with that. And, Joe Burrow, I didn't think I could love him anymore. We had that moment in an elevator. I like him more now. I give quarterback an 8-9, and then I finished Bear. I think it was season 4. Was it season 4, Bear?
Yeah, season 4.
I do think it was their worst season, but I still enjoyed it. So I'll give it a 7-1. They also got picked back up for a 5th season. I do enjoy Bear. I think of the 4, it was the worst season. Yeah, it's the one with Thank You Chef, and they're doing the Italian beefs, which I had an Italian beef the other day. Overrated. Not a huge fan.
Whenever I've had them, I haven't been impressed.
Yeah, not a huge fan. Not a huge fan of the
Just give me a
Italian beef.
cheesesteak. I'm fine.
I agree with that. And then I did see Happy Gilmore 2. I did go into Happy Gilmore 2 with low expectations. I didn't expect it to be very good. I expected it to be cheesy. I expected it to be nostalgic. And because I went in with those expectations, I do think it was tolerable. I give it like a 5-9. Worth the watch.
Heard the cameos.
The cameos are fantastic.
Are worth the price of admission. But if you were
free
going
if
for
you have
like a
Netflix.
storyline and all that other stuff,
No, it's
forget
very,
it.
very cheesy.
Yeah.
And the live element is weird.
I didn't like that at all.
But if you go into it with a low bar, as you should, because you knew this movie wasn't going to be good, it's worth the watch. I give it a 5-9. And the cameos were fantastic.
Cameos
did you watch
were
Happy Gilmore?
Yeah, I did. The wife and I watched it yesterday. Or I'm sorry, on Sunday. I thought the movie was really entertaining until they got to the Maxi Golf part of the storyline, like the Live spinoff, like you mentioned. The way they did that with all the over-the-top parts of the play that they, not to spoil it, but just the kind of arcade style they did with that play, it took me out of the film. But the cameos were great.
Yeah, it was kind of cheesy at the end. But yeah, it's worth the watch for sure. Texter says Smoke on Apple TV is great as well. I'll have to check that out. He said Stick was fantastic. Stick, I mean, it's pretty good. It's decent. Fantastic Four was absolute trash. Biggest villain ever that eats planets, and all he did was stretch, says Mr. Stretch. Literally just watched Superman. 8 out of 10, says Ed. 8 a.m. at a movie theater is insanity, and not even a funny way. Who does that?
It really is.
It is weird.
I did it once.
It is weird. I heard Superman got beat up constantly. How could it be good? B-Mac is a boy child. Fake Tony Stark here. Fantastic Four was a 7 tops. See, I feel like 7's pretty high. Has Blankers finally watched the movie Cars? He said a couple of months ago that he has never seen it.
It's fact.
Have you seen it yet?
No.
I think there's 3 of them. Lightning McQueen wins the Piston Cup. Another texture says Happy Gilmore 2
See, but I got
not
girls.
Good.
Girls aren't the girls aren't into cars.
That's a good point.
Yeah,
that's very fair. Branham Baby loves cars.
I saw
he watches
Moana,
cars.
Moana and Moana 2.
You know what movie Branham Baby's been like recently loving? Elsa. He loves Elsa.
Oh my god!
Which is all right, Branham Baby. I see you. I see you.
Yeah.
I kind of like that he likes Elsa.
We went through that phase where everything from the theme of the birthday party to the collecting of the dolls to the watching of the movies, everything was Disney princesses.
Yeah, he loves Elsa. It's like, all right, okay.
Back-to-back years at Halloween. That was the costume.
We are in the middle of new show. Although the SEC thing came out today. It was released today.
What about this other one, The Kingdom, about the Chiefs?
I haven't heard about that.
Yeah, I just saw the previews with Mahomes about Chiefs Kingdom, and it's called The Kingdom, I believe, and it's all kind of like a kind of reality behind-the-scenes Chiefs.
I'll have to check that one out. I hadn't seen that one. The SEC one comes out today. Came out today. Hard Knocks starts tonight too, where the Buffalo Bills are on the Hard Knocks. So that should be. I mean, Hard Knocks is kind of. I still enjoy Hard Knocks. It's not nearly the show it used to be, but I do still enjoy it. My wife's making me watch the 9 Perfect Strangers with Nicole Kidman on Hulu.
I don't know about that one.
I mean, it's for a show that she makes me watch. It's like it's okay.
You know the underrated part of Hard Knocks, Liv Schreiber as like the narrator is just solid. He's so good. you just get into every time he's talking about a big play or something that's happening. His voice work is really good.
Really?
Yeah.
I love Fantastic Four, Jefferson, Animal Kingdom on Netflix is really good. We are in between shows though, so if you have any recommendations, I'll take any recs. You have any recs, Brian? Although I saw your grades here, I'm not sure I want to hear them.
I do have one for you. It's streaming on Peacock. It's exclusive there. It's called Poker Face.
I've seen the previews. I'm not interested.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, Brian, give me your suggestions. Except that one.
I do like her voice though. Her voice is like
it's
captivating.
Great. Yeah, it's
What's
great.
her name? I don't know her name.
Natasha
it's pretty
Lyonne.
good. It's not bad.
What about the movie that's coming out with Eddie Murphy and Eva Longoria and Pete Davidson?
I haven't seen that.
Amongst
No idea.
others. It looks interesting. Looks
What's
good.
it about?
So you're going to go see a movie?
Oh, the pickup?
I might. It's about is there a bank robbery or a break
Oh, it's gonna be on Prime.
It's like $11 or $12 million robbery thing.
This can't be good.
I like the cast.
The cast, I know, but that's what's going to make it bad. Like if you're spending all your money on your cast, your screenplay's terrible.
Maybe so.
I mean, who knows? I haven't seen it yet. Poker Face. Maybe I'll watch an episode to see what it's all about. I know it's been out for a while though. Its ratings are pretty decent.
Yeah, well, the first season did come out like a couple years ago, but season 2 just debuted like maybe 3 months ago, so it's not very old.
The new Final Destination was actually hilarious. Landman,
was
I've seen
bad.
Landman. I'm all caught up on Landman. The Righteous Gemstones is a good show. King of the Hill is back. I think didn't George W. Bush making like a cameo on King of Hill?
I don't know, but I know Nolan Ryan's supposed to. I saw.
No,
the
that's who
screenshot
it
of
was.
that.
Not Bush.
I saw
Nolan
that on
Ryan.
social media.
Animal Kingdom will have you locked in halfway into the first episode. Solid watch. The Naked Gun is a good movie. That's when Liam Neeson, Pamela Anderson.
God, and all of a sudden now I guess they're a thing.
Is that real? I can't tell.
Well, they were both on. My wife had it on in the bedroom the other night when I walked in. It was Watch What Happens Live or whatever with Andy Cohen.
Oh yeah, she watches that.
Yeah, and then you got. I go, who the hell is that? And she goes, that's Pamela Anderson. I'm like,
she no makeup.
She
Pamela,
goes, yeah, no makeup. She's gone all natural. I go, yeah, she did. Any chance she can go back?
That's very mean, Blinkers. Women don't need makeup to be beautiful, Joel.
Right.
Joel
Great,
Blank not an
Jeremy,
ally.
But if you look at her the way she looks, she just, instead of trying to look 20 years younger, she definitely looks 20 years older.
Blinkers doesn't think women are beautiful. He thinks makeup is beautiful. I can't tell if they're a thing or if that's just like really good marketing.
I've heard several people make reference to the fact that they had chemistry on screen that turned into something more.
Interesting. Yeah, it looks real, but they're great actors, so I don't know. All right, 12 active players trending for the Hall of Fame. Who is going to the Hall of Fame out of the NFL? Who's trending that way? Are there any Texans trending that way? 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees live from Federal American Grill on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
The Killer Bees are broadcasting live from inside the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Federal American Grill in Hedwig Village. Now back to Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Fantastic food here at Federal American Grill. Thank you to them for having us out, all part of Houston Restaurant Week, which is going on now through Labor Day, September 1st. You go to the restaurants, get the fixed menu items, and you're going to donate money to the Houston Food Bank, and they're going to provide meals to those that need meals. And a lot of great places you can go. Federal American Grill, one of the many, the Palm, Dough Zone Dumpling House, State Fair, Cadillac Bar, Hugo's, Cowboys and Indians, the Grotto. So lots of
really good.
Lots of good spots. Did you go there with the bosses too?
No, Grotto used to be one of my favorites just on my own to go to. I think their food's excellent. That's a Tillman spot, isn't it?
I'm not sure.
I think it is.
That sounds right now that you mention it.
Yeah, I think Grotto is a Landry's.
So who is on the right way to the Hall of Fame? 713-780-ESPN. Any of the Houston Texans trending in that direction? A few people with some show wrecks. WWE Unreal. Have you checked that one out yet,
Not yet. It's on my list to check out probably later this week, but not yet.
7:45 a.m.
I saw an episode. I thought it was all right. It wasn't bad. Texture Mobland recommendation. Animal Kingdom 10 out of 10 says somebody. Not sure if you've watched For All Mankind on Apple TV. That show is excellent. I'll write that one down too. I like Apple TV. I think Apple TV does some good work. All right, top 100 players in the NFL countdown continues. I forget where we left you off, but Aiden Hutchinson was 55. I think we mentioned that one. Derwin James 54. Jared Versky from LA. What's up? He's at 53. Scary Terry McLaurin at 52 if he's going to play football this year. Very good football player. Kyle Hamilton at number 51. Texans did not draft him. Instead, they traded down and then later selected Kenyon Green. But that's
a hot button.
Yeah, but I mean, the Texans did get a safety out of Kenyon Green.
Yeah, they did.
They ended up getting a safety out of Kenyon,
for the short term.
Green.
I heard who number 50 was.
Baker Mayfield.
Yeah.
Baker Mayfield. Why do you have that grin?
No, it's not really a grin. It's just I've never been sold on Baker Mayfield. I cannot take away what he has done recently. Last year's numbers were ridiculous, and when Lance had tweeted some of the stats, and I was like, I didn't think that was possible. And then when I looked at it, I was like, oh my God, he really did play his ass off last year.
He's turned into a good player.
Yeah.
He's turned into a really good player. And this list also has a quarterback bias. Like they've rated quarterbacks very, very high. And where they've had quarterbacks, I don't mind Baker being number 50. I think that's fine. Kenyon Mitchell, the corner from Philly, he's at 49, was not on the list last year. Former Texan. Did you see who's number 48?
Jonathan Grenard.
Yep, Jonathan Grenard, 48. So if he's 48, Daniil Hunter has to be ahead of him.
Agreed. Yeah, and I was thinking about that today. Like, as good as Grenard was here, and he's been good with the Vikings, then the Texans clearly upgraded. Yeah, and I guess evidently they obviously had to pay a little bit more to get him. But you lost Grenard. Yeah, that was tough. But you replaced him with Daniil Hunter, and you are a better football team.
I think they're both very good. I think Daniil Hunter is a little bit better than Grenard. And then 47, where the list is stopped at the moment until tomorrow, was last year's number one. Last year's number one dropped 46 spots to 47.
Who was last year's number one?
That's the question.
Who?
You know it, Age? Do you know it because you looked at it, or you just know it off the top of your head? Because he's smart. He's a smart. You know why he's a smart guy? Because he went to the Ivy League of the Gulf Coast.
Yeah, but then he
went to University of Houston.
Right, and then he craps on all of that because he's a Cowboy fan. So he's not very smart.
Yeah, but U of H trumps that. Yeah, Age knows. Brian, do you know?
No, I don't know who's number
Age
one
is smarter than you, Brian.
That's fine.
Tyreek Hill.
That's
fine.
Tyreek Hill.
Oh.
Which maybe he shouldn't have been number one last year.
No, I wouldn't have put him number one last year.
Maybe he should have been number one last year.
Now he's having a war of words with his head coach. And
is he?
Oh, my God, yeah. Yeah.
What is he saying?
He went. Mike McDaniel's not happy. He went out, I think it was like a week ago now, and he basically said, you want our offense to be better? You want our offense in the red zone to be better, especially in short yardage? He goes, take A-Chain off the field and all that. And then McDaniel came back behind him and basically in kind of like the way he does it, kind of in a dry, undermining way. But he was like, yeah, okay.
He's like, that's why we have Jalen Wright. I did hear that.
He also said maybe the player that's making those comments realized it because we worked all day on it today and might have taken players off the field, but okay.
Yeah. What kind of year do you think Tyreek has?
Depends on where he plays.
Receiver.
I'm just saying. In what
in
city?
Miami.
Because
what do you mean, what city?
I heard this morning they were talking about that they might still try and trade him.
What?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, I heard again.
Who do you talk
to? I was in the gym flipping between ESPN and NFL Network, and they were saying whether this is like the last straw of it that Miami could consider, and because they're not very good, that they could consider moving on.
Interesting. We have the McDaniel audio that you're referring to. I don't see them trading Tyreek Hill. I mean, maybe at the deadline if they're bad, that sort of thing. I don't think they're trading Tyreek Hill before week 1.
Probably not, right? I just think overall, I think McDaniel could lose his job this year.
I do too.
I think that, and he was taking all kinds of strays because he couldn't take the cold, and they can't play in the cold, and for as fast as they want to play, and how that works in Miami when you go on the road in the playoffs, almost inevitably you're going to play in cold weather, and they basically crap the bed in the cold. And so that they're thinking it could be a complete overhaul after this season.
Texture says Chris Canty was talking about it this morning.
That's not where I heard it, but okay, that's somebody else that was talking about it. I did not catch.
I'm not sure that's the right side of history, though.
No, but I'm just saying it's been talked about.
Miami trash can coach needs to try to make the playoffs. I mean, I think you're right about McDaniel. McDaniel has I think McDaniel does have I think he's fired if he doesn't make the playoffs, quite frankly. Here was the McDaniel audio that you alluded to.
I thought it was genius reporting by Tyreek, seeing how we had a short yardage period that very day that you guys were in attendance for, and his suggestion was, I guess, congruent with Coach Stoodsville. That's exactly how we repped the backs in that short yardage period that very day. But we thought it was funny that he reported the news that wasn't news on that practice day in that short yardage period that you guys were all there too for.
I think you might be overselling it.
No, because again, it's kind of like if you hear the rest of the interview and everything like that too. It was because basically, and if you heard the way Tyreek said it, he was basically, you want to know how we get better, and he was like real definitive about it. And then and McDaniel's going to be, that's the way his dry sense of humor is anyway.
I saw Achan quote tweet and be like, ha 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 ha. I don't know if this is a thing. Is this a deal? 713-780 ESPN. I don't know.
Okay.
You think it's a deal?
I think that there's a lot going on in Miami. I think Tyreek Hill has already tried to wear out his welcome with everybody from Tua to the Dolphins organization last year when he wanted to quit on him and he wanted out, and he was questioning everything at the end of the year, and then they had to kind of have the whole come to Jesus, make friends again. I think that there is a possibility that they're about at the end of the rope.
Brian says we have the Tyreek audio. Here's the Tyreek audio.
Take Devon out on third down. What? You want him? That's my honest opinion. If it's third and short, he's not a power back. I be telling him that in the locker room, but he a power back. I love Devon though, but if I'm being honest, that's why you got Jalen Wright. That's why you got Ollie Gordon for those kind of situations.
There you go.
Yeah, you be the judge of it in your opinion. Because I mean, like I said, and there was more to that too, but the way he kind of said it, it rubbed a lot of people with the Dolphins the wrong way.
I mean, I saw Achan on Twitter quote tweeting and laughing about it. I don't know. Maybe you're right. I have no idea. 713-780-ESPN. Texas says all NFL stadiums should have domes. I'm okay with that. I don't mind indoor football. I don't mind indoor sports.
I'll tell you the one that's just absolutely mind-boggling to me is Buffalo. They're spending all this money on this new stadium where you just get absolutely hammered for most of the year with snow.
You think it's a home field advantage thing?
I think in part they think, but just to have the option, because there have been times when the snow has just been so overwhelming there that there was questions if they could get the game in.
Yeah.
Even if you could shut it until game day or something, I just can't believe spending all that money and not putting a roof on that stadium.
It's got to be home field advantage. It's got to be we're better in the cold than everybody else, and we want those elements.
Because you look at Minnesota as the answer to that. Because Minnesota,
Detroit too.
Yeah, both those teams, and I think Minnesota truly thought that they used to have a home field advantage with the vet in the cold, and they decided to go full roof, and it isn't even retractable. But, yeah, I just thought Buffalo, at the very worst, would do a retractable roof.
Texture says the Ivy League of the Gulf Coast is literally Rice. LOL. You're banned for the rest of the show, 4818. The Ivy League of the Gulf Coast, University of Houston. It's the finest institution, not only in the city of Houston, the finest institution, not only in the Lone Star State. It's the finest institution in the country, in the world. So you're banned the rest of the show, 4818. The Ivy League of the Gulf Coast is not literally rice. And you don't spell Ivy, by the way. It's I-V-Y. All right? It's not IV. The IV, like this is like a hospital, and you're putting the Ivy League into somebody's wrist. You're banned the rest of the show. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Who's on a Hall of Fame track? Are any Texans on a Hall of Fame track? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Federal American Grill in Hedwig Village.
All part of Houston Restaurant Week. We're going to be out again later this week. We're going to be out at BB's Tex Orleans on Katy. It's also part of our summer circuit. Join ESPN Houston every week as we visit different restaurants all over the greater Houston area. Each week, you can register to win our grand prize of the summer, a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company. It's a $4,000 value. For registration, stop by the promo table at the broadcast. This week we'll be hanging out at BB's Tex Orleans in Katy. Come out, join us this Friday, noon to 6 at BB's Tex Orleans in Katy. The Basslers, baby. Cougars.
Cougs.
Go Cougs. Find the entire summer circuit schedule at ESPN975.com. All right, who's on a Hall of Fame track in the NFL? Any Texans as well. 713-780-ESPN. 713-780-3776. Texter says, what's the path to the Hall of Fame for Danielle Hunter? How many sacks would he have to get to in his career?
Well, you talk about – because Jared Allen, who just got in, had a stat total that I didn't think was out of the realm with as kind of sack happy as the league has gotten. But the number to me, honestly, I kind of was like, that seems lower than I had thought. I think there's a how many does he have in his career? Because I think he had good years a couple good years in Minnesota. He had a good year in Houston. What's the magic number? Like 100?
I don't know what the magic number is. Danielle Hunter's at 99.5. So, like, if he needs 100, he's there.
Yeah.
J.J. Watt, who's going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer, we all think, right?
Right.
J.J. Watt, now, look, he didn't have – he's
Defensive
115 sacks.
Okay.
For
I
JJ.
mean, he was all around. How many times did he win Defensive Player of the Year?
3 in a row.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't know.
3 of 4 years. He was not 3 in a row. He won one in 12, 6th and 13, and then won it again in 14 and 15. So he won 3 of 4 years, not 3 in a row.
Okay.
Jared Allen, who just got in at 136.
I think Danielle Hunter can get to that, and if he does, then he should be.
Yeah, he would need to be around 125, I guess. And he's 25 away. He's still 30, man. He's still got some years left. Like, he's going to play a bit longer. I think Danielle Hunter's a Hall of Famer. I think he will get to the Hall of Fame.
You look at,
I don't think he's a first ballot guy, though.
Probably not, but you look at the top 5 sack leaders in NFL history. That 5 is Chris Dolman with 150.5.
Wow.
And Bruce Smith had 200.
That's a lot.
So Bruce Smith with 200,
So
Reggie
many.
White with 198, Kevin Green with 160, Julius Peppers 159.5, and Chris Dolman 150.5.
How much longer can Hunter play? He's signed with the Texans for 2 more years. Who knows if he's actually here for 2 more years? I would bet that he is.
How old did you say he was?
He's going to be 31 this year.
He can play till he's 36.
He's 30 currently, but this is his age 31 year.
I think he can play till he's 36.
Yeah, edge rushers can kind of play, and they become more specialty third down guys.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's had double-digit sacks in each of the last 3 years. He had 12 last year, 16.5 the year prior, 10.5. So, like, let's just say he gets 12 again this year and then 10 next year. That's 122 sacks.
He's in the ballpark.
And that's 122 sacks, and he has 3 or 4 more years as like a pass rush specialist.
Funny you say that.
He could potentially be a top 10 sack guy. Danielle Hunter.
No, but you say 122.
Yeah, good.
But I'm saying, but if he gets to 122, he just misses the top 20.
Yeah.
20th is
And
123.
And we're not talking in a career. We're talking in the next 2 years.
Right. The 20th best sacker of all time has 120 sacks.
Yeah, I think he has a chance to be a top 10 sack guy. So yes, I think he's a Hall of Famer. How far up the list he gets is like what his chances are being first team and all that, or first ballot and all that. But I think Hunter has a path to the Hall of Fame for sure. He still has work to do.
Still in great shape, and like you said, and he's been stringing together some years now, double-digit sacks. That I think that he's going to be in the Hall of Fame.
Texter says J.J. Watt. He's not a current NFL player, but yes, he's a future Hall of Famer. Nico wouldn't shock me if he can stay healthy the next 6 to 8 years as a top 3-4 receiver. Also, side question, do you think he's number 3 right now, or does A.J. Brown still have that title? Okay.
A.J. Brown's hurt right now, right?
Yeah, I think it's like a groin, maybe.
Hamstring, groin.
So, leg. I don't think his week 1's in jeopardy, though, right?
I haven't heard that.
I think he's supposed to be back. Now, Nico's going to be tough to make like the Hall of Fame because it's really hard for receivers to get into the Hall of Fame now because these receivers are putting up insane numbers.
Yeah.
So you have to have a really good start to your career. And Nico didn't have a fantastic start to his career. Injuries, teams weren't good, but he went 33 catches, 37 catches in his first 2 years in the NFL. And like even this past year where he had a good year but got hurt, and he's been a guy who's missed games, he only had 68 catches for just over 1,000 yards. It's like Nico's numbers in first 4 years of the NFL aren't on a Hall of Fame track.
No, and to your point, it used to be where if you strung together like 4 or 5 years as a receiver with really, really good numbers, you had a chance. And now when you look at the guys that are struggling to try and get in, Torrey Holt isn't in yet. Isaac Bruce is finally in. You've got Reggie Wayne is still trying to get in. That as a receiver, you've got to put like astronomical numbers together to get into the Hall of Fame. Because, look, Keenan McCardell, when he and Jimmy Smith had that prolific tandem in Jacksonville for a 5-6 year span. When he retired, he was in the top 20 and in some cases the top 15 to 10 in almost every statistical receiving category. And within a matter of like a couple of years in the pass-happy NFL, all of Manning's receivers and all of Kurt Warner's receivers and everybody else was just blowing numbers out of the water.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Nico's going to have to put together like 6-7 years of just unbelievable play. And the second part of that question, Nico top 3 receiver, I wouldn't have Nico as top 3 receiver.
No.
Like you're looking at Chase Jefferson, probably CD. Like would you have Tyreek ahead of Nico right now?
With any healthy quarterback with ability,
Yeah.
Tyreek's going to put up numbers.
I think Tyreek's going to Tyreek has been in the first tier. I think he's going to take a step back into the second tier where I think Nico is. I think A.J. Brown's second tier. I'm not huge on A.J. Brown. No, he's very good. But like Malik Neighbors, I think could easily take a step into the first tier, although I think he's a little soft. He needs to be like a tough dude. I love Brian Thomas Jr., Mike Evans, they still have listed top 10. Garrett Wilson, I like Puka a lot. I think Puka's underrated. I like Brian Thomas Jr. a lot. I like a lot more of the newer waiver receivers than most. I think Nico's probably outside of the top 5 currently.
Yeah, I agree with that.
That's not
now,
knocking
look,
him.
can he get there by the end of the year and be considered that? Sure.
Calling it now, Kalen Bullock for the Hall of Fame. He's got a ways to go. Texter says Coach DeMeco Ryans, he would have to win a bunch of games and maybe a Super Bowl or 2. Texter Joe Mixon. See, I don't look at Joe Mixon and say Hall of Famer.
He had a lot of good years in Cincy.
What would he have to do to be a Hall of Famer? I mean, he's like 7,400 career yards. He's never led the league in any major category. He doesn't have a single first team select. He didn't have a single second team selection. I think Joe Mixon's Hall of Very Good. I don't think Joe Mixon's a Hall of Famer.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, he's
very
good.
He's way on the downside in terms of like he's not going to put up these numbers that are going to completely enhance his career totals either.
Yeah.
To where I can't see it.
Will Anderson, I think, could potentially.
Yeah,
he's
really,
got a long ways to go.
In the fetal stages, but Will Anderson and Stingley are guys that, when all is said and done, if they stay healthy and they continue on this trajectory, there's absolutely a chance.
Texter says Brian Thomas Jr. is way overrated. I mean, he's had one season in the NFL, and he caught 87 passes for 1,200 yards and 10 touchdowns, which is better than any season that Nico Collins had. It's equal to Nico Collins' best season.
With a guy whose quarterback play was under a lot of scrutiny in Trevor Lawrence, he was fantastic.
Nico's best season was in 23, 80 catches, 1,300 yards, 8 touchdowns. Last year, Brian Thomas had 87 catches, nearly 1,300 yards, and 10 touchdowns. So Brian Thomas in his rookie year put up Nico's peak year so far.
Yep.
I don't know how we're looking at Brian Thomas as overrated.
Can't.
He's
just ask Ocho.
Now, I am interested to see what it looks like with Travis Hunter.
Yeah.
Travis Hunter, like that's going to be –
But again, when we talk about depth charts, everybody's losing their mind about where Travis Hunter is right now. Relax. You got the whole preseason to figure it out, and even after that, he's going to get run on both sides.
Here, you think he plays more offense or defense?
I'm sure his opinion's going to matter, and I don't know how they're going to play this. I think he's a better defensive player than he is a receiver.
Yeah.
But I think that the whole sexiness and all the eyeballs that are going to be on it, he'll play both.
Duval said that he's going to play 80% of the offensive snaps, and he was a starter on their first depth chart, and he was the third corner listed.
See, and the thing is I understand what an athletic accomplishment is to do what he did playing both ways as much as he did in Colorado. It's a different ballgame literally in the NFL.
Yeah.
I just don't know the wear and tear if he can do that.
Pat Mahomes.
Yes.
Travis Kelce.
Yes.
T.J. Watt.
Yes.
I would say so, too, without looking at the numbers. Aaron Rodgers.
Yes.
Myles Garrett.
Yes.
Bobby Wagner.
Man.
See, I think Wagner's one of those guys who gets in like an 8th ballot.
Longevity and everything else, and he was the kind of the signal caller for the Legion of Boom. Yeah, I think he eventually gets in.
Von Miller.
Yes.
Yeah, Mike Evans.
Yes.
Evans, yes, but I think it takes longer than we think. Because
Really?
there's like a receiver buildup right now.
Oh,
And the
that's what we
NFL
just
Hall
talked
of Fame can only allow so many players a year. Like there's so many good receivers that need to be in the Hall of Fame that aren't yet because of the buildup.
But you know what's weird about that? This year they had the ability to put 5 in, and they only put 4 in. And because of that logjam, they could have even just put one more receiver in and kind of done something that, at least for the 1 year, gives them an extra guy that they should have utilized, and they didn't do it.
Derrick Henry?
Yes.
I would say so. Lamar?
Yes.
Yes. Trent Williams?
Yeah, he's going to go down
I
as
think
one of
so.
the best left tackles in the history of the game.
Lane Johnson. Yeah, I think all those guys are on a Hall of
Yep.
Fame track.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that's fair with all of those guys. Thomas put up those numbers because the rest of the team was garbage.
He's still got to catch the ball and get open and have a. I mean, come on, man. Why are we crapping on Brian Thomas Jr.?
I know you've seen Travis Hunter practice running routes. He looks like a 9-year-old. Yeah, but he's also an athletic freak on top of that.
Yep.
Dak Prescott, Hall of Famer, you think?
I think he eventually gets in.
I do too.
Remember now, we again, a lot of people criticized him because he led the league in passing, and they're like, oh, they were empty yards because they were always being down by 10 points or more. But at the end of his career, what they're going to look at, just like they look at Eli Manning and everybody else, how many total yards did you throw for, and where were your statistics?
713-780-ESPN. Who's the first college football coach to be fired this year? It's Killer Bees broadcasting live, Federal American Grill on 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. The Walmart you thought you knew is now new. Who knew? Did you know that Walmart has more than 500 million items online? Find a huge selection online that you can't find in stores at Walmart.com. Branham family's been ordering online from Walmart for quite some time now. And it's wonderful for someone like me that doesn't have a ton of time, doesn't like to mess with the crowd, doesn't want to turn off the game. So we order online with Walmart, and we get all the groceries without having to leave the house. It's great. Oh, that's too expensive. Online grocery shopping costs more. I know what you're saying, but that's not true at Walmart. Grocery prices are the same for delivery as they are in the store. And of course, because it's Walmart, you know the prices are low. Plus, they're fast. They can deliver you the items in about an hour. Go online at Walmart.com. Order the groceries now. When it comes to feeding your family, hosting a tailgate, or throwing a party, think Walmart for all your grocery needs. Start and order today at Walmart.com.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Federal American Grill in Hedwig Village. Here's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Out here for Houston Restaurant Week. Dine out, do good. Fantastic Houston Restaurant Week menu. I got the wedge salad, little lunch special. The wedge salad, the federal cheeseburger. It was very, very good, delicious. But make sure you're going out, taking part in the Houston Restaurant Weeks going on now through Labor Day, September 1st. Diners across the greater Houston area, specially priced, multi-course, fixed menus for brunch, lunch, and dinner. Nearly 350 participating restaurants, and all while supporting the Houston Food Bank. $5 donation, 15 meals provided. Every dollar that gets donated to the Houston Food Bank, they're providing 3 meals for every dollar. It's incredible what they do, the fantastic work that they do there. And you're also supporting the restaurants in a slow time. Dine out, do good. Head to HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com to check out all the places. And our guy Terrence taking care of us here at Federal American Grill. Texter saying if Dak gets in, Mixon does. Hall of very good. Here's the thing, though. Quarterbacks are held to a different standard than running backs. Joe Mixon equal to Dak Prescott, maybe even greater than Dak Prescott relative to their position. But because he played the quarterback position, Dak, he's going to have, I think, a better opportunity to make the Hall.
I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. Just because of the fact that we always talk about it, even when you were talking about the top 100 for this year. It's skewed towards the quarterback. And when you put up numbers and you get all the attention, and we know that it's a human element in the voting process too, that quarterbacks get priority.
Dak, no way, no big wins ever. That will play a role, but I think it plays a role as to when he gets in, not if he gets in. Texter, Brian Thomas is a monster. Casual take, calling him overrated. I agree. I think that he is a lot of times people take a while to move their opinions. Especially with a young player. Like, okay, Malik Neighbors was a stud, but they're slow to move him wherever you want to move him. Same thing with Brian Thomas Jr.
And like with Malik Neighbors, who throws you the ball matters too. He's finally got a guy, but again, way on the downside of his career with Russell Wilson. It ain't great, but we saw it with Andre all the time. Andre made chicken salad out of chicken bleep in a lot of cases.
Mm-hmm. What do you think of Marvin Harrison?
I think there's a whole hell of a lot to prove. I understand the hype train from college. I understand where he was drafted, but I don't understand why he isn't more productive, and he's made a lot of decisions, even with some of his off-the-field stuff, that I'm going, like, what are we doing, kid? Just get out there. I know who your dad is, and I know that, there's a lot that goes with it, but just go out there and do your thing, because I think he's hyper-talented, but I guess, honestly, I would say that he's been kind of disappointing.
Yeah, I think he had a meh rookie year. I think he's their second-best pass catcher, too.
The tight end?
I like McBride more.
Yeah.
I'd rather have McBride than Marvin Harrison Jr. Call me a casual or whatever. Let's take a quick call before we get to these college football coaches that could be fired. 713-780-3776. Keith, you're in the Hive. What's up?
Hey, guys, Hall of Fame track. You guys did not mention two players. Just want to get your thoughts if they're going to get in. First player is Devontae Adams, 6-time Pro Bowler. Probably, headed that way with a couple more good years. Also, 10 playoff wins, Joe Flacco. I think he's top 15 all time in passing yards, Super Bowl MVP. 10 playoff wins is a big deal. He's still playing. You rack up those yards and you build those stats, Testaverde, guys like that. You're going to end up potentially sneaking in there. But Devontae Adams and Joe Flacco.
Pays in. I was going to mention Devontae when you started this exercise. To me, I think that I'm not going to say it's a no-brainer. But I think that he strung together so many good seasons, and he still has a lot of ability left. I think he'll get in. I don't think Joe Flacco is a Hall of Fame.
If Devontae Adams didn't play another snap in the NFL, does he get in? I still think he does.
Eventually.
I think he does. I mean, he led the NFL in passing in receiving touchdowns twice. Was a 3-time AP first-team selection.
Yep.
And there were 3 years in a row. Not that matters, but – I think he would be in. And he's going to add to his stats here, so he's going to pad it. So I agree with that one.
And
Flacco, I'm with you.
Like Sterling now gives the open opportunity of a guy, if you have a 7-year window of success, you can get in the Hall of Fame.
Here's the case for Flacco. Keith mentioned some of it, Super Bowl MVP, all of that.
Yep.
He is currently, as it stands right now, the 18th all-time leading passer in NFL history.
By the time he is eligible, how many guys pass him?
Well, I think he still has a chance to pass a couple. I think he'll pass Vinny. I think he'll pass Palmer. He has a chance to pass Fran Tarkenton. He could potentially, at the end of the year, if he actually is going to start games, be top 15.
He essentially is Vince Carter of the NFL. If you play long enough.
I have a hard time saying that.
I mean, Vince Carter didn't win it all.
Yeah, but he was pretty elite for a while. Joe Flacco, we always ask the question is if he is elite.
I don't know. I never looked at Vince Carter as elite.
Really?
Yeah, he was an elite dunker. I think he was an above-average player. But when you start talking about, like, top 3 teams, all NBA and all that stuff, I don't ever think of Vince Carter.
Let's see. Maybe I'm losing my mind here. He was a 2-time All-NBA selection. Rookie of the Year. How much does Rookie of the Year matter? maybe not a ton. Never led the league in scoring, but he had a bunch of years where he averaged over 20, like 22 and more. One top 10 MVP finish. Maybe I'm holding him in higher regard than he should be.
He's kind of like he's going to be the definition of a guy that plays long enough that his stats have to be considered. I just don't consider Vince Carter a Hall of Famer.
Really?
I don't.
He's got 3 top 15 MVP finishes. I think he's better than Flacco is my point. Like I'm not really pushing back a whole lot with what you're saying, but I think relative to the NBA, he's better than Flacco relative to the NFL. But whatever. I see your point, though. They're volume guys.
Yep.
Vince a volume scorer, Flacco a volume passing yard guy. All right, college football coaches that are going to be in the hot seat, potentially fired before anybody else. Brian's got some odds for us. How quickly and likely will these guys be on the hot seat? Brian, hit us.
All right, number 1 on the odds bar for first Power 4 coach fired is Brent Brennan from Arizona at 4-1.
Ooh.
Kind of right down your alley there.
Yeah. No, all the Big 12 coaches are fantastic, Brian. None of those guys should be fired.
The rest of the top 5, I'm just curious who you guys would think is the most likely to get run out. Brent Venables at Oklahoma is number 2.
I think there's a good chance.
I do too. Yep. Brent Pry at Virginia Tech, Sam Pittman at Arkansas, and my favorite, Hugh Freeze at Auburn. I think he's
Why is that
the
your
first
favorite?
No, I'm saying I think he's my favorite on the board. If I were to lay odds,
okay.
Hugh Freeze, and you're only getting the fifth. The 5th best odds, I would lay my money on Hugh Freeze.
Venable's weird because it seems like they like him for some reason. Now they are getting a new AD. I don't know how quickly that's going to happen, and they rebuilt the coaching staff for him. So I think that gives him a longer leash. There were Reddit rumors that Pittman was going to be fired 2 months ago, which obviously that was not true. I could see Pittman being the first to go, especially if Arkansas gets off to a bad start.
Yeah,
I think that the Oklahoma administration will allow Venable to at least finish the year. I like Pittman actually here.
And I think you're right in the fact that from an Arkansas perspective, they put a boatload into the program, and they have high expectations for them in the SEC, and he hasn't lived up to it. I think he could be the first to go.
Yeah.
I think both guys in Florida are in trouble. Could be in trouble.
The thing with Norvell though is the money. If they could have gotten out of the Norvell contract, I think they would have done that last year.
Long term, isn't it?
Yeah, they guaranteed him a lot of money after that undefeated season where they missed the playoff. So I think that they're kind of pot committed to him. The Florida coach too, I thought he did a good job of turning it around. And then I like Lagway a lot, so I think Lagway is going to produce enough to save his job.
This is I'm not going to say it's boom or bust, but I think his entire future could rely on how they play this year.
I thought Napier could have been fired halfway through last year,
Absolutely
but he righted the ship decently there in Gainesville. And again, I like Lagway a lot.
I'll give you 2 that Brian didn't give us.
Who's that?
I think Lincoln Riley's under a lot of
heat.
heat.
You really?
I do.
Huh?
He's at 16-1 for what it's worth.
They've thrown so much at him, given him every resource, gave him that monster contract, and I think the expectation was that he was going to do what he had done at OU, and he was going to bring quarterbacks and Heisman Trophy winners and do all these different things, and it hasn't really materialized to the level that I think the expectations were. And the other one, obviously a little bit close to home, I think Luke Fickell has crapped the bed at Wisconsin. And I think that he could be on the hot seat because it's not only has he underperformed expectation when he was supposed to be the hottest young coaching name out there, but now then you see all the articles in the offseason and the mass exodus of players that said that they were poorly treated, and with how delicate it is with NIL and transfer portal, I think Luke Fickell quite possibly is not long for that job.
Yeah, he needs a good year. He needs a good year. 7-6, 5-7. You don't think so?
No.
Yeah, I remember I really liked him coming out of Cincinnati.
Me too.
Yeah, I was a big Luke Fickell fan.
They got him, and I thought, what a coup, what a steal. I thought big programs were going to be after him. When they got him, I thought, man, this could really put Wisconsin back on the map, and it's gone the opposite direction.
Pete says Mike Norvell, Florida State, first to go if they stumble. I wonder about the money. You think Deion, if that job was open next offseason, do you think that Florida State could poach Deion?
He says no.
I agree with Deion. I don't think he would leave Boulder for Tallahassee.
Yeah.
I think Colorado's a better job in Florida State.
He had his chance the last time, and he was lukewarm, and he actually said he would have considered Florida, which a lot of Florida State people thought was taboo, obviously with the rivalries and everything like that. I think he might be in a better spot right now.
I think so. And plus, Boulder's way nicer than Tallahassee. It's beautiful there. Lagway been hurt every other day. That is true. Hopefully he's not injury prone. Hopefully he's good to go. Being a lifelong LSU fan, I think if Brian Kelly slips up in the season opener like he has the last 2 years, he will get canned. I think there's some doing to be done for him to get canned. But boy, would it be entertaining.
He face a lot of scrutiny, yeah.
Wouldn't it be entertaining if they fired Kelly and then there's the Nick Saban whispers? Like that
boy.
That would be sexy. I don't think that he's ever going to coach college football again.
You don't?
I don't. I think Saban's legitimately done.
Huh. I think the idea still intrigues him. And I think that he would consider it, but maybe you're right because I don't think his wife wants him to.
Yeah, what is her Miss?
Plus, he's Miss something or other, but he's
Terry.
Miss Terry. That's right, and he's so good on TV now. And he actually shows personality.
Not really.
I think he does,
like a little bit, more than we thought.
But he also doesn't hold back.
No,
he blasts everybody.
That's where he's really
guy in his underwear, living in his mother's basement.
See, I think his personality is we didn't know that he would talk trash. I still think he's pretty dull. I still think he's pretty dry. But he's Nick Saban, the greatest college football coach of all time, that's willing to talk a little smack and makes it funny. Texture says Vince Carter was not elite. Yeah, I thought he was better than his numbers were. I'll admit to that. Flacco is the Jeter of the NFL, just a stat accumulator. Tyler and Conroe. Dang, shots fired at Derek Jeter. Hawaii coach.
Jeter wasn't the greatest defender, but Jeter's worthy of the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, maybe he wasn't saying that. Well, maybe he was saying that. Maybe you're right. Hawaii coach Timmy Chang on the hot seat if they need a bowl game badly. I haven't paid much attention to Hawaii football. I'll be the first to admit. All right, 713-780-ESPN. What are your car wrecks of the day? 713-780-3776. Car wrecks of the day. Killer Bees live from Federal American Grill on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Car wrecks of the day. What do you got? 713-780-3776. Thank you again to Federal American Grill for having us out. Fantastic food, fantastic time. You're ever in the area, stop in. Federal American Grill. Have a few areas all throughout the Houston area. Fantastic food. You'll love it. All part of Houston Restaurant Week. Dine in. Dine out and do good. Dine out and do good together. For every $1 donation, the Houston Food Bank will provide 3 meals. They do fantastic work. Many locations, Federal American Grill, one of the many. Head to HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com, check it out, and stop by for dinner, lunch, whatever. A bunch of really tasty spots. All right, car wrecks of the day. What you got, Blinkers?
Well, the Yankees did it again last night and had a lead the entire game and blew it and could have done the Astros a favor. Because the Rangers came back and won. And in the process of coming back and winning, Ryan Ruocco, who normally does WNBA and other things for ESPN, was the fill-in for the Yankees with David Cohn and started to basically bash on Jock Peterson and talk about his struggles and then his physique. And at one point he said, you can see the physique definitely has evolved for Jock Peterson. And then 2 pitches later he hit the game-tying home run. And Ryan was – a little tongue-tied. Didn't have a whole lot to say after that.
I'm a fan of that. I think that's a good way of describing my body, too. I think that I've evolved.
You've evolved.
My body has evolved over the years. What else you got?
The other one was Davis Thompson from the FedEx Cup playoff possibilities this weekend. He was on 18, and if he 2-putts, he gets into the FedEx Cup playoffs, makes some money, gets to play some more. Blew the first one way by. Missed the 6-footer coming back and missed it by 1 stroke.
Was it a tough 3-putt?
Yeah.
Or a tough 2-putt, I mean?
Yeah. It wasn't. I don't think it was a tough 2-putt. I think that, you could see him. He was really laboring over it.
Yeah.
And then he just hit it with a jackhammer and just blew it by.
Myself and Ryan Rocha had to birdie 18 the other day for us to win our golf scramble in the JBFL, and 18 was a par 5, reached the green in 2. But we 2-putted that sucker.
There you go.
And the Team JB, golf champions of the JBFL. I had the Yankees bullpen specifically.
Okay.
Devin Williams allowing the
terrible.
home run has been bad, and then they gave up the 3-run shot after they intentionally walked to face Young, and then Young hit the 3-run shot. Dansby Swanson had an RBI infield single yesterday. Then the other team challenged it, and he missed first base.
It's hot.
He did not touch first base. So Dansby Swanson up for car wreck of the day. And then I had this one yesterday, but we didn't get to it. Mother Nature at the Bristol Motor Speedway over the weekend.
Yeah.
It delayed the game. They started it, and then it rained more. They had to bang it until Sunday. What was a really cool idea, and I think would have been a cool concept. Mother Nature didn't allow it. They eventually played it on Sunday, but it didn't have like the national TV audience, all of that. Probably didn't have a lot of the fans come back on that Sunday. That was unfortunate.
Yeah,
Brian?
and the commissioner's plane had to be brought into action so that the Reds could have a pitcher.
Oh, that's right.
That could pitch.
And the other guy got bust up there.
Yeah, his
that was
parents.
weird.
The other guy, his parents drove him up there.
Weird deal. What do you got, Brian?
All right, so I don't know if you guys saw this, but the MLB Tonight crew broke into Astros Marlins with a no-hitter alert for Sandy Alcantara in the 4th inning, literally as Jeremy Pena was at bat, and this is what happened on the broadcast.
You see this, Jake? It's a no-hitter. Oh, come on, Sandy. Sandy's gone through 3 innings. Make tonight special for us, without giving up a hit. And if you're sitting on your couch and you're rolling your eyes that we just ran that graphic, a no-hitter alert, I can't believe they're doing that. That's so stupid. Why would you even mention it? If you think that we're impacting Sandy Alcantara in Secaucus, New Jersey, man, I mean, therapy's not that expensive.
I mean,
look, you think he's going to give up a hit?
I'm telling you, I watched you enough, man. I'm sick.
Sitting on your couch and you think we don't impact no-hitters? You don't know what the hell you're talking about.
You can hear the crack of the bat for Pena's double, literally like mid-sentence as he's trying to rain on the parade of not jinxing no-hitters.
Yeah, that was pretty
fantastic.
Good. I saw that one, too. Like it was.
What the hell's up with Secaucus, New Jersey? Home of NBA Entertainment and MLB Network?
That's got to be cheap real estate.
I guess so. Close enough to New York without being there?
Yeah, maybe.
Because it's an armpit. I used to go there every year.
Really?
It ain't fun.
Alex nominating me for my review of Happy Gilmore. I thought the review was great. And then Texter, who misspelled Ivy League, nominates himself because he doesn't know how to spell Ivy. I-V-Y. He spelled it I-V. like a medical IV. I do appreciate the self-nominate.
Yeah, that was good.
I like that. That's admirable. 4818, because
yeah.
you self-nominated, you're unbanned. You're unbanned with 4 minutes left to go on the show. Soccer Matters coming up after us.
No Soccer Matters. Hall of Fame tonight at 8 o'clock is the only thing coming up.
Soccer doesn't matter today.
Yes, not. But
Soccer
it's with
doesn't
Glenn
matter
Davis
today. But
as
Hall of
opposed
Fame
to the Killer Bees.
coming up at 8 o'clock. All right, what's winning this? I had the Yankees bullpen, which isn't quite the same as the Yankees broadcast. I like the self-nominee here, and then I did have the MLB Tonight thing as well. So
I vote MLB Tonight.
Yeah, I think Brian's got it. I like the MLB Tonight.
The thing that bothered me there, wasn't it like the fourth inning?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
Like, it was a little early.
Exactly. That's why it's even funnier that while they're talking about trying to pump it up, they got shot down.
That wins it. Congratulations, MLB Network's going to do it for us. Thanks to Brian for the hard work. Age for the on-site engineering. He's Blank on Branham. Talk to you tomorrow, Houston. Later.